Chapter 501, Reduced Number of Human Lords on Cerulean Planet. Gains from the Marketplace. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. There were more than 2.9 million soldiers. He was confident that he could easily defeat the Taiyan Kingdom at its peak with this army even without relying on the Star Alliance. Not to mention the current Taiyan Kingdom. Call a king of yellow gold soldier over. Also, inform the lords of the Star Alliance to gather in an hour with enough soldiers. Tell them that there's a big battle to fight. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. She did not leave immediately. My lord. In the morning, 11 professionals with very high professional levels came to our Blazing Sun territory and said that they wanted to join our territory when you were busy. Vice City Lord Zheng has already approved their request at this moment. They are already official subjects of our Blazing Sun territory. Do you want to see him? Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before reacting. His eyes lit up. 11 professionals with very high professional levels? Are they the 10 talents attracted by his reputation rating and 1 mythical reputation rating talent that were rewarded by the Lord of all Races announcement yesterday? Let them come over. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, he turned around and left. Zhou Zhou took this opportunity to open the world channel and take a rough look. I'm envious. I stopped fighting when I reached the green bronze tier elementary grade. I only obtained 400 units of basic resources and 1 green bronze tier elementary grade combat professionals. What trash! Who can I blame if I'm not strong enough? Dragon Lady Lord, I reached the extraordinary tier advance grade in this Lord battlefield. I was rewarded with 1.6 billion units of basic resources, 200 million units of intermediate grade resources, 1000 basic elemental gems, and 100 diamond tier advance grade combat professionals. Take off! Amazing, amazing, amazing! You're at the extraordinary tier. Why aren't you rewarded with extraordinary tier professionals? Only diamond tier ones. It's not bad to have obtained diamond tier professionals at this stage. Do you think extraordinary tier professionals are cabbages? You can be given just because you want them. That's right. As far as I know, extraordinary tier professionals, be it lifestyle professionals or combat professionals, are top existences in the kingdom level lord faction. We're only the lords of the myriad races under the kingdom. How can we have extraordinary tier professionals? Diamond tier professionals are already top-notch. Have you heard? It's said that there's a lord talent among our human lords. He said that after the end of the myriad races lord battlefield this time, our cerulean planet's human lords lost nearly 1 billion. We should only have about 4 billion lords left. F***ck, is that true? Of course it's true. That counting Emperor's lord talent is extraordinary tier. If you don't believe him, don't you believe in the lord talent of the supreme will? Sigh, there are fewer and fewer lords on the cerulean planet. I hope I can survive until the end, even if I don't have to live as a lord. As long as he's alive. As long as he's alive +1. As long as you're alive +10,086. There are only about 4 billion lords left on the cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou could not help but fall silent when he saw their discussion. When they first arrived in this high continent, there were more than 8 billion cerulean planet lords. Now, they had lost half of the cerulean planet lords just by passing the novice lord test and myriad races lord battlefield. Then what should he do about the King of 10,000 Kings event in 3 days? What about the activities after the King of 10,000 Kings? Zhou Zhou thought for a while and could not help but take a deep breath. He could not protect all the lords of the cerulean planet. What he could do was so that he could only develop himself well. In the future, he might be able to rely on his strength to obtain more race divine artifacts. This way, he could indirectly help his lords. As for the rest, he was helpless. Then, he looked at the lord function of the myriad races lord battlefield. Then, he realized that the function of the myriad races lord battlefield that had been maintained yesterday had already ended. Zhou Zhou opened it curiously and realized that the myriad races lord battlefield had changed from a real battlefield to a virtual battlefield. The lords or lord generals could bring soldiers into the myriad races lord battlefield or lord battlefield of your race to compete. However, unlike the real battlefield in the past, once a lord brought soldiers into the lord battlefield, there would be real casualties. Unless the lord had the resurrection token and the territory rebirth token, the dead soldiers would really be dead. It was different now. In the current myriad races lord battlefield, even if injuries and deaths happened on the battlefield, it would only be virtual after the lords brought the soldiers into the matching or ranking. As long as they returned to the real world, everything would return to normal. This was almost equivalent to the lords leading the soldiers to play a virtual battlefield game. The risk could be said to have decreased greatly. Moreover, the Supreme Will no longer had any rank requirements for the lords. The lords of all races could reach any level in the function of the myriad races lord battlefield. The rank had already become a pure honorary title. There was no combat strength enhancement effect. In the future, even if the lords increased their ranks on the myriad races lord battlefield, their upgraded titles no longer had any special effects. Only the rank title he had obtained from the event would still have the combat strength enhancement effect. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, he had already reached the level of strongest lord and strongest lord of all races in the lord battlefield of all races in the first 3 days. Otherwise, if he did not obtain these 2 titles, then even if he occasionally obtained the title of the strongest lord in the lord battlefield of all races in the future, this title would probably be useless. In the future, when he faced other lords with the title of a high-level lord, he would be suppressed by their higher-level titles for the rest of his life. And now, he would always rely on his rank title to suppress lords of the same race and all races below him. It was not bad for him even if he could only suppress a portion of their strength. Advances were always accumulated bit by bit. Then this myriad races lord battlefield can almost be considered a pure training place for our myriad races lord battlefield. When I'm free, we can let the generals bring new soldiers in to train so that they won't be uncomfortable on the battlefield. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at his current rank. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief as he realized that after the maintenance of the myriad races lord battlefield, he was still first place, or the strongest lord and the strongest lord of all races. The ranks that the lords had previously obtained from the event such as the lord battlefield of your race or the myriad races lord battlefield were still intact. Just as well, he would not have to start fighting again. At this moment, he opened the marketplace and checked the loots from the monster ranch he had sold yesterday and the loots from the final battlefield. Among them, the 1.5 million soldier-type class change certificates and excess loots produced by the monster ranch yesterday morning had been sold for a total of 3,814,208,000 black iron tier mist cores. As for the extra 30 million skill books and 50 million pieces of equipment he had obtained from the battlefield of the final battlefield last night, he had sold a total of 186,680,203,900 black iron tier mist cores. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. If these 2 transactions were all converted by the heavenly mist treasure bag, he would have earned a total of 1,905 legendary tier mist cores. With this money, I should be able to buy any goods I want in the Lord's shop, right? Chapter 502, Talent with Mythical Reputation Rating. Butcher Guo Jiao. Zhou Zhou suddenly felt a little restless. He wanted to go to the Lord's shop to see what was on sale today. At this moment, 12 figures walked over from afar. They were old and young. Their attire and even their race were different, making Zhou Zhou a little surprised. They arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. "Greetings, my lord," the 12 people said respectfully. "Are you the subjects who joined me today?" Zhou Zhou dismissed the idea of going to the Lord's shop for the time being and asked. "Yes, my lord." His lordship's territory is the territory of the strongest lord of all races. Who in the entire high continent doesn't know? We're just the first lucky ones here. In the future, there will definitely be more professionals coming from all over the high continent or even the myriad worlds to seek refuge with the Lord. A white-haired old man in the lead smiled. Even though the old man was old, he was wearing damaged blood-red armor and carrying 2 blood-colored axes on his back. His entire body was lean and strong, and his eyes were bloodshot. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the elder one and he instantly felt a murderous aura that seemed to want to fight the world assaulted his face. Zhou Zhou's expression turned cold. This old man was not simple. At this moment, a throbbing suddenly came from the depths of his soul. This throbbing seemed to tell Zhou Zhou that the old man in front of him was a family member connected by blood with some differences. This stunned him. And you are? Zhou Zhou said politely. I'm Guo Jiao, nicknamed the Butcher. My lord, just call me Old Guo. Guo Jiao chuckled. Zhou Zhou nodded. At the same time Guo Jiao's attribute information also appeared in front of him. Subject, Guo Jiao, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Butcher. Position, Low-tier Deity Level Hero Fate Level. Territory, Blazing Sun Territory. Strength Level, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, Heavily Injured. Ability Overview, the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer. He used his lowly bloodline to kill special life forms with noble bloodlines. He has been wandering on the high continent since he was young. He used slaughtering high-level bloodline existences as his livelihood and forcefully advanced to the epic tier elementary grade with his green bronze tier elementary grade potential. Not long ago, he had personally killed a low-tier deity, but he was also severely injured because of it. His strength had fallen to the diamond tier elementary grade. The current Guo Jiao had already bathed in all the divine blood of that god spirit and used this opportunity to become a hero. His future was already limitless. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade, 100%. Skills, Talent Dragon Slaying Will, Talent Song in Bloodbath, Talent Ignores Pain, Talent Death of Glory, Hero Skills Dragon Slaying Axe Technique, Hero Skills God's Twilight, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Butcher Axe Technique, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Berserker, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Killing Intent Soaring, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Accurate Flying Axe, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Berserker Roar, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Fight to the Death. Loyalty, 100, Dead Loyal. Potential, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. Hero Biography, 1. He is a Dragon Slayer. Hero's Personal Reputation Rating plus 10, High Continent Reputation plus 100. 2. With the body of an epic tier elementary grade Dragon Slayer, he killed a low-tier intermediate grade god spirit 2 levels higher and became a hero with a low-tier deity level hero fate level slot, causing countless people with noble bloodlines to be shocked and afraid. Hero's Personal Reputation Rating plus 50, High Continent Reputation plus 1,000. Zhou Zhou looked at the old man who was filled with killing intent but had a smile on his face. He finally came to a realization. No wonder he had that special feeling with him, he was the wandering dragon slayer. Zhou Zhou naturally did not forget that he still had the white platinum tier Lord Talent Dragon Slaying hometown. He had also obtained the identity of the Dragon Slayer King because of this. The old man in front of him was already his natural subject when he obtained this talent. This could be seen from the fact that he was already dead loyal the moment he joined the Blazing Sun territory. Welcome home. Zhou Zhou looked at him and smiled. Guo Jiao was still smiling at Zhou Zhou when he heard this, but tears had already quietly appeared in his eyes. Zhou Zhou did not comfort him. Instead, his gaze landed on the other 10 new subjects. Among these 10 new subjects, there were 3 people of foreign race and 7 humans. Zhou Zhou had seen their attribute information one by one. He realized that they were, a white platinum tier advanced grade blacksmith, a white platinum tier advanced grade tailor, 2 diamond tier elementary grade musketeers, a diamond tier intermediate grade architect, a diamond tier advanced grade merchant, an extraordinary elementary grade cartographer, an extraordinary elementary grade army extermination knight, and an extraordinary tier intermediate grade beast tamer. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. They should be talents attracted by his reputation rating. Not to mention anything else. There were only 3 extraordinary tier reputation rating talents. This ratio was already quite good. Then, the old dragon slayer in front of him with the low tier deity level hero fate level slot should be his mythical reputation rating talent. Killing a low tier deity intermediate grade god spirit as an epic tier elementary grade. Then how terrifying would his combat strength be when he advanced to the legendary tier or even the god tier. This mythical reputation rating talent was well deserved. Then, his gaze landed on the last person. He was wearing yellow gold tier armor and holding a yellow gold tier sword and yellow gold tier shield. There were also 9 yellow gold tier spears stuck in his back, making him look majestic. It was a soldier who had just changed his profession to King of Yellow Gold. Subject, Su Zheng. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type class name, King of Yellow Gold. Strength realm, extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Ability overview, originally a normal subject of a human kingdom. Due to his poor family background, he joined a gang when he was young in order to help his family. He has been running around at the bottom level since he was young. Therefore, he knows very well the difficulties of the life of the subjects at the bottom. His dream is to follow a great lord and let the subjects at the bottom obtain their own warmth and stability. Skill, talent-born warrior, talent able to work hard, extraordinary tier intermediate grade yellow gold tier sword and shield combined attack, extraordinary tier intermediate grade sword and shield combined attack, extraordinary tier intermediate grade Midas touch, extraordinary tier intermediate grade yellow gold blood, extraordinary tier intermediate grade physique strengthening, extraordinary tier intermediate grade physical immunity, extraordinary tier intermediate grade elemental immunity, diamond tier elementary grade soul immunity. Loyalty, 99. Potential, epic tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou looked at his skill list and nodded slightly. His skill list was very different from the skill list of the King of Yellow Gold monster he had seen previously. There were many new King of Yellow Gold soldier type skills. However, this was normal. The King of Yellow Gold monster he had seen previously was only a Yellow Gold tier advanced grade. The King of Yellow Gold soldier in front of him was an extraordinary tier intermediate grade. The King of Yellow Gold of this realm would naturally have more soldier type exclusive skills. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted with them for a while before letting them get busy. Only Zhou Zhou and Guo Jiao were left at the scene. "Come with me," Zhou Zhou said. Then, he walked towards the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Guo Jiao followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them walked into the Lord's Paradise. The moment the door closed, before Zhou Zhou could turn around, he heard a kneeling sound. "Dragon Slayer Guo Jiao. Greetings, my king." Zhou Zhou looked at them. Guo Jiao had already knelt down in front of him. His shoulders were trembling, and tears fell. It was not sadness, but excitement. The excitement of returning home and also of seeing his elders. In this world that regarded the Dragon Slayer as a noble enemy, this was the first time Guo Jiao, who had been wandering alone for most of his life, had seen someone with the same Dragon Slayer will as him. Moreover, there were so many Dragon Slayers. There was also the Dragon Slayer King, whom they regarded as a king. How could he not be excited? Chapter 503, New Class Subject Bloodline Warlock. Zhou Zhou's sigh. "Don't kneel. We're all home. You don't have to be so cautious." Zhou Zhou wanted to help him up. However, Guo Jiao's body did not move. "The rights of a king cannot be abandoned," he said solemnly. "Fine. Rise," Zhou Zhou said in a commanding voice. "Yes, my king." Guo Jiao smiled and stood up. How have you been all these years? Did you meet any other dragon slayers? Zhou Zhou asked. My king, the dragon slayer is the enemy of the noble bloodline of the myriad worlds. Our ancestral teachings tell us that if we want to preserve our bloodline, we can't gather together. Therefore, I haven't encountered a second dragon slayer until I came to your territory. Guo Jiao said. Zhou Zhou nodded. He sighed in his heart. That was the fate of the dragon slayer. However, his white platinum tier lord talent, dragon slaying hometown, was destined to attract the dragon slayer who was wandering in the outside world to gather together. There was no effect yet. But in the future, he had a faint premonition that his dragon slayer hometown was probably going to cause something big. He shook his head and did not think too much about it. He was the greatest dragon slayer leader. What he had to do now was to work hard to develop his lord faction before revealing his identity as a dragon slayer. When the time comes, he would deal with whatever came his way. After that, Zhou Zhou and Guo Jiao chatted for a while more and asked him to join his Blazing Sun army in the future to fight alongside it. Towards this, Zhou Zhou had specially instructed him not to expose his identity as the Dragon Slayer unless it was absolutely necessary in the future. As the enemy of a noble bloodline, the Dragon Slayer, countless top-notch bloodline races were clearing out the remaining Dragon Slayers in the High Continent and even the myriad worlds. He naturally knew how to protect himself since he had survived for so long. After that, the two of them did not chat much. Zhou Zhou asked Guo Jiao to report to the Blazing Sun Army's base. As for the arrangements for his future life, there were naturally corresponding people in charge. Zhou Zhou came to the gate of summoning. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. The gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. A moment later, the 1,675 new subjects walked out of the gate of summoning. Greetings, my lord. All the new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned 106 professionals this time. There were 31 more professionals than usual. Then, he began to check the information of these professionals' subjects. Among the 106 professionals' subjects, among them were 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade bloodline warlock, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade ranger, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade adventurer, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade martial artist, and 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade mage. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals below the yellow gold tier. Zhou Zhou looked at the 5 white platinum tier intermediate grade professionals and was very satisfied. Now, upgrading his territory already required a certain number of life professionals and combat professionals. For example, if his territory wanted to advance to the white platinum tier advance grade, he needed 20 white platinum tier lifestyle professionals and 300 white platinum tier military professionals. The latter was naturally simple with the blessing of the war god. However, he did not have the enhancement of a lord talent like the blessing of the war god when it came to lifestyle professionals. Therefore, there were far fewer lifestyle professionals in his territory than military professionals. Fortunately, he had the enhancement of many titles now, making him famous. Therefore, there were many high-level life professionals among the refugees he spontaneously absorbed every day. Coupled with the white silver tier lord talent embrace of the conqueror, the addition of talents with reputation rating, and the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies, the professional levels of many physician-related professionals increased very quickly. Therefore, with the current number of professionals in Zhou Zhou's territory, it was not a problem to advance to the diamond tier. Then, he called over the bloodline warlocks among the 5 professionals. This person was tall and thin with a western face. His eyes were as bright as an eagle's and he had an aquiline nose. Zhou Zhou looked at his stats information. Subject: Brof Roderick. Territory: Blazing Sun City. Combat class name: Bloodline Warlock, Dark Fire Demon Eagle. Profession Class, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Ability Overview, an ordinary Bloodline Warlock with an abyssal bloodline Dark Fire Demon Eagle. It is good at using dark spells and fire spells. It is born able to fly and can also become invisible during flight. Skills, Talent Dark Fire Demon Eagle Bloodline, Talent Eagle Eye, Talent Fire Elemental Control, Talent Dark Elemental Control, Talent Flying, Talent Invisibility, Talent Fire Pillar Technique, Talent Spirit Terrorize, Talent Super Reaction, Talent Fear Shrieking. Loyalty, 82. Potential, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou looked at this guy's skill list in a daze. Good God! There were no skills, all talents. Was this a bloodline warlock? Not long ago, he thought that talent was a privilege that only a small number of life forms had. However, he now understood what it meant by the world was so big that there were all kinds of strange things. He was too narrow-minded. So there was such a profession that focused on talent in this world. Therefore, he did not say much. He directly handed these new subjects to the staff to arrange. These staff would naturally arrange the most suitable place for these new subjects to stay. Then, he came to the Lord's shop. In this shop, Old Zhou was sitting in front of a television with a controller in his hand. There was a game console in front of him, and the television screen displayed a game called Ninja Hundoluo. Zhou Zhenmin was playing enthusiastically. He threw darts one after another to destroy the alien monsters. Old Zhou! Old Zhou! Zhou Zhou knocked on the counter twice before Old Zhou came back to his senses. Hee, I'm sorry, I was too engrossed. Zhou Zhenmin smiled. Zhou Zhou did not mind. He had played this game when he was young and felt that it was much more fun than the original Twilight Doluo that only knew how to shoot. Moreover, this Old Zhou's strange behavior was already quite immune, so he did not show any strange expressions when he saw this scene. What's new today? Zhou Zhou asked. Old Zhou pressed the pause button and walked to the counter. He took out the 3 golden boxes under the counter and opened them one by one. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Chapter 504, Goods from the Lord's Shop. The first box contained a purple talent crystal. Zhou Zhou looked at it and a text notification appeared. Talent, Thunder Immunity. Talent Effect, when lightning elemental attacks below the low-tier deity level land on you, you will not suffer any damage. The introduction of the talent effect was simple. However, its effect was extraordinary. One had to know that the thunder element was definitely the most aggressive element. Moreover, it had a very strong ability to cause damage to the body and soul. It was also because of this that many experts were flocking to thunder element skills, wanting to master a few thunder element attack skills. If he bought it and mastered this talent, he would not have to worry about the other party's thunder element attack hurting him in front of enemies below the god tier. Zhou Zhou immediately decided to buy this skill. This talent is one of the talents of the original spirit race's Ansel. What a pity! If I obtain his talent, the World Lord or the original spirit, my bloodline talent will probably catch up to the orthodox original spirit race. If that doesn't work, the god of thunder or the god of dark clouds will do too. There will be 2 more smooth paths to becoming a god. Zhou Zhou thought greedily. Then, he smiled and felt that he was a little too greedy. Talent Thunder Immunity was actually top grade. Then, he looked at the second box. The second item was a skill book. Zhou Zhou looked at it. He realized that it was another hero skill book. Moreover, it was the hero skill of the Ghost God General Ghost God Military Morale. Previously, he had obtained Wu Xin's hero skill, Desired Military Morale, from the Lord's shop. Now, he had actually obtained Luo Sheng's hero skill, Ghost God Military Morale. After he bought this good, he would have 2 hero skills in terms of morale. When the time comes, he would have no one better than him in terms of military control. Zhou Zhou decided to buy this good. Then, he looked at the third good. The third item was nothing much for Chen. It was just an alchemy technology mechanostrider, white silver tier elementary grade, alchemy technology skill book. Zhou Zhou was not too disappointed. The first two goods were already very good after all. There was no need to bother about the third one. How many mist cores for all three? Zhou Zhou asked. The talent Thunder Immunity is worth 50 legendary tier mist cores and 10 legendary tier territory tokens. The hero skill Ghost God Military Morale is worth 50 epic tier mist cores and 5 epic tier territory tokens. The white silver tier elementary grade alchemy technology mechanostrider is worth 20 white silver tier mist cores and 2 white silver tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhenmin said. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. So expensive? He could not help but ask. Among the goods in the Lord's shop, this talent Thunder Immunity was the most expensive. This Thunder Immunity talent can be considered a low-tier deity level talent in terms of its grade. It's not expensive. Zhou Zhenmin shook his head. Zhou Zhou stopped talking. Ansel was really a god spirit that had yet to grow. Without saying anything else, he took out 60 legendary tier mist cores, 55 epic tier mist cores, and 22 white silver tier mist cores from the heavenly mist treasure bag and handed them to the other party. Thank you for your business. Zhou Zhenmin accepted them with a smile. I hope that you have something good next time. I'm not lacking in mist cores now. Zhou Zhou did not leave immediately. He had just obtained more than 1,900 legendary tier mist cores from the marketplace. He really was not lacking in mist cores now, what he lacked were excellent Lord shop goods. Okay. I'll see if I can get something good tomorrow. Zhou Zhenmin was stunned for a moment before smiling. Zhou Zhou was taken aback too. It was just something that he had said casually. He did not expect anything really good to come out tomorrow nor for the boss of the Lord's shop to answer in this way. Wasn't the goods that appeared in the Lord's shop random? Could he really control the production of goods? Zhou Zhou did not hold back this question in his heart. Instead, he asked him directly. However, Zhou Zhenmin only laughed and did not answer this question. Zhou Zhou had no choice but to leave. My lord, come and play games with me when you're free. I have a lot of gaming discs here. There are Crimson Army, Bomb Excellence, Street Fist, and other classic games. You might get lucky playing games. Zhou Zhenmin's voice suddenly came from behind. Zhou Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Could old Zhou be hinting at me? The Lord's shop will have something good on sale tomorrow as long as I play with him. Zhou Zhou thought about what Zhou Zhenmin had just said as he walked towards the Imperial Ancestral Temple. After a while, he made a decision. There's no loss. I'll play with him when I get back today. I'll think of it as reliving my childhood. Zhou Zhou thought. Soon, he came to the Imperial Ancestral Temple and entered the main hall. Zhou Zhou looked at the three ancestor statues in front of him before his gaze landed on the ancestral altar. Previously, he would come to the Imperial Ancestral Temple every day before going out to fight and obtain an ancestral blessing through the altar. However, the ancestral statues at that time were all white silver tier and yellow gold tier. Even though the corresponding ancestral blessing was not bad, it was not too awesome and exciting. Sun Simiao's ancestor statue has already reached the legendary tier. Then will you give me the legendary tier ancestral blessing if I use it again? Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Then, his gaze landed on the altar again. A text notification appeared. Ancestral altar, offer 10 sacrifices with value not lower than legendary tier mist cores to the ancestor before a war and you will obtain the ancestral blessing. You will obtain a random temporary war enhancement effect. Prompt 1. The higher the level of the cerulean planet's ancestor statue, the higher the value of the offering and the stronger the ancestral blessing effect obtained. Prompt 2. The Lord can only have one type of ancestral blessing at any one time. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. Good God! He already began to need offerings worth 10 legendary tier mist cores. If this was another lord, they might not even be able to afford this. Fortunately, he could afford it. He did not think too much about it and took out 10 legendary tier mist cores and placed them on the altar. A text notification appeared. You have obtained an ancestral blessing, Imperial Preceptor, Legendary Tier War Enhancement. State Preceptor, Legendary Tier War Enhancement. In the next 24 hours, the class level of the 10 physician-related professionals under your command will temporarily increase to Legendary Tier Elementary Grade. After 24 hours, the class level of physician-related professionals will return to normal. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. F***CK. Wasn't this Legendary Tier War Enhancement too awesome and exciting? He directly gave them to 10 Legendary Tier Elementary Grade doctors. This could be considered a cheat-like existence on the battlefield at his level. Even though it only lasted for 24 hours, these 24 hours of Legendary Tier professionals' experience would definitely benefit those 10 people greatly. They would definitely be able to improve rapidly on their professional path in the future. These 10 Legendary Tier Mist cores had not been spent in vain. The level of Sun Simiao's ancestor statue had not increased in vain. Zhou Zhou felt very happy. A moment later, in a vast empty space outside Blazing Sun City, nearly 9 million soldiers were gathered here. Among these soldiers, there were humans, all kinds of fog monsters, and even many dragons that covered the sky. The Spiritual Medicine Lord, the Fertile Land Lord, the Gold Merchant Lord, the Paper Immortal Lord, and the other lords of the Star Alliance were all excited when they saw such a huge army. What can we not attain with so many soldiers? That's a little exaggerated, but I do feel at ease with so many soldiers around, haha. I've never felt so safe. Fight, fight, fight. With so many soldiers, it's a waste of talent not to fight. Haha, what's the hurry? Didn't the Lord ask us to come because he said that there's a big battle waiting for us? I've never been so eager to go to the battlefield. The lords discussed animatedly, and ambition burned in their eyes. It was hard to imagine. 3 days ago, they were just a group of lords who could not even protect themselves. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar and finally floated in the sky above the nearly 9 million troops. It was none other than Zhou Zhou. Alliance Master! Alliance Master! Alliance Master! Alliance Master! No one knew who started it. Soon, more than 5.9 million soldiers under the Lord of the Star Alliance roared. The voice was really earth-shattering. Even Zhou Zhou, who had just arrived, could not help but be stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He pressed his hands in the air and activated his hero skills Desired Military Morale and Ghost God Military Morale at the same time. The shouts of all the soldiers subsided in less than 2 seconds. This scene stunned Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, the other generals of Blazing Sun City, and the lords of the Star Alliance. Chapter 505, The Mechanical Father Zhou Zhou's Avatar. This. Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Luo Sheng, and the other Blazing Sun City generals looked at Zhou Zhou floating in the sky in a daze. My lord has already surpassed us in terms of the control of military morale. Wu Xin smiled and said after some time. Bai Yun and Luo Sheng, the two generals who had also mastered hero skills, nodded in agreement. The former had mastered the hero skill, Desired Military Morale, through learning under Wu Xin's guidance. The latter was because he had inherited the Ghost God General Hero Inheritance and automatically mastered the hero skill, Ghost God Military Morale. Even though they and Wu Xin could do similar things, they could only crowd control 1 million troops at most. They would never be able to control the morale of nearly 9 million troops like Zhou Zhou with a single order. Thinking about how their lord had mastered the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array and its strongest military formation skill, the Moonfall, in one night not long ago, they immediately felt that their lord probably had extraordinary talent in controlling the army. Thinking of this, they smiled even more brightly. It was naturally a good thing for generals like them that their lord had such talent. At the same time, in the sky, Zhou Zhou could not help but look satisfied when he saw the soldiers below immediately quiet down in less than 2 seconds. The effect of the two military hero skills was indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that the greedy wolf Howling Moon array has an upper limit. Otherwise, if I can get these 9 million soldiers and generals to set up the array and transform into greedy wolf avatars, I'm afraid that there would be no battle even if a god spirit descends, right? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. As for the talent Thunder immunity, he had naturally used it. He had also handed the White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Mechanostrider Alchemy Technology Blueprint to Zheng Yuankai and asked him to hand it to the alchemy technician of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop to use. And now, his soldiers' flying tools were already mainly the Starry Night and Black Ghost. However, this did not mean that the previous Mechanostrider was useless. With such convenient civilian tools, it would definitely be more convenient for the subjects of the Blazing Sun territory to travel and do business in the future. Zhou Zhou also planned to turn a portion of the Black Ghost and Starry Night into civilian transportation after they became popular on a large scale in the future. When the time comes, realizing air transportation of the cerulean planet on the high continent would no longer be a dream. He stopped thinking about it and his gaze landed on the nearly 9 million soldiers below again. Today our target is the Crimson Kingdom near the Blazing Sun territory. Our goal is simple, destroy and replace them to build a kingdom that belongs to us. Are you fearful? He looked at the 9 million soldiers below and shouted loudly. Under the spread of the chaotic origin energy in his body, his voice resounded in the ears of every soldier. No fear! No fear! No fear! The 9 million soldiers roared in unison. Everyone had a surging fighting spirit. Even the lords of the Star Alliance were stimulated by the roars of the 9 million soldiers. It was as if they could defeat any enemy in front of them. Okay. Follow me to the spaceships. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath and was the first to fly into the starry night in the sky. After a night of researching the technological blueprints dropped by Lord Father and the expansion of the spaceship factory, Wen Ye's efficiency in making spaceships had clearly increased greatly. 2 starry nights and 3 black ghosts were made within the night. He now had a total of 13 star nights and 4 black ghosts under his command. With so many spaceships around, it was not a problem to accommodate 17 million soldiers, let alone 9 million soldiers. Of course, it would not work if it exceeded 17 million. Soon, these approximately 9 million soldiers, a large number of doctors, clergymen, and other war logistics personnel boarded the spaceship and flew towards the Taiyan Kingdom. In front of the city gate of Blazing Sun City, Li Yi, who had already walked out of the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise, looked at the departing spaceship column in a daze. She could not help but recall the conversation between Zhou Zhou and her. Zhou Zhou, why don't you look for my father? Wouldn't you be more confident in crusading against the Taiyan Kingdom after accepting my father's Aurora Kingdom? Haha, it's better to build my kingdom with my own hands. As for father-in-law's Aurora Kingdom, it won't be too late to take it over after I conquer the Taiyan Kingdom and establish my own kingdom. Father, neither of us would have thought that the lords of all races whom we only wanted to invest in back then would grow to the extent that he is confident of conquering the Taiyan Kingdom easily, right? Li Yi muttered in her heart. The smile on her face became even brighter. In the spaceship, Zhou Zhou sat on the main seat in the captain's cabin and looked at the map in his hand. This map was the map of the Taiyan Kingdom. There were a total of 54 regional territories in the entire Taiyan Kingdom. Previously, he had already conquered Dark Knight Town, Red Wasp Town, Kingdom Beginning City, and other 6 regional territories. There were still 48 regional territories left. Among them, there was 1 extraordinary tier regional territory, 3 diamond tier regional territories, 10 white platinum tier regional territories, 20 yellow gold tier regional territories, and 14 green bronze tier regional territories. As long as I can take all these regional territories, not only is there hope of upgrading the territory, the 30 regional territories needed to build a kingdom can also be easily completed. Zhou Zhou had a faint smile on his face. Previously, in order to increase the level of the Blazing Sun Territories' regional territories, he had fused most of the regional territories he had conquered. And now, there were only 2 or 3 regional territories under his command that had yet to be fused. Fortunately, as long as he conquered the regional territories on the Taiyan Kingdom's side, he could also satisfy the number of regional territories needed to build a kingdom. Wenye. Let's go to this white platinum tier regional territory, Blood Channel City, first to take a look. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Wenye's voice sounded before falling silent. Zhou Zhou gave it a thought and a 7-colored light flew out of his glabella and turned into a silver-robed Zhou Zhou after landing on the ground. It was the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou. The current ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou was very different from yesterday. This was because his body was currently emitting an astonishing hero pressure. Zhou Zhou felt the pressure on the other party and smiled. He looked at him and a text notification appeared. Clone name, Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou, Machina Race Clone. Hero title, Mechanical Father. Position, Mid-level God Tier Advanced Grade Hero Fate Level. Territory, Blazing Sun City, Machina Race. Skill Level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability Overview. The Machina Race clone of the Lord of the Blazing Sun has mastered a special talent Ultimate Algorithm. Skills, Talent Ultimate Algorithm, Talent Unlimited Mechanical Body, Hero Skill Super Calculation, Hero Skill True Simulation, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Mechanical Technological Skill Grand Unified Core Energy, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Mechanical Technological Skill Apocalypse Satellite 4, Incomplete Research, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Mechanical Technological Skill Soul Residence, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Mechanical Technological Skill. Shield of Light, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Invisible Ghost, Mechanical Technological Skill Giant Axe Ripper Series, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, Mechanical Technological Skill Suicide Bomb Eatles Series, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, Mechanical Technological Skill Cannon Man Series, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Mechanical Technological Skill Shadow Eagle Series, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Potential, Master God Tier Advanced Grade. Hero Biography, 1. Under the blessing of the human lord, the Blazing Sun, he obtained the hero inheritance and became the first-generation mechanical father. Hero's personal reputation rating +2, human race reputation +50,000, Machina race reputation +200,000, high continent reputation +5. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 506, Conquer. Conquer. Impressive. Not only did he use that hero inheritance secret manual, but he also mastered all of Lord Father's mechanical technological skills in just one night. Zhou Zhou praised. I have the ultimate algorithm and control all the computing power of 32,104 Machina race soldiers. I'm very intelligent to begin with. It's not difficult for me to master them in one night. What I need the most now is to increase my strength level. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said. With the ultimate algorithm, he could be said to be an absolute technology genius. With the computing power he controlled, he could basically master technology theories below the extraordinary tier at a glance. If his strength could increase, he could control more computing power and increase his strength faster and better to create more technological inventions. Increase your strength level. Then have you done your grand unified core energy? Zhou Zhou asked. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou looked up and said, Wenye? Is it done? It's done. A total of 50,000 grand unified core energy crystals. They are all in the warehouse now. Wenye trailed off. Install them for the Machina race soldiers immediately. The ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, said. Wenye did not speak immediately. Do as he says. In the future, his orders are equivalent to mine. Wenye, you can obey them. The main body, Zhou Zhou, said. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou was his talent avatar. Their minds were connected, so Zhou Zhou naturally did not have to worry that the ultimate Lord would harm him. Yes, my lord. Wenye. How's the machina race blueprints I gave you? Zhou Zhou asked again. I've already begun to build the corresponding technology manufacturing factories in the territory. From the looks of it, we can start producing various mechanical technological skill products tomorrow. Wenye trailed off. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. If he could digest Lord Father's series of technological products, the strength and development potential of his territory would definitely increase greatly again. More than a minute later, the 17 spaceships flew into the territory of the Taiyan Kingdom. Taiyan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, Luo Sheng, Suan, and the other Blazing Sun territory generals, as well as the 312 lords of the Star Alliance, were looking at the virtual screen in the middle of the conference room through a virtual video conference. On the virtual screen, a quiet city surrounded by blood-colored city walls stood here. It was the White Platinum Tier regional territory, Blood Channel City. It looked lifeless. He could not even see many fog monsters at a glance. Wu Tu, how many fog monsters are there in Blood Channel City? Zhou Zhou asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Tu, who was sitting on his right and wearing silver bow general light armor, quickly stood up. Reporting to my lord, according to the information of the Heavenly Army, at this moment, there are only about 200,000 fog monsters left in Blood Channel City. There are only about 10,000 fog monster soldiers amongst them. The rest are civilian fog monsters that have almost no combat strength. Wu Tu said with a dark expression. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. It's just as the information said, most of the soldiers of the Taiyan Kingdom have gone to support that country's war that concerns the fate of the country. Otherwise, there would definitely not be only so many fog monster soldiers in such a huge White Platinum Tier Scarlet City. Bai Yun said. The Scarlet King of the Taiyan Kingdom has already given up on these cities. It wants to defeat the Titan Kingdom first. As for these cities, it's of no concern to them for now. A monster general of the monster army said with a smile. Everyone agreed. If that's the case, we don't have to be polite. Conquer these uninvolved cities as quickly as possible. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. I'll bring 200,000 soldiers. This amount of enemy. My greedy wolf avatar can slaughter this city in a few rounds. The ghost god general Luo Sheng said. Go on. Use the machina race's soldiers among your 200,000 soldiers. Also, the lords of the Star Alliance will send one person to follow the army to instigate incite defection and weaken the enemy according to the level of war contributions they have accumulated previously. Zhou Zhou said. Even though his incite defection had been refreshed today, he would naturally not use them on these small fries. He would leave them to his alliance lords. Yes, my lord. Luo Sheng stood up and accepted the order. Then, he carried his gun and left. After a while, a divine wolf with starlight on its body landed in Blood Channel City and began to wreak havoc on the fog monsters. At the same time, a lord member of the Star Alliance who was chosen successfully incite defection during this process and brought back nearly 20,000 fog monster subjects. My lord! When are we going to fight? When the lords of the Star Alliance saw this, they could not help but ask. The weapons of more than 5.9 million soldiers under their command were already unbearably hungry. Don't be anxious. It's just a small fight now. You don't have to do anything. There will be a chance for you to attack. Zhou Zhou said. When the lords heard this, they quietened down, looking forward to it. 5 minutes later, the Blood Channel City had already turned into a sea of blood. There were no longer any living fog monsters. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. At this rate, he might really be able to conquer all the regional territories of the Taiyan Kingdom in one day. He looked at the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou, who was sitting beside him. His attribute information appeared in front of him. Then, his eyes lit up. This was because he realized that the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou's strength realm had already increased to the green bronze tier intermediate grade. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, perhaps today, the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou's strength would increase to yellow gold tier. This was much faster than the time he needed to advance back then. The Grand Unified Core Energy was indeed a top-grade technology that could quickly increase one's strength. Unfortunately, it could only be used on the Machina race and not life forms. Otherwise, it would be perfect. 10 minutes later, Zhou Zhou and the others flew to the next regional territory of the Taiyan Kingdom with all the loots from Blood Channel City. In the next 4 hours, Zhou Zhou and the others continued to fight and quickly conquered the remaining regional territories of the Taiyan Kingdom to the extent that there was only 1 extraordinary tier regional territory and 2 diamond tier regional territories left. The place where the 3 regional territories joined together was the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. It was also the current battlefield between the monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom. Wenye, let's go. Head to the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Yes, my lord. Wenye said respectfully. Whoosh. 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 17 spaceships quickly flew towards the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. Chapter 507, Attacking the Taiyan Kingdom. Taiyan Kingdom. Diamond Tier Regional Territory left Guardian City. This was a scarlet city that guarded the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. In the past, millions of civilian fog monsters lived here. Hundreds of thousands of extraordinary tier fog soldiers were stationed there. However, at this moment, this place had already become a pile of ruins. More than 2 million fog monsters were fighting. Their roars shook the sky, and the battle was tragic. It was not an exaggeration to call it a river of blood. Everyone from the Blazing Sun territory, who was hidden in the 17 spaceships, saw the scene clearly. This is the main battlefield where the armies of the 2 kingdoms are fighting. Such a fierce fight, but it's only so-so. There are only more than 2 million monster soldiers. How can they compare to our nearly 9 million soldiers? Yes, if we go down and fight now, we will definitely win. Is that the Titan race of the Titan Kingdom? Their bodies are indeed terrifying, just like monsters. The Lord members discussed spiritedly. Even though they were a little shocked by the Titans' physical talent, they still had absolute confidence in themselves. Zhou Zhou also looked at the Titan clan fighting crazily on the battlefield. This was the first time he had seen the Titan race. There were about 1.3 million Titans, and each Titan was generally more than 20 meters tall. There were also Titans that were 30 to 40 meters tall, but there were not many of them. They were completely grayish-white and were wearing ancient and rough huge armor. The weapons in their hands were also crude and easy-to-use strength-type weapons like stone axes, iron staffs, bronze maces. The way they fought the fog monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom was extremely easy. They charged into their soldiers and used their advantage in size, thick skin, and strength to brandish their weapons to wreak havoc among their soldiers. The method was simple and crude, but it was surprisingly useful and he killed them quickly. However, the fog monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom was not to be trifled with. Even though most of them were inferior to the Titans in terms of physical strength, their combat strength was also very high, and they had endless methods. He could not defeat them in close combat. At most, he would use long-range skills to fight. Alliance Master, can I record it? Some Lord members could not help but ask. He really wanted to record such a big scene. Yes, but don't spread it to outsiders. Just within our alliance. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and agreed. This was the first time he had launched a frontal attack on a kingdom, and it was also his experience establishing the number 1 kingdom of the human race on the cerulean planet. It had memorable value. Okay. I promise it will not spread to outside people. The Lord who made this promise immediately became excited and activated the recording function of the World Channel. The other lords followed suit and hurriedly began to record. This was also an extremely memorable experience for them. Zhou Zhou's expression was a little strange when he saw this. This scene looked like an internet celebrity filming a video. Wenye, did you notice where the Nether Bark Kingdom's army is? Zhou Zhou observed the situation below for a while and asked. Not at the moment. Wenye trailed off. Zhou Zhou frowned. The Starry Night had Diamond-tier advanced grade life detection and anti-reconnaissance radar. Even this reconnaissance device could not detect the location of the other party's army. Either the other party's method of obscurity was higher than his own reconnaissance method, or they were not here. Lu Ruyi's information should be right. In addition, under his talent, danger prediction, he vaguely sensed that there seemed to be some faint sense of danger hidden in his surroundings. Therefore, he was naturally biased towards the former. As expected, no kingdom-level faction is simple. He thought to himself. Then, he looked at the anxious situation below and finally made a decision. He would not continue waiting. Time was limited. He did not want to wait for the Nether Bark army of the Nether Bark Kingdom to attack before attacking. Moreover, he had 9 million troops, and the soldiers were all extremely strong. What was there to be afraid of with such combat strength? If anyone dared to be a fisherman after him, he would directly be wiped out at once. He immediately made up his mind. Lead the entire army to attack with Bai Yun as the overall commander and Wu Xian and Luo Sheng as the deputy commanders. Destroy all the fog monsters in front of us. Zhou Zhou ordered decisively. Yes. Furious roars sounded behind him. Then, the two sides fighting on the ground saw 17 spaceships suddenly appear out of thin air in the sky. Right on the heels of that, the 17 spaceships emitted pillars of light. Countless human soldiers, fog monster soldiers, and dragons flew out of the pillar of light. Then, some landed on the ground and rushed towards them, while others attacked them from the air. Under their terrified gazes, these enemies that suddenly appeared seemed to be endless. They came out of the spaceship in an endless stream and attacked them with ferocious killing intent. What's going on? Where did these enemies come from? Could it be the people from the Aurora Kingdom? Shouldn't they be repairing their dilapidated kingdom at this time? The monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom were stunned. However, there was no time to think. This was because the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Territory and the Star Alliance had already rushed in front of them. As soon as the two sides came into contact, they began to fight fiercely. The first to reach the 2 million monster soldiers was the Dragon God army led by Nazario. Firstly, Harris led 39 extreme dragon race soldiers and smashed into the dense area of more than 2 million monster soldiers. Accompanied by the sound of the ground trembling. There were more than 10,000 fog monsters smashed to death by the extreme dragon race alone. Then, Harris and the other 40 extreme dragon race members began to wreak havoc among the 2 million fog monsters. As pure-blooded dragons with the strongest physical bodies, the extreme dragon race's dragon body was their strongest arms. This was because they did not need to use any skills. They only needed to flap their dragon wings and wave their dragon claws to injure and kill the hundreds or thousands of fog monsters around them. When the surrounding fog monsters saw this scene, they rushed up to kill these extreme dragons. Then, they realized that most of their attacks could not even break through. They could only watch helplessly as these extreme dragon race wreaked havoc among their companions. Only Diamond tier and above fog monster experts could barely fight it, but they would not be able to gain much advantage. Other than the extreme dragon race, immediately after were the 5-colored dragons, the earth dragons, the bronze dragons, the elf dragons, and the emerald dragons. They were all subdued by Zhou Zhou. At this moment, they were also using their full strength, wanting to perform well in front of the new Lord and His Excellency the Light Sacred Dragon. Chapter 508, End of the War. Behind them were the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario, Spectral Dragon Augusta, and the Light Sacred Dragon, Inj Sol, who were casting spells in the air. Nazario used Fire Elemental Draconic Magic, Augusta used Soul Draconic Magic, and Inge Sol released extreme light draconic magic. The strength of the three dragons was already above the white platinum tier, and unleashed powerful draconic magics. Especially Nazario and Inge Sol. Each of their draconic spells could kill thousands of these fog monsters. At the same time, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Luo Sheng, and the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, also organized 800,000 soldiers and 4 greedy wolf avatars to fight and kill among the monster soldiers of the Crimson Kingdom. The 10-directional martial Emperor Feng Luo, Soul Arrow Wu Tu, Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan, and the newly joined Butcher Guo Jiao were also slaughtering the fog monsters with all their might. In addition, Soul Reaper Maris and the God of Thunder and Dark Clouds, Ansel, were not to be outdone. One silently harvested fog monsters in its soul state. The other directly turned into a lightning body and waved his hand to summon thousands of lightning to kill a large number of fog monsters. The generals were so powerful. The soldiers of the Blazing Sun territory also performed extremely well. Under the blessing of the war god, their average strength far exceeded these fog monsters. They could have fought 3 or even 4 people on the battlefield, but because of the advantage in numbers, they often fought 3 or 4 against 1. This way, the fog monsters of the 2 Scarlet Kingdoms were even more helpless. Coupled with the addition of the 5.9 million soldiers of the Star Alliance. As soon as the battle between the 2 sides began, the Blazing Sun territory and the Star Alliance had an absolute advantage and began to eliminate these fog monsters at an astonishing speed. What's going on? In the monster army, a tall monster more than 10 meters tall, covered in bruises, had 4 arms, and held 4 weapons widened its eyes in anger when it saw the situation on the battlefield. He was the only extraordinary tier Scarlet hero left in the Taiyan Kingdom, 4-armed Mara King Taro. He had never expected this. They had just gained some confidence and felt that they could rely on the territory advantage of the Taiyan Kingdom to drag down these Titan legions from the Titan Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, there was a second unknown powerful human faction that interfered. On the other side, the Legion commander of the Titan army was also one of the 5 heroes of the Titan Kingdom, the Iron Fang King, Sifen. When he saw that this unknown human faction actually wanted to snatch their results, he was immediately furious. In addition, after knowing that the other party had many troops and that they probably had no possibility of retreating, the hostility in its heart intensified. Kill! Kill and eat all these B***stards in front of us! Sifen roared. At the same time, in the sky, when Zhou Zhou, who was floating in midair, saw this scene, he did not dare to waste any time. He immediately raised his hand and used incite defection. At this moment, a line of golden text suddenly appeared. Please choose the enemy lord faction you want to incite defection. 1. Taiyan Kingdom. 2. Titan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou could not help but be stunned when he saw the sudden text notification. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Then, he thought for a moment and said, Titan Kingdom. There were more than 1.3 million Titan soldiers in the Titan Kingdom, while the Taiyan Kingdom only had more than 1 million monster soldiers. Of course, he had to choose the side with more incite defection soldiers. He had just confirmed his choice. Boom! An invisible fluctuation covered all the Titans on the ground in the blink of an eye. The expressions in the eyes of more than 150,000 Titans suddenly changed. They did not immediately attack their companions beside them. Instead, under Zhou Zhou's secret instructions, they continued to attack the monster soldiers of the Taiyan Kingdom like before. In the sky, Zhou Zhou looked at the incite defection notification in front of him. Lord Talent notification, a total of 63,420 Black Iron Tier Titan soldiers, 41,852 Green Bronze Tier Titan soldiers, 21,542 White Silver Tier Titan soldiers, 18,850 Yellow Gold Tier Titan soldiers, 7,760 White Platinum Tier Titan soldiers, 5,050 Diamond Tier Titan soldiers, and 101 Extraordinary Tier Titan soldiers have betrayed their lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This wave of incite defection directly obtained the loyalty of 158,575 Titan soldiers. It had to be known that these Titans had astonishing physical talent to begin with, and their combat strength was even stronger than special soldier types of the same level. Even though there were relatively few incite defections, Zhou Zhou did not feel that he had suffered a loss. Then, Zhou Zhou called Ling'er over and asked her to incite defection on the monster soldiers of the Taiyan kingdom. Soon, Ling'er had also used incite defection on more than 80,000 monster soldiers from the Taiyan kingdom. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou asked Ling'er to immediately order the 80,000-odd monster soldiers of the Taiyan kingdom to start a civil war among them. This action immediately caused the million-odd monster soldiers of the Taiyan kingdom to riot for a while. However, they were elite soldiers of the Taiyan kingdom after all. They calmed down in no time and were also guarding against the sneak attacks of their companions. But even so, while resisting the attacks of the Titan soldiers and the Blazing Sun Territory soldiers, he was also guarding against the sneak attacks of his companions. In the sky, Zhou Zhou could not help but smile when he saw the battle situation below. However, he still remained cautious. This was because he knew that there was an enemy faction of the Nether Bark Kingdom hidden around him with the notification of his talent danger prediction. But at this moment... Zhou Zhou suddenly raised his eyebrows and observed his surroundings without leaving a trace. In the end, he naturally did not discover anything. The sense of danger given to me by my talent, danger prediction, has disappeared. Could it be that the Nether Bark Kingdom has left? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Zhou Zhou was not surprised if that was the case. After all, as long as it was a beginner kingdom faction with some common sense, they probably would not have any thoughts of attacking after seeing his nearly 9 million soldiers. Wasn't that purely courting death? Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that the Nether Bark Kingdom had some method that could hide from his danger prediction. However, Zhou Zhou felt that the possibility of such a guess was extremely small. Talent danger prediction was the talent of Xiao Xian, a true god-tier talent. How could he be easily hidden by a kingdom-level lord faction? So, in this situation, there was a high chance that the Nether Bark Kingdom knew that they could not match his 9 million soldiers, so they automatically retreated. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou did not let his guard down. Instead, he continued to be cautious. At the same time, he glanced at the text notification that had just flashed past. An official battle has been discovered. Battle mode has been activated. Virtual battlefield has been established. Battle points are being calculated. Prompt: after the battle ends, the army's battle point function will be calculated and obtained a corresponding number of battle points according to the battle performance of the Blazing Sun Army, the Monster Army, and the Dragon God Army. When there are enough battle points, you can increase the level of the army and unlock more army functions. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the battlefield below again. It seemed that these two monster armies of the Crimson Kingdom had triggered the army battle mode. Just as well. It could also increase the level of the three armies under his command. 2 hours later, the battlefield gradually returned to silence as the soldiers of Taiyan Kingdom and Titan Kingdom were all dead. Chapter 509, Yellow Gold Tier Blazing Sun Army. Yellow Gold Tier Braveness. Zhou Zhou gazed calmly at the battlefield that had stabilized below. He was not surprised that the battle could end so easily. What to do? His strength far exceeded that of the Taiyan Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom. In addition, these two kingdoms did not have the combat strength at their peak, and he had mobilized all his forces. It would be strange if these two kingdoms could withstand him. Then, his gaze landed on the text notification that had just appeared. This battle has been recorded. Battle settlement completed. Your monster army, Black Iron Tier Army, has obtained 4,000 battle points. The monster army has been upgraded to the White Silver Tier Army. Black Iron Tier Army Enhancement Braveness has been upgraded to White Silver Tier Army Enhancement Braveness. This battle has been recorded. Battle settlement completed. Your Dragon God Army, Black Iron Tier Army, has obtained 4,000 battle points. The Dragon God Army has been upgraded to the White Silver Tier Army. Black Iron Tier Army Enhancement Braveness has been upgraded to White Silver Tier Army Enhancement Braveness. This battle has been recorded. Battle settlement completed. Your Blazing Sun Army, Green Bronze Tier Army, has obtained 4,000 battle points. The Blazing Sun Army has been upgraded to a Yellow Gold Tier Army. Green Bronze Tier Army Enhancement Braveness has been upgraded to Yellow Gold Tier Army Enhancement Braveness. Zhou Zhou could not help but smile when he saw the 3 notifications. The Green Bronze Tier Blazing Sun Army was upgraded to the Yellow Gold Tier Blazing Sun Army. The Monster Army and the Dragon God Army, which had just established an official army, had directly jumped from the Black Iron Tier Army to the White Silver Tier Army. As expected, army battle points could only be obtained by fighting an official army. Previously, he had fought with tens of thousands of lords on the battlefield of the end but could not obtain even 1 battle point. However, he had obtained 4,000 points in this single battle. Zhou Zhou was instantly satisfied. He opened the army interface and looked at the current information about the army and the army buff braveness. Blazing Sun Army, Yellow Gold Tier Kingdom Army. Current maximum number of soldiers accommodated, 1,455,641/5 million. Current battle point, 1,200/4,000. Prompt: you can obtain the corresponding battle points by completing the battle. When there are enough battle points, you can increase the level of the army and unlock more army functions. Army Enhancement, Braveness. Buff Level, Yellow Gold Tier. Buff Effect: your legionaries will be even braver when fighting on the battlefield. At the same time, your overall strength will receive a 40% enhancement. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. His overall strength had obtained a 40% enhancement. This was already a relatively high strength enhancement. Then, he looked at the enhancement of the White Silver Tier Army Braveness and realized that it was a 30% increase in overall strength. Not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. At this moment, Bai Yun walked over and waved her right hand. The corpses of the 4-armed Mara King, Taro, and Iron Fang King, Sifen, appeared in front of him. My lord, did the enemy of the Nether Bark Kingdom not appear? She asked curiously. He probably escaped. Of course, there's also the possibility of spying on them and waiting for an opportunity, but the possibility is not high. Zhou Zhou said. Bai Yi nodded. Clean up the battlefield and take what you need. In addition, put the corpses of these enemies into the spaceship for the time being and retrieve the loots as you move. Then we'll go straight to the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. At this moment, Wu Tu, the Soul Arrow, suddenly walked over quickly. I've something to report, my lord. I just received news from my people. It's said that a mysterious army has suddenly descended on the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom and is attacking it. Even though the king of the Taiyan Kingdom can barely hold on with the protective barrier of the capital, I'm afraid he won't be able to last long. Wu Tu said quickly. How outrageous! Anger flashed across Bai Yun's eyes. They were fighting with their lives on the line here, but that mysterious army actually wanted to pass them and take advantage of them? A cold glint and killing intent flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. There was no need to guess. This mysterious army was most likely the Nether Bark army of the Nether Bark Kingdom. Otherwise, the other kingdoms would not have reacted so quickly. I thought you ran away because you were afraid of me. I didn't expect it was because you are looking to plunder the fruits of my war. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Leave 100,000 soldiers, a starry night, and 90% of the Conqueror's blast furnace here to continue extracting loots. The remaining soldiers, board the spaceship immediately and head to the capital of the Aurora Kingdom. Originally, Zhou Zhou wanted to take some time to go to another Diamond Tier regional territory, Right Guardian City, to see if there were any leftover monster enemies that had not been attacked. From the looks of it, he could only go to the capital first. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun immediately ordered. Soon, other than the soldiers who stayed where they were and continued to retrieve the loots, the remaining soldiers boarded the spaceship and flew towards the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. In the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom, a total of 2 million kobolds in black armor were gathered outside the capital and attacking the dark blue light barrier that enveloped the capital. One could vaguely see a dark blue illusory Eastern divine dragon swimming around on that light barrier, constantly neutralizing the attacks of the 2 million troops. However, because the enemy's attacks were too fierce and dense, the figure of the dark blue illusory Eastern divine dragon was continuously dissipating and condensing again. During the process of continuous dissipation and condensation, its divine dragon figure gradually became transparent. Obviously, this light barrier would not last long. Behind the Nether Bark army, a temporary military base was erected. A kobold that was more than 20 meters tall, carrying 2 dark black sabers on his back, wearing dark black divine armor and the clothes of a cardinal of the God of Death Church, was looking at the battle in front of him with a deep gaze. It was the Legion commander of the Nether Bark army and one of the 4 heroes of the Nether Bark Kingdom. The Death Spirit Servant Sakamo. How long can this vast sea divine dragon barrier protect their capital? It said in a deep voice. Reporting to Cardinal Sakamo. According to my observations, this barrier would be destroyed by us in another half an hour. A kobold wearing the clothes of the God of Death priest said fawningly. There was a hint of pride and excitement in its voice. In its eyes, the breakthrough of the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom was already a done deal. The powerful human lord who was still fighting in Left Guardian City was just easy meat for them. When they broke through this Taiyan Kingdom and obtained the Kingdom Token, they would return to the Nether Bark Kingdom. When that happens, what would it matter how powerful the human lord was when they have the protection of His Excellency the God of Death? Half an hour. It's taking too long. Unexpectedly, Sakamo's expression was quite serious after hearing the priest's words. My lord is warning me. The danger is approaching at an astonishing speed. We have to break through the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom in 10 minutes, kill the king of the Taiyan Kingdom, and obtain the Kingdom Token. Sakamo said solemnly. Chapter 510, Death Spiritual Servant Sakamo. God of Death descends. The priest's eyes widened. They are approaching so quickly? How is that possible? Could it be that the powerful human lord faction had already dealt with their enemies? However, there were a total of more than 2.3 million soldiers left in the Taiyan Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom. There were so many soldiers. Even if they all surrendered and killed them one by one, they would have to kill them for a day and night, right? How could it be resolved so quickly and come to look for us immediately without resting? Still, as a death spirit servant with extremely pure faith, Lord Sakamo's inspiration could reach a strange resonance with the God of Death's divine power. Therefore, Lord Sakamo's premonition would not be wrong under normal circumstances. The priest's face became serious. I'll hurry them up now. We must break through the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom in the shortest time possible. With that, it immediately turned around and left. However, a kobold soldier rushed in a panic before it managed to get very far. Seeing this scene, Lord Sakamo and the priest both had a bad feeling. What the kobold soldier said next confirmed their thoughts. My lord. That human lord flew over on the Machina race's mechanical spaceship. It said in a panic. Lord Sakamo and the priest did not speak for a moment. They came so quickly. Prepare to retreat. Lord Sakamo said after taking time to consider the matter for some time. Are we going to pull back just like that? This isn't our country, why should we fight that human lord head-on? Sakamo glanced at it. If it was in the Nether Bark Kingdom, it would have the guts to fight the human lord even if he had tens of millions of soldiers under the protection of the God of Death. However, in a faithless place like the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom, it would not do such a stupid thing as fighting the enemy head-on. Yes. Lord Cardinal. The priest was still a little unwilling. Sakamo could understand the other party's feelings. Who could be willing? Their nether bark kingdom was only lacking this kingdom token to advance to an intermediate kingdom. Unfortunately, the heavens did not grant them their wishes. They did not stay any longer and walked out of the temporary military base. Then, they saw the 16 majestic spaceships in the sky carrying the 9 million soldiers. In the sky, Zhou Zhou floated quietly in the sky. He looked at the 2 million soldiers of the Nether Bark Legion below. When they arrived, they were naturally not stupid. They had already stopped attacking the capital's barrier and looked at them warily. Just as Zhou Zhou was about to attack them, he saw Sakamo walk out of the military base. They looked at each other. A text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Name, Sakamo. Hero title, Death Spirit Servant. Position, Epic Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Taiyan Kingdom. Strength Level, Epic Tier Elementary Grade. Introduction, one of the 4 heroes of the Nether Bark Kingdom. It is one of the 4 guardians of the God of Death Church in the country. It is good at using a Black Star double-slash-blade and can control the power of the Death Elemental and the Decay Elemental to attach to its 2 sabers and body, allowing its combat strength to increase by a level. Its combat style is steady and experienced, and its faith in the God of Death is extremely pure. Loot's drop rate, 20 Epic Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1000 Origin Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Enhanceable Hero Skill, God of Death Possession, drop rate, 8%, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Enhanceable Hero Skill, Death Cross Slash, drop rate, 8%, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Equipment, Black Star Double Slash, drop rate, 12%, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Black Star Armor, drop rate, 10%, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Deathmatch Combat Technique, drop rate, 8%, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Death Double, drop rate, 8%, 1 Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystal, drop rate, 3%, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, drop rate, 0.001%, 5 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This guy's loot list actually had Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystals. Then wouldn't he be able to obtain another Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal after killing it? The Nether Bark Kingdom is a religious kingdom that believes in the God of Death. Perhaps there will be many kobolds with pure faith in this kingdom. Maybe I can obtain many Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals from them. Zhou Zhou took a guess. In addition, its Epic Tier Elementary Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual would also become a Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual after extracting it. This was also a considerable temptation to him. Zhou Zhou immediately felt that he had to take it down. At this moment, Sakamo, who had been looking at him, spoke. Human Lord. What are you playing at? It said telepathically. What are you pretending for? Anyone who's not a fool can tell what you want to do. Zhou Zhou could not be bothered to be hypocritical with him and fell out with him. You should want to capture this place, right? We won't stop you. Actually, our Nether Bark Kingdom has no intention of becoming enemies with you. We're only here this time because we have many years of enmity with the Taiyan Kingdom. Since you want to attack it too, I'll leave it to you. We're leaving. With that, it waved its right hand and a huge black flying ship appeared. The most obvious thing on it was a black kobold statue of the God of Death, Thanatos, which was 1,000 meters tall. The 2 million soldiers of the Nether Bark army immediately turned into a tide of soldiers that rushed towards the black flying ship. You come and go as you please. What do you take us for? Zhou Zhou said coldly. The 9 million soldiers under his command immediately charged at the 2 million kobold soldiers. When Sakamo saw this scene, it sighed softly. Then, its expression became serious. It's time for me to offer my faith to His Excellency. It flew in front of all the soldiers of the Nether Bark Kingdom and sat cross-legged in the void. Right on the heels of that, it closed its eyes and began to pray in the Kobold language. The prayer content was the content of the Death Holy Scripture. This was the Bible of the God of Death Church. It was a religious supreme classic that all the believers of the God of Death had to master. As its prayer slowly expanded, its body and face began to decrepify at a very fast speed. When its prayer had already expanded to be heard by the entire battlefield, its body had already become extremely decrepit, looking like an old kobold withered. Boom! An extremely terrifying pressure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Then, a huge black figure 10,000 meters tall gradually appeared behind Sakamo. All the living beings on the battlefield seemed to have seen their lives end when they saw this black figure. Countless life forms suddenly came to a realization. The God of Death had descended. Chapter 511, Fighting Sakamo, 1. Under the terrifying God Spirit pressure, even the 2 million kobold soldiers of the Nether Bark army also trembled, even though they were under less pressure under Sakamo's intentional protection. Their speed back to the black flying ship could not help but slow down a lot. In front of Sakamo, the 9 million soldiers who were deliberately targeted suffered the pressure of all the gods of death. However, what Sakamo found unbelievable was that the 9 million soldiers in front of it did not seem to be affected by the pressure of the gods that ordinary races could not resist. They did not seem to feel much. This human lord is indeed not easy to deal with. Sakamo's expression was solemn. This human lord definitely had some special methods up his sleeve. On the 9 million soldiers' side, Zhou Zhou looked at the God of Death, which was 10,000 meters tall, with a solemn expression. Then, he seemed to have seen through something and his frown relaxed slightly. It's not the real God of Death. It should only be a divine power projection. He heaved a sigh of relief. He had the secret inheritance of the dragon race in his mind, so he could easily see through this method. This should be the other party's hero skill God of Death descend. It's strong. However, it would be an exaggeration to say that it is super strong. He glanced at his soldiers. The soldiers and other professionals in his territory were all dragon slayer and were naturally immune to high-level bloodline pressure. God spirits could essentially be seen as a high-level bloodline, and it was an extremely high-level bloodline. Therefore, the pressure of the God of Death's divine power projection was also immune to his subjects. Towards this, Zhou Zhou was not worried that his subjects would be exposed as dragon slayers. There were many methods in the myriad worlds that were immune to the pressure of high-level bloodline god spirits after all. The unique thing about the dragon slaying will was that it was not immune to the pressure of a high-level bloodline and could also increase its strength by up to 2 levels while being immune. Green bronze tier to yellow gold tier. This was the most abnormal thing about the dragon slaying will. As long as his soldiers did not reveal their ability to increase their strength greatly at the same time, it was almost impossible for others to guess their dragon slayer identity. At this moment, he saw Sakamo suddenly stand up from its cross-legged position. Right on the heels of that, it raised its hands, and a transparent kobold soul emitting a faint white light flew out of its head and fused into the projection of the God of Death behind it. After the God of Death's projection fused with Sakamo's soul, its strength and pressure suddenly increased, reaching the strength of a legendary tier. At the same time, its form quickly transformed into Sakamo. It opened its blood-red eyes, drew 2 black sabers from its back, and charged towards Zhou Zhou's 9 million troops. Seeing this scene, there was no need for Zhou Zhou to order. Suan and Guo Jiao had already stood up immediately and flew towards Sakamo in the God of Death descend state. During the process of flying over, Suan had already transformed into the 10,000 meter tall Night Rakshasa. In his 3 heads and 6 arms state, he held 6 blood shadow swords and looked like a blood god from hell. At this moment, Guo Jiao was also wearing blood-red armor and holding 2 blood-red axes. His aura had already recovered to its peak. He had already completely healed his injuries on the way here under the joint treatment of the 10 legendary tier elementary grade doctors. The current Guo Jiao had not only recovered from Diamond Tier Elementary Grade to Epic Tier Elementary Grade at his peak. His strength even broke through again with the help of Bloodbath Song because he had absorbed the divine blood of the god he had killed and directly advanced to the Epic Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou was even more glad that he had obtained the legendary tier ancestral enhancement from the Imperial Ancestral Temple today. If not for the 10 temporary legendary elementary grade doctors provided by the legendary tier ancestral enhancement, he did not know how long it would take him to find a doctor who could treat Guo Jiao's injuries. Everyone, attack together! Fight to live or fight to our death! Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and ordered. Yes! The 9 million soldiers roared in unison. Then, they immediately launched all kinds of long-range attacks at the huge Sakamo. On the battlefield. When Sakamo, who was in the God of Death's descent state, saw Suan, Guo Jiao, and the terrifying collective attack behind them, its expression immediately turned serious without too much fear. With a thought, a layer of black skin appeared on the surface of its body, making it look like it was wearing tight light armor. When the 9 million soldiers landed on the black membrane on its body, these attacks seemed to have fallen into water and disappeared. This was one of the 3 pseudo-law skills it had mastered under the God of Death's Descent Divine Power Armor. Even though it was not as powerful as a true law skill, it was not a problem to ignore normal attacks below the epic tier. At this moment, Guo Jiao had already rushed in front of him. Dragon Slayer! He roared angrily and slashed down at Sakamo with both axes in his hands. There was actually faint lightning flapping on the 2 axes, forming an illusory blood-colored axe blade more than 3,000 meters long in the air. Rumble! It was as if a divine lightning had struck. A large hole was actually split open in the black membrane on the surface of Sakamo's body by the illusory blood-colored axe blade. Black blood gushed out of the wound. Before it could drip onto the ground, it strangely disappeared into the air. Sakamo was shocked. Who is this guy? Normally speaking, only law skills could deal with law skills. Even if its law skill was only a temporary fake law skill, it shouldn't be so fragile. Why did this guy only use a hero skill to split open the divine power armor formed by its fake law skill? His 2 blades slashed through the crazily slashing Guo Jiao until he was 700 to 800 meters away. Then, he hurriedly retreated and lowered his head to look at his wound. The wound on his chest was slowly recovering. It did not recover at an extremely fast speed as it had imagined. This hero skill actually countered its fake law skill so much? Sakamo looked at Guo Jiao with a solemn expression. Could it be that this guy's hero skill was specially used to deal with law skills? At this moment, Guo Jiao had already rushed up again. Even though there was a world of difference between their sizes, Guo Jiao could release axe blades that were thousands of meters long, so he could fight Sakamo head-on. While fighting, Sakamo was also observing his surroundings. However, what made its heart solemn was that it did not see where Suan, who had rushed over with Guo Jiao, was at all. This shrouded its heart in a layer of gloom. Since you're not coming out, I'll deal with this person in front of me first. A cold glint flashed across its eyes. Then, he slashed open Guo Jiao with his saber and put his sabers together. Hero skill Death Cross Slash. This was originally an ordinary epic tier hero skill. However, in the state of the God of Death Descent, it was also tainted with a trace of the aura of the God of Death's divine power and had the weak power of the Law of Death. Die! A furious roar. A black cross emitting a rich aura of death shot out from its 2 sabers and attacked Guo Jiao. Guo Jiao also felt that this move was not to be trifled with and prepared to dodge. However, at this moment, Sakamo suddenly looked deeply at Guo Jiao with its blood-red eyes. Fake law skill Fear of Death. Chapter 512, Fighting Sakamo, 2. At this moment, Guo Jiao felt that there was only this pair of eyes left in the world. Its eyes seemed to contain the ultimate fear of all life forms towards the concept of death. Guo Jiao's body stiffened. Then, under Sakamo's dumbfounded gaze, an extremely fanatical expression actually erupted in his eyes. Talent Death of Glory. Hero Skill Gods of Dusk. The former could allow him to become stronger the more he died. The latter could ignore any life form, even if the god spirits attached a mental negative buff to it. For example, the ultimate fear from the concept of death in front of him. To Guo Jiao, fighting to death in battle with a noble bloodline life form was the way he yearned to die the most. Most life forms might be afraid of such death. However, he thought that this was the best resting place for him. He was naturally not frightened by such a death. Ha ha ha! Guo Jiao laughed fanatically. Then, he ignored the cross-shaped blood mark on his heart, as if he could not feel that his heart had stopped beating. He held the sharp axe and slashed at Sakamo. Hero Skill Dragon Slaying Axe Technique. The dragons here did not only refer to pure-blooded dragons. It referred to all living beings with noble bloodlines. This was a hero skill specially targeted at noble bloodline life forms. It was also a rather profound combat skill. Sakamo felt extremely threatened by this hero skill. It held 2 sabers and fought with all its might, but it was suppressed by its exquisite combat skills and was clearly at a disadvantage. More and more wounds appeared on Sakamo's body. This made its expression extremely ugly. However, in the next second, Guo Jiao, who was sent flying, threw the blood axe in his hand over. The blood axe was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it slashed across his right arm and cut off his black star saber. Even Sakamo could not help but cry out in pain. This was because it was possessed by a soul. This strike did not slash at its body, but its soul. The latter was 1,000 times more painful than the former. At this moment, an extremely shocking death crisis suddenly descended on his heart. And then, it realized that the sky suddenly darkened. Or rather, it realized that the world it was in had turned black, as if it was enveloped by a black curtain. In this dark world, Sakamo realized that its perception was greatly restricted. At this moment, a blood shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Night Rakshasa sword god Suan. He slashed gently with his sword, cutting off Sakamo's left arm. Sakamo did not have time to think when he saw this. He hurriedly controlled the 2 black star sabers to fly back and slash at Suan in front of him. Suan, who had been struck, actually turned into a blood shadow and disappeared. Another Suan appeared behind Sakamo and cut off its right leg. After Sakamo controlled the black star slash to fly over again, he realized that this Suan was also a blood-colored phantom. Suan's blood shadows appeared one after another and quickly disappeared after cutting off a portion of Sakamo's body. After repeating it for the 9th time, Suan's 9th sword cut off Sakamo's head. Suan's 9th sword cut off Sakamo's head. As expected of a believer of the god of death, Suan said calmly when he saw the smile on its face. The dark night screen he had set up disappeared. Then, he saw Guo Jiao with an unwilling expression. "You stole my enemy. This is not honorable," he said angrily. His injuries had already recovered with the help of the divine blood. Even his heart, which had stopped beating, began to beat healthily again. Suan said nothing. At this moment, there was no such thing as fairness and glory in his eyes. The most important thing for them was to deal with the target as quickly as possible. Still, this guy was really strong. Stronger than him. If not for the fact that he had first cut through the black membrane on the other party's body and caused a flaw in the other party's physical defense, he would not have been able to deal with the other party so easily with the blood shadow kill. It might even be very difficult to achieve this outcome because it was a physical defense formed by a fake law skill. He did not have the same fake law skill or law skill to resist it. He did not even have a hero skill like the dragon slaying axe technique that specialized in dealing with noble bloodlines. He only had normal attack skills. The Lord has countless experts under his command. Suan sighed. Yesterday, he was still the strongest expert in the Blazing Sun territory. Today, the person this title was referring to had changed. The pressure was really a little high. He did not say anything else and brought Sakamo's corpse to the lord's location. As for the 2 million soldiers of the Netherbark army, they had already withdrawn. Sakamo's death was not in vain. On the other side, Zhou Zhou looked at the kill notification in front of him. Your subject Butcher Guojiao, Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan has killed an epic tier elementary grade death spirit servant Sakamo. Obtained promotion energy plus 400 million. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your subject Butcher Guojiao, Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan has obtained an additional 8 billion promotion energy points. Your subject Butcher Guojiao, Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan's hero biography has been updated. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. These two subordinates did not disappoint him. After using the God of Death Descend, the epic tier elementary grade Sakamo's strength had already reached the legendary tier. Moreover, it was a legendary tier expert who could use pseudo-law skills. However, even such an expert was killed by Suan and Guojiao. He was really strong. As expected of a talent with reputation rating and mythical reputation rating. Soon, Suan brought Sakamo's corpse to Zhou Zhou, followed closely by Guojiao. It's because I'm not capable enough to keep the 2 million Netherbark army soldiers alive. Suan lowered his head. Guojiao also reacted and hurriedly lowered his head. It's fine. You two have already done quite well. Zhou Zhou smiled. He really did not care about the 2 million Netherbark Legion soldiers who had escaped. On the contrary, if he killed 2 million Netherbark Legion soldiers and escaped from Sakamo, he might not be satisfied. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Zhou put away Sakamo's corpse and prepared to retrieve the loots later. Then, he flew to the front of the soldiers and looked at the dark blue Divine Dragon Barrier. Vast Sea Divine Dragon Barrier. It's really a good capital protection facility. Zhou Zhou muttered. Then, he looked at the king of the Taiyan kingdom who was looking at him with a dark expression in the middle of the capital. Taiyan. You've been watching us since we arrived. Have you seen enough? Zhou Zhou said calmly. His voice spread throughout a radius of 50 kilometers. His perception was astonishing. When he first arrived, he felt a burning gaze from the capital. At a glance, he knew that this guy was the king of the Taiyan kingdom after seeing the monster information. King Taiyan naturally heard it. However, it did not say anything and only looked at it coldly. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. His gaze landed on the vast sea Divine Dragon Barrier again, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He flipped his right hand, and a diamond tier advance grade bow appeared in his hand. Then, he drew the bow. The chaotic origin energy in his body surged out, forming a chaotic arrow on the bow. Bang! The bow was like a thunderbolt. The chaotic arrow turned into a chaotic stream of light and landed on the vast sea Divine Dragon Barrier in the blink of an eye. Creak! The arrow was embedded deep in the barrier. Then, cracks quickly spread in all directions with its landing point as the center. Rumble! Under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone and the monsters, the vast sea Divine Dragon Barrier that the 2 million Netherbark army soldiers had tried their best to attack for such a long time but could not break, actually shattered with a bang. Chapter 513, Shattering and Instant Death. The surrounding people and soldiers fell silent. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. I didn't expect that a single arrow would trigger the law of shattering. Then, it directly shattered the vast sea Divine Dragon Barrier. I thought I had to shoot at least a dozen arrows. He thought happily. This shattering law was indeed a law. The effect was indeed extraordinary. The protective facilities of a country's capital could not stop it at all. The 10% probability of triggering the law of shattering was already so strong. He wondered how the effect of the instant death law, which only had a 1% trigger rate, would be. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou had the urge to shoot an arrow. His gaze swept across the fog monsters in the capital and finally landed on King Taiyan. Are you willing to surrender? If you're willing to surrender to me with your subjects, I can spare the lives of your monster subjects and let them join my Blazing Sun territory and become my subjects." Zhou Zhou thought for a while and said. The Taiyan king, the surrounding monster subjects, and the other monster subjects who heard Zhou Zhou's words were stunned. "You want our fog monsters to be your subjects?" King Taiyan asked in disbelief. Zhou Zhou nodded. "Didn't you see the monster soldiers behind me?" He pointed at the monster soldiers behind him. King Taiyan and the other monsters fell silent. They did see it. Moreover, what made them feel exaggerated was that this human lord, who had been summoned to the high continent by the supreme resistance, actually had more monster soldiers under his command than ordinary life forms. King Taiyan was silent for a long time before his eyes finally became determined. "Our faith in the Crimson Overlord is extremely pure. Don't even think about us surrendering to you," it said with a serious expression. The surrounding monster subjects also looked like they were on the same side and had the same aura. Zhou Zhou sneered in his heart. "If you are really that loyal, then why are most of the scarlet crystals in your loot's shallow faith tier and true faith tier scarlet crystals? There are pitifully few pious tier and fanatic tier scarlet crystals, let alone Holy Spirit scarlet crystals. You should have seen the difference between us. It's useless to resist. If you don't surrender, only death awaits you. Your king will definitely die, but I can give you scarlet monster subjects a chance. After the battle starts later, as long as you put down your weapons, tie yourself up, and surrender, my soldiers won't kill you after the battle. Moreover, when you come to my territory in the future and become my subjects, the other subjects won't look at you strangely. You can enjoy the same rights and obligations as the other subjects. Also," Zhou Zhou raised his hand and pointed at the Taiyan king. "I will definitely reward whoever can kill King Taiyan. I mean what I say." He was certain. Actually, if not for the fact that it was almost night, he could not be bothered to say such words to persuade them to surrender. He would have directly asked the soldiers to charge. On the other side, King Taiyan's expression immediately darkened as soon as Zhou Zhou finished speaking. The eyes of the other scarlet officials also flickered. "Don't be afraid. It's going to be dark soon. This human lord won't be able to withstand the corrosion of the scarlet fog after dark. He will definitely retreat." King Taiyan hurriedly comforted the subjects. The subjects replied on the surface, but they were muttering in their hearts. Yes, the human lord would leave at night. But what about tomorrow? What about in the future? It wasn't like the days would continue to be dark, right? They did not say this out loud, but they already had other thoughts. In the sky, when Zhou Zhou saw that the other party had no intention of surrendering, he waved at the soldiers behind him without hesitation. "Attack! There's no need to leave anyone alive," he said. "Yes." The 9 million soldiers roared. Then, under the lead of the generals, they rushed towards the capital. At this moment, there were less than 100,000 soldiers in the capital to begin with. This was because the other soldiers had already been sent to Left Guardian City to fight the Titan army. Now, they had all been dealt with by Zhou Zhou. Therefore, the current capital of the Taiyan kingdom was almost equivalent to an undefended city without the vast sea divine dragon barrier. As the soldiers attacked, the situation on the battlefield was almost one-sided towards Zhou Zhou. During this period, Zhou Zhou also tried to trigger the instant death law. In the end, he only triggered it once after shooting nearly 200 arrows. After the fog monster with the bear body and dog head triggered the law of instant death, its entire body fell to the ground. Even its soul disappeared. This made Zhou Zhou sigh. What a terrifying instant death law! A moment later, the capital was captured by Zhou Zhou's soldiers. King Taiyan and all its important subjects were captured by the experts of the Blazing Sun territory. Heaven Blood Hall. Zhou Zhou sat casually at the place where the Taiyan king and his subjects had discussed the state affairs in the past. Below were the important subjects of the Taiyan kingdom who were being detained. At the front of them was a corpse. It was the corpse of King Taiyan. This king who had ruled the Taiyan kingdom for nearly 100 years could not escape the fate of being stabbed in the back by his subordinates. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on a fog monster with purplish-red skin and a slender body. It had 2 sharp antennae on its head and was wearing a purple minister's outfit. That was it. When King Taiyan was not paying attention, a dagger stabbed into his back and ended his life. Then, it immediately bound itself and pretended to surrender obediently. That was why it was still alive. "What's your name? What's your position?" Zhou Zhou asked with interest. "Reporting to my lord. My name is Cecil. In the past, I was a second-grade clothes officer in charge of Taiyan's daily life." Cecil hurriedly flattered. "You did well to assassinate King Taiyan. I won't go back on my word. From now on, you are my lord's subject. When I officially control the entire Taiyan kingdom, you can choose a territory below the yellow gold tier from many territories as your territory and become the lord of the territory. In the future, as long as you don't violate the laws of our Blazing Sun territory and do what the city lord of your territory should do, you will continue to be the city lord of your territory." Zhou Zhou said. "Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. I will definitely bear the responsibility of the city lord well and not disappoint Your Majesty." When Cecil heard Zhou Zhou's words, its eyes immediately became loyal and excited. It immediately knelt on the ground and said excitedly and respectfully. Chapter 514, Epic Tier Lord Talent. Emperor Dragon Emperor Robe. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, his gaze landed on these subjects of the Taiyan kingdom. There were a total of more than 50 fog monsters. He sized them up one by one while checking their attribute information. Facing the human lord's gaze, the scarlet officials trembled slightly with terrified expressions, afraid that they would do something to displease this human lord. However, there were also monster subjects who were looking forward to it while feeling terrified. Cecil's example proved that this human lord really did not care about their identity as monsters. They could survive and might even be placed in an important position by this human lord. A moment later, Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze and was a little happy. These fog monster subjects were indeed extraordinary to be able to become King Taiyan's subordinates here. He had just looked at their attribute information and realized that none of their professional levels were lower than the extraordinary tier. The lowest was at the extraordinary tier elementary grade. There was even an epic tier intermediate grade blacksmith. Its official position in the Taiyan kingdom was a weapons refinement officer. It was in charge of refining high-quality weapons and equipment. Their potential was also quite good. Most of them had extraordinary tier and epic tier potential. Moreover, Zhou Zhou also discovered 3 monster generals with legendary tier potential. These were all the strange talents accumulated by the Taiyan kingdom in the past 100 years. They were all his now. I want to obtain a large number of high-level professionals to satisfy the requirements to upgrade my territory. Capturing a kingdom-level lord faction is the fastest. You're all people who have already taken the initiative to surrender. You should be willing to be my subjects, right? His gaze landed on these monster subjects and he asked calmly. Yes. Of course. We're very willing to be the Lord's subjects. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, these monster subjects hurriedly replied. Then work hard in my territory in the future. As long as you can work hard here and make up for your mistakes. You've worked for King Taiyan here in the past and even studied how to deal with us, I'll pretend that nothing happened. If you do well, I won't mistreat you. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Thank you, my lord. The monster subjects could not help but be overjoyed. Then, they said gratefully. Zhou Zhou watched this scene calmly. If not for his lord talent, peace, and prosperity, he would probably have killed these fog monsters in front of him like other normal lords of all races. The fog monsters and the life forms of all races were natural mortal enemies. Which fog monster was really willing to submit to the lords of all races? Just like how the fog monsters rarely took the life forms of all races as captives. He did not think too much about it. His gaze landed on the corpse of the Taiyan king in front of him. Monster information appeared. Item name, Taiyan's corpse, Kingdom level Scarlet Lord. Item level, Extraordinary tier Advanced grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, the corpse of the current king of the Taiyan kingdom. When he was alive, he made many important decisions for the development of the Taiyan kingdom with his astonishing sense of smell and decisiveness. However, it had also caused many major losses to the Taiyan kingdom because he trusted his sense of smell too much. Overall, he could be considered a wise lord. After the capital was breached by the Lord of the Blazing Sun's army, he was assassinated by the clothes officer below. Loot's drop rate, 100 extraordinary tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 500 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 special outfits Black Dragon's prestige, drop rate, 15%, 1 special equipment King Gem, drop rate, 10%, 1 special tier skill book, King Technique, drop rate, 10%, 1 epic tier elementary grade Vast Sea Divine Dragon Barrier, drop rate, 8%, 1 pious tier Scarlet Crystals, drop rate, 3%, 1 extraordinary tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%, 6 extraordinary tier elementary grade Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, 0%. Zhou Zhou walked over and placed his hand on the corpse before starting to extract it. Lord Talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of the strongest lord. The number of loots has increased by 150%. Lord Talent notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 250 Mist Cores, Epic Tier, 1500 Origin Crystals, 3 Emperor Dragon Sacred Robes, Special Tier, 3 Emperor Gems, Special Tier, 3 Emperor Heart Technique Skill Books, Special Tier, 1 Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Sun Moon Heavenly Barrier, 1 Scarlet Crystals, Fantastic Tier, 1 Lord Talent Sphere, Epic Tier, 15 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Epic Tier. With a thought, he put away the loots that had yet to drop on the ground into his spatial ring. Even with Zhou Zhou's usually calm mentality, he could not help but look happy when he saw the loots in the spatial ring. The effect of the strongest lord of all races and the strongest lord of all races increasing the number of loots by 150% was too strong. It directly turned the original 6 extraordinary tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments into 15 epic tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. With so many Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, he could synthesize an epic tier Lord Talent Sphere to awaken a new epic tier Lord Talent or upgrade an extraordinary tier Lord Talent to the epic tier. Not to mention the epic tier Lord Talent provided by Taiyan. Awesome! He sat on the throne again and ignored the monster subjects who were still waiting for him to speak. He checked the loots. There was naturally no need to mention the mist cores and origin crystals. He looked at the clothes of the 3 yellow gold tier dragons that were completely golden and had an extremely dignified yellow gold tier dragon swimming on the surface. The yellow gold tier dragon was lifelike and looked like it was real. A text notification appeared. Outfit name, Emperor Dragon Robe. Outfit grade, Special Tier. Outfits effect 1, Emperor Dragon Prestige. A life form wearing the Emperor Dragon Robe will emit an invisible Emperor's prestige with every move, making countless life forms revere him. At the same time, he can ignore the pressure type ability exerted on him by any life form and take the initiative to counterattack. Set attribute 2, Emperor Dragon Disposition. Life forms wearing the Emperor Dragon Robe can easily obtain the active loyalty of other life forms and gradually increase the loyalty of the surrounding people. Set attribute 3, Emperor Dragon Protection. When a living being wearing the Emperor Dragon Robe is attacked, the soul of the Emperor Dragon attached to the Emperor Dragon Robe will automatically defend against this attack and can take the initiative to counterattack to a certain extent. Set attribute 3, Emperor Dragon Transformation. Life forms wearing the Emperor Dragon Emperor Robe can change their clothes, body, and face to any form on the surface. At the same time, they can also hide their stats information. Life forms below the true God tier can't see through the changes in the Emperor Dragon Emperor robe. Introduction: The Emperor Dragon, a legendary dragon born from the providence of the Emperor. Legendary tier: every life form wearing the yellow gold tier Emperor Dragon robe will become the world's attention-grabbing emperor in the future. Good outfit. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. From the name and effect, he knew that this outfit was for the Lord. Just in time. The new wind ceremony he used to wear could no longer keep up with him. It was the perfect time to change into a new set. Moreover, there were a total of 3 Emperor Dragon robes, so he could change them as and when. Zhou Zhou took out one and put it on. A large number of notifications appeared in front of him. These people and monsters that had increased their loyalty were the ones looking at him in this hall. A top-grade outfit. Zhou Zhou sighed. Chapter 515, Emperor's Gem. Emperor's Heart Technique. Sun and Moon Heavenly Barrier. Zhou Zhou looked at the second special loots. They were 3 12-faced gems that emitted a golden light. Treasure name: Emperor's Gem. Treasure grade: Special tier. Treasure effect: it can be used to trade and obtain a large number of mist cores. It is also a collectible. It can also be embedded in the equipment to decorate the equipment when forging equipment. Treasure description: the Emperor of Gems is the most precious gem below the God tier gem. It is often used by life forms to collect or decorate. If you sell it, you will obtain a large number of mist cores. Trade? Collectible? Decoration? So it's just a collectible. Zhou Zhou shook his head. He was not very interested in such things and would hand it over to the mysterious caravan later and see if he could sell it. Then, he looked at the next loots. The Emperor Heart Technique. Skill name: Emperor Heart Technique. Skill quality: Special tier. Skill description: after using it, the user will gradually understand and master the path of an emperor in the future when dealing with the territory's matters. He will gradually become a qualified, outstanding, and even legendary emperor. Note: this skill can only be learned by the Lord. There's actually such a skill book. Zhou Zhou was shocked. It did not seem to have any active effect, but if it could really allow him to gradually master the path of the emperor while dealing with the territory's matters as it described, it was indeed the skill that Zhou Zhou needed the most now. Zhou Zhou had only become a lord for a short time. He did not know much about what many lords should understand. This was also why he handed most of the territory's matters to Zheng Yuankai, since he did not know how to deal with the territory problems. Only someone like Zheng Yuankai, who had been the Prime Minister of the Aurora Kingdom for many years, could handle these territorial matters with his own hands. However, this method could only resolve it for a while. It could not be resolved for the time being. Zhou Zhou had to come into contact with, understand, and master the way to deal with the territory sooner or later. In particular, he was about to establish the number 1 kingdom of the human race on the cerulean planet and become the monarch of a country. He needed to increase his ability in this aspect even more. He could not just rely on Zheng Yuankai to do it. Otherwise, his subjects might suspect something over time. Was the Lord of the Blazing Sun Zheng Yuankai or him? Zhou Zhou could not let such a thing happen. Therefore, he had to understand and master the way to deal with the territory's matters. This Emperor Heart Technique was indeed the skill he lacked the most at the moment. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and took out the book to learn. Soon, this Emperor Heart Technique skill book turned into countless golden light spots and surged into his glabella. At this moment, Zhou Zhou felt memories of countless emperors dealing with political matters, military affairs, people's livelihoods, extraordinary humans, monsters, god spirits, and other national matters surge into his mind. There were too many of them. In the end, only a small portion of the memories were completely grasped by Zhou Zhou. The remaining emperor's memories were all hidden in the deepest part of his memories, waiting for him to gradually dig, use, and master them in the future. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. The temperament on his body quietly changed. Under the hall, when the ministers saw the current Zhou Zhou, for some reason, their bodies tensed up. They did not dare to have any thoughts of disobeying, as if they were facing an emperor who had accumulated the might of an emperor for 10,000 years. If previously, Zhou Zhou had accumulated a little of the dignity and aura of a superior in his 20-odd days as a lord, then now, Zhou Zhou seemed to have become a big shot who had been in power for a long time in the eyes of everyone. It was even more terrifying than that. What's wrong with my lord? Why do I suddenly feel like he's a different person? It's simply like an ignorant young man who has just been born suddenly becoming a big shot with high authority. Bai Yun, who was closest to Zhou Zhou, looked at him in surprise. Wu Xin looked at Zhou Zhou with shining eyes. Unbelievable! This aura and gaze. He's many times stronger than Li Yuangan. My lord! He seems to have suddenly grown a lot. His eyes were filled with relief. It was naturally a good thing for subordinates like them to have such a lord as their lord. On the throne, Zhou Zhou was also savoring his current feelings and the emperor's memories that he had just digested. Even though it's not a powerful attack skill or support skill, it can only be considered a passive skill at most. However, this Emperor Heart technique is simply too useful to me. It's indeed the skill I need the most at this stage. Zhou Zhou was very happy. From now on, he was no longer afraid of dealing with the territory's matters. On the contrary, he was even a little eager to give it a try after grasping so many emperor memories. There's no hurry. The kingdom is about to be established. When the time comes, there will be places for me to show my abilities. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. In addition, he was not the only one who wanted to test his ability to deal with government affairs. In the depths of his memories, the more comprehensive memories of the emperor also needed him to awaken them one by dealing with the territory's matters. If he could only be considered a qualified emperor now, then, if he wanted to grow to the level of being outstanding, and even the most powerful emperor in history, he had to deal with daily territory matters and master the emperor's memories hidden in his subconscious. After he completely grasped the memories of the emperors, it would not be an extravagant hope to become an existence at the same level as the one emperor of all ages. After a long time, he calmed down from obtaining the emperor's heart technique and looked at the next loots. It was a fist-sized circular light barrier. This light barrier was like Taiji and was divided into a black and a white light. The black light represented the night. On the surface, there was a sun-moon star that was slowly moving according to the circulation pattern. The white light represented daytime. On the surface, there was a sun that was also moving slowly according to the circulation pattern. It was the quality of the vast sea divine dragon barrier plus 1 Lutz sun moon heavenly barrier. Treasure name, Sun and Moon heavenly barrier. Treasure grade, legendary tier elementary grade. Treasure effect Sun and Moon cycle. After activation, it can absorb the light elemental energy and dark elemental energy from the outside world as the energy reserve of the Sun and Moon heavenly barrier. It is used for daily maintenance. There is no need for additional external energy replenishment. Treasure effect Sun Moon heavenly blessing. After activation, it can resist the attack energy of the outside world. It can completely defend against legendary tier elementary grade attacks. The upper limit of its defense is equivalent to a controller's strength realm plus 1. Treasure effect Heart of Sun and Moon. The energy density in the air has increased by 1000% within a radius of 1000 km of the Sun and Moon heaven barrier. Treasure effect Sun and Moon revolving. The treasure controller can adjust the day and night changes of the Sun and Moon as heavenly cover by consuming the reserve of light and darkness energy, thereby increasing their strength. Only legendary tier elementary grade and below allies. Daytime increases the strength of the Sun and Moon in the heaven barrier by an additional 30%. During the moonlit night, increases the damage reduction by an additional 30% in the Sun and Moon heaven barrier. Sun and Moon in the sky increases the strength of the Sun and Moon in the sky barrier by an additional 30% and reduces additional damage by 30%. Note: after activating the Sun and Moon heavenly barrier, it will greatly consume the energy reserves of the Sun and Moon heavenly barrier. Treasure description: a special military formation treasure created by the Sun and Moon deist after imitating an ancient array formation. After failing, he traded it. Later, it was obtained by the king of the Taiyan kingdom and was treated as a treasure to protect the country. Unrecognized. Chapter 516, Kingdom Golden Tablet. A military formation treasure. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He had heard of such a treasure from Wu Xian. Such military formation treasures did not need the user to have any understanding of military formations. As long as the energy in their bodies could drive the treasure, they could directly use the military formation engraved in the treasure. It was a shortcut for generals who were unwilling to learn military formations but needed them to fight. If I directly placed the Sun and Moon Heaven barrier on the battlefield and activated the Sun and Moon Heaven barrier during battle, I can directly increase the strength of my soldiers by 30%. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the effect of this treasure. Most importantly, it could be stacked with the 100% additional strength increase and 50% additional damage reduction of the title of the strongest lord. Which meant his soldiers could almost immediately increase their strength by 130% and reduce additional damage by 80% on the battlefield with the enhancement of the title of the strongest lord and the Sun and Moon together. The soldiers' combat strength and life-saving abilities would be greatly enhanced. Then, when he saw the words unclaimed at the back, he chose to let it recognize him as its master without hesitation. Zhou Zhou put it away after that. As for the final epic tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, it was not too late to look at it when he returned. Now he had more important things to do. Do you know where the kingdom token is? Zhou Zhou asked Ansel. I know. The kingdom token is in the king's temple of the Taiyan kingdom. That's the most tightly guarded place in the entire capital of the Taiyan kingdom. Other than the statues of the previous kings of the Taiyan kingdom, there's also the kingdom's golden tablet. The kingdom token is in the kingdom's golden token. Ansel replied respectfully. Take me there. Suan, Guojiao, you guys come with me. As for the others, clean up the entire palace, collect and organize the loot here. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, your majesty. Yes, my lord. Ansel was delighted and immediately said. Suan and Guojiao also nodded respectfully. Then, Ansel brought Zhou Zhou, Suan, and Guojiao to the king's temple. Zhou Zhou looked at the ferocious, mighty, evil, and cold statues of the Taiyan king in front of him. He walked over calmly, not even interested in taking a look at these statues. They arrived in front of the kingdom's golden tablet in no time. This was a golden stone tablet that was more than 10 meters tall and seemed to emit a mysterious dignity. However, Zhou Zhou did not care. There was only excitement and anticipation in his expression. He looked at its endurance. Good God! A total of 10 billion. His white platinum tier intermediate grade territory stone tablet only had 20 million endurance. There was a difference of 50 times. As expected of the kingdom's golden token. Suan, Guojiao, break it. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Fortunately, he had Suan and Guojiao, two epic tier experts by his side. Otherwise, he would have to go back and find someone to shatter the golden tablet. Yes, my lord. The two of them began to attack the golden stone tablet with all kinds of methods without hesitation. Under the joint attack of the two epic tier experts, the endurance of the kingdom's golden token began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, there was a loud bang. The 10-meter-tall kingdom golden tablet collapsed with a bang. The three tokens floated in the original position of the golden tablet. Two of them. One was an extraordinary tier regional token from the capital of the Taiyan kingdom. The other was the extraordinary tier advance grade territory token of the Taiyan kingdom. As for the last token, it was completely golden. It was the extraordinary tier advance grade kingdom token used by the Taiyan kingdom when it was founded. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and walked over. He first put away the territory token and regional token. Then, he looked at the kingdom token and finally placed his hand on it. A text notification appeared. Do you want to collect the kingdom token? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, the floating kingdom token seemed to have lost its power and landed in his hand. Then, lines of golden text suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It also appeared in front of billions of Cerulean planet lords. Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord Announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Lord to break through a kingdom-level Lord faction. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +5. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Is it just a Lord announcement on the Cerulean planet's entire channel? What a pity! He thought that this matter would trigger the announcement of the Lord of all races on the entire channel again. He thought that this matter would trigger the announcement of the Lord of all races on the entire channel again. Well, actually, breaking through a kingdom-level Lord faction could be done as long as one was strong enough. For example, the true Lord of the original Spirit race, the Great One Lord of the Chaos God race, the Heaven-chasing Lord of the Shepherd race, and other powerful lords. If they used their full strength, they might be able to break through a kingdom, but they might suffer heavy losses. Not like him. It was not an exaggeration to say that they would be easily crushed. If this could appear on the entire channel of the Lords of all races, then this announcement would be too casual. One had to know that he had obtained first place in a Lord's event and was lucky enough to appear on the announcement once. A request of this level was definitely impossible to equate to breaking through the strength of a kingdom-level Lord. Still, you can't appear on the announcement of the Lord of all races if you break through a kingdom. What about building a kingdom? What about establishing the first kingdom among the Lords of all races? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the harder his heart pounded. There were 3 requirements for establishing a kingdom. First, possess an extraordinary tier advance grade treasure kingdom token. He had naturally achieved it. Secondly, it had at least 30 regional territories, and at least one of them was an extraordinary tier regional territory to be the capital of the kingdom. Zhou Zhou had reached this level. He had conquered a total of 48 territories today alone. As for extraordinary tier regional territories, the Taiyan Kingdom King was one of them. However, Zhou Zhou did not plan to set this place up as the capital of the Blazing Sun Kingdom in the future. The capital of the Blazing Sun Kingdom naturally had to be Blazing Sun City. When he returned today, he would use the Territory Fusion Certificate to fuse Blazing Sun City into an extraordinary tier regional territory. He had previously exchanged for a gradeless Territory Fusion Certificate. As long as they used it to fuse Blazing Sun City with the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom, the Blazing Sun territory would naturally be able to successfully advance to the extraordinary tier regional territory in the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. So be it. It was not as important as building a kingdom. As for the third condition, it was even easier to have at least 3 heroes of the same race in the kingdom who could protect the kingdom. He already had a total of 6 human heroes under his command. It had long exceeded the requirements to build a kingdom. After I return today, I'll increase the level of Blazing Sun City's regional territory and then I can build a kingdom. Zhou Zhou thought to himself, looking forward to it. Chapter 517, Taiyan's Treasure Vault. Divine Crystal Fragment. 1. At the thought that he was going to build a kingdom tonight, Zhou Zhou's heart surged for a while before gradually calming down. Then, he inadvertently glanced at it and realized that after the Lord announcement on the Cerulean planet's entire channel, a few notifications that were not so obvious appeared in front of him. Zhou Zhou looked at them one by one. Lord Talent Notification, congratulations, you have captured a kingdom and triggered the White Silver Tier Lord Talent Embrace of the Conqueror. You have obtained the loyalty of a hero with an extraordinary tier hero fate level slot. Note, this hero is rushing to your territory. Please note the latest new subject list. The Lord of the End class hint, you have destroyed a beginner kingdom level Lord faction and collected 20% of the power of the Law of the End. The grade of the Crown of the Final has increased by another step. Current collection progress of the power of the Final Law, 0%. The Lord of the End class hint, you have destroyed a beginner kingdom level Lord faction and collected 100 points of Final Nirvana power progress. You can use 100 points of Final Nirvana power to exchange for a chance to revive after death and increase your strength greatly after revival. Current power of Final Nirvana, 100 points. Current number of resurrections, 0. The Lord of the End class hint, you have destroyed a beginner kingdom level Lord faction. A member of the Final Guard has received your summon. You can summon him. Current number of members of the Final Guard, 1. Summonable. Zhou Zhou looked at these notifications and could not help but smile. As expected, it was very beneficial to him to break through a kingdom-level faction. The loyalty of a hero with an extraordinary tier hero's fate level slot. A chance to revive. A Divine Kingdom soldier type A member of the Final Guard. He only captured a beginner kingdom and already had all these opportunities that other lords did not even dare to think about. Not bad, not bad. I'll take a look at my Final Guard. Summon. He whispered. A grayish-white aura surged out of his glabella and formed a 2-meter-tall human in front of him. He wore a grayish-white helmet and grayish-white armor. He carried a grayish-white spear on his back and a grayish-white sword wrapped around his waist. His entire body emitted an aura that seemed to come from the end, making him look mysterious and serious. Greetings, my lord. He knelt on the ground and said calmly. Get up. Zhou Zhou helped him up and looked at his personal information. Subject, Zhang Yuan. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type class name, Spear of the End. Strength level, Diamond tier advance grade, synchronized with the Lord of the End. Ability overview, a terrifying life form born from the end of the Lord of the End's exclusive soldier type. It has a body that can be constantly reborn and has mastered the laws of shattering and instant death. Even god spirits will be afraid of their weapons. Skills, talent spear genius, talent agility and quickness, talent innate divine power, divine kingdom soldier type talent power of destruction, divine kingdom soldier type talent law of shattering, divine kingdom soldier type talent instant death law, divine kingdom soldier type talent final disaster body, diamond tier advance grade final spear technique, diamond tier advance grade killing sword technique, diamond tier advance grade physical immunity diamond tier advance grade. Loyalty, 100, dead loyal. Potential, unknown. Zhou Zhou nodded. As expected of a Divine Kingdom soldier type. Just like Soul Reaper Maris, they both had Divine Kingdom soldier type talents. Unfortunately, there's only one of them. It would be even better if there were more Final Guard members. Zhou Zhou thought greedily. Then, he chatted with Zhang Yuan for a while. After learning more details about his soldier type abilities, he put it back into his spiritual space between his eyebrows. This summoning and retraction method was very safe and hidden. Zhou Zhou was also very satisfied. Then, he collected the tokens of the 3 Kingdom Golden Tokens and carefully checked the King's Temple again. In the end, he did not find any other treasures. This place is too poor. Zhou Zhou looked very disdainful. Ansel, where are the treasures in the Taiyan Kingdom? Do you know? Zhou Zhou asked Ansel. Treasure? That must be Taiyan's treasure vault. Ansel said without hesitation. Treasure vault? Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Take me there. He immediately said. Yes, Your Majesty. Please follow me. Ansel immediately said and brought Zhou Zhou and the other two to the Taiyan treasure vault. Taiyan's treasure vault. Zhou Zhou looked at the technological silver treasure vault and frowned. Things from the Machina race? He thought for a while, then his frown relaxed. The Taiyan kingdom had existed for hundreds of years. After hundreds of years of accumulation, it was not strange for there to be something. He walked to the door of the treasure vault and realized that there was a very complicated password lock on the right side of its door. Who else knows the password to this password lock other than Taiyan? Zhou Zhou asked. Taro also knows about the four-armed Mara king. But it went out to fight with its troops previously and hasn't returned yet. I don't know any other person who may know about it. Towards the end, Ansel looked at Zhou Zhou carefully. Chapter 518, Taiyan's Treasure Vault. Divine Crystal Fragment. 2. Zhou Zhou said nothing. The four-armed Mara King Taro had long become the hero inheritance secret manual in his hands. King Taiyan was also stabbed in the back and died. In other words, no one knew the password to open the Taiyan treasure vault. He thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Then, he stood on the spot and waited quietly without saying anything. 2 seconds later, a starry night suddenly flew over from afar and floated in the sky. The shadow of the spaceship enveloped Taiyan's treasure vault and everyone below. My lord, Wenya is here. Wenya's voice sounded in Zhou Zhou's mind. Can you open this treasure vault? Zhou Zhou asked. Please wait a moment. Wenya trailed off. Soon. My lord, the technology level of this treasure vault is at the diamond tier intermediate grade. With my computational ability, it will take about 39 minutes and 12 seconds to calculate the password to open it. However, it should be much faster if the Lord's Machina race clone takes action. Wenya trailed off. When Zhou Zhou heard the introduction, he felt that it was a little long. However, when he heard the last sentence, he was stunned. You mean my ultimate Lord Avatar? Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, my lord. In addition to Lord Mechanical Father's Hero Skill Super Calculation and Hero Skill True Simulation, it will be much easier for him to calculate the password to open it. Wenya trailed off. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Honestly, he had only obtained this mythical tier unique Lord talent for a short period of time. He usually subconsciously ignored his abilities. If not for Wenya's reminder, he would have almost forgotten that the ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, could also help. Without hesitation, he called out the ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou. The ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou. His strength realm had already increased to the yellow gold tier elementary grade with the help of the unified core energy. After he came out, he did not say anything else. He went straight to the door and placed his palm on the position where he had entered the password. Then, his body emitted a faint silver light, and his eyes flickered with countless silver data light. More than 10 seconds later. Buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the door of the Taiyan treasure vault that was still closed slowly opened, and the light of various treasures suddenly bloomed from inside. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he looked at the calm ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou in surprise. I'm best at computing, and hero skills are related to calculus. It's very easy to crack this password. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said calmly. Zhou Zhou nodded and walked in with him, Suan, and Guoqiao. In the treasure vault. When Zhou Zhou and the other three entered, they saw that this treasure vault that covered nearly 10,000 square meters was filled with all kinds of treasures. They looked over. Mist cores, equipment, skill books, pet eggs, high-level building materials, scrolls. There were all kinds of treasures, dazzling everyone. The most eye-catching thing was a small mountain more than 10 meters tall piled up by the mist cores. Zhou Zhou walked over and swept his mental strength across them. He realized that the lowest level of these mist cores was yellow gold tier. There were even 4 epic tier mist cores. There were also more than 500 extraordinary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou was surprised. One had to know that the Taiyan kingdom did not have the heavenly mist treasure bag in his hand, so there was no way to obtain a higher level mist core by fusing with it. Which meant The extraordinary tier and epic tier mist cores in front of him were gradually accumulated through killing or trading in the hundreds of years since the Taiyan kingdom was established. They were placed in this treasure vault and could not be easily used. Perhaps the previous kings of the Taiyan kingdom wanted to use them as the last retreat route for the Taiyan kingdom. Now, it's all mine. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He waved his right hand and put these mist cores into his heavenly mist treasure bag. Zhou Zhou also knew the total value of these mist cores when they entered his heavenly mist treasure bag. It was about the total value of 800 legendary tier mist cores. It's just so. Looks like the Taiyan kingdom is not a rich kingdom. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. The 30 million skill books and 50 million pieces of equipment he had sold yesterday had sold more than 1,800 legendary tier mist cores, far exceeding the pile of mist cores in front of him. However, even so, he naturally did not mind these mist cores. Then, he began to stroll around the Taiyan treasure vault. Along the way, he casually picked up a bow and arrow. This bow and arrow was completely scarlet and emitted a faint fire light. It was warm to the touch and felt very good. Zhou Zhou sized up the bow carefully and quickly realized that there was an illusory figure like a fire phoenix swimming on the bow. At the same time, the equipment information appeared. Equipment name, Scarlet Phoenix Blood Jade Bow. Equipment grade, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. Equipment effect 1 Blood Phoenix Feather Arrow. Use your own energy to communicate with the Scarlet Phoenix Blood Jade Bow and condense the power of the Phoenix Blood, forming a feather-shaped arrow with the Scarlet Phoenix Spirit Fire that shoots at the enemy. The Scarlet Phoenix Spirit Fire has two characteristics, indestructibility and burning. Only spiritual water of the same level can extinguish the Scarlet Phoenix Spirit Fire. Equipment effect 2. Scarlet Phoenix Soaring Sky Arrow. Form a Scarlet Phoenix Soaring Sky Arrow to shoot at the enemy at the price of consuming the Scarlet Phoenix True Blood in the bow. The Scarlet Phoenix Soaring Sky Arrow can kill epic tier elementary grade enemies at most. This seems to be a special equipment forged with a drop of Scarlet Phoenix True Blood as the core material. The owner of this drop of Scarlet Phoenix True Blood should be a low-tier deity level Scarlet Phoenix. Otherwise, it's impossible to forge extraordinary tier equipment with just a drop of true blood and unleash the power of the highest epic tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou's gaze was sharp. He roughly understood the bow after playing with it for a while. He looked at it for a while more before putting away the bow and the 20 blood phoenix feather arrows beside it. He would hand them over to Bai Yun later. Bai Yun's current strength was extraordinary tier elementary grade, and this bow was also an extraordinary tier elementary grade weapon. No one in his territory was more suitable for this equipment than Bai Yun. Then, he did not stay any longer and continued to stroll around the treasure vault. When he encountered treasures that were suitable for him or his subordinates, he would directly put them into his spatial ring so that he could use them or hand them to his subordinates in the future. During the process of looking at the treasures, Zhou Zhou also realized that this treasure vault was indeed a treasure vault. There were all kinds of treasures preserved inside. The lowest was a yellow gold tier treasure. Moreover, there were the fewest treasures of this level. White platinum tier and diamond tier treasures were the most common. As for extraordinary tier and epic tier treasures, even though there were not many of them, they were all high quality. Moreover, there were also treasures that even Zhou Zhou, the king of loots, was very surprised by. For example, the treasure in Zhou Zhou's hand. It was a blue ball of light that emitted a faint lightning glow. The blue ball of light floated in Zhou Zhou's hand. A familiar pressure emitted from its body, making him secretly shocked. This pressure. Could it be? Zhou Zhou looked at it and suddenly had a guess that he could not believe. When its interface information appeared, Zhou Zhou's expression immediately became surprised and delighted. Really? Zhou Zhou muttered. Treasure name, Divine Spark Fragment, God of Glimmer. Treasure grade, Low Tier Deity Advance Grade. Treasure effect, the user has a chance of comprehending a law skill from the fragment of the Divine Persona. Treasure description, this divine spark fragment came from a god of Glimmery who became a god with the law of Glimmery in the light spirit small world. Later on, this god spirit was killed by an abyssal evil god when he came to the high continent to pursue a higher god realm. The god spirit fragment accidentally fell into the Taiyan kingdom and was obtained by the 12th king of the Taiyan kingdom. It was stored in its treasure vault as its most precious treasure. That pressure is indeed the pressure of a god spirit. Zhou Zhou looked at the divine spark fragment and thought to himself. Then, he put it away. It was not convenient for him to comprehend it at this time. He would think about it when he returned. Chapter 519, 2 New Lord Talents. 1. Apart from this divine spark fragment, Zhou Zhou also obtained the elemental gem resources that he had been longing for a long time. Among them, there were basic elemental gems and thunder elemental gems. His territory had the corresponding minerals and monster ranch production, so he did not lack them. However, he had obtained a lot of high-level elemental gems from the Taiyan treasury. There were 8,412 life elemental gems and 7,650 death elemental gems. With these gems, I can upgrade my territory when I go back. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. In the next half an hour, Zhou Zhou looked through the remaining treasures in Taiyan's treasure vault. In the end, he realized that there were about 30,000 treasures in this huge treasure vault. Among these treasures, there were those that Zhou Zhou was interested in and those that he was not. This is the first time I've felt that looking at treasures is boring. Zhou Zhou thought to himself with a smile on his face. It had to be said. This trip to the treasure vault had given him a taste of his own medicine. Then, he turned around and looked at the treasure vault. After sized up it for a while, he suddenly asked in his heart. Ultimate, Wenye, can you take this treasure vault away? Sure. This Machina race's treasure vault has its own space compression and flying movement functions. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a small mobile treasure vault spaceship. You only need a command to take it away. Wenye did not speak. The ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, said directly. Then take it away. This is not bad. It can be used as our territory's treasure vault in the future. From now on, it will no longer be called the Taiyan Treasure Vault. It will be called the Blazing Sun Treasure Vault No. 1. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Thanks to the vast amount of resources obtained by the King of Lutes, he had been storing them in the territory's warehouse. Even though this territory warehouse could also store these resources, the safety was not very high, and the space was not very big. This mechanical treasury could completely replace the territory warehouse to store the excess loots for the development of the territory. That was why Zhou Zhou wanted the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou and Wenye to research a way to create it and create a few more. Wenye and I have a lot of research quests recently. I'm afraid we don't have that much time. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said. He was currently studying the mechanical technology blueprints that he had obtained from Lord Father with Wenye. He was indeed very busy. It's okay. There's no hurry about the mechanical warehouse. We can arrange for it to be researched at the end. Zhou Zhou smiled and patted his shoulder. Yes, my lord. Wenye trailed off. The ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, nodded. Then, he walked to the door and placed his hand on it. Right on the heels of that, he and the treasure vault emitted a silver glow at the same time. A few seconds later, the ground trembled slightly. Then, the huge Machina race treasure vault gradually floated up. Then, it quickly shrank and became a palm-sized mini Machina race treasure vault. Then, it flew in front of Zhou Zhou. Ansel, who had brought them here, was stunned at such a scene. Even Suan and Guojiao, who had seen Zhou Zhou's various methods, were somewhat shocked. On the other side, Zhou Zhou looked at the mini Machina race treasure vault in front of him. He took it and looked at it curiously. Then, he passed it to the starry night spaceship in the sky. Wenye, take it. When I return to Blazing Sun City, I'll just set it up in Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou said through mental communication. Yes, my lord. Wen Ye said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and left with everyone. At this moment, the sky had already turned completely dark. The scarlet fog gradually filled the air. However, because the king's city of the Taiyan kingdom had already become Zhou Zhou's territory, the supreme barrier and the supreme defense had already appeared and protected this place, preventing the scarlet fog from invading. After a long time, Heaven Blood Hall. On the throne, Zhou Zhou was sitting alone with his eyes closed. An invisible aura of an emperor emanated from his body. Even if he did not say anything, the others were still a little cautious and uneasy. My lord. At this moment, Bai He's voice sounded. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and saw Bai Yun standing at the bottom of the hall with a list. Reporting to my lord. General Wu Xian has already led his men to attack Right Guardian City and collected all the spoils of war that are worth taking away. After that, we retrieved all the spoils of war from the monster corpses. After calculating by our quartermaster, all the spoils of war for today have been sorted out. This is the specific list. Please take a look, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. Bring it up. Yes. Bai Yun brought the list to Zhou Zhou with both hands. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. Today, they had occupied a total of 48 regional territories and eliminated nearly 11 million fog monsters. Among these fog monsters, other than more than 2.4 million of them being fog monster soldiers, the remaining 9 million fog monsters were all fog monster civilians. Zhou Zhou naturally had no pity for these fog monster soldiers who had not been recruited by the incite defection and could not be persuaded to surrender through verbal communication. He directly got the soldiers to deal with them. For today's battle, it was not an exaggeration to say that they had wiped out the entire Taiyan kingdom's fog monsters. It was really amazing. In fact, it had also brought them quite shocking benefits. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and the title of the strongest lord, he obtained a total of loots. 48 regional tokens, green bronze tier to extraordinary tier. 512 territory tokens. Black iron tier to extraordinary tier. 140 epic tier mist cores, 3120 extraordinary tier mist cores, 65,430 diamond tier mist cores, 162,350 white platinum tier mist cores, 1,018,920 yellow gold tier mist cores, 1,507,810 white silver tier mist cores, and 2,951,360 green bronze tier mist cores. There were 70,159,632 skill books and 111,104,521 pieces of equipment. Basic materials, 100 billion and 15 million units. 495 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 156 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 12 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1 epic tier Scarlet Lord Talent sphere. And 1 extraordinary tier Scarlet Lord Talent sphere. This was the list of loots. As for the improvement of the soldiers, there was no record of it for the time being because the triumphal arch hadn't passed today. He looked at the skill books and equipment on the list. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and did not throw it into the marketplace as usual. The number of soldiers under his command could be said to be different every day. These skill books and equipment should be used on his soldiers first. After satisfying the needs of his soldiers, it would not be too late to throw the excess skill books and equipment to the marketplace to sell. How's the construction of the spatial teleportation array going? Zhou Zhou looked up and asked. Master Jing Hengzi is building a spatial teleportation array. It should be ready by tonight. Bai Yun said respectfully. Chapter 520, 2 New Lord Talents, Part 2. Zhou Zhou nodded and said, then let the soldiers stay here for the night and arrange the things here. We'll bring the soldiers back to Blazing Sun City tomorrow morning. Leave this matter to one of your subordinates. Call Wu Xin, Wu Tu, Feng Luo, Luo Sheng, and the other important generals over. They'll return to the Blazing Sun territory with me later. I have something important to do. You have to be there. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. The major event he was talking about was naturally the establishment of the first beginner kingdom of the human race on the Cerulean planet. This was a major matter that concerned the entire territory, so he naturally could not do it alone. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. She could vaguely guess what her lord was going to do, and a trace of passion flashed in the depths of her eyes. Then, she didn't waste any time and immediately turned around to call for help. A moment later, in an empty space in the palace, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, Wu Tu, Luo Sheng, Suan, Guo Jiao, Nazario, Augusta, Maris. All the important generals and subordinates who had followed Zhou Zhou since the establishment of Blazing Sun territory gathered here. Zhou Zhou looked at them and suddenly felt a surge of ambition in his heart. These were all the people who fought for the position of Lord of all races and chased after the Lord of all races. And this was only the beginning. In the future, his territory team would definitely continue to expand. All kinds of experts, generals, strategists, geniuses. They would all gather here and help him ascend to the higher peak of the lords of the myriad races. Let's board the ship. Let's return to Blazing Sun City. Yes. Everyone shouted. Then, they no longer hesitated and flew into the starry night that they had been waiting for a long time. Zhou Zhou entered last. Then, he chanted return to the city in his heart. The spaceship carrying Zhou Zhou and the Blazing Sun territory's generals and experts suddenly vanished into thin air. The Blazing Sun territory. Under the supreme barrier. It was a peaceful time when all the houses were lit up. The Blazing Sun territory was still very lively even though it was already very late. On the well-planned streets, the lifestyle professionals subjects were doing their best to sell their goods. The other subjects were on the streets, chatting and laughing as they shopped and walked. It looked like a scene from the peaceful times. At this moment, a huge silver-black spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the starry night. Many subjects were used to this. Many of them looked at the spaceship with admiration and yearning. His lordship is back. His lordship is really busy. He comes back so late every day, but it's also because of this that we can live such a peaceful and happy life. I've already hired a craftsman to build a lord statue at home and pray to the Lord every day. Haha, what a coincidence. It's the same at my house. Me too. Everyone laughed and discussed. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou brought his men down from the spaceship, he gave Bai Yun an order. Bai Yun, Wu Xin, go and invite Vice City Lord Zheng and the important officials of the other territories over. Then, go to the administrative hall and let them discuss the development of the kingdom. Our kingdom will be established tonight. Get Vice City Lord Zheng and the others to discuss it and come up with a rough plan for the future development of the kingdom. I'll give you 2 hours to discuss it slowly. Don't be anxious. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough time. You can slowly perfect it in the future. I just want to see your general thoughts on how to develop the kingdom in the future. In the next 2 hours, I will prepare for the establishment of the kingdom. I'll look for you after I'm done here. Zhou Zhou said. When Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others heard this, even though they were already prepared, they still felt pleasantly surprised when they really heard it. Oh my God! Blazing Sun territory is about to become a kingdom. While they were excited, they were also emotional. How long had it been since their lord arrived in the high continent? 20 days tops, but he had already established a kingdom. These things did not happen even in novels. Even though he was supported by the supreme will, their lord's unbelievable territorial development methods were the important reason why they could reach their current state in such a short period of time. It could be said that the Blazing Sun territory wouldn't be where it was today without their lord. Even though they had played a lot of roles in this process, they were still far inferior to the Lord's methods. Yes. I'll go now. Bai Yun and the others said respectfully, then went to look for someone. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou also returned to his beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. In the study room of the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise, Zhou Zhou sat on the chair behind the desk. He was not in a hurry to establish a kingdom. Instead, he took out the 48 regional tokens he had obtained today and integrated them into his territory stone tablet. Then he waited quietly. A moment later, Zhou Zhou, who did not hear anything, raised his eyebrows slightly. He has more than 50 regional territories, but he didn't trigger a new lord announcement on the entire cerulean planet. Do I need 70 seats? Or 100 seats? He muttered to himself in confusion. The last time he fused with 30 regional territories, he triggered an all-channel lord announcement. He originally thought that more than 50 regional territories would be triggered again this time, but he did not expect it to not succeed. At this moment, a line of words that surprised him suddenly appeared in front of him. Supreme Will Notification: when the number of regional territories owned by a lord exceeds 30, the basic conditions for establishing a beginner kingdom have been reached. If you obtain more regional territories now, you will not be able to obtain the Lord Announcement achievement for the entire channel. At this moment, the only way for the Lord to obtain the Lord Announcement achievement was to advance further and conquer kingdom-level Lord factions. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. So that was how it was. Then the difficulty would be much higher. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. With his current Lord faction, it was not difficult for him to conquer more kingdom-level Lord factions. With his current Lord faction, it was not difficult for him to conquer more kingdom-level Lord factions. Then, he took out the supreme treasure chest rewarded by the Lord announcement on the cerulean planet. After opening the supreme treasure chest, he realized that there were 3 familiar crystals inside. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. These 3 crystals were 3 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals. The Supreme Treasure Chest is indeed worthy of its name. They really give me what I want. He looked at the 3 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals and could not help but smile. He now had a total of 5 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals. Apart from the 2 heroes who were going to be used to revive the Night Temple, he could keep the other 3 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals for himself. This way, if he and the people around him died in the future, he could use it to revive directly. Then, he put away the 3 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals and took out an orange crystal and a purple crystal. They were the Extraordinary Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere and the Epic Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. The latter had dropped from King Taiyan. The former was obtained from the Scarlet Lord of one of the 48 regional territories in the Taiyan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou first purified the 2 of them before looking at their attributes. Treasure Name: Lord Talent Sphere King's Treasure Box. Treasure Grade: Extraordinary Tier. Treasure Effect: after absorbing it, the Lord will have an Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent King Treasure Box. Treasure Description: a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. You can obtain a yellow gold tier Lord Talent after absorbing it. Treasure Name: Lord Talent Sphere Talent Intuition. Treasure Grade: Epic Tier. Treasure Effect: after absorbing it, the Lord will have an Epic Tier Lord Talent Intuition. Treasure Description: a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain an Epic Tier Lord Talent. King's Treasure Box. Innate Intuition. Zhou Zhou was delighted. Chapter 521, The King's Treasure Box. Talent Intuition. Zhou Zhou looked a little happy. These 2 Lord Talents seemed to be quite good. He immediately absorbed them without hesitation. This extraordinary tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless orange spots of light and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he saw a rectangular golden box appear in front of him. The box was carved with the beautiful golden patterns of dragons, phoenixes, and other auspicious beasts. It looked precious and mysterious. "This is the king's treasure box." Zhou Zhou took it curiously. He looked over and a text notification appeared. Treasure name, King's Treasure Box, Soul Binder, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Treasure grade, Special tier. Treasure effect 1/2 plain space. The King's Treasure Box is the King's storage treasure, which contains a dead and silent half-plane space that can store massive amounts of material. Treasure effect 2 automated collection. After the owner of the King's Treasure Box kills the enemy and retrieves the loots can be automatically stored in the space of the King's Treasure Box. No other life forms can spy on the treasure inside. Treasure effect 3 spirit accumulation, a treasure stored in the King's Treasure Box. After a long period of nurturing in the treasure box, the damaged treasure will slowly be repaired. There is a chance that intact treasures will give birth to spirituality, thereby improving the quality of the treasure. This spirit accumulation effect is only effective on treasures below the legendary tier. Treasure description, a creation from the Lord Talent. It contains a half-plane space. It's a storage treasure that can only be chanced upon by luck. What a treasure! Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the ability of the King's Treasure Box. Recently, he had been worried that he had too many spoils of war and his spatial ring could not hold them all. Originally, he was wondering if he should bring a storage ring with all 10 fingers to store his loots. This was timely. With this box, he no longer had to worry about not having enough storage space. It was an entire half-plane space that could even fit the territories of a few kingdoms. As for the spirit accumulation effect, it sounded good. However, he did not know what its specific effect was and how long it would take to nurture it. Zhou Zhou looked at the King's Treasure Box in his hand. With a thought, he saw it disappear into thin air and appear in the sea of consciousness between his brows. This was the effect of soul binding. Treasures that could directly bind souls could be directly stored in one's body. This was much safer than wearing it. As long as he didn't die, no one could steal a treasure from him. Then, he picked up another epic tier Lord Talent sphere and fused it. Then, he looked at its talent information expectantly. Lord Talent, Talent Intuition, Epic tier. Talent Intuition, when you encounter an event that requires decisiveness, there is a chance to obtain an intuition that is like the help of the heavens, allowing you to make the right choice. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. This Lord Talent was worthy of an epic tier Lord Talent? He pondered for a while, but his expression gradually became serious. What a talent, he muttered. Life. Life could be said to be formed by choices. At times, the right choice could allow a person to soar and save countless years of hard work. And a wrong choice could also cause a person to fall from heaven to hell. There was even no possibility of making a comeback and wasting his life. That was the importance of choices. And this epic tier Lord Talent Intuition had a chance of making the right choice when faced with a choice. This meant that he did not have to take a detour. He might even obtain some great opportunities at some point. If I use this talent intuition well, the benefits it will bring me might not be inferior to the legendary tier Lord Talent, or even the mythical tier 1 and only Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Such a Lord Talent is a blockbuster the moment it appeared. When he thought of this, he could not help but smile. He never expected an epic tier Lord Talent to give him such a huge surprise. Still, this Lord Talent might not bring him much benefits in the short term. He had to be prepared for this. However, this was nothing. Zhou Zhou had nothing but Lord Talent. It wouldn't work for a short period of time. The other 21 Lord Talents could still take turns to exert strength. Then, he thought of the information he had seen about King Taiyan. No wonder King Taiyan's information introduced that the other party has an astonishing sense of smell and decisiveness. He has made many important decisions for the development of the Taiyan kingdom. So it has the extraordinary tier version of talent intuition. In addition, it later said that King Taiyan had brought a lot of losses to the Taiyan kingdom because he trusted his sense of smell too much. I'll bear that in mind, too. You can trust your talent intuition, but never blindly trust other intuitions. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he looked at his Lord Talent. A total of 26 Lord Talents made him smile. There are so many Lord Talents. If I were to take a screenshot and post it on the World Channel, the others would be scared to death. Zhou Zhou thought with a smile. Then, he took a deep breath. These Lord Talents were his foundation. However, they were not enough. If he wanted to surpass the lords of the myriad races who had the foundation of top-notch races and civilizations, he would need even more powerful Lord Talents. Then, he stopped thinking and took out the divine spark fragment of the God of Glimmer that he had found in Taiyan's treasure vault. A text notification appeared. Do you want to use it? Yes. Zhou Zhou immediately said, and then his consciousness went black. Zhou Zhou realized that he seemed to have become the God of Glimmer when the god was young. When the God of Glimmer was young, she lived in a place called the Darkness Continent. This was her hometown. On this continent, there was no sun, only endless darkness. And the envoy of light, who was born from the bonfire and the light, was the only living being race that followed the light on this mainland. The God of Glimmer Solon was such an envoy of light. Solon had always believed in the God of light since she was born. All her life, she had used her light to explore the darkness, to destroy the dark monsters, to find a place for light to rest for those who could not live in the darkness. During this process, her strength also continuously increased until she grasped the power of the Glimmer Law and became a low-level god spirit, the God of Glimmer. Later on, she happened to pass through a teleportation array and arrived at the High Continent. She had originally thought that she would be able to find a higher path to advance as a god spirit on this even greater continent. However, she had an unfavorable start. She encountered an abyssal evil god in no time and was killed by it. The memories of the God of Glimmer's divine spark fragment stopped here. A text notification appeared. Please choose one of the following nomological skills belonging to the God of Glimmer. 1. 2. 3. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 law skills. With the vague memories of the God of Glimmer, he immediately knew their nomological skills. 1 law skill Glimmer Protection, low-level deity advance grade. 2 law skill Holy Light Sword, low-level deity advance grade. 3 law skill Fire Light, low-level deity advance grade. Chapter 522, Upgrading Territory. Extraordinary Tier Blazing Sun Territory. The first law skill Glimmer Protection. It was somewhat similar to the law skill Absolute Light that Zhou Zhou had mastered. They could use their light laws to protect others from the negative environments of the outside world in the Scarlet Fog or other dark environments. However, Absolute Light was a large-scale protection. Even though Glimmer Protection was not a large-scale protection, it could accurately protect everyone and prevent them from being attacked by the negative environment of the outside world for a long time. Furthermore, the Glimmer Protection could continue to work even if it was far away from the caster. As for Absolute Light, it could not be too far away from Zhou Zhou. It could be considered a very practical support law skill. The second law skill Holy Light Sword was a single target law attack skill of the Law of Light. It also had additional law damage bonuses to enemies with darkness, negative, unholy, and other stats. The third law skill Fire Light was a group law attack skill of the Law of Light. Even though its power was weaker than the Light Hammer, its range of damage was extremely wide. Zhou Zhou pondered for a while and hesitated, not knowing which to choose. These 3 law skills would be very useful in the future. At this moment, he suddenly had an epiphany, and his gaze landed on the Holy Light Sword. It was as if the heavens were guiding him to choose this law skill and tell him that this law skill would be very useful in the future. Zhou Zhou immediately reacted. His talent intuition was triggered. NNRA.com. He did not expect this Lord Talent to be triggered so quickly. However, since it had been triggered, Zhou Zhou no longer hesitated and directly chose the Holy Light Sword, a law skill. Zhou Zhou seemed to see a golden holy sword that reached all the way to the sky in the distance. It flowed with light that was like the first rays of dawn, and it looked like it was enthralled. The holy sword flew over from afar and entered his forehead in the blink of an eye. Zhou Zhou was shocked. He subconsciously touched his forehead and took out a mirror. In the mirror, he found that there was a holy sword mark on his forehead. He subconsciously touched his forehead and took out a mirror. In the mirror, he found that there was a holy sword mark on his forehead. The mark from the holy sword disappeared when he thought to hide it. The holy sword mark appeared again when he thought for it to appear. Interesting. Is this the manifestation of the law skill Holy Light Sword? Why do I feel that this Holy Light Sword can connect with my absolute light law skill? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to try and see if he could really connect. Then, he looked at the ability information of this law skill. Law skill name, Holy Light Sword. Law skill quality, low-level deity advance grade. Introduction to the law skill, manipulate the power of the absolute light law skill, condense a holy light sword to kill the enemy. It has additional killing effects on creatures of chaotic camps that are evil, dark, scarlet, and negative. The description was simple. However, as a law skill, its effect was destined to not be as simple as it was described. He took a few more glances and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he walked out of the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise and looked at the building in front of him. He silently chanted to upgrade his territory. 800 million units of basic materials, 500 white platinum tier mist cores, 2,000 origin crystals, 30,000 units of basic elemental gems, 9,000 units of high-level elemental gems, and 2 white platinum tier territory tokens disappeared. Boom! A golden light immediately covered the entire beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. The obviously expanded Lord Manor appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Congratulations, your beginner Lord's Paradise has successfully been upgraded to a white platinum tier advanced grade building. Your white platinum tier intermediate grade essence spirit array has been successfully upgraded to white platinum tier advanced grade essence spirit array. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to white platinum tier advanced grade territory. Territory stone endurance increased to 50 million/50 million. Your territory has expanded to 5,000 km x 5,000 km x 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic construction blueprint treasure chest, white platinum tier advanced grade. Lord talent notification, the upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can use insight defection on has been increased to legendary tier. Lord talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your goddess of life's shelter has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the requirements for the next level. Construction upgrade, 500 million units of wood, 500 million units of fine sand, 500 million units of metal, 500 million units of stone, 1,000 white platinum tier mist cores, 5,000 origin crystals, 100,000 units of basic elemental gems, 10,000 units of thunder elemental gems, 10,000 units of life elemental gems, 10,000 units of death elemental gems, 3 white platinum tier cities, 50 white platinum tier lifestyle professionals, 500 white platinum tier military professionals, 3 white platinum tier territory tokens. It's still the problem of high-level elemental gems. Zhou Zhou looked at the upgrade requirement and frowned slightly. There were a total of 20,000 life elemental gems and death elemental gems. Even if he had just obtained all the high-level elemental gems in the Taiyan Kingdom, he still could not satisfy the needs of the territory to level up. Looks like I have to hurry up and go to Titan Kingdom to take a look. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He still remembered that Li Yuangan said that among the nearby kingdoms, the Titan Kingdom had the most high-level elemental gem minerals. If he wanted to obtain more high-level elemental gem resources and continue to upgrade his territory, dealing with the Titan Kingdom was a must. Then, he came to the gate of summoning and spent 2,000 units of basic resources and 500 white platinum tier mist cores to upgrade it. Congratulations, your gate of summoning has been successfully upgraded to a white platinum tier advanced grade building. You can summon plus 70 subjects every day. You will summon 80 professionals from the subjects every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 4, you can summon 1,715 subjects every day. You will summon 90 professionals from the subjects every day. Moreover, 5 of the professionals will have the same level as your territory. Zhou Zhou looked at its next level up requirement. Construction upgrade: 10 million units of wood, 10 million units of fine sand, 10 million units of metal, 10 million units of stone, 10 million white platinum tier mist core to upgrade the territory level to extraordinary tier elementary grade. This request is the same as giving it for free. Zhou Zhou lamented. He was not too surprised. It's time to build a kingdom. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Then, he took out an extraordinary tier territory fusion certificate. He had also found this extraordinary tier territory fusion certificate in Taiyan's treasure vault. Originally, he had wanted to use the gradeless territory fusion certificate to fuse Blazing Sun City and the Taiyan Kingdom's capital. Now that he had this extraordinary tier territory fusion certificate, he naturally did not need the gradeless one. A text notification appeared. Do you want to use the territory fusion certificate, extraordinary tier? Yes. He replied. An illusory map appeared in front of him. It was a map of all the regions and territories that the Blazing Sun territory currently controlled. Zhou Zhou looked at the map. On this illusory map, there were still 12 regional territories separating Blazing Sun City from the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he first used the low-level territorial fusion proof to fuse all the regional territories between the two. Zhou Zhou had already obtained a lot of these low-level territory fusion certificates from Li Yi. In addition, he had obtained nearly 500 territory fusion certificates from the Taiyan Kingdom's treasure vault today, so he naturally was not lacking in this aspect. After fusing the separated territories, Blazing Sun City's territory level had already increased from white platinum tier to diamond tier. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he began to fuse Blazing Sun City and the Taiyan Kingdom's capital. Soon, he saw that on the illusory map, the boundary between the territory of the Blazing Sun territory and the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom gradually became blurry before finally disappearing. Then, rows of new text notifications appeared. You have chosen the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom, extraordinary tier regional territory, as the target of your initial territory fusion. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, your initial territory, Blazing Sun Desert, Diamond Tier Regional Territory, has successfully fused with the Taiyan Kingdom's Imperial City, Extraordinary Tier Regional Territory. Your Blazing Sun Desert, Diamond Tier, Regional Territory has been significantly upgraded to an Extraordinary Tier Regional Territory. The range of your Blazing Sun Desert, Extraordinary Tier, territory has increased significantly. Your Blazing Sun Desert, Extraordinary Tier, territory has perfectly inherited all the resources of the original territory and the fusion territory. Please continue to fuse regional territories and increase the level of your regional territories. When Zhou Zhou saw this, a smile appeared on his face. I've fulfilled the 3 conditions for establishing a kingdom. It's time to establish my kingdom. Chapter 523, Establishing a Kingdom. Zhou Zhou took out the kingdom token. A text notification appeared. Do you want to use the kingdom token? Yes. Zhou Zhou said excitedly. The kingdom token instantly emitted an incomparably intense golden light. This golden light was so intense that it even penetrated his beginner-grade lord's paradise and shone in all directions, allowing the living beings within a radius of thousands of kilometers or even close to 10,000 kilometers to see it. Some life forms looked at this scene in surprise and guessed what had happened. Some of the older elders were very emotional when they saw this scene. Which lord is establishing a kingdom? The path of a kingdom is uncertain, especially in a place like the high continent. I wonder how long this king can last for his kingdom. Decades? Hundreds of years? If he can last for 1,000 years, he'll be considered successful. The early stages of building a new kingdom are not so easy to pass. In a towering palace that was 1,000 meters tall in the Titan kingdom, the current Titan king, Fens, was sitting on a desolate blood-red throne, staring coldly at the golden light in the distance. Is that the light of the kingdom token? Who has established a kingdom? Its expression was cold and irritable. The territory of the kingdoms around them was only so big. Originally, it was divided between Titan, Taiyan, Netherbark, and Aurora kingdom. Now that there was suddenly an additional kingdom, it meant that they could originally get a quarter of the territory. Now, they could only get a fifth or even less. The cake was only so big. Naturally, it wanted as few competitors as possible. My king, the direction of that light is in the direction of the human lord's territory. I think it's probably the human lord who destroyed our giant roar army and killed the Iron Fang king, Saifen, to establish the kingdom. A loud priest wearing a colorful priest robe walked out and said worriedly. Upon hearing this, the Titan King Fen's expression became even gloomier. The Titan Kingdom only had 5 heroes to begin with. Its national strength had greatly decreased because of that human lord who killed one of the heroes. Furthermore, it had yet to obtain the benefits of the Taiyan Kingdom. It could be said that it hated that human lord to the core, but at the same time, it seemed to have thought of something, and a look of unwillingness flashed across its eyes. The Lord of the Blazing Sun. According to the report, this guy can command nearly 10 million troops, and each soldier is very strong. Even if the entire Titan Kingdom is full of soldiers, our total military strength is only 5 million. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult even if we can fight them. The Titan King muttered to itself. The priest below the hall looked at its majesty's expression. It could roughly guess even though it could not hear its king clearly. It took the initiative to say, Your Majesty, I don't know where that human lord found tens of millions of troops. With such troops, he will definitely target our Titan Kingdom's high-level elemental gem mine in order to quickly level up his territory. Even though the war between us and the other party has yet to begin, the future will definitely appear. We have to be prepared. The priest said solemnly. What does the priest have in mind? Just say it. The Titan King, Fens, glanced at it and said indifferently. Your Majesty. We were threatened by that human lord. Isn't the Netherbark Kingdom, which is adjacent to that human lord, the same? I suggest that we join forces with the Netherbark Kingdom and find a few allies to deal with that human lord together. The priest said respectfully. If it was in the past, the proud Titan King Fens would definitely not care about joining forces with other countries. But at this moment, Fens didn't say anything as it thought about the intelligence on the Lord of the Blazing Sun's military strength. It just pondered silently. Netherbark Kingdom. In the Pope's Palace. At this moment, the Pope's Palace had just finished the god-bestowing ceremony and completed the replacement of the new and old Pope. However, what the citizens of the underworld Bark Kingdom did not know was that just as the handover of their beloved new Pope ended, another simple and low-key funeral was held in the worship hall of the Gobi. In the worship hall, the new Pope, Floyd, and the old Pope, Cronin, were looking at the transparent crystal coffin surrounded by flowers in silence. There were no corpses in the transparent crystal coffin, only some simple clothes and relics. My master's death spirit servant actually died just like that. And on a day like today. Floyd had a head of resplendent, slightly curly blonde hair. His entire body emitted a faint golden luster, and he looked like a creature from Greek mythology. He looked at the death spirit servant, Sakamo's crystal coffin, and sighed. He did not look too regretful. He and the old Pope Cronin were from two different factions in the Pope's palace. There had always been many conflicts between them. The undead servant Sakamo belonged to the old Pope's faction. He was dead. Even though it was not a good thing for the entire Netherbark Kingdom, that might not be the case to him. The old Pope Cronin glanced at Floyd and saw through his thoughts. "I've already retired. Sakamo would have become your power sooner or later. Don't you feel sorry that he's dead? Aren't you afraid that you won't have enough experts when the human lord comes knocking on your door?" Chapter 524, Establishing a Kingdom, 2. Cronin asked in a deep voice. There were only him and Floyd here now, so he didn't care about some things and said them directly. "Don't I feel sorry?" Floyd was disdainful in his heart, but he pretended to be shocked. Then, he said arrogantly, "Our Netherbark Kingdom is supported by the divine power of death. If that human lord dares to attack, we'll let him have a taste of being cursed by the divine power of death. When the time comes, he might not even dare to take half a step into our country. If he really dares to come over, don't blame me for taking the race divine artifact in his hand." The news that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had a divine artifact of the race had already been spread through the entire channel by the Lord of the myriad races, and many life forms knew about it. The Netherbark Kingdom was naturally one of them. The news that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had a divine artifact of the race had already been spread through the entire channel by the Lord of the myriad races, and many life forms knew about it. If he could snatch this race divine artifact and offer it to the god of death, perhaps he could take another step forward and become the Elven of Death by the god of death's side. When the time comes, the position of Pope that he had fought so hard for would be like child's play. On the other side, Pope Cronin did not refute Floyd's words. "Take care of yourself. I hope that the Netherbark Kingdom can develop better in your hands." Cronin looked at Sakamo's clothes and belongings in the coffin and turned to walk towards the door. From the back, he seemed to have aged a lot. Floyd narrowed his eyes as he watched Cronin leave. What bad idea was this old thing thinking of to deal with me? After fighting with the old Pope for so many years, he would not easily judge his true thoughts just because of his outward behavior. Hey! At this moment, the two of them suddenly sensed something and looked in the direction of Blazing Sun City. Someone's founded a kingdom. It should be that human lord. Tisk, I don't need to think so much. I'm just an old man who has lost his position as Pope. Cronin left without looking back. The new Pope, Floyd, frowned. Originally, he was in a good mood because he had become the new Pope, but now, because of the new human kingdom, his mood had become much worse. Lord of the Blazing Sun. Race divine artifact. Floyd's deep voice came from the temple. In the Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou naturally did not know that so many other life forms had so many other thoughts just as he was about to establish a kingdom. He was looking at the text notification that appeared in front of him. Kingdom notification, Lord of the Blazing Sun, you have used the kingdom token. Do you want to officially upgrade your territory to a kingdom-level lord's territory? Yes. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Do you wish to use the Blazing Sun territory, extraordinary tier regional territory, as your royal capital region? Yes. Please set your kingdom name. The Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou was already prepared for this and immediately replied. Your world channel ID has changed. Your current world channel ID is, Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun. You have successfully established your own kingdom. The announcement that Zhou Zhou had been waiting for finally appeared. Lord of all races Lord announcement, congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun for successfully establishing the first kingdom, rewards, mythical tier treasure chest +1, novice kingdom treasure chest +1. Reputation rating +10. Mythical reputation rating +1. Lord of all races announcement, congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of all races announcement, congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. His heart was filled with joy. Finally! The kingdom that I have been longing for is finally established. At this moment, the text notification appeared again. Novice King Hint 1, your kingdom has just been established. Your reputation will gradually spread in the nearby area. The living beings in the area will gradually know of your kingdom's existence. Please be prepared to deal with the subsequent kingdom affairs. Novice King Hint 2, you have the authority to establish a kingdom channel. This kingdom channel can accommodate up to 100 million subjects. Novice King Hint 3, you have the authority to publish the kingdom announcement. After publishing the kingdom announcement, all subjects in the kingdom channel will be informed of the news you released immediately. Novice King Hint 4, the kingdom channel is only owned by the lords of the myriad races. The local lords cannot own the kingdom channel. Kingdom channel. Kingdom announcement. Only the lord of all races have it. Other local lords can't have it. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. So this is the rights of a kingdom? Indeed, it is too different from being an ordinary lord of all races. He looked at the bottom left corner of his field of vision. As expected, he found a new icon in the middle of the world channel and the marketplace. This icon had a simple king character, and behind it was a golden flag. It was the icon of the kingdom channel. Zhou Zhou opened it. He realized that this kingdom channel was very similar to the world channel of the Lord of Cerulean Planet. There were 3 functions: personal information, kingdom channel, and friend list. However, it lacked the most important function of the marketplace. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. During his growth, the marketplace had definitely played a role that was not inferior to the legendary tier lord talent. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the kingdom channel. Otherwise, his subjects would be much more comfortable. In addition to these functions, Zhou Zhou also discovered a kingdom channel function that belonged solely to him. King function. Zhou Zhou opened it. He discovered that this king function had a series of functions such as silence, chat administrator, setting, publishing the kingdom announcement, searching for subject information. It looked quite complete. Zhou Zhou clicked on one of the subject joining functions and saw a full page of subject names appear in front of him. There were 100 people on each page. Zhou Zhou looked at the bottom page and realized that there were more than 110,000 pages. In other words, there were more than 11 million people. There were about 4 million subjects under him. These 11 million people should include the lords and subjects under his command. Zhou Zhou chose all the subjects and pulled them in. Right on the heels of that, Zhou Zhou saw the number of subjects in the kingdom channel jump from 0 to 54,612. The next second, it directly rose to 227,786. In the next moment, more than 10 million people joined his kingdom channel. The others who hadn't joined yet probably hadn't realized what was going on, so they didn't dare to join rashly. Thinking of this, he opened the kingdom announcement. After thinking for a while, he began to fill in the contents of the announcement. He finished writing it in no time and chose to publish it. All the subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, including the lords of the Star Alliance and their subordinates, suddenly saw rows of text notifications. Blazing Sun Kingdom announcement, subjects, I have good news for everyone. From today onwards, our Blazing Sun territory has officially advanced from an ordinary lord's territory to a kingdom-level lord's territory. We are the first lord faction among the lord of all races to advance to the territory of a kingdom-level lord. This means that we are at the forefront of the lord of all races. This is the glory that belongs to all the subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. In addition, you should have seen the Kingdom Channel's invitation that just appeared. Everyone, don't be afraid. I posted this. You can just enter normally. In the future, you can communicate normally on this channel and can even exchange information. In order to celebrate the founding of the kingdom, all the items in the territory contribution system would be exchanged at a 50% discount for a month from today onwards. In a month, the price will return to normal. I hope that all subjects will seize the opportunity to increase their strength and better survive on the high continent. The Blazing Sun territory. All the subjects who saw this kingdom announcement were stunned at first before erupting with joy. As subjects of the Blazing Sun territory, they knew very well how many good things there were in their exchange system, especially the military merit exchange system. Now, their lord, no, His Majesty the King was actually willing to sell it at a 50% discount. It was as if they could already see their strength and family background rapidly increasing in the future. Chapter 525, Hero Slot Advancement Book. After Zhou Zhou released the kingdom announcement, he immediately looked at the kingdom channel. At this moment, the kingdom channel was already bustling with activity. Many subjects who had just arrived were cheering for the official advancement of the Blazing Sun territory to a kingdom faction. At the same time, they were also amazed by the wonders of the kingdom channel. Of course, the latter's subjects did not include Linger, the Green Phoenix Lord, and the other lords of the myriad races in their subordinate territory. They had already experienced the world channel of the Lord of Cerulean Planet, so their reaction to the familiar functions of the kingdom channel was naturally mediocre. But even so, they were a little surprised that the lords of all races could actually obtain the authority to establish a kingdom channel after establishing a kingdom. Because of this, the Lord of the Blazing Sun's status in their hearts skyrocketed once again. At this moment, many lords of the Star Alliance had already gone to the world channel to show off. Zhou Zhou smiled at this. He was not in a hurry to see the reactions of the lords of Cerulean Planet on the world channel. Instead, he looked at the current number of subjects on the kingdom channel. The number of subjects in the kingdom channel had already reached 11,251,563. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This number meant that almost all his subjects had entered his kingdom channel. The kingdom channel has a maximum number of 100 million subjects. I shouldn't have to worry about exceeding the limit for the time being. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. In addition, even if he surpassed them in the future, he did not think it would matter. There was a limit of 100 million subjects in a beginner kingdom. After reaching the intermediate kingdom or even higher, the upper limit of the number of subjects in this kingdom channel should increase. He stopped thinking and opened the world channel of the Lord of Cerulean Planet. It was not beyond his expectations. At this moment, the entire world channel was discussing the matter of him establishing a kingdom. Awesome! The first kingdom of the Cerulean Planet Lords. It's also the first kingdom of the entire Lord of all races. Big Boss Blazing Sun is King awesome! Shouts at the top of my lungs. He has earned a lot of face. Dragon Lady Lord, all Lord members of the Dragon Blood Alliance congratulate Your Majesty on establishing the number 1 kingdom of the Cerulean Planet. Overlord Lord, all Lord members of the Overlord Association congratulations Your Majesty on establishing the number 1 kingdom of the Cerulean Planet. The number 1 kingdom of all races. Undead Lord, the Undead Alliance congratulates Your Majesty for establishing the number 1 kingdom on the Cerulean Planet. The number 1 kingdom of all races. Wow, so many big bosses appeared in the same frame together. We're really witnessing history today. You're still lamenting about witnessing history, but the smart me has already taken a screenshot. You're still taking screenshots. The smart me has already started recording. You're still recording. The farsighted me has long joined the Star Alliance. D*MN it, I'm willing to call that a killer move. Boo-hoo, I want to join the Star Alliance too, but the event is over. I can't even exchange for the Master-Servant territory contract now. In short, it's good to cozy up to Big Boss Blazing Sun. What big shot! Can't you see how those big shots address him? Call him Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Big Boss Blazing Sun has already become a king. Is it time to consider the harem? Cough cough, I have a little sister who's beautiful. Your Majesty, do you want to take a look? In this day and age, there are people fighting to be a bootlicker. It's too difficult. If you can't be a bootlicker, you can lick the hook for His Majesty. Hook? Which hook? Blazing Sun Kingdom, Lord of the Blazing Sun, strongest lord of all races. His Majesty has appeared. Capture His Majesty quickly. Hold on to the person above. Hold on tight. The main character has appeared. I hope that in the upcoming war in the territory, I will kill gods and Buddhas. Zhou Zhou turned off the World Channel speechlessly. Every time something big happened, there would always be a few people among the lords of the cerulean planet that made him speechless. In addition, he could tell something. Fewer lords who dared to openly mock him on the World Channel as his strength and his achievement increased. They were almost extinct. This was the benefit of strength. When there was not much difference in strength between him and the other party still dared to openly mock him and conspire against him using the World Channel. When the disparity in strength was large enough for the other party to look up to, all kinds of jealousy, resentment, and anger would disappear or be hidden in the deepest depths. Zhou Zhou did not let down his guard even though he was very happy to see this situation. Their lords were competitors after all. In the future, when he encountered other lords of Cerulean planet during the expansion of his territory, they would definitely fight them if they did not want to surrender. Furthermore, he would not stop himself from becoming stronger just because the other party was a lord of the same race. Therefore, he would start a war with the other party. This was something that was bound to happen between lords of all races. They were enemies after all. However, unlike the people of foreign races, they were of the same race. I hope that all the lords of Cerulean planet I meet in the future will surrender to me. Otherwise, I'll have to fight them. Even though Zhou Zhou was cautious, he also felt that it would be very difficult to find a lord who could fight him among the lords of Cerulean planet. This was evident from the battlefield of the lord of all races. Other than him, only a few lords on the Cerulean planet had reached the epic tier. However, he was the only one who could surpass the legendary tier and mythical tier and reach the top of the myriad races. He did not think too much about it and looked at the rewards for the lord of all races. First was the 10 reputation rating and 1 mythical reputation rating. This meant that tomorrow, he would have another 10 talents attracted by his reputation rating and 1 mythical tier talent join his territory. He then looked at the 2 treasure chests. First was the mythical tier treasure chest. Zhou Zhou opened it and saw a piece of paper emitting a faint golden light. He picked it up and looked at it. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Hero Slot Advancement Book. Treasure grade, True God tier. Treasure effect, after using it, any hero of any race can immediately upgrade their hero slot to the True God tier hero fate level. Treasure description, a precious treasure that can greatly increase the fate level of low-level heroes. The highest level can be upgraded to the True God tier hero's fate level. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. What a good treasure! But who should he give this hero slot advancement book to? Zhou Zhou now had a total of 9 heroes under his command, including Mechanical Father Zhou Zhou. They had contributed to the territory, and there was not much of a difference between their contributions to heroes. However, there was only 1 hero slot advancement book. It was really difficult to decide if he wanted to give it to a suitable hero. He thought for a while, then suddenly smiled. With a thought, Mechanical Father Zhou Zhou was summoned. There you go. Use it well. Don't let both me and you down. Zhou Zhou directly threw the hero slot advancement book to him. Mechanical Father Zhou Zhou nodded calmly and left to find a room to use. Zhou Zhou watched this scene calmly. Chapter 526, Newbie Kingdom Treasure Chest. Sword of Xian Yuan Sun Moon Star Sword. There were 2 reasons why he handed this hero slot advancement book to his Machina race clone. First, enhance his own strength so that his life preservation ability would be stronger in the battle between lords of the myriad races. No matter when or where, survival was always his top priority. Only with life would there be a future. And powerful strength was always the first way to save one's life. Second, Zhou Zhou was confident that after his strength increased exponentially, he would repay his subordinates in the future so that his subordinates' strength and hero slots would also increase exponentially. This was his confidence in his future. That was why he had given this hero slot advancement book to his Machina race clone. While mechanical father Zhou Zhou was leveling up, Zhou Zhou looked at another novice kingdom treasure chest. This treasure chest was black and gold in color and looked extremely noble. After he opened it, he found a sword inside. Zhou Zhou widened his eyes and could not help but take a deep breath. It was actually the second incomplete sword of Xian Yuan. Its sword was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. Faint starlight spread out, as if stars were circulating. It was very mysterious. Sun Moon Star Sword. Zhou Zhou whispered. Information about the divine artifact appeared. Race Divine Artifact Name, Incomplete Sword of Xian Yuan. Equipment Grade, Unique in the Race. Race Divine Artifact Ability 1 Sun Moon Star Sword. All humans on Cerulean planet will be illuminated by the light of the sun, moon, and stars, increasing their potential by a small level. Lords with swords and their subjects will be loved by the sun, moon, and stars, and their potential will increase by a large level. Race Divine Artifact Ability 2 Mountain River Plants and Tree Sword, Unknown. You need to collect and fuse the mountain, river, plant, and tree faces of the Sword of Xian Yuan to activate this Race Divine Artifact Ability. Race Divine Artifact Ability 4 Heaven and Earth Unification Sword, Unknown. To activate this race's Divine Artifact Ability, you need to collect and fuse the hilt of the Sword of Xian Yuan's Heaven and Earth Unification. Introduction to the Race Divine Artifact, Sword of Xian Yuan, also known as the Xian Yuan Xiaoyu Sword. One side of the sword is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side is carved with mountains, rivers, plants, and trees. The hilt is filled with the art of agriculture husbandry sword, and the other side contains the strategy of unifying the world. It contains endless power. It does not only kill demons, it is also one of the important reliances of the Cerulean planet Lord in fighting for the position of Lord of all races on the high continent. When Zhou Zhou saw the effect of the Sun Moon Star Sword, he immediately gasped. This Sun Moon Star Sword could actually increase the potential of the human race on the Cerulean planet. Furthermore, the other humans on the Cerulean planet would only advance by a small level. However, he and the subjects under him could advance by a large level. Green Bronze tier potential directly became White Silver tier potential. His extraordinary tier potential directly turned into Epic tier potential. Zhou Zhou immediately called Bai Yun and the others over through the army panel. While they were rushing over, Zhou Zhou also opened the world channel. Then, he saw countless identical comments. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Millions of comments appeared every second on the world channel, and these comments were all Long live His Majesty, without exception. Zhou Zhou laughed. It seemed that they had also seen the attributes of the Race Divine Artifact. He looked at the Kingdom channel. He realized that the situation on the Kingdom channel was similar. The only difference was that even though the subjects in the Kingdom channel were not as many as the lords in the Cerulean planet lords in the world channel, they shouted the craziest and most loyal. They were subjects under his command after all. Their potentials had increased by a large level. This was equivalent to the grace of being reborn. Who wouldn't go crazy? Originally, I was a little worried that because of the blessing of the war god, the subjects' strength would increase too quickly, causing their potential to be unable to keep up. It's fine now. With the potential of this Sword of Xian Yuan Sun Moon Star Sword, coupled with the Dragon Slayer's talent song in Bloodbath, it can increase the strength of the subjects and not be limited by their potential. Next, the strength of my subjects will increase. It should welcome an explosive period. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Even though the Dragon Slayer talent, Song in Bloodbath, was very effective, it could only be improved by killing high-level bloodline life forms and bathing in their blood. There were many restrictions. The final battlefield was gone after all. The enemies they would encounter in the future might not be high-level bloodline life forms. It was not even certain if it was a life form or if it had blood. For example, the Machina race and the Elemental race. Killing life forms of such races would not trigger Song in Bloodbath to increase the strength of his Dragon Slayer. Therefore, in comparison, it was safer to directly increase his potential. At this moment, his friend list was filled with all kinds of messages. Zhou Zhou casually opened Ling'er's message. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, I just saw the news about the race's divine artifact. Big Brother, you're amazing. You obtained another portion of the sword of Xian Yuan. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I'm keeping a low profile. By the way, how did it display on your end? Ling'er didn't reply but sent a screenshot instead. Zhou Zhou looked at it. Sword of Xian Yuan Sun Moon Star Sword. All human lords on Cerulean planet are illuminated by the light of the sun, moon, and stars. Their potential has increased by a small level. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. The light of the sun, moon, and stars. He pondered for a while, then walked out of his room and looked up at the stars in the sky. He could vaguely feel it. The stars that filled the sky were faintly emitting starlight that shone on his body. Then, it turned into wisps of cool energy that nourished his body. I wonder how much potential I have now. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. There was no potential in the Lord information interface of the lords of all races. Only when the lords of all races lost their status as lords would their specific potential be revealed. Then, he carefully felt his body. After a while, he frowned slightly. Logically speaking, it's already a huge increase in my potential to increase by a major level. Why don't I feel any change in my own potential? Don't tell me. My potential already at the Master God tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou frowned and muttered to himself. Master God tier advance grade. It was the limit of the potential of all the life forms of the various races. Anything above it would already involve the domain of the Supreme God realm. That was no longer something that could be determined by one's potential. He took out another sword of Xian Yuan, the agriculture husbandry sword, as he thought about this question. At this moment, he held the sword of Xian Yuan in his left hand, the agriculture husbandry sword, and the Sun Moon Star sword in his right hand. The two broken swords seemed to have sensed each other, and their surfaces emitted a faint white fluorescent light. A text notification appeared. Do you want to fuse? Sure enough, it can be fused. Fuse. Zhou Zhou immediately said. The two swords shone brightly. Then a luxurious golden sword appeared in his hand. Its blade was divided into 4 sides. At this moment, there were already 2 sword faces carved with the contents of the sun, moon, and stars, as well as farming. As for the other 2 sides of the sword, they were empty. Zhou Zhou looked at the attributes of the sword of Xian Yuan and realized that there were no changes. It was just a simple fusion of functions. He was slightly disappointed. He thought that it would produce some additional stats. Perhaps after I gather the complete sword of Xian Yuan, its species divine artifact stats will change. Zhou Zhou had some guesses. Chapter 527, Nazario, I'm also a dragon slayer. Zhou Zhou looked at the sword of Xian Yuan in his hand. Even though the fusion of the 2 swords did not produce any new divine artifact stats, Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the effect of the Sun Moon Star sword. At this moment, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, Luo Sheng, and the others walked over. Nazario, Augusta, Harris, and the other dragons also flew over. Greetings, my lord. Everyone and the dragons said respectfully. Can you feel the changes in your body? Zhou Zhou nodded and smiled. I can feel it. My potential has increased by a large level and I've directly reached the legendary tier advance grade. Feng Luo couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. As a hero with an epic tier hero fate level slot, his potential was only at the epic tier advance grade. After the upgrade of the Sun Moon Star Sword, he had directly jumped to the legendary tier advance grade. This potential was already comparable to the potential of a legendary tier hero in the fate level. My potential has increased to a low-level deity advance grade. Bai Yun smiled. During this period of time, her hero fate level had officially transformed from the legendary tier hero fate level, fake, to the real legendary tier hero fate level through killing enemy country heroes with her companions. At the same time, her potential also increased to legendary tier advance grade. And now, her potential had already broken through the limitations of normal life forms and had the potential to become a god. She would also be a true god spirit even if it was only the divine potential of a low-level deity advance grade. It was no longer the same as life forms below the legendary tier. Zhou Zhou looked at the others. When the others saw this, they also stood up and reported the improvement of their potential. Among them, the potential of the Dragon Horse Spear General, Wu Xin, had increased from an epic tier advance grade to a legendary tier advance grade. Soul Arrow Wu Tu's potential rose from epic tier advance grade to legendary tier advance grade. The advancement of the Ghost God General Luo Sheng was more terrifying. This time, after the upgrade of the Sun Moon Star Sword, he had directly jumped from to true God tier elementary grade. The Night Rakshasa Sword God Su An's potential increase was the most terrifying. This was because he had the potential to become true God tier advance grade. However, he had now directly advanced from a true God tier advance grade to a Master God tier advance grade. His potential had shockingly reached the limit of the world. Butcher Guo Jiao's potential was more ridiculous. As a dragon slayer, his potential was only at the green bronze tier intermediate grade. Now, even with the improvement of the Sun Moon Star Sword, his potential was only at the white silver tier intermediate grade. Even so, Guo Jiao still looked relieved. Fortunately, my potential didn't increase greatly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a pure dragon slayer. With that, he looked at everyone except Zhou Zhou with a strange expression. Everyone was speechless. You don't have to look at people like that. We're all humans. Our bloodlines aren't noble. Zhou Zhou coughed lightly and said. That's true. Guo Jia retracted his gaze and could not help but glance at Nazario and the others. Nazario and the other dragons subconsciously trembled. Then, they suddenly reacted. What was there to be afraid of? They might be dragons, but they were also dragon slayers. At the thought of this, they stared at Guo Jiao until he looked uncomfortable before looking away. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Instead, they stared at Guo Jiao until he looked uncomfortable before looking away. Zhou Zhou sighed. Back then, Nazario was the number one combatant and the number one potential subordinate in his territory. And now, it was actually starting to lose its ranking. He smiled. This also meant that his territory was developing rapidly. However, Nazario had contributed greatly to the development of his territory. If he could find treasures to increase its potential in the future, he had to help Nazario do just that. Zhou Zhou hoped to see the final scenery of the Lord's Path with his old subordinates as long as they did not betray him. Your Majesty, this is the list of the increase in the strength of the soldiers after passing the Triumph Gate. Among these soldiers, there are also the Lords of the Star Alliance today. Let's turn around 20% of the troops. At this moment, Bai Yun walked over with a list and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and read it. Today, the Lords of the Star Alliance had used Insight Defection on a total of 1,035,900 monsters. The 20% of the troops that were transferred to Zhou Zhou had 207,180 fog monsters. In addition to the 158,575 Titan soldiers he had Insight Defection on his own. This meant that he had a total of 3,271,277 soldiers under him. After the Triumphal Arches upgrade, most of these soldiers had improved in strength. Among the soldiers under his command, There were 327,131 black iron tier soldiers. There were 241,529 green bronze tier soldiers. There were 719,600 white silver tier soldiers. There were 541,712 yellow gold tier soldiers. There were 459,612 white platinum tier soldiers. Diamond tier 287,152 soldiers. 15 extraordinary tier soldiers. Guo Jiao was promoted to epic tier advance grade. Feng Luo had been promoted to extraordinary tier advance grade. Bai Yun had advanced to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Luo Sheng had advanced to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Wu Tu was upgraded to diamond tier intermediate grade. Nazario was upgraded to diamond tier intermediate grade. The original spirit race Ansel had broken through to white platinum tier intermediate grade. The strength of the other generals did not change for the time being. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Now, his troops, together with the Star Alliance's total troops, had officially broken through 10 million, reaching more than 10.22 million troops. Not bad, not bad. Such a military force was already considered to be completely overwhelming in the beginner kingdoms that he knew of. If that's the case, we'll attack the Titan Kingdom or the Nether Bark Kingdom tomorrow. A cold glint flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. Zhou Zhou did not have a good impression of these two foreign races who dared to snatch food from his mouth. It just so happened that his kingdom was newly built. He would use these two beginner kingdoms to pave a fierce reputation for his new kingdom. This would prevent some ignorant kingdoms from thinking that his kingdom was a soft persimmon just because it had just been established. How's your discussion going? Zhou Zhou retracted his thoughts and looked at Bai Yun and the rest. Vice City Lord Zheng and the others are still discussing. Before we left, they were discussing the founding celebration, the kingdom's laws, and the official title of the kingdom's officials. They should still be discussing it now. Bai Yun reported respectfully. My lord, you are now the ruler of a new kingdom after all. There are some important kingdom decisions that require your personal approval. Otherwise, they might discuss it for a long time and it won't come to a conclusion. Moreover, there are some national matters that they don't dare to discuss without you around. Wu Xin said. He had been an official in the court for many years, so he naturally knew that the upper echelons of the territory needed Zhou Zhou to be present. You guys go back and continue the discussion. I have something on now. I'll go to your place later. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Yes, my lord. No one had any objections. Chapter 528, Resurrecting Heroes. 3 hero corpses. A moment later, in the meeting room of the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 people in front of him. They were Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Momwara. Same rules. Tell me about your improvements. Zhou Zhou said. Mugu was the first to stand up out of habit. He respectfully said. Reporting to your majesty, after the territory was promoted to white platinum tier advance grade, my strength also increased to white platinum tier advance grade. My various skills also increased to white platinum tier advance grade. Moreover, the number of monster ranches that I can manage had already reached 36. The maximum capacity of each monster ranch has also increased from 15,000 to 20,000. The upper limit of the monsters that can be nurtured has also increased to the level of white platinum tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou nodded. The 2 new monster ranches will be used to nurture the violent storm demon spirit. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, your majesty. Mugu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at Zhang Fugui. Zhang Fugui stood up with a chuckle. Your majesty. The number of mysterious vendors in the mysterious caravan has increased from 1,000 to 1,500. All the mysterious merchants' abilities have been upgraded to white platinum tier advance grade. Our number of carriages has also increased to 1,500. In addition, the mysterious business ring that each of us was given by the Supreme Will has also increased from 30,000 cubic meters to 80,000 cubic meters. We can transport more goods now. This is the improvement of our mysterious caravan. This is for you. See if we can sell it for a good price. It's best if we can exchange it for some treasures. After some thought, Zhou Zhou took out the 3 emperor's gems and threw them to Zhang Fugui. Zhang Fugui took it subconsciously. When he saw the 3 emperor's gems in his hands, his eyes lit up and he kept them solemnly. I will definitely bring back satisfactory goods for your majesty. Zhang Fugui said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Actually, he did not have much hope. How much could it be worth no matter how high the grade of a gem without any attributes was? How expensive was the gift? When Zhang Fugui saw this, he did not say much and sat back down. Carol Molly stood up calmly. Your Majesty. After our territory was upgraded to White Platinum Tier Advance Grade, the shelter of the Goddess of Life was also upgraded to White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. We have 3,000 clergymen, 3,000 priests, 3,000 nuns, and 10,000 paladins of life in our shelter now. In addition, the strength of all the clergymen has also increased to White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. And my strength has also increased from Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade to Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Now that he had many soldiers, the casualties in the battle also increased greatly. The shelter of the Goddess of Life was the foundation for his soldiers to maintain a 0 casualty rate. And now, its strengthening could be said to be the most useful strengthening for Zhou Zhou at the moment. You guys can go back. Carol Molly, get ready. I might let you resurrect 2 heroes later. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. The 3 of them said respectfully. Then, he left. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou also left and walked towards the Night Temple. Night Temple. When Zhou Zhou arrived, he happened to see Bai He and Rob Allen chatting at the door. Greetings, Temple Lord. Greetings, Lord Silver Fallen Star. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before saying respectfully. You're incredible. How many days has it been since he came to the High Continent? He's already established a kingdom. Bai He didn't say anything. Rob Allen could not help but sigh. Look. Zhou Zhou said humbly. Building the first kingdom among the Lord of all races is not something that can be done by luck alone. You're good. Bai He looked at Zhou Zhou with admiration. Do you know? You are the fastest human to establish a kingdom without the help of external forces. He said seriously. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He did not expect to break a record. However, his heart was as calm as water. He did not feel much emotions because of this matter. Bai He sighed with emotion upon seeing this. It seemed that after this kid appeared on the entire channel of the Lord of all races twice, the situation had completely changed. He would not become unstable just because of a little achievement. Rob Allen, who was beside him, did not even manage to do that. If this had happened to Rob Allen, he would probably be overjoyed. You didn't come here just to report good news, did you? Bai He came back to his senses and asked. Yes. Zhou Zhou nodded. I've gathered the resources to resurrect 2 more heroes. Come, follow me to the heroic spirit hall. Bai He's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Then, he pulled Zhou Zhou and walked quickly in the direction of the Hall of Heroes. A moment later, Zhou Zhou came to the shelter of the Goddess of Life with the relics of the Soul Mage Izzy and the Flaming Saber King to revive them. After resurrecting the 2 heroes, Zhou Zhou chatted with them briefly before bringing them to the Night Temple and handing them over to Bai He Nnra. At this point, Zhou Zhou's debt was completely paid off. He walked towards the administrative hall, debt-free. In the administrative hall, when Zhou Zhou and the others approached, they heard intense discussions coming from inside. As a newly established kingdom, I don't think it's a good idea for our Blazing Sun Kingdom to follow the laws of the Aurora Kingdom. I was the former Prime Minister of the Aurora Kingdom and personally presided over the repair of the laws of the Aurora Kingdom. I'm very confident in establishing the laws of the kingdom. Furthermore, I won't completely copy them. I'll make specific changes according to the situation of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. How about the flag of the Blazing Sun Kingdom with the sun as the main body? There's no problem with using the sun as the main body of the flag, but I personally feel that it can't be just the sun. It's too monotonous. Fair enough. The founding ceremony should be held in a grand manner. Of course. That's right. Our king is the founding king, not the successor. If we don't make a big fuss, wouldn't it seem too low-key? When Zhou Zhou heard these discussions, he could not help but smile. He walked in. When everyone saw him, they immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty!" Everyone shouted. "Continue chatting. I'll listen from the side. If I have anything to say, I'll say it directly. If you have anything to ask me, just tell me directly." Zhou Zhou nodded and naturally sat on the main seat. Then, he said with a faint smile. Everyone looked at each other and respectfully replied, "Yes." Then, everyone started discussing again like before. In the beginning, everyone was still a little careful. However, when they saw that their emperor didn't do anything, they became bold and started discussing intensely like before. During this period, Zhou Zhou also discussed his thoughts with everyone. When it was difficult for everyone to make a decision, they would take the initiative to discuss with Zhou Zhou. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye. More than 3 hours passed. It was already late at night. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou asked everyone to go back and rest. The matters of the kingdom could be slowly discussed in the future. Everyone nodded and went back. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he returned to his beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Martial arts practice field. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 corpses in front of him. It was the corpses of the four-armed Mara King, the Iron Fang King, and the Death Spirit Servant, Sakamo, that they had killed on the battlefield today. Chapter 529, The Loot of the Hero of the People of Foreign Races. Death Invitation Letter. The corpses of 3 people of foreign races. These are 3 hero inheritance secret manuals. Zhou Zhou looked excited. Even though he already had 9 heroes under his command. As far as he knew, there were more than 100 elven heroes in some veteran empire-level factions, such as the Elven Empire. This was not including the heroes of the people of foreign races who had submitted to the Elven Empire. Therefore, the more heroes he needed, the better. Only then would he be able to catch up to those veteran lords. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou Zhou placed his hand on the four-armed Mara King. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of the strongest lord. The number of loots has increased by 150%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 100 Mist Cores, Epic Tier, 800 Origin Crystals, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Heroic Skill, 4 Faced 8 Arms, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Heroic Skill, Moro Formless Combat Technique, 3 Epic Tier Intermediate Equipment, Broken Moon Meteor Halberd, 3 Epic Tier Intermediate Equipment, Mountain Crushing Axe, 3 Epic Tier Intermediate Equipment, Sunset Saber, 3 Epic Tier Intermediate Equipment, Soul Refining Cauldron. 3 Epic Tier Intermediate Equipment, Intermediate Grade Skill Book, Moro Halberd, 3 Epic Tier Intermediate Equipment, Moro Dynasty, 3 Epic Tier Intermediate Equipment Moro Blade, 3 Epic Tier Equipment, Moro Axe 3 Epic Tier Intermediate Equipment Moro Cauldron, 1 Pious Tier Scarlet Crystals, 1 Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, 9 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Whoosh! The four-armed Mara King's corpse instantly turned into a ray of light and flew into the king's treasure box in his Glabella space. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. 150% additional loots, coupled with the 100% loots that he already had. Normally speaking, one loot would become 2.5 loots. However, he had taken a rounding method here, so there were 3. In addition, this 4-armed Mara King was born with 4 arms. When it was alive, it could control 4 different weapons to fight at the same time and could use each weapon in an orderly manner. Now, 12 epic tier intermediate grade weapons and 12 epic tier intermediate grade skill books have dropped. Awesome! In addition, it was indeed much more convenient to retrieve the loots with this king's treasure box. In the future, he would not have to worry about the phenomenon of him extracting loots being discovered by outsiders. Lord Talent notification: you have obtained perfect loots 80 mist cores, epic tier, 650 origin crystals, 1 epic tier intermediate grade hero skill, steel teeth bite, 1 epic tier intermediate grade hero skill, thousand fist destruction, 3 epic tier intermediate grade equipment, mountain fist weapons, 3 epic tier intermediate grade equipment, rock armor, 3 epic tier intermediate grade skill book broken U barbarian fist, 3 epic tier intermediate grade skill book long ranged raid, 3 epic tier intermediate grade skill book shake the ground, 3 racial talent spheres, epic tier intermediate grade, 1 pious tier scarlet crystals, 1 epic tier intermediate grade hero inheritance secret manual, 20 green bronze tier lord talent crystal fragments. There's even racial talent. That's right. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This Titan race was not a scarlet monster, but a life form of the people of foreign races. The fact that it could drop a racial talent sphere meant that this race's talent was indeed not bad. No wonder it could protect the high-level gem resources in the country in front of the other 3 countries alone. Zhou Zhou solemnly put away the other loots and took out the epic tier elementary grade race talent spheres. He looked over. Treasure name: Roar Spirit Devour. Treasure grade: epic tier intermediate grade. Treasure effect: after using it, the user will automatically possess the innate ability of the Titan race Roar Spirit Devour. With the Titan Roar, living beings far weaker than the user can be sucked into the user's stomach, turning into life force and a portion of promotion energy to strengthen themselves and increase their realm. Treasure description: the racial talent of the Titan race. After using it, you will possess the racial talent of this race. Zhou Zhou looked at this innate ability and his expression turned serious. The Titan race should have relied on this innate ability to invade the Aurora Kingdom countless times and devour the subjects of the Aurora Kingdom in the past. However, even though this method was a little bloody, it was undeniable that its innate ability was indeed very strong. Especially in terms of clearing miscellaneous soldiers, it could be said to be a divine skill. Zhou Zhou chose to learn without hesitation. The law did not differentiate between good and evil, and between the people who used it. Zhou Zhou naturally would not use this innate ability to kill the innocent. Then, he looked at the corpse of the last death spirit servant, Sakamo. He naturally would not forget that this guy still had a Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystal on him. Zhou Zhou extracted the other party's loots without hesitation. At the same time, with a thought, he chose to trigger the special loots that the lucky star gave him once a day. Lord Talent notification: you've obtained perfect loots 50 mist cores, legendary tier, 2500 origin crystals, 1 legendary tier elementary grade enhanceable hero skill God of Death descends, 1 legendary tier elementary grade enhanceable hero skill ultimate slash of death, 3 legendary tier elementary grade equipment Black Absolute Ghost Blade, 3 legendary tier elementary grade equipment Black Absolute Ghost Armor, 3 legendary tier elementary grade skill book Angel of Death. Combat notes: 3 legendary tier elementary grade skill book Angel of Death's Refuge, 1 Holy Spirit tier Scarlet Crystals, 1 legendary tier elementary grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, 13 green bronze tier elementary grade Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Lucky Star hint: you have obtained a special Loot's Death Invitation Letter. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had obtained the Holy Spirit tier Scarlet Crystals. After being purified by the shelter of the Goddess of Life, it would be another Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal. This time, he really had 3 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals. We have to keep them. I already have 9 heroes under my command. Now, there are 3 more Hero Inheritance Secret Manuals. The number of heroes under me will be 12 after using it. There are only 3 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals. It feels like there's never enough. Zhou Zhou sighed. Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals were indeed good things. However, there were too few of them. He could only obtain this much even though he was the king of loots. He shook her head. He did not think too much about it and looked at the special loots dropped by Lucky Star. It was a black invitation letter the size of 2 palms. The edges of the invitation letter were white, and when one looked at it, there was a faint aura of death. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Death Invitation Letter. Treasure grade. Treasure effect, an invitation letter casually written by the god of death, Thanatos. It's said that the living being who obtains the invitation letter can request the god of death to take action and bring death to the enemy who has recently attacked the owner of the invitation letter. Treasure introduction, don't hold too much hope. Look carefully. It's just a request. It depends on the god of death's mood to make a move or not. Zhou Zhou. This treasure was indeed very good. However, what did the final introduction of the treasure mean? It depended on the god of death's mood? So, whether this treasure could be used depended entirely on the god of death's good mood. That's not exactly good. No one said that god of death would definitely make a move if he was in a good mood after all. Zhou Zhou cursed in his heart. He had already offered the Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal to the god of death twice. If the god of death really did not respond to his request, he would never go to the god of death temple again. From now on, he will visit the shelter of the goddess of life every day. The Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal was only reserved for the goddess of life. From the god of death's attitude in the past, he probably valued the Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal very much. When the time came, he would not offer the god of death the Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal. Let's see what he will do. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and put away the death invitation letter. Let's save it for later. What if it is useful in the future? Then, he took out the 3 Hero Inheritance Secret Manuals from the box and looked at them. Chapter 530, 3 Hero Inheritance Secret Manuals. Epic Tier Blessing of the War God. Treasure name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Grade, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade. Treasure ability, you can obtain the Hero Inheritance of the 6-armed Serpent Dragon Emperor Jik after using it. Introduction, I am the king with 6 weapons, the 6-armed Serpent Dragon Emperor Jik. Treasure name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Grade, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade. Treasure ability, after using it, you can obtain the Bloody King of Fighters 0. Introduction, enjoy the cries from the arena and the audience. Bloody King of Fighters 0. Treasure name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Grade, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade. Treasure ability, after using it, you can obtain the Elven of Death Charlotte. Introduction, Death is the home of all living beings. Elven of Death Charlotte. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. The 3 upgraded versions of the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual looked good. How should he use it? Zhou Zhou touched his chin and thought of something. He opened the Military Merit panel and set up a Military Merit Quests. Military Merit Quests, War Hero. Quest content, in the upcoming war, the first 3 soldiers who perform outstandingly and are loyal to the territory will have the chance to become heroes. Mission duration, 5 days. Note 1, this quest will be decided by the joint evaluation and discussion of all the heroes in the territory. All heroes must abide by the principle of fair, open, and fair evaluation. They are not allowed to bend the law for personal gain and are not allowed to evaluate randomly. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. Confirmed. Published. These military merit quests appeared in the military merit system of the various armies. Zhou Zhou looked at the military quests and nodded in satisfaction. This way, he wouldn't have to choose. He would just let the soldiers compete. Among the 3 slots for the hero inheritance, the one with the most ability would be the one. At the same time, all the soldiers instantly went crazy when they saw this military merit quest. A hero! What a revered title! Every life form had the ambition to become heroes. Originally, they thought that becoming a hero was a distant goal for them. They might not even have the chance to become heroes in their lives. But now, His Lordship actually placed this opportunity in front of them openly and let them compete fairly. Who wouldn't be excited? Even the soldiers who knew that they could not compete for the hero slot felt honored. They felt that their Lord really treated them as His own people and valued them. He was willing to reward them with any treasure. As for the military merit quests being fake, how was that possible? There was the example of the ghost god General Luo Sheng. No one would doubt the authenticity of this military merit quest. I lost to Luo Sheng last time. This time, I must get this opportunity to become a hero. I must become a hero so that I can directly realize my dream of bringing honor to my ancestors. His Majesty is indeed His Majesty. He gave us 3 spots for the hero inheritance right from the start. In other words, it won't be long before our Blazing Sun Kingdom will have 3 more heroes. This is already stronger than many veteran beginner kingdoms, right? It's hard to imagine that we've only been established for less than a day. I'm proud that I'm a subject of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The soldiers and the subjects who received the news discussed excitedly. On the other side, in the beginner grade Lord's Paradise, Zhou Zhou looked at the mountain of Lord Talent crystal fragments in front of him and could not help but take a deep breath. It's time to advance to the blessing of the war god. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. He had finally gathered enough Lord Talent crystal fragments needed to upgrade the blessing of the war god. He waved his right hand. A mountain-like Lord Talent crystal fragment appeared in front of him. Among them were 60,000 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and 4 diamond tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou began to fuse. He first fused 60,000 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments into 6 white platinum tier Lord Talent origin divine crystals. Then, he placed them together with the 4 diamond tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. A text notification appeared. Do you want to fuse it into a diamond tier Lord Talent origin divine crystal? Yes. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. These Lord Talent crystals emitted a dazzling white platinum tier light and diamond light. After the light dissipated, a transparent diamond crystal emitting a diamond glow appeared in front of him. It was a diamond tier Lord Talent origin divine crystal. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he immediately opened his Lord Talent interface and muttered to himself to level up. As the diamond tier Lord Talent origin divine crystal in his hand emitted an even brighter diamond light, a text notification appeared. As you have 3 white platinum Lord Talents at the same time, blessing of the 10 gods, blessing of the war god, the shelter of the goddess of life, and dragon slaying hometown, please choose one to advance to. I choose the blessing of the 10 gods, blessing of the war god to advance. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. He felt a familiar warm feeling between his eyebrows. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm and there was nothing unusual about it. A moment later, the warmth on his forehead gradually disappeared. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your white platinum tier Lord Talent blessing of the 10 gods, blessing of the war god has been upgraded to diamond tier Lord Talent blessing of the 10 gods, blessing of the war god. You have leveled up to diamond tier Lord Talent effect. Lord Talent, blessing of the 10 gods, blessing of the war god, diamond tier. Blessing of the 10 gods, blessing of the war god, one of the 10 main gods under the supreme will has blessed you and your combat type professionals. You and your combat type professionals will receive an additional 1000% promotion energy after killing the enemy. A smile appeared on his face. It actually doubled. Still, this wasn't over yet. This was because he still had 28 extraordinary tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and 19 epic tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. He had been useless all this time. He had been waiting for today. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhou took out 10 extraordinary tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and 10 epic tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. He fused them into one extraordinary tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal and one epic tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal before choosing to level up again. This Lord Talent was upgraded twice. Zhou Zhou looked at it. Lord Talent, Blessing of the 10 Gods, Blessing of the War God, epic tier. Blessing of the 10 Gods, Blessing of the War God, one of the 10 Master God tiers under the Supreme Will has blessed you and your combat type professionals. You and your combat type professionals will receive an additional 8000% promotion energy after killing the enemy. Zhou Zhou looked at this Lord Talent and suddenly laughed. 80 times. This was an additional 80 times promotion energy bonus. Which meant the soldiers under other lords would only obtain the promotion energy of a life form if they killed a fog monster. As for the soldiers under his command, killing a fog monster would give them promotion energy from 81 life forms. This bonus was extremely terrifying. Zhou Zhou understood that his soldiers were about to undergo a huge improvement again today. Chapter 531, Conditions for Advancing to Intermediate Kingdom. After the excitement, Zhou Zhou looked at his remaining Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. After the consumption just now, there were 752 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 769 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 133 White Silver Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 11 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 9 White Platinum Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 18 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 9 Epic Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 2 Legendary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and 6 Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent Crystal Fragments left in his possession. Zhou Zhou looked at these Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and nodded slightly. Actually, from the looks of the Lord Talent Crystal Fragments in his hands, he had the conditions to upgrade some other Lord Talents. However, he felt that he was not in a hurry to upgrade the other Lord Talents. Therefore, he did not use these Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. In that case, there was a huge benefit. When he encountered some top-grade Lord Talents in the future, such as Lord Talents that were comparable to the Blessing of the 10 Gods, the Blessing of the War God, he could directly upgrade it through the Lord Talent Crystal Fragments he had accumulated. He did not need to wait for the accumulated time to upgrade it. In addition, he already had more than 20 Lord Talents. It would not increase their levels even if he had a lot of Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and distributed them equally to each Lord Talent. As for the Lord Talents of lower level, the effects were actually not very obvious to him. For example, the Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Gnome Alchemy Workshop that played a very helpful role when he first descended to the High Continent. With the increase in the number of doctors and Goddess of Life professionals in his territory, this Lord Talent had gradually decreased to the point where it could only provide potions. Their effects did not seem obvious, and that was indeed the case. Therefore, he did not need the low-level Lord Talent to increase by 1 or 2 levels. What he needed was Extraordinary Tier, Epic Tier, and even Legendary Tier and Mythical Tier Lord Talents. These advanced Lord Talents were either obtained from the enemy by luck or required him to accumulate a large number of Lord Talent Crystal Fragments to increase his top-grade Lord Talent to the advanced stage. He would therefore not use these Lord Talent Crystal Fragments easily. After that, he opened his Kingdom UI. Kingdom name, Blazing Sun Kingdom. Kingdom level, Beginner Kingdom. Flag of the Kingdom, undecided. Royal Army, Blazing Sun Army, Yellow Gold Tier, Monster Army, White Silver Tier, Dragon God Army, White Silver Tier. Requirements for advancement to Intermediate Kingdom, Territory level advancement to Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade, 10,000 Extraordinary Tier Mist Cores, Conquer 3 elementary Crimson Kingdoms under the Crimson Overlord, 1/3, conquer 2 beginner kingdoms that are not under the Crimson Overlord, 0/2, 500 independent regional territories, 10 race heroes, 1 epic tier elementary grade kingdom token. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the conditions to advance to the intermediate kingdom and he could not help but frown. He was far from reaching the first step of upgrading his territory to the extraordinary tier elementary grade. After all, his current territory level was only white platinum tier advance grade. He still needed to advance 4 more times to reach the extraordinary tier elementary grade. It seems. Normally speaking, a beginner kingdom can only be established by an extraordinary tier lord faction. I'm just a white platinum tier advance grade territorial faction, and I've already established a beginner kingdom. In terms of game terminology, it can be considered an action that exceeds the version. Zhou Zhou muttered. Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile. This condition alone extended the date for him to upgrade the Blazing Sun Kingdom to an intermediate kingdom indefinitely. Not to mention the subsequent conditions. 1. Conquer the 3 beginner Crimson Kingdoms under the command of the Crimson Overlord. 2. Conquer 2 beginner kingdoms that were not under the command of the Crimson Overlord. Currently, the only Crimson Kingdom that Zhou Zhou knew of was the captured Taiyan Kingdom. Whether it was the Aurora Kingdom, the Nether Bark Kingdom, the Titan Kingdom, or the Flame Spirit Kingdom that had just been found out, they were all veteran kingdom-level lord factions that belonged to the native life forms, not the Crimson Kingdom. He had heard of it. The territory of some lords in the Star Alliance was adjacent to the territory of some lords of the Crimson Kingdom. However, Zhou Zhou did not intend to cross such a long distance to conquer the Crimson Kingdom that was not close to his territory. Firstly, it was strenuous. Secondly, the distance was too far. Even with the spatial teleportation array, it would be difficult to manage it after conquest. If he had the energy and time, he would rather expand outwards to find the other beginner Crimson Kingdoms around his territory. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou sent someone to call Wu Tu over. Then, he told him to continue exploring the unknown territories around the kingdom in the coming days. From tomorrow onwards, you will transfer soldiers from other armies to expand your heavenly army to 100,000 soldiers. In addition, you will take 3 Black Ghosts, 2 Star Knights, and 50,000 Mechanostriders as military aircraft for your heavenly army. I want to greatly increase the strength of the heavenly army and strengthen your ability to explore the surrounding unknown territories. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. As Blazing Sun territory was promoted to a beginner kingdom lord faction, the strength of the heavenly map army, the vanguard of the former king, had to increase along with it. Otherwise, it would seriously slow down his growth speed. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu said excitedly. He felt that His Majesty valued him and the Heavenly Two army more and more. I'm not done yet. Zhou Zhou smiled and took out a copy of the Proof of Legion, choosing to use it. Please confirm the name of your kingdom-level army. Heavenly Map Army. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. The army's name, Heavenly Map Army, has been confirmed. Please confirm the Legion Commander, Deputy Commander, Logistics Chief, Machinery Chief. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he only filled Wu Tu's name in the position of Legion Commander. He would leave the rest to Wu Tu. The dead loyal Wu Tu would give him a good answer. He saw Wu Tu's body tremble before he raised his head and looked at him in shock. Your Majesty, he was at a loss. You don't have to ask why. It's normal for you to get an army with your and the Heavenly Map Army's contributions. However, the position of Legion Commander is both a power and a responsibility. Don't let me down. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. I will not let you down, Your Majesty. The excitement on Wu Tu's face gradually faded, and his expression gradually became serious. He said solemnly. Zhou Zhou nodded and waved his hand for him to leave. Seeing this, Wu Tu left respectfully. After he left, Zhou Zhou, who had nothing else to do, returned to his room to rest. Just as he entered his room, a beautiful figure pounced into his arms. It was Li. They held each other for a while. "Let's take a break." Zhou Zhou suddenly smiled evilly. Li did not say anything. She just buried her head in Zhou Zhou's arms in embarrassment. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. He then suddenly carried Li in his arms and walked into the room. At this moment, the stars in the starry skies above also put on their scarlet veils in embarrassment. Chapter 532, Assassination of a God Spirit. In the Pope's Hall in Netherbark Kingdom. The new Pope, Floyd, looked at the kobold before him. It was a kobold in a black cloak and shrouded in shadows. The god of shadow rays and hidden murder, Algernon. "How long has it been since I last saw you?" Floyd looked at the kobold and sighed. "More than 50 years. Algernon said calmly. Floyd nodded. "I have a quest for you," it said. "Quest? Is it the moment of life and death for your Netherbark Kingdom?" "Floyd, don't forget. The God Lord sent me here because a holy son was born here 100 years ago. The God Lord sent me here to help you when you encounter a life and death crisis. This is a reward from the God Lord. It shouldn't be reduced to a tool for your political struggle," Algernon said calmly, having long heard about the battle between the new and old Pope. He, who had firm and pure faith, disdained to be associated with them, let alone join them and be used by them. "No, no, no. Algernon, you've misunderstood me. Why would I use a god spirit like you for such a boring matter? Do you know the Blazing Sun Kingdom that was just established today?" he asked. Algernon shook his head. It had been praying piously recently and did not understand what was happening in the outside world. "Let me tell you about it first," Floyd said with a smile. Then, it told Algernon about what had happened in the Blazing Sun Kingdom recently and the divine artifact of the race. According to that king of the Blazing Sun's strength and habits, the Aurora Kingdom, the Titan Kingdom, and even our Netherbark Kingdom will probably be within his expanded territory. The King of Titans, who also guessed this, even came to me personally today to seek cooperation with me. Don't you think I should nip this matter in the bud before it happens?" He stared at Algernon and asked. Algernon did not say anything. If what Floyd said was true, there was probably a 90% chance that the King of the Blazing Sun would attack the Netherbark Kingdom next. It is indeed a huge threat, it thought to itself. On the Pope's seat, Floyd immediately became even more excited when it saw the slight change in Algernon's expression. Its expression became even more pious as it said. "Not to mention, that King of the Blazing Sun even has a supreme treasure like a divine artifact of the race. That's a racial divine artifact that can be used by all races. It's a true treasure. If you can bring that race divine artifact over and offer it to His Excellency with me, His Excellency will definitely be very happy. He might even give you a reward." Algernon was even more tempted. As a true god spirit, he understood the value of this universal divine artifact of the race better than Floyd. That was a super treasure that even true god tier and master god tier existences would be tempted by. Even though he did not know what its value was to be wanted by both true god tier and master god tier existences. But it didn't matter. He only needed to know that it was very precious. After offering it to the god level would be very happy. Floyd said his third reason when he saw the even more tempted expression on Algernon's face. "Algernon, you've been with me for almost 100 years. Don't you want to get rid of your mission as soon as possible and make a huge contribution to go back and continue serving His Excellency?" It tempted. Algernon fell silent. It was indeed tempting. "I'll make a trip and take that human lord's life," Algernon said calmly after a long silence. Floyd was delighted. But at this moment, a bloodstain suddenly appeared on the right side of its face. Blood dripped from the bloodstain and quickly dyed half of its face with blood. At first, Floyd only felt that its face was a little cold. It realized that it was injured when it touched its face. "You It was about to flare up at Algernon when it saw it looking at it coldly. Even though you're the Pope of the God of Death Church of the Netherbark Kingdom, your status is equal to mine. But you're just an extraordinary tier advance grade dog after all, while I am a god spirit that's worlds apart from you. I don't want to hear that kind of bait again. Otherwise, it won't just be your beautiful face that splits open. Then, he snorted and walked away. Floyd watched it leave angrily. After the other party walked away for a long time, the anger on its face gradually disappeared. It even smiled. With Algernon gone, not only can I resolve the greatest threat of the Netherbark Kingdom, I can also use this opportunity to completely suppress the old Pope's side in the church. I can also obtain the admiration of His Excellency. Killing two birds with one stone, ha 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 ha. Floyd could not help but laugh as it imagined a beautiful future. Beginner-grade Lord's Paradise in the blazing Sun City. In the bedroom, Zhou Zhou and Leah were sleeping soundly. At this moment, a warning sound that sounded like a huge bell suddenly sounded in Zhou Zhou's mind. An incomparable sense of danger suddenly descended in his consciousness. Whoosh! Zhou Zhou sat up on the bed. His face was pale as he stared ahead with wide eyes. Why? Leah was also woken up. She sat beside Zhou Zhou and looked at the man in front of her worriedly. Zhou Zhou said nothing. He only frowned. He knew this alarm was because his talent, danger prediction, had been triggered. It must be a life and death crisis. Otherwise, the sense of danger that danger prediction gives me would definitely not be so strong. Zhou Zhou's alarm went off. On the surface he did not reveal anything and even had a faint smile on his face. Leah. I'm sorry. I'm afraid you have to go back first. I have something to deal with. Zhou Zhou apologized. It was indeed not good to chase a girl who had just fallen asleep out in the middle of the night. However, he had no choice. In the face of such an invisible terrifying threat, he probably wouldn't be able to protect others while protecting himself. He had to let the person closest to him leave his side first. This way, he could also let go of his methods to resolve this crisis. Leah was stunned. However, even though she was puzzled, she believed that Zhou Zhou was not a rude person. He must have a reason for saying that. Hence, she nodded, put on her clothes, and left. Seeing her leave, Zhou Zhou summoned all his heroes through the army interface. However, he did not let them approach him. He only asked them to hide outside the house and be ready to attack at any time. And then, Zhou Zhou waited quietly on the bed. A moment later, Zhou Zhou suddenly trembled, and the sense of danger in his heart reached its peak. He immediately looked around without leaving a trace. However, what made his heart sink was that at this moment, he did not see any enemies or sense any enemy's aura in his vision. At the same time, less than 2 meters in front of Zhou Zhou, the god of shadow rays and hidden murder Algernon was floating in front of him openly, looking at him calmly. It was as if it was looking at a dead person. Chapter 533, God Slaying, 1. The god of shadow rays and hidden murder Algernon looked at the human lord in front of it. It could not help but think of the other party's information. King of the Blazing Sun. What an unbelievable human lord. He can actually reach this stage with just his human bloodline and even become the current strongest lord of all races. If he continues to grow, he might really become an overlord-level lord in the future. Algernon sighed. As a true god spirit, he had seen many unbelievable lords rise in his long life as a god spirit. However, this was the first time he had seen someone like Zhou Zhou who had reached this stage with the bloodline of a low-level human. It was a pity that such an elite was about to die under his dagger. At the thought of this, Algernon's eyes became calmer. He raised his right hand, and a black dagger that looked like a curved claw appeared out of thin air in his palm. The surface of this dagger emitted an inconspicuous black light that was actually shockingly energetic. If a life form looked over, they would immediately feel a chill run down their spine. Algernon reached out and placed the dagger on Zhou Zhou's neck, about to cut off his head. At this moment, the warning from his talent, danger prediction, instantly reached its peak in Zhou Zhou's mind. The alarm rang wildly. Zhou Zhou's hair stood on end. He disappeared from the spot without thinking. Algernon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when its attack missed. Then, it calmed down. "There's no point in escaping," he said calmly. Then, his body dissipated into the darkness. Outside the beginner-grade Lord's paradise, Zhou Zhou's figure appeared out of thin air. He panted slightly and frowned as he looked at the beginner-grade Lord's paradise. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. In his powerful perception as a chaos human, he seemed to vaguely sense that an enemy was going to use some sharp weapon to cut his head off. That enemy should have grasped a relatively high-level meld skill, or even a law skill. Zhou Zhou felt that the possibility of the latter was extremely high. If that was the case, the other party was either a high-level bloodline race that could master law skills in advance. For example, the Shepherd's God race, the Chaos God's race, the original Spirit race. Or a God Spirit. It was very, very difficult for normal life forms to master law skills. However, it was normal for God Spirits. This was because the most obvious and basic characteristic of God Spirits was mastering law skills. Zhou Zhou's heart was pounding at the thought of this. A God Spirit actually wants to kill me? Moreover, in the form of assassination? Doesn't this God Spirit have any self-awareness about being a God Spirit? Do you have to assassinate to kill me? Zhou Zhou complained in his heart. Then, he suddenly thought of something. That's not right. Why would a God Spirit attack me? Isn't he afraid of the Supreme Agreement? Wait. Zhou Zhou suddenly reacted. He was already a lord of a beginner kingdom. The Empire or Divine Kingdom Lord factions might not be able to attack me because of the Supreme Agreement. However, other kingdom-level Lord factions that are no longer restricted by the Supreme Agreement and could attack me, the King of the Kingdom. If it is an old kingdom, it might really be able to invite a small number of low-level God Spirits to attack me. The familiar bone-chilling sense of danger came again just as his thoughts were flying. Zhou Zhou teleported away again and appeared in an empty space hundreds of meters away without thinking. He looked at the place before he teleported. Nothing happened at that place. However, not only did Zhou Zhou not feel at ease, he even felt his blood run cold. What a terrifying meld ability! It was definitely a law skill level meld ability. You can actually dodge 2 of my attacks. This human lord only has the strength of a diamond tier advance grade, but he can do this. He's indeed extraordinary. Algernon floated where Zhou Zhou had been before he teleported and looked at him hundreds of meters away in surprise. Then, his body disappeared again. Zhou Zhou looked at the empty surroundings and felt anxious. He knew at this moment, he had to find the assassin's location. Otherwise, even though he could dodge it once or twice, it was impossible for him to use danger prediction to dodge it every time. He would definitely lose if he defended for too long. This was a principle that all living beings who read a little military books would know. He carefully sensed the location before he teleported in the distance. Suddenly, hey! There seems to be the aura of shadow rays in that place. Zhou Zhou finally sensed the faint aura of the shadow rays with the light sacred dragon bloodline in his body. Without hesitation, he immediately stood up and raised his hands into fists. Law skill absolute light. The might of the holy dragon. An indescribably resplendent light suddenly erupted from Zhou Zhou's body. Under the illumination of this resplendent light, it was as if a small sun had slowly risen in the blazing sun territory, illuminating all the darkness and shadow. At the same time, a terrifying bloodline pressure suddenly erupted from Zhou Zhou's body, preventing all the shadow rays' evils from escaping. Ah! A scream sounded. Zhou Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a kobold in a black cloak holding a black scimitar-shaped dagger. It was shrouded in shadows and was more than 10 meters away from him. It was the god of shadow rays and hidden murder, Algernon. A text message appeared. God's true name, Algernon. God title, the god of shadow rays and hidden murder. God tier, low tier deity, elementary grade. Territory, Netherbark Kingdom. Ability overview, originally a lowly god spirit in the god of death Thanatos pantheon. It is good at hiding in the shadows and assassinating. Later, it was sent by the god of death Thanatos to protect the Netherbark Kingdom because a holy son was born in the Netherbark Kingdom. Bloodline, son of Shadow Rays bloodline, mid-level god tier elementary grade. Skills, law skill incarnation of Shadow Rays, law skill death shadow dagger. Loyalty, none, the other party is not a territory subject. Potential, mid-level god tier elementary grade. Hero biography. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. The difference in strength was too great. He could not see all the other party's stats information. Nonetheless, he got to know the other party's background from the only information he had. Netherbark Kingdom. They did not expect them to actually make the first move. Very well. My Blazing Sun Kingdom will have been established for nothing if I don't settle scores with your Netherbark Kingdom tomorrow. Zhou Zhou's eyes were cold. However, he had to resolve the current crisis right at that moment. Just as Algernon revealed his figure, countless figures shot out from all directions and launched all kinds of attacks at Algernon. Hero skill Greedy Wolf Devouring Arrow. Bai Yun. Hero skill 7 Swords Killing Move. Suan. Hero skill Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow. Wu Tu. Hero skill Dragon Slaying Axe Technique. Guo Jiao. Law skill 1 Blade Ultimate. Feng Luo. Law skill Absolute Light. Inj Sol. A large number of attacks of different forms attacked Algernon. Chapter 534, God Slaying, 2. Algernon was indeed an old low-tier god spirit who had become a god for many years. His state had decreased greatly and it was even difficult for him to sense his surroundings because of the attack of absolute light. At this moment, he still used his precise dagger technique to block most of the attacks. Only a small number of attacks landed on him, but they did not cause much damage. Algernon was extremely furious. At the same time, it was very shocked. It never expected that the process of such a simple assassination operation with the target being only a diamond tier advance grade lord actually put it in such a sorry state. Moreover, the other party was only a diamond tier advance grade, but he had actually mastered such a law skill that countered him so much. At this moment, it actually realized that there was no longer any chaotic elemental around him, such as death, shadow rays, and corrosion. He was vigilant. This law skill was definitely not simple. It could not delay any longer. If this dragged on, who knew if this king of the blazing sun would come up with new methods? He put away his relaxed thoughts. It decisively released its strongest law skill, the Death Shadow Dagger. At this moment, the world seemed to have darkened. Other than Inj Sol and Guo Jiao, who could barely tell that something was happening, the others fell into a dark environment. Zhou Zhou's perspective was even more shocking. This was because other than seeing darkness, he also saw a dagger that was like a black light shooting towards him like a meteor. Before he could react, the black dagger stabbed between his eyebrows. At this critical moment, a black scroll suddenly appeared between Zhou Zhou's eyebrows and automatically spread out, blocking the dagger's attack. It was the death immunity scroll that Zhou Zhou had exchanged from the god of death with a Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystal a long time ago. At this moment, it had a life-saving effect. Algernon, who had the intention to kill, was immediately stunned when he saw the black scroll. What's the relationship between this human lord and His Excellency the God of Death? He was actually given such a treasure by His Excellency the God of Death. Algernon thought in a daze. Zhou Zhou also saw Algernon standing rooted to the ground. This was a good opportunity. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. With a thought. Buzz. A holy sword made of gold and white quickly condensed in his hand. It was the newly obtained nomological skill Holy Light Sword. In the next moment, Zhou Zhou disappeared from where he was. Then, he appeared in front of Algernon out of thin air. Finally, he stabbed his sword into Algernon's heart without hesitation. Puff! The holy light sword passed through his body. Algernon lowered his head in a daze and looked at the holy light sword that had pierced through his chest. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou, who had a resolute gaze in front of him. His eyes gradually became blank, and the aura on his body gradually weakened until it completely disappeared. Boom! Algernon fell to the ground weakly, stirring up some smoke and dust. Zhou Zhou looked at the corpse in joy and disbelief. He had actually killed a low-tier god spirit elementary grade 3 levels higher than the diamond tier advanced grade god spirit. Even though this god spirit was at the lowest level, it was still a true god spirit. He had actually done such an unbelievable thing. At this moment, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Suan, and the others also looked at this scene in a daze. Clearly, they did not expect their lord to actually achieve such an achievement. Zhou Zhou ignored their reactions and looked at the kill notification in front of him. Zhou Zhou ignored their reactions and looked at the kill notification in front of him. Blessing of the War God, you have obtained an additional 160 billion promotion energy points. Boom! The surging promotion energy suddenly appeared in Zhou Zhou's heart. Then, it surged into various parts of his body in an extremely gentle manner, strengthening his body and soul. Zhou Zhou's body trembled. Then, he felt an even stronger power circulating in his body. He looked at the strength column in his stats list. His guess was right, he had broken through extraordinary tier elementary grade. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He did not expect to break through again not long after he advanced to the diamond tier advanced grade and directly advanced to the extraordinary tier elementary grade. The extraordinary tier. This level was already considered top-notch combat strength among the local kingdom-level factions in the High Continent. He could be considered an intermediate-level expert even in the entire myriad worlds. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. Then, his gaze landed on Algernon's corpse. He squatted down, placed his hand on it, and began to extract it. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title Hint, your loots have been affected by the title of the Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 150%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 150 Divine Crystals, Middle Level God Tier Elementary Grade, 3 Shadow Child Divine Spark Fragments, Middle Level God Tier Elementary Grade, 3 Shadow Massacre Divine Spark Fragments, Middle Level God Tier Elementary Grade, 3 Death Shadow Rays Equipment, Middle Level God Tier Elementary Grade, 3 Shadow Cloak Equipment, Middle Level God Tier Elementary Grade, 1 God Spirit Book, Middle Level God Tier Elementary Grade. 10 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Green Bronze Tier. Algernon's corpse instantly turned into a ray of light and fused into Zhou Zhou's king's treasure chest, turning into a large number of loots. Zhou Zhou looked at them one by one. The first was the divine crystals. They were seed-sized items that were completely crystal clear and suffused with golden light. Treasure name, Divine Crystal. Treasure grade, Mid-level God Tier Elementary Grade. Treasure effect, the transaction currency of God Spirits. It can also be one of the sources of God Spirit's divine power. It is an extremely precious currency. Treasure description, treasures used by God Spirits to trade and increase their strength. Even God Spirits value them very much. So this is the transaction currency of the God Spirits. Moreover, it can be used as a source of divine power for God Spirits. It can even increase the strength of God Spirits. What a good treasure! Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He put it away solemnly and looked at the treasures behind him. Treasure name, Divine Spark Fragment, God of Shadow and Assassination Son of Shadow. Treasure grade, Mid-level God Tier Advanced Grade. Treasure effect, the user has a chance to comprehend the famous law skill of the God of Shadow and Assassination, Son of Shadow with the Divine Spark Fragment. Treasure description: the Divine Spark Fragment of the God of Shadow and Assassination. Those who are talented in the law of shadow and assassination can comprehend his famous law skill, Son of Shadow. Treasure name: Divine Spark Fragment, God of Shadow and Assassination, Shadow Massacre. Treasure grade: Mid-level God tier, Advanced grade. Treasure effect: the user holding the Divine Spark Fragment has a chance to comprehend the famous law skill of the God of Shadow and Assassination, Shadow Massacre. Treasure description: the Divine Spark Fragment of the God of Shadow and Assassination. Those who are talented in the law of shadow and assassination can comprehend his famous law skill, Shadow Massacre. Zhou Zhou looked at the 6 Divine Spark Fragments and nodded in satisfaction. These were 6 law skills. Not only could he learn it, but he could also distribute it to his subordinates to master. This way, he would not have to deal with law skill level experts personally as a lord in the future. Chapter 535, Law Skill and Divine Artifact. Zhou Zhou took a Son of Shadow Divine Spark Fragment and a Shadow Massacre Divine Spark Fragment and chose to learn them without hesitation. In the next moment, his vision darkened as he entered the memories of the God of Shadow and Assassination. The God of Shadow and Assassination was called Xi before becoming a god. Xi understood one thing: ever since he had memories, he wanted to kill an existence in the future. This existence was at the legendary god spirit level. He had to become a god in the future in order to kill a god. This was because only god spirits could deal with god spirits. He did not know why he wanted to deal with that god spirit, but he was willing to believe in this innate talent, intuition. This was because he felt that this was his natural mission and fate. He could not avoid it. Therefore, he began to train his body since he was young to strengthen his physical fitness and assassination ability. Later on, his unique behavior accidentally attracted the attention of an assassin boss, even though he did not have many friends when he was young. In the end, the assassin boss took Xi away and taught him how to fight, allowing him to embark on the extraordinary tier path of an assassin. Right on the heels of that, the world changed. Countless normal animals absorbed unknown spiritual energy and became powerful extraordinary tier monsters. As for the monsters that were already extraordinary tier, their strength had advanced further and become even more terrifying super creatures. Doomsday descended because of this. On Doomsday, Xi used a dagger to wander in the shadows and assassinate countless monster creatures, saving more and more clansmen and building shelters. He grew stronger in the process, until he became a god immediately. The moment he became a god, he also learned the truth of Doomsday through this world's will. A high-level god tier expert whose strength was infinitely close to the true god tier had died in this world. On the one hand, it would increase the world slot and the strength of the creatures in the world, and the will of a high-level god was also invading the will of this world, wanting to replace it. The world's will sensed the danger, so it chose it, which had the best talent and potential in the world, to grow quickly and deal with the will left behind by a high-level god. With the help of the world's will, Xi defeated that high-level god tier. At the same time, his strength increased to the level of a mid-level god tier advanced grade. The world's will was saved. Later on, in order to make a further breakthrough, Xi was sent to the high continent by the world's will. However, later on, during the training in the high continent, Xi encountered danger and died. However, even though he had died, his soul had been taken back to his world by the world's will because it was the son of the world and participated in the Doomsday. After going through that period of remembering, Zhou Zhou only had the Son of Shadow and Shadow Massacre as 2 designated law skills to choose from. He naturally did not have any thoughts and chose to learn them directly. Then, he mastered these 2 law skills. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. I didn't expect to experience the God Ascension experience of the Son of the World of a small world. But the high continent is really dangerous. Even the Son of the World will die on the high continent. Zhou Zhou lamented. Then, he opened these 2 law skills. Law skill name, Son of Shadow. Law skill quality, mid-level God tier advanced grade. Law skill power description, the owner of the law skill is a favorite of the Law of Shadow. He can easily comprehend the existence of the Law of Shadow. During the process of comprehending it, there is a high chance of comprehending skills related to the Law of Shadow, and a very small chance of comprehending the corresponding law skill of the Law of Shadow. Law skill name, Shadow Massacre. Law skill quality, mid-level God tier advanced grade. Law skill power description, the law skill controller can hide in the darkness and shadow, completely hiding his figure, aura, killing intent, voice, and all other factors that might expose his location. Only light-type law skills of the same level can tell the location of the owner of the law skill. When the law skill controller hid in the darkness and shadow to fight, he would not leave his invisibility state. During the killing process in the shadow, if the law skill controller kills the target, his physical fitness will obtain a weak permanent enhancement. My good lord! What top-grade law skills! Zhou Zhou looked at the two law skills in surprise. Of these two law skills, one could increase the law talent, making the owner of the law skill a favorite of the shadow law. The other was an enhanceable law skill that could make one permanently invisible and become stronger in killing. Even though Zhou Zhou did not know much about god spirits, he felt that any of these two law skills would probably make many normal life forms and even god spirits tempted. I can reward the remaining Son of Shadow and Shadow Massacre to the generals who have made contributions in the future. Zhou Zhou looked at the remaining 4 divine spark fragments and thought to himself. Then, he put them away and looked at the other 6 pieces of equipment. 3 of the equipment were death shadow rays. The other 3 pieces of equipment were the shadow cloaks. Most importantly, they were all divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and looked over. The first was the Death Shadow Rays. The Death Shadow Rays was a grey dagger. Even though it looked ordinary, Zhou Zhou naturally would not underestimate it. Information about the divine artifact appeared. Divine artifact name, Death Shadow Rays. Divine artifact grade, mid-level god tier advanced grade. Divine artifact law 1 death mark, gives the enemy in your field of vision a death mark. Then, no matter where the enemy is, the owner of the Death Shadow Rays can sense the enemy's location. At the same time, the enemy marked by the death mark will be enveloped in the shadow of death and feel the fear of death at all times. Note, at the same time, the death mark can only mark one enemy. Divine Artifact Law 2 Weakness Assassination. During battle with an enemy recorded by the death mark, the user has a small chance of seeing through the other party's weakness. If you attack this weakness, the enemy will suffer greater damage. Prompt: it can recognize its master as its soul. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The effect of this Death Shadow Raz's first ability Death Mark was not bad. It was almost equivalent to an unlimited use of the Compass of the Soul of Vengeance effect. Still, the Compass of the Soul of Vengeance did not need to lock onto the enemy in its field of vision. It only needed to think about the enemy directly to lock onto the enemy's location. In addition, even though the Compass of the Soul of Vengeance would not make the enemy feel the threat of death at all times, it would not make the enemy sense it. From this point of view, Zhou Zhou still preferred the Compass of the Soul of Vengeance more. However, the death mark of the Death Shadow Rays could be reused. There was only one use left of the Compass of the Soul of Vengeance. In that case, both could be considered to have their advantages and disadvantages. Not to mention, this death mark could also be connected to the next Divine Artifact Law Weakness Assassination. A top-grade offensive Divine Artifact. Zhou Zhou was a little stunned by the attributes of this Divine Artifact. Chapter 536, New Ability of the Chaos Human Bloodline. Book of God Spirit. In addition, he roughly understood why divine artifacts were called divine artifacts. This was because the divine artifact actually carried law skills that only god spirits could master. In other words, it was the law of the divine artifact. In this way, a god spirit with a divine artifact was equivalent to mastering other law skills. In that case, the combat strength of a god spirit who had grasped a divine artifact and a god spirit who had not. They were almost two different combat strengths. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou immediately recognized the soul of one of the Death Shadow Ray's divine artifacts as its master. Soon, he felt an additional close connection between him and this divine artifact. He vaguely felt that even if he was separated from this divine artifact in the future, as long as the distance between the two was within this connection, he could let this divine artifact fly to his side with a thought. And what surprised him the most was, he realized that he could actually activate this divine artifact. He was a lord who had just stepped into the extraordinary tier elementary grade and could actually cross nearly 4 major levels to activate this mid-level god tier advanced grade divine artifact. The reason why it could be activated was because as a chaos human, the chaotic origin energy in his body could replace divine power to a certain extent to control the divine artifact. This was also what he had just found out. So, the characteristic of my chaos human bloodline is that not only can I absorb and optimize the bloodline of all races, but I can also use my unique chaos origin energy to control the divine artifact in advance. The joy in Zhou Zhou's expression became even more obvious. The original spirit race was born as the god of the small world in their bodies. The Chaos Gods race was born with the chaotic divine vessel and could become god spirits without any bottlenecks. The Shepherd's God race was born with the ability to master God spirit abilities law skills. These three top-notch races were all born with bloodline abilities related to God spirits. Zhou Zhou had always thought that his chaos human bloodline was not inferior to these three top races. However, he had always felt that his chaos human bloodline was a little lacking in God spirit related abilities. It was not that his chaos human bloodline was lacking but because he had never encountered a divine artifact until now. His mixed human bloodline could actually simulate divine power and control divine artifacts with a non-god spirit body. From this point of view, his chaos human bloodline was not inferior to the three races. With a thought, Zhou Zhou put this divine artifact into the king's treasure box in his glabella space. Then, he looked at the information of another divine artifact. Divine artifact name, Shadow Cloak. Divine artifact grade, mid-level god tier advanced grade. Divine artifact law shadow concealment, the body's shadow cloak can enter a permanent invisibility state. If the user has an invisibility ability, shadow concealment can greatly increase the user's own invisibility ability while maintaining the ability of the divine artifact law. Prompt: it can recognize its master as its soul. Zhou Zhou's expression was much calmer when he saw the divine artifact. The laws of this divine artifact were almost similar to the invisibility effect of the Shadow Massacre law skill. Other than the complementary effect, there were no other characteristics. But even so, it was also a divine artifact. Zhou Zhou naturally recognized its soul as its master. Then, he put away the divine artifacts and looked at the last loots. Treasure name, Book of the God Spirit. Treasure grade, mid-level god tier advanced grade. Treasure effect, a mythical tier book that records the path of the god of shadow and assassination stream to godhood. After using it, you can walk the path of becoming the god of shadow and assassination. Treasure description, God inheritance book. After using it, you can walk on a smooth path to becoming a god, but whether you can really become a god in the end depends on the user himself. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath after reading the information of this treasure. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. He did not expect this. This was actually a god spirit inheritance book that could allow life forms to walk the path to becoming gods. With this book of God spirit, the person who used it could follow the path that this god spirit had already walked on to become a god. This kind of becoming a god was equivalent to having a teacher by his side and personally demonstrating the steps of becoming a god to his disciple. The difficulty of becoming a god was almost thousands of times easier than living beings without the book of God spirit. What a treasure! But who should I give it to? Zhou Zhou pondered. As a lord, even though he did not know how to choose his path to becoming a god, he would definitely not take the path of an assassin becoming a god. It was just too dangerous. No other reason. Moreover, he also looked down on the God Spirit book of the mid-level God tier advance grade. As the strongest lord of all races from the previous event, his target was at least a true God tier. If Zhou Zhou could, master God tier or even the lord of all races would be where his ambition lay. I'll give it to Su An. Zhou Zhou quickly thought. Su An was an assassin to begin with. This book of God Spirit could be said to be quite suitable for the other party. Moreover, with his master God tier advance grade potential, he could definitely greatly increase the speed at which he became the god of shadow and assassination. It was even easy to surpass the god of shadow and assassination. This mid-level God tier advance grade God Spirit book will not restrict Su An's future. It will only speed up the realization of his potential. Zhou Zhou thought to himself as he looked at the book of God Spirit. He stopped thinking about it and called Su An over. Soon, Su An came over. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Su An said respectfully. "MHM. You've made many contributions recently. I called you over to reward you." Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. "This is my duty," Su An said calmly. "If you make contributions, you will be rewarded. If you make mistakes, you will be punished. No need to say anything else." Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath and handed over the book of God Spirit and the 2 divine spark fragments. With this divine spark fragment that recorded the 2 law skills, Son of Shadow and Shadow Massacre, Su An's path to becoming a god should be able to accelerate again. After the God Spirit assassination just now, Zhou Zhou urgently hoped that a God Spirit would appear among his subordinates. On the other side, after seeing the item handed over by Zhou Zhou, Su An took it respectfully with both hands. When he saw the information of these treasures, his body immediately trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. When Zhou Zhou saw this, a smile appeared on his face. Ever since this kid recovered his memories, he had always maintained an assassin's expression and no longer looked like a young kid. Zhou Zhou felt happy that his tricks had succeeded now that he saw that he could not hold back his expression because of these treasures. "This reward should be worthy of your attention, right?" Zhou Zhou said deliberately. Su An took a deep breath, his expression becoming even more respectful. He said gratefully. "Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. I won't be able to repay Your Majesty's kindness even if I were to die 10,000 times." Zhou Zhou stood up and walked to Su An's side. He patted his shoulder. "We're all on the same side. There's no need to say this," he said. Su An had long become his dead loyal subject. Zhou Zhou had always been very generous to his dead loyal subjects. Su An did not say anything else and silently recorded this kindness in his heart. The kindness of the hero inheritance, the kindness of his aptitude increasing, the kindness of his path to becoming a god. Su An did not know how to repay the Lord after all the kindness. All he could do was let his sword continuously clear the obstacles on the way for his Lord until the day he dies in battle. Chapter 537, Li Ya's Thoughts. Black Cloth. Su An left to absorb this book of God spirits and embark on the smooth path of becoming a God spirit. As for her failure, that was naturally impossible. If a genius with the potential of a master god tier advance grade could not even become a god, Zhou Zhou would question the significance of his potential in the stats information that the Supreme will set up. After Su An left, Zhou Zhou opened his attribute panel and looked at the law skill he had mastered. They were law skills Absolute Light, law skill Holy Light Sword, law skill Son of Shadow, law skill Shadow Massacre. Zhou Zhou looked at the 4 law skills and nodded in satisfaction. This number of law skills was probably comparable to some existences who had just entered the low-tier deity realm. Then, his gaze landed on the law skill, the Holy Light Sword, and he rejoiced. Fortunately, I had epic tier Lord talent, intuition, which allowed me to choose the Holy Light Sword as a law skill back then. Otherwise, I didn't even have any means to break the defense of the divine artifact cloak of the god of shadow rays and hidden murder just now. If that really happened, I might really die. Even though I have the power of the final nirvana to revive, the number of resurrections is precious. It's better to save as much as possible. In that case, my guess back then was right. The epic tier Lord talent intuition, might not be useful usually, but it might be able to save lives at the critical moment. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This Lord talent was indeed not trash. At this moment, Aaliyah knocked on the door and walked in. Your Majesty. Princess Leia requests an audience. She said respectfully. Let her in. Aaliyah received the order and left. Soon, Leia quickly walked in. Zhou Zhou smiled and walked over. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Leia pounce into his arms and hug him tightly. You scared me to death. I heard that a god spirit came to assassinate you. At that time, I thought. Leia sobbed softly and did not dare to say the rest. Aren't I fine now? Zhou Zhou stroked her hair. It felt good to be cared for by the girl he liked and a smile subconsciously appeared on his face. Are you really okay? Leia stood up, wanting to check if Zhou Zhou was injured. Zhou Zhou smiled as he let him examine him. After a long time, Leia finally heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that Zhou Zhou was really not injured. Look, I told you I was fine. Zhou Zhou smiled. You're amazing. The god spirit actually didn't hurt you and was even killed by you. Leia looked at Zhou Zhou with admiration like a little girl. She had gotten rid of her status as a princess of a dangerous country and became Zhou Zhou's woman. The current Leia had gradually shed her cautious personality and become as carefree as an ordinary girl. Not only did she dare to say what she did not dare to say in the past, she was also unabashedly willing to express her admiration for her man. Zhou Zhou liked her change very much. This also proved his ability as a man and a lord. God spirits are not immortal, of course we can kill them. It's not like no god spirit has died in the past. Zhou Zhou shook his head. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. That god spirit disturbed our rest just now. Let's continue resting now. Zhou Zhou said. Leia nodded. Soon, the bedroom light went out again. After the two of them battled each other on the bed until Zhou Zhou fully proved his ability to conquer as a lord and successfully defeated Leia. On the bed. When are you going to see my father? Leia hugged Zhou Zhou and asked. What's wrong? Are you in such a hurry to hand the Aurora Kingdom to me? Zhou Zhou said with a mischievous smile. Leia nodded. The Aurora Kingdom caused my brothers to die on the battlefield. Therefore, the Aurora Kingdom is both a heavy responsibility and a burden that my father can't bear to continue. Even though you used that magical pastry to make my father younger. But I can tell that even though father looks younger on the surface, his heart still looks like he has suffered and is old. It's a good thing for father to unburden himself as soon as possible. Leia said worriedly. I'll go to the Aurora Kingdom tomorrow. Zhou Zhou promised. He actually had the same intention. Leia nodded. Then, she suddenly thought of something and could not help but smile. Speaking of which, I wonder how father will feel when he finds out that you've already established your own kingdom by occupying the Taiyan Kingdom before accepting the Aurora Kingdom. She smiled. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not say anything. How could taking over a ready-made kingdom give a man a greater sense of accomplishment than directly conquering a kingdom himself? He did not say anything else. After chatting with Leia for a while, they fell asleep together. At the same time, in the Netherbark Kingdom, Pope Floyd had been in an excited state ever since he sent Algernon to assassinate the Queen of the Blazing Sun, fantasizing about his future after obtaining the divine artifact of the race. This King of the Blazing Sun is also a fool. Floyd was extremely excited. How long has this guy been in the High Continent? He actually dares to build a kingdom. He muttered to himself. Ha ha ha, once he establishes a kingdom, the rules of the Supreme Agreement that restrict our movements will be ineffective. We veteran kingdom-level lord factions will no longer have any scruples and can use any means to take the initiative to attack the Blazing Sun King. And I, as the oldest kingdom-level lord faction closest to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, a huge opportunity like a race divine artifact should be an opportunity given to me by the Supreme Will. When the time comes, this Pope will offer the divine artifact of the race to His Excellency the God of Death again. When the God of Death is happy, he might directly give me the deity position of an Elven of Death. Floyd's eyes were burning with ambition. The Elven of Death. As the closest divine servants to the God of Death, there were only about 100 of them in total in the past countless years. Countless years ago, when the God of Death, Thanatos, used the Soul Reaper army to wantonly conquer the life forms of the myriad worlds, the Elven of Death was the person in charge of important positions in the various Soul Reaper armies. Important positions like Legion Commander and Deputy Commander were also held by the Angel of Death. It could be seen how extraordinary the Elven of Death was. As long as he could become an Elven of Death, he could immediately become a high-level deity without even cultivating. This was the special authority given to the Elven of Death by the God of Death, Thanatos. If he could become an Elven of Death, he could almost be considered to have reached the heavens in a single step. When the time comes, the position of Pope, he wouldn't even look at it. Just as he was fantasizing about the future, a black cloth that emitted the aura of death suddenly flew out from his waist and floated in front of him. Floyd was stunned when he saw the black cloth. Chapter 538, Floyd's Fear. A million new soldiers. Floyd naturally knew this black cloth. This black cloth was an oracle from the God of Death. More than 100 years ago, a holy son was born here. In order to reward their church, the God of Death specially asked Algernon to bring the oracle here. From then on, the past popes could use this oracle to let Algernon save their church once at a critical moment. After Algernon took action, this oracle would leave the church and return to His Excellency the God of Death. Still, what is going on now? Floyd's eyes were blank. Logically speaking, the matter between him and Algernon should be considered a transaction and a private matter between the two of them. This situation shouldn't trigger the God of Death's oracle, right? Why did the God of Death's oracle emerge on its own? Just as Floyd was in a daze. Rib. The sound of cloth tearing could be heard. Under Floyd's terrified gaze, this oracle from the God of Death, a treasure that their God of Death church had treasured for more than 100 years, actually ripped into pieces in front of it. Right on the heels of that, these oracle fragments suddenly ignited with black flames and burned themselves in midair before dissipating with the wind. Floyd watched this scene with a frozen expression. There was only one thought in his mind. The God of shadow rays and hidden murder Algernon was dead. This oracle that concerned him would only burn itself and dissipated only when he was dead. How is that possible? Could it be that he didn't succeed in killing the Blazing Sun King and was killed by him instead? What kind of joke was this? A god who specialized in shadow rays and assassination, even if he was only at the lowest low-tier deity elementary grade, he shouldn't be killed by a human lord who had just established a beginner kingdom. However, the truth was in front of him. No matter how unwilling he was to believe it, Floyd had to believe it. Its expression was uncertain for a while. Then, it suddenly remembered the Titan King's words. Alliance with the Titan King. No. One Titan Kingdom is not enough. I want to gather more kingdom-level lord forces to deal with this King of the Blazing Sun together. At this moment, Floyd had already regarded Zhou Zhou as the most difficult enemy in his life and decided to activate a power he could use to destroy him. Blazing Sun City. There were no more accidents in the latter half of the night. Zhou Zhou naturally woke up in the morning. Then, he came to the gate of summoning alone after breakfast with Li Yi. A text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. The gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. A moment later, 1,955 new subjects walked out of the gate of summoning. "Greetings, my lord, X1,955. All the new subjects said respectfully. "Welcome to Blazing Sun City," Zhou Zhou said. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned 136 professionals this time. There were 51 more professionals than usual. Then, he began to check the information of these professionals' subjects. Among the 106 professionals' subjects were 1 white platinum tier advance grade appraiser, 1 white platinum tier advance grade archaeologist, 1 white platinum tier advance grade mage, 1 white platinum tier advance grade martial artist, and 1 white platinum tier advance grade architect. The rest were white platinum tier intermediate grade and below life professionals and combat professionals. Then, he asked the staff beside him to arrange the work of these new subjects. Then, he led his troops to clean up one side of the time ruins, went to the golem lair to summon the 126 golems today, and finally arrived at the monster ranch. And now, a total of 36 monster ranches nurtured a total of 720,000 fog monsters with the highest white platinum tier advance grade. Even though it was far inferior to the number of soldiers under his command, it was still enough to be an appetizer for his soldiers before the war. He did not waste any time and asked the soldiers to start cleaning up the monster ranch. A moment later, the monster ranch was cleaned up and all the loots were extracted. In terms of the mist cores, he had obtained a total of 61,239,680 green bronze tier mist cores, 18,423,360 white silver tier mist cores, 9,017,780 yellow gold tier mist cores, 4,707,010 white platinum tier mist cores, and 161,100 diamond tier mist cores. There were also 1,217,780 soldier type class change certificates, 140,000 King of Yellow Gold recruitment books, 140,000 King of Yellow Gold class change certificates, 61,420 Poison Crossbow Soldier recruitment books, 960 Elemental Archer recruitment books, 179,630 Aurora Cavalry recruitment books, 280,000 Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, 280,000 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates, 162 Fragments of the Proof of Legion, 363,984 True Faith tier Scarlet Crystals, 206,056 Pious tier Scarlet Crystals, 149,960 Fanatic tier Scarlet Crystals, 311 White Platinum tier and Yellow Gold tier mount contracts, 80,000 Iron Eating Bear pet eggs, 80,000 Fear Falcon wings and Fear Falcon 3 radar, 13.5 million units of original gold. As for the other loots, Zhou Zhou did not look at them much because they were not very important and there were too many types. He looked at the total number of soldier type recruitment books and smiled. 1,082,010 books. The recruitment books provided by the Monster Ranch alone reached 1 million in a day. It directly increased his military strength by 1 million. Awesome! Zhou Zhou put them into the king's treasure box without another word. Then, he went to the gate of summoning and began to summon them. At this moment, a line of text appeared. Kingdom Authority, you can spend 100 white platinum tier mist cores to immediately summon all the soldiers you want to recruit. Kingdom Authority, you can spend 100 white platinum tier mist cores to immediately summon all the soldiers you want to recruit. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. There's actually such a kingdom privilege. To the current him, 100 white platinum tier mist cores were nothing. Compared to this, the hour or two saved from immediately recruiting 1 million soldiers could be far more valuable to him than 100 white platinum tier mist cores. Therefore, he could not save this mist core. As the 100 white platinum tier mist cores disappeared, A large number of humanoid shadows suddenly appeared in front of the gate of summoning. Right on the heels of that, these humanoid phantoms quickly condensed and turned into human subjects. A total of 1,000,000 subjects instantly appeared in front of the gate of summoning. Fortunately, Zhou Zhou had left a large amount of empty space here in advance. Otherwise, there would probably be people stepping on people. At this moment, Bai Yun quickly came over and brought these 1,082,010 recruits to the Blazing Sun Army. I have 4,353,287 soldiers under my command now. This doesn't include the more than 6 million people in the Star Alliance. Moreover, the Insight defection of the Lords of the Star Alliance, and I haven't used it today. After today, the military strength under my command will increase again. Zhou Zhou had a smile on his face. Your Majesty, there are 11 subjects outside who jointly want to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom. They all seem to have extraordinary abilities. My lord, do you want to take a look? At this moment, Zheng Yuankai quickly walked over and said. Zhou Zhou immediately reacted. These were his mythical reputation rating talents and reputation rating talents. Let's go take a look. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Zheng Yuankai nodded. Then, the two of them walked towards the 11 people. Chapter 539, Mythical Reputation Rating Talent Qi Xian Tian. King of Wind. When Zhou Zhou saw those talents with reputation rating and mythical reputation rating, he realized that there were not 11 of them, but 17 of them. At this moment, a soldier in charge of guarding them quickly walked over and reported respectfully. Your Majesty. Not long after they arrived, 6 more humans with extraordinary auras came to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom. That's them. The soldier pointed at the 6 new subjects. Zhou Zhou nodded. He remembered just thinking about it. Among the 17 people, 10 talents attracted by reputation rating and 1 mythical reputation rating person were rewarded by the Lord of all races. The other 5 talents should be the 5 talents attracted by reputation rating rewarded by the Lord of Cerulean Planet's world announcement when he broke through the Taiyan Kingdom and obtained the Kingdom Token. There were 16 of them. As for the last person should be a talent attracted by one of the effects of his White Silver Tier Lord talent, Embrace of the Conqueror. After conquering a kingdom, you can obtain the loyalty of a hero with an extraordinary tier hero fate level slot. Previously, when he obtained the Kingdom Token of the Taiyan Kingdom, he had indeed heard the notification that an extraordinary tier hero would pledge loyalty to him. From the looks of it, it should be one of them. Then, he began to look at their attribute information. Among the 15 talents attracted by reputation rating, there were 2 extraordinary tier advanced grade architects, 2 extraordinary tier advanced grade blacksmiths, 3 extraordinary intermediate grade martial artists, 3 extraordinary intermediate grade bloodline warlocks, 3 extraordinary tier intermediate grade array masters, and 2 extraordinary elementary grade farmers. A mythical reputation rating talent was an immortal Dao cultivator. He was young and handsome, and his eyes revealed a faint abhorrence of evil. He carried an immortal sword that emitted a faint 5-colored light on his back. He looked extraordinary and like an immortal. Subject, Qi Xian Tian. Combat class name, Sword God. Class, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Battle class name, Qi Practitioner. Strength level, Epic Tier Advanced Grade, Body Fusion Late Stage. Ability Overview, from the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect in the Immortal World. He is the most dazzling genius of the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect. He was born with the Heavenly Sword Immortal Body and has extraordinary attainments in the Sword Dao and Immortal Dao cultivation. The most glorious battle record was when he used the Myriad Sword Immortal Formation to kill an expert at the true Immortal Tier Elementary Grade as an Epic Tier Advanced Grade Sword Immortal. As long as he doesn't die, he is destined to dominate the Immortal Dao in the future. Skills, Talent Heavenly Sword Immortal Body, Talent Immortal Sword Summoning, Talent Heavenly Sword Heart Illumination, Talent 5 Elements Spirit Body, Epic Tier Advanced Grade Myriad Sword Immortal Scripture, Epic Tier Advanced Grade Myriad Sword Immortal Formation, Epic Tier Advanced Grade Immortal Sword Heart Array, Epic Tier Advanced Grade 5 Elements Sword Array, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade 1000 Sword Array, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Flying Sword Technique, Extraordinary Tier. Advanced Grade Flying Sword Technique. Loyalty, 95. Potential, Master God Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou swallowed. This person was actually a body fusion late-stage expert. He suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. How's your status in your Myriad Sword Immortal sect? A body fusion realm expert was actually described as the most dazzling genius in his ability overview and not a sect expert? Then how ridiculous would this Myriad Sword Immortal sect be? Your Majesty. I was originally from the lower realm. Later on, I was discovered to have a Sword Deo constitution, so I was guided to ascend in advance and came to the Myriad Sword Immortal sect. Then, I directly became a true disciple of a Supreme Elder. In terms of status, I'm equivalent to a Golden Immortal Tier expert in the sect. According to the levels of the Supreme Will, I'm probably at a status comparable to a mid-level God Tier expert. Qi Xiantian thought for a moment and said, My God! Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. An Epic Tier Advanced Grade Sword God was actually treated as equivalent to a mid-level God Tier. The Myriad Sword Immortal sect valued Qi Xiantian very much. However, he was indeed worthy of this importance. Not only did this person have high potential, he could also kill a low-tier deity head-on with just the strength of an Epic Tier Advanced Grade. At that time, he did not have the enhancement of the Dragon Slayer's strength. He completed the kill with his true ability. As expected of a genius. It was really terrifying. He suddenly thought of something but did not say it. There was a hero beside him after all. Then, he looked at the hero. Subject, Mai Luan, Hero Unit. Hero Title, King of Wind. Position, Extraordinary Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Blazing Sun Kingdom. Strength Level, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. Ability Overview, the original Archmage of the Guting Kingdom was good at using wind elemental magic. Later on, he left the kingdom and came to the Blazing Sun Kingdom because he was dissatisfied with the king's oppression of the subjects. He became the subject of the Blazing Sun King. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade, 80%, Wind-Splitting Demon Eagle, Epic Tier Advanced Grade, 20%. Skills, Hero Skill Wind Elemental True Body, Hero Skill Death Hurricane, Talent Super Elemental Affinity, Wind, Talent Magic Genius, Extraordinary Advanced Grade Extreme Tornado, Extraordinary Advanced Grade Void Splitting Violent Storm, Intermediate Grade Swift Flying, Extraordinary Elementary Grade Gust Entanglement, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Summoning Wind Elemental Lord, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Multiple Wind Blade Technique. Loyalty, 88. Potential, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Hero Biography, 1. When the Guting Kingdom was invaded by the Abyss, he stood up and killed the demon lord Sexel alone, saving a large number of people. Hero's Personal Reputation Rating +1, Human Race Reputation +1000, High Continent Reputation +1. 2. Creates many wind elemental advanced grade spells and leaves his name in the history of magic. In the end, he successfully walked the path of a hero and became the first king of wind. Hero's Personal Reputation Rating +1, Human Race Reputation +10,000, High Continent Reputation +3. Zhou Zhou nodded. Including this king of wind, he now had as many as 10 heroes under his command. Even though it was far inferior to the Elven Empire, he could chase slowly. With the Lord Talent of the King of Lutes, he could obtain a large number of hero inheritance secret manuals. He would be able to catch up one day. Then, the staff brought these talents to their respective positions. As for this King of Wind, he was brought to the Blazing Sun Army to work. Qi Xiantian was the only sword immortal left. Can I become a Qi practitioner? Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. Qi Xiantian raised his eyebrows. He had thought that His Majesty had something to ask him, but he did not expect it to be about this. I do have the Qi Practitioner Class Change Certificate. But Your Majesty, you should have your own class, right? Qi Xiantian said. I have my own special opportunity. I can take on another class. Zhou Zhou smiled. His fighting god full-time master too could allow him to have 2 additional classes. One of them had already been occupied by the Lord of the End. He planned to become a Qi practitioner part-time for the second slot. That was because the upper limit of the Qi practitioner profession was quite high. The highest level could even be cultivated to the Sage tier, Master God tier. Moreover, the various immortal Dao spells mastered by Qi practitioners were many times stronger than other classes. Cultivating to a profound realm and moving stars and turning the world upside down was only a matter of seconds. Just like Qi Xiantian, he could defeat a true immortal tier elementary grade opponent with his body fusion late stage cultivation. Firstly, his talent and opportunities were indeed powerful, allowing him to fight above his level. Secondly, the upper limit of the Qi practitioner profession was too high. However, this profession had its drawbacks. That was, it consumed extremely many resources. Qi practitioners with sufficient resources were completely different from Qi practitioners with poor resources. However, as the King of Lutes, Zhou Zhou did not lack resources the least. This was also the reason why he dared to work as a Qi practitioner. Chapter 540, Qi Practitioner. Chaos Spiritual Root. Chaos Sacred Body. Your Majesty, what an opportunity! Qi Xiantian was a little surprised. Then, he did not say anything else. He flipped his right hand and saw a certificate filled with immortal energy appear in his hand. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. Item name, Qi Practitioner Class Change Certificate. Item level, Special tier. Item effect, Special Combat Class Change Tool. After using it, you can become a Special Combat Class Qi Practitioner. You will also have a Class 2 Foundation Establishment Cultivation Technique, Spit Turbidity Qigong Technique, Qi Practitioner Theoretical Common Sense, and the Initial Strength of the Qi Refinement Realm. Item description, Special Combat Class Certificate. It can allow humans to become the legendary Qi practitioners and pursue the immortal Dao of longevity. Note 1. Qi practitioners are a rare special class of the human race. Only some humans with aptitude can change their profession. Note 2. Only those with spiritual roots can cultivate as Qi practitioners. Zhou Zhou was looking forward to it when he first saw this class change certificate. However, when he saw the requirements for the spiritual root at the back, he immediately became nervous. Spiritual root? He did not know if he had a spiritual root as a chaos human, so he did not think too much about it and chose to use it. This class change certificate that was filled with immortal energy turned into dense immortal energy and surged into his glabella. A cooling feeling spread from his glabella soul to various parts of his body, making him feel comfortable. In the outside world, when Qi Xiantian saw that His Majesty had successfully used the Qi Practitioner Class Change Certificate, a smile gradually appeared on his face. But soon, he was shocked. This was because in his perspective, the surface of Zhou Zhou's body was emitting a sparkling treasure light. At the same time, a faint chaotic aura appeared on the surface of his body, and a temperament that seemed to be the origin of all things naturally emitted from Zhou Zhou's body. Qi Xiantian found it difficult to describe this feeling. This feeling was like a wanderer meeting his parents and suddenly feeling like returning home. And this special physique is very powerful and has extremely high potential. It's even far superior to my heavenly sword immortal body. Qi Xiantian had a guess. However, it was precisely because of this that he was even more shocked. His heavenly sword immortal body could even be considered a heavenly Dao tier immortal body in the eyes of the higher UPS of the myriad sword immortal sect. It meant that it was only a matter of time before he reached the top of the great Dao in the future. What kind of constitution would a physique that was far more terrifying than his heavenly sword immortal body be? Moreover, this chaotic aura was also very special. Generally speaking, only existences above the zenith heaven golden immortal realm would begin to come into contact with the chaos chi. His Majesty actually had such an aura. It was really unbelievable. He suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. At the same time, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. A professional panel exclusive to Qi practitioners appeared in front of him. Lord title, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Battle class name, Qi practitioner. Spiritual root, Chaos spiritual root. Constitution, Chaos sacred body. Qi practitioner class, perfected foundation establishment, void refinement early stage. Refinement Qi secret manual, spit turbidity Qigong technique, level 2, completed. Advancement cultivation technique required. Spell, none. Is this my immortal Dao aptitude? Chaos spiritual root? It's good to have a spiritual root. Chaos sacred body? It looks good too. Zhou Zhou chuckled as he looked at his Qi practitioner interface. It seemed that his aptitude as a chaos human was not bad as a Qi practitioner. Your Majesty, is your spiritual root a chaos spiritual root? At this moment, Qi Xiantian suddenly asked. You can tell. Zhou Zhou was stunned. It's indeed a chaos spiritual root. Then His Majesty should also have the chaos sacred body. Qi Xiantian said faintly. Zhou Zhou nodded. What's so special about these two? He asked curiously. The chaos spiritual root can cultivate all types of immortal Dao cultivation techniques in the world. The 5 elements, wind, lightning, light, darkness, ice, blood, qi. All kinds of cultivation techniques can be cultivated. Thousands of great Dao will open the door to your Majesty. As for the chaos sacred body, it gives the owner supreme comprehension, allowing them to learn and master the myriad immortal Dao spells in the world. Moreover, their bodies can produce chaotic Dharma power. With chaotic Dharma power, they can activate countless spells without any conflict. It's said that the chaos sacred body can also control thousands of bloodlines in the world. However, this matter is too unbelievable. Many Qi practitioners don't know if it's true or not. I'm not sure either. Qi Xiantian said. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. These abilities were quite compatible with the abilities of the chaos human bloodline. However, he did not feel any supreme comprehension. Perhaps it was because his current chaos human bloodline had yet to be upgraded to the top. Your Majesty, your current Qi practitioner cultivation is limited by the level of your cultivation technique. You can only advance to the perfected foundation establishment realm. This is a cultivation technique that can continue to break through. You can cultivate it to continue increasing the Qi practitioner realm. Qi Xiantian took out a jade stone and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and read it. Treasure name, cultivation transfer jade slip. Treasure grade, gradeless. Treasure effect, it records an immortal Dao cultivation technique, the Chaos Origin Manual. This cultivation technique was created by the legendary Chaos Human and can only be learned by the Chaos Human. Later on, as the Chaos Human disappeared, no one cared about this cultivation technique. Treasure description, a cultivation technique inheritance treasure of the immortal Dao civilization. It records a lost immortal Dao cultivation technique. Where did you get this cultivation technique? Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. This cultivation technique was the most suitable for him. I found it in the Sex Sutra library. I saw that even though this cultivation technique can't be cultivated, some of its internal cultivation theories are very profound and classic, so I took it and often comprehended it. Qi Xiantian said. This cultivation technique is what I need. Zhou Zhou said. As long as your Majesty needs it. Qi Xiantian said. You can go to the military officer and collect 1 million military merits later. Treat it as a reward for the class change certificate and this cultivation technique. There should be a lot of resources you need there. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Qi Xiantian did not refuse. As a body fusion Qi practitioner, he indeed needed a huge number of cultivation resources to increase his strength realm. Then, the two of them parted ways after chatting for a while. Zhou Zhou returned to his beginner grade Lord's Paradise and entered the cultivation room to learn and cultivate this Chaos Origin Manual. More than an hour later. In the cultivation room. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and retracted the terrifying spiritual pressure that naturally emitted from his body. Then, he opened his Qi practitioner interface. Lord title, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Battle class name, Qi practitioner. Spiritual root, Chaos spiritual root. Constitution, Chaos sacred body. Qi practitioner level, Void refinement realm early stage. Qi refinement secret manual, Chaos origin manual, stage 6 tier 1. Spells, Chaotic flying spear technique, Chaotic beast hunting axe technique, Chaotic ancient armor technique, Chaotic healing technique, Chaotic battle dance, Chaotic Deo worship ceremony. Zhou Zhou felt his powerful strength and a smile subconsciously appeared on his face. The current me is at least 10 times stronger than before. He muttered to himself. After a long time, he restrained his emotions and began to check his new spells. Chapter 541, To the Aurora Kingdom. Cerulean Planet's All-Channel Lord Announcement. Zhou Zhou looked at the 6 Dharma spells from the Chaos Origin Manual. According to the Chaos Origin Manual, it could be called a spell or a Chaos Deo technique. Among these 6 chaotic Deo techniques, the Chaos Spear technique, the Chaos Beast Hunter Axe technique, the Chaos Ancient Armor technique, and the Chaos Battle Dance were all Deo techniques used for daily battles. Only the Chaotic Healing technique was used to heal injuries. According to the Chaos Origin Manual, the Chaos humans originally lived in chaos. Their lives were somewhat similar to primitive tribes. They needed to hunt chaos beasts in the chaos environment to maintain their lives. And so, these combat Deo techniques and healing Deo techniques were born. The only special thing was the chaotic Deo ritual. Zhou Zhou looked at the specific information of this Deo technique. Skill name, Chaos Deo worship ceremony. Skill quality, extraordinary tier elementary grade. Skill description, holding a grand sacrifice to an unknown existence to increase the level of your chaotic human bloodline. Note, the unknown existence has died. This skill cannot be used. Zhou Zhou looked at this skill and frowned slightly. So it's a useless skill, but what is the unknown existence? He was curious. Then, he shook his head and did not think too much about it. It was obvious that this unknown existence was too far away from him. There was no point in thinking too much. At this moment, Aaliyah came over and said that Suan had come to see him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Suan said respectfully. How's the use of the Book of God Spirit? Zhou Zhou asked. I didn't let His Majesty down. I have completely absorbed the power of the Book of God Spirit and obtained the inheritance of the God of Shadow and Assassination. Suan said respectfully. In addition, his ability introduction also stated that the other party had obtained the inheritance of a God Spirit and was climbing the path to becoming a god. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. With Suan's Master God tier advance grade aptitude, becoming a god in the future was a sure bet, a shoo-in. Coupled with his newly upgraded epic tier blessing of the war god, Suan's speed of becoming a god would definitely increase. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before a god spirit appears in his territory. After that, Suan and him walked out of the beginner grade Lord's Paradise and found Bai Yun. Then, they asked her to organize the troops and wait for the upcoming war with the underworld Bark Kingdom. Meanwhile, he went to the Aurora Kingdom alone through the spatial teleportation array. In the capital of the Aurora Kingdom, Zhengqian Palace, Zhou Zhou saw Li Yuangan and hundreds of Aurora Kingdom ministers. When he entered, everyone's eyes immediately fell on him. To Zhou Zhou's surprise, he would have thought that some of these ministers would look at him with hostility and coldness. He was here to replace the old king, Li Yuangan after all. In the end, the gazes of these ministers were filled with anticipation. It was as if they welcomed him to enter the Aurora Kingdom. Zhou Zhou felt strange. However, he did not say anything. At this moment, Li Yuangan, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly stood up and cupped his hands. "Greetings, King of the Blazing Sunday! Greetings, King of the Blazing Sun!" The ministers followed suit and said respectfully, "You're too kind, everyone." Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before smiling. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He wore the Emperor and Dragon Emperor robe and had the sword of Xian Yuan wrapped around his waist. Invisibly, he exuded the dignity of an emperor, making the Aurora Kingdom officials bow down to him. The Aurora Kingdom officials were both amazed and in disbelief. If I didn't know the trajectory of his growth along the way, I would find it hard to believe that this is a new king who has just become a king. Looking at his temperament and actions, those who don't know might think that he's a peerless emperor who has been in charge of politics for many years. It's rare, really rare. Maybe this is what it means to be a born king. The Aurora Kingdom officials sighed in their hearts. "King of the Blazing Sunday! Come up and sit down." Li Yuangan pointed to another throne next to his. Zhou Zhou nodded, then walked up and sat on their respective thrones with Li Yuangan. Li Yuangan looked at Zhou Zhou. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. As expected of the king, he acknowledged. He originally thought that even if the other party would attack the Taiyan Kingdom, they would only attack the Taiyan Kingdom after taking over the Aurora Kingdom and integrating all the forces of both sides. Unexpectedly, not only did Zhou Zhou not do that, but he also relied on his own strength to not only crush the entire Taiyan Kingdom, but also defeat the people of foreign races sent by the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom. He had crushed the elite legions of the three kingdoms head-on with his own strength. Moreover, he had suffered very few losses. Most importantly, at that time, the Lord of the Blazing Sun had not even established his own kingdom. He was only a lord of all races. Such a terrifying battle record. It was unprecedented in the entire history of the human race. It would probably be very difficult for no one to come again. In addition, he had recently learned that the other party had become the strongest lord of all races in the Supreme Will event. The more Li Yuangan thought about it, the more he felt that this young man was unbelievable. He was now the most outstanding elite of the human race. In the future, he would definitely be the strongest backbone of the human race. Li Yuangan was very optimistic about Zhou Zhou's future. At the thought of this, he was even more at ease about handing the Aurora Kingdom over to the other party. Under the leadership of the other party, the citizens of the Aurora Kingdom would definitely live a better and more peaceful life. At this thought, Li Yuangan suddenly stood up with a smile and came to Zhou Zhou. He flipped his right hand and a kingdom token appeared in his hand. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Zhou Zhou was no exception. "This is the kingdom token of our Aurora Kingdom." Li Yuangan looked at Zhou Zhou and smiled. "It's okay if you want to keep the Aurora Kingdom and become the king of two kingdoms. Or you can directly incorporate the Aurora Kingdom's territory into the Blazing Sun Kingdom's territory. That's your choice. I won't interfere. From now on, I'm no longer the king of the Aurora Kingdom, but an ordinary subject. You will have everything in the Aurora Kingdom." With that, he handed the kingdom token to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou stood up and took the kingdom token with both hands. A text notification appeared. Cerulean Planet's entire channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun for successfully conquering a kingdom-level faction. Reputation rating +3. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. When Zhou Zhou saw the Lord announcement on the entire Cerulean Planet channel, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. It turned out that there would be a lord announcement on the entire Cerulean planet channel as long as a kingdom was conquered. It seemed that other lords would have a chance to appear on this announcement in the future. Zhou Zhou did not pay much attention to it. He had already been on such announcements too many times. He no longer cared much about the small announcements made by such races. In any case, there were not many rewards. Greetings to the new king. At this moment, Li Yuangan said solemnly to the ministers in the hall. Greetings, my king. When the ministers heard this, they knelt down without hesitation and shouted. Their actions were neat, clearly prepared. Zhou Zhou looked at these ministers and a smile appeared on his face. With a glance, he realized that the lowest level of these people was Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. There were more than 20 extraordinary tier officials, even though most of them were lifestyle professionals, it was still quite rare. As expected of an elite official of the Aurora Kingdom. After he asked everyone to stand up, he looked at Li Yuangan. Father-in-law, do you have a treasure vault here? He asked telepathically. The Aurora Kingdom's treasury could be said to be the place where he valued the Aurora Kingdom the most. Li Yuangan was stunned. Then, the smile on his face became even more obvious. Yes, I'll take you there. Okay. The two of them did not say much. After letting the ministers retreat for the time being, they walked towards the kingdom's treasure vault together. Chapter 542, Again. Treasure, Great Thousand Rivers and Mountains Painting. On the way to the Aurora Kingdom's treasure vault, Zhou Zhou also looked at the other unread notifications. Lord Talent Notification, congratulations, you have captured a kingdom and triggered the White Silver Tier Lord Talent Embrace of the Conqueror. You have obtained the loyalty of a hero with an extraordinary tier hero fate level slot. Note, this hero is rushing to your territory. Please note the latest new subject list. The Lord of the End class hint, you have destroyed a beginner kingdom level Lord faction and collected 20% of the power of the Law of the End. The grade of the Crown of the Final has increased by another step. Current collection progress, 40%. The Lord of the End class hint, you have destroyed a beginner kingdom level Lord faction and collected 100 points of Final Nirvana power progress. You can use 100 points of Final Nirvana power to exchange for a chance to revive after death and increase your strength greatly after revival. Current power of Final Nirvana, 100 points. Current number of resurrections, 1. The Lord of the End class hint, you have conquered a beginner kingdom Lord faction. A member of the Final Guard has received your summon. You can summon him. Number of Final Guard members, 2, can be summoned. Zhou Zhou looked at the notifications and could not help but smile. He did not come to the Aurora Kingdom for nothing. Not only did he receive an announcement on the Lord of Cerulean Planet, he also received an entire Aurora Kingdom. He also received 20% of the Law of the End collection progress, 1 revivals, and the loyalty of a Final Guard member. It was a huge profit. It seemed that these things could not only be obtained by destroying an entire country through war. He could also obtain them by directly taking over an entire kingdom. Soon, they arrived in front of the kingdom's treasury. Even though the Aurora Kingdom's treasury was not as technologically advanced and tightly guarded as the Taiyan Kingdom's mechanical treasury, its entire body was made of dark silver profound dipper stone. This treasure vault was actually made of profound dipper stones. On one hand, it could be seen how important the treasure vault was to the previous kings of the Aurora Kingdom. On the other hand, it could also be seen how deep the foundation of the Aurora Kingdom was. Even if the Aurora Kingdom had less than 10% of its national strength left, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Li Yuangan used a key to unlock the door and asked 10 diamond-tier soldiers to open the door together. The heavy door slowly opened with a loud bang. Seeing this, the two of them walked in. Zhou Zhou looked at the treasures in the treasure vault as he walked. Similar to the Taiyan treasure vault, this Aurora Kingdom treasure vault had mist core, equipment, blueprints, rare materials, skill books, scrolls, various pet eggs, and even specially refined pet equipment. Overall, it was slightly inferior to the Taiyan kingdom. However, Zhou Zhou was not surprised. The Aurora Kingdom's national strength was inferior to the Taiyan kingdom to begin with. Coupled with the fact that they were severely injured from the war, it was normal for there to be fewer treasures in the treasure vault. He put away the mist cores first. It was about the total value of 500 legendary tier mist cores. As for the other treasures, Zhou Zhou did not take them. He let Bai Yun come over later to take them all and send them back to the territory's treasure vault. A moment later, he came to an ancient-looking sheepskin map. Zhou Zhou looked at the map. This map displayed the regional map of the entire Aurora Kingdom. It covered all 40 regional territories in the entire Aurora Kingdom. Moreover, it was very complete in terms of terrain, resource distribution, military force distribution, and other map information. This map is well drawn. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Could it be that the Aurora Kingdom had a master cartographer? His gaze landed on a city called Cloud Gallop City and he subconsciously focused his attention. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. Then, he realized that he had appeared in front of a ruined city. The city had already become a dilapidated ruin. Smoke filled the sky above the houses and shops. Hundreds of thousands of subjects were either saving people or looking for resources to use from the destroyed houses. Their homes had been destroyed, but many people's eyes were filled with determination. There was still hope for the future. Zhou Zhou heard the sounds of discussion. My hometown was destroyed by the monsters of the Taiyan nation. I wonder when my new home will be built. It will get better. The Taiyan kingdom has been destroyed. Our future will definitely be better than before. I heard that the person who destroyed the Taiyan kingdom was the legendary Lord of the Blazing Sun. He's no longer the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. He's the King of the Blazing Sun of our human race. Tisk tisk, how unbelievable! How long has it been since he arrived on our high continent? He actually established a kingdom and even wiped out that cruel and despicable Taiyan kingdom. Not only that, but I also heard that the current king has long since intended to give up the throne to this king of the Blazing Sun kingdom. It's said that even the princess greatly admires the king of the Blazing Sun kingdom. If it's true, I hope that king of the Blazing Sun can let us live a better life. When Zhou Zhou heard these people's words, his gaze landed on a broken stone character that had fallen to the ground not far away. The word Cloud Galloping was half written on it. So, am I in Cloud Gallop City in reality now? The map brought me directly to Cloud Gallop City. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He walked to the subjects and realized that they couldn't see him at all. He tried to communicate and touch these subjects, but he realized that he could not do it either. In front of these subjects, his body seemed to be transparent and invisible. That's not right. I didn't come to Cloud Gallop City with my real body but in the form of a consciousness. That's why these people can't hear me and can't touch me. Zhou Zhou quickly understood the reason. Was this the effect of that map? That map was actually such a magical treasure? Zhou Zhou was very surprised. King of the Blazing Sunday. How does this great thousand rivers and mountains painting feel? At this moment, Li Yuangan's slightly amused voice came from the sky. Zhou Zhou realized. Only he could hear this voice. The other subjects could not. It's amazing. Zhou Zhou said sincerely. I also obtained this great thousand rivers and mountains painting by chance from a foreign vendor. It's very magical indeed. If you think about coming back now, you can return to reality. Li Yuangan said. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. The scene in front of him changed drastically. He had already returned to the Aurora Kingdom's treasury. Li Yuangan was looking at him with a smile. This great thousand rivers and mountains painting is a good treasure to observe the situation in my territory. Moreover, it will continuously increase the territory's range as the territory grows. In theory, the map of the entire high continent will appear on this great thousand rivers and mountains painting if you take control of it. Chapter 543, Talent, Ignore Pain. However, when you use the Great Thousand Rivers and Mountains painting in the future, you have to pay attention to two things. When you use it to check the situation of the territory, if a powerhouse's perception is relatively sharp, they will sense you're spying. It's fine if we're on the same side, but you have to be careful if it's a powerful enemy. Also, if you use it often in the future, you can try to master the method of multitasking. This way, you can observe the situation on the map and pay attention to the situation in reality. Li Yuangan reminded. Thank you for your reminder, father-in-law. Zhou Zhou thanked him. We're family. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Li Yuangan smiled and shook his head. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, his gaze landed on the Great Thousand Rivers and Mountains painting. He realized that the information displayed was exactly as Li Yuangan had said. Then, he put it into his king's treasure box. After that, he walked around the entire treasure vault and realized that there were about 20,000 treasures here. After confirming that there were no other treasures worth paying attention to, he walked out. Outside the treasure vault, Zhou Zhou looked at the Great Thousand Rivers and Mountains painting in the box and smiled. He felt that his trip was not in vain because of it. The only pity was that he did not find any advanced gem resources here. It seemed that it was just as Li Yuangan had said. He had already handed all the high-level gem resources to him. After we take care of the Nether Bark Kingdom, we'll deal with the Titan Kingdom and obtain its advanced gem resources. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Advanced gem resources were related to territory upgrades and kingdom upgrades. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou opened the conditions to advance to an intermediate kingdom. Then he realized that among the many conditions, conquering 2 beginner kingdoms that were not under the Crimson Overlord had changed from 0/2 to 1/2. Let's not talk about the other conditions. In terms of conquering beginner kingdoms, I still need to conquer 2 beginner Crimson Kingdoms and 1 beginner kingdom that is not under the command of the Crimson Overlord. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. This was not difficult for him. They would start with the Nether Bark Kingdom first. Then, he asked Bai Yun to bring the soldiers to collect the treasures in the treasure vault while he and Li Yuangan returned to Zhengqian Hall. Then, Zhou Zhou called for help and called the Aurora Kingdom officials over again. A moment later, after everyone arrived, Zhou Zhou looked at everyone and said, "This king has decided to abolish the Aurora Kingdom's kingdom structure and completely integrate it into the Blazing Sun Kingdom." When the ministers heard this, even though they were already mentally prepared, many of them still looked disappointed. However, they also knew that this was inevitable. Otherwise, with the establishment of 2 kingdoms even with a common lord like Zhou Zhou around, it would easily cause estrangement between the subject officials of the 2 countries. Therefore, no one had any objections. They all agreed respectfully. As for Li Yuangan, after hearing Zhou Zhou's decision, even though he was in a daze for a moment, he quickly returned to normal. He had already expected Zhou Zhou's decision and was not surprised. Zhou Zhou did not care about everyone's reaction. He directly stated his second decision. I will give the first order as your new king. By tomorrow night, I want to see all the lords in the records of the original Aurora Kingdom. I want to meet them and also take a look at their potential. If they have good potential and aptitude, this king will not be stingy with the rewards. Zhou Zhou said calmly. He naturally didn't give this order just to meet the original lords of the Aurora Kingdom. More importantly, he wanted the Lord Talent crystal fragments on them. Zhou Zhou already had enough Lord Talents on him. Naturally, he would not kill his subjects just to obtain a new Lord Talent. That way, if his reputation of killing talented subjects spreads in the future, he would not be able to have any living beings with talent and potential rely on him. He still cherished his reputation as a lord who had the ambition to fight for the lord of all races. However, he would not let go of a single Lord Talent crystal fragment. When the ministers heard this, they did not think that this reason was strange, so they agreed respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and told them that in the future, officials from the Blazing Sun Kingdom would come over to arrange their new places and positions. Then, under everyone's worried or expectant gazes, he left with Li Yuangan. Blazing Sun City. Beginner Grade Lord's Paradise. When Zhou Zhou and Li Yuangan returned, Li Yu happened to walk out of her room. The three of them looked at each other and Li Yu was pleasantly surprised. King Father! She ran over to the two of them in surprise. Good daughter! Li Yuangan stroked his daughter's hair and said with a smile, I'll settle down in Blazing Sun City in the future. We will spend a lot more time together as father and daughter in the future. Also, don't call me King Father anymore. Just call me Dad. Li Yuangan smiled. Dad. Li Yu returned the smile. Zhou Zhou smiled and left the father and daughter. After bidding them farewell, he came to the lord's shop. At this moment, Zhou Jinmin was playing a game. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and shouted directly. Old Zhou, merchandise. Unexpectedly, when Zhou Jinmin heard this, he turned to look at him bitterly. Then, he stood up and shook his head. Sigh, I was expecting too much. I thought someone would stay up all night playing games with me. I've played all night for nothing. I've already cleared Street Fist 5 times, but the person did not come. Zhou Zhou finally reacted. Holy sh*t. He did plan to be here to play games with this guy. In the end, after he came back last night to settle some matters, he went to sleep with Li Yi. After that, he was attempted assassination on by the god spirit and completely forgot about this matter. Ahem. I had too much to do last night, so I didn't have time to come to your place. Zhou Zhou explained. Zhou Jinmin nodded. He also knew that his lord had been attempted assassination on by a god spirit last night, but he did not really mind. He did not say much. He took out 3 items from under the counter and showed them to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked at it. The first item was the talent crystal. Talent, ignore pain. Talent effect, when you are in a pain that exceeds your endurance limit, you can enter a special state of resistance and ignore the pain until the pain decreases to a level that you can withstand. Isn't this Guo Jiao's talent? Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He nodded and decided to buy it. He did not think that he was an Iron Man who could withstand any pain. In addition, he should more or less participate in some battles in the future. This talent was quite useful to him. Then, he looked at the other items. Chapter 544, Improving the Bloodline, 1. The second item was a heart. It emitted the aura of fire and destruction. Zhou Zhou looked at it. Bloodline name, Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Bloodline. Bloodline level, low-level deity advance grade. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain the bloodline of the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the bloodline ability of the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction during the growth process. Not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded. His chaos human bloodline needed such a high-level bloodline as nutrients for his bloodline to improve. Then, he looked at the last item. What surprised Zhou Zhou was that the last item was also a bloodline. Furthermore, it was the bloodline of the extreme dragon race. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect to obtain 2 top-notch dragon bloodlines. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised, but then a smile appeared on his face. He was naturally satisfied with these 2 bloodlines. The only pity was the bloodline and talent goods of the original spirit race that he wanted the most did not appear. That was the bloodline and talent of the top races in the myriad worlds. Once he could obtain it, his chaos human bloodline level would definitely increase greatly. How much are these 3 goods? Zhou Zhou retracted his thoughts and asked. The bloodline of the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, an advanced grade deity, is worth 1000 legendary tier mist cores and 1000 legendary tier territory tokens. Low-level deity elementary grade extreme dragon race bloodline is worth 200 legendary tier mist cores and 200 legendary tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhou said. This Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction's bloodline and the Extreme Dragon Race's bloodline are both at low-tier deity level. Why is there such a huge difference in their prices? Zhou Zhou had thought that his wallet was already generous enough. However, when he heard Zhou Zhou's bid, he was still shocked. Good God! A portion of the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction bloodline of an advanced grade deity was worth 2,000 legendary tier mist cores. Are you too crazy about the mist core? There's naturally a reason for the supreme will to set such a price. Zhou Zhou shook his head and pointed at the heart of the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction. Even though the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction's bloodline level is only at low-level deity advanced grade, there is still a trace of the power of the Divine Dragon of Destruction bloodline in the depths of its bloodline. The Dragon God of Destruction is of true God tier advanced grade. No matter how small its bloodline is, others will buy it with true God tier divine crystals. 2,000 legendary tier mist cores are at most equivalent to 2 divine crystals. In that case, it's really not expensive. Zhou Zhou said with an expression that said, "You've made a killing." Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched a few times. Now that you mention it. It really didn't seem expensive, my *s. Don't think that I don't know about the proportion of the Destruction Dragon God's bloodline in Nazario's body. I've seen Nazario's attribute information a long time ago. This amount of Divine Dragon of Destruction bloodline only accounts for 1% of Nazario's total bloodline. And yet you're selling it at such an exorbitant price for such a small amount? Zhou Zhou was furious. However, he was also a little tempted by this 1% true God tier bloodline. He hesitated for a moment and looked at his heavenly mist treasure bag. After this period of accumulation, he now had more than 8,000 legendary tier mist cores. It was not impossible to take out 2,000 of them to buy Nazario's bloodline. However, his heart ached. He hesitated for a long time. Only then did Zhou Zhou reluctantly take out 2,400 legendary tier mist cores and 20 extraordinary tier mist cores from the heavenly mist treasure bag to buy these 3 items. He looked at Zhou Zhou, who had returned to his seat to play games. He hesitated for a moment and decided to come over today to play games with him. While he didn't know if this method would increase the probability of good products being produced tomorrow, he would treat it as entertainment. In any case, there was nothing to lose. Then, he took the goods and returned to the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. He first fused with his talent Ignore Pain. Then, he fused with these 2 dragon bloodlines. He looked at the bloodline fusion notification. You have absorbed a portion of the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction's bloodline, low-level deity advanced grade. Your Chaos human bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Your 6 senses powers have been greatly enhanced. You have awakened Diamond tier advanced grade enhanceable Chaos human race talent elementary Chaos heart. You have awakened the true God tier advanced grade Destruction Dragon God talent Destruction Dragon breath. You have awakened the true God tier advanced grade Destruction Dragon God talent Fire elemental control. You have grasped part of the Dragon God's secret inheritance. You have mastered the low-level deity advanced grade racial skill All Things Burn. You have mastered the low-level deity advanced grade racial skill Volcanic Eruption. You have mastered a true God tier advanced grade law skill Destructive Power. Your master God tier physical immunity has increased from 3% to 5%. Your master God tier elemental immunity has increased from 3% to 5%. Your master God tier soul immunity has increased from 3% to 5%. You have absorbed 1 extreme dragon bloodline, low-level deity advanced grade. Your 6 senses have been slightly strengthened. You have awakened the talent of the extreme dragon race, low-level deity advanced grade extreme dragon body. You have awakened the talent of the extreme dragon race, low-level deity advanced grade extreme dragon power. You have grasped the secret inheritance of the extreme dragon race. Your Master God tier physical immunity has increased from 5% to 7%. Your Master God tier elemental immunity has increased from 5% to 7%. Your Master God tier soul immunity has increased from 5% to 7%. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. It was not unreasonable for Nazario's bloodline to be so expensive. He actually directly upgraded his Chaos human race bloodline from Diamond tier intermediate grade to Extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Moreover, he had obtained the talents of 2 destruction dragon gods and a law skill. Not bad, not bad. It felt expensive, but he was in a better mood now. As for the extreme dragon bloodline, it was a little unsightly. After fusing with the extreme dragon bloodline, the Chaos human bloodline did not improve. Zhou Zhou shook his head and began to check the details of these abilities. The first was the Chaos human's racial talent Elementary Chaos Heart. Race talent name, Elementary Chaos Heart. Talent level, Diamond tier advance grade enhanceable. Talent description, your comprehension and reaction ability have been greatly improved. You can easily comprehend professional abilities in various fields. Moreover, you have an extremely high comprehension ability of the laws of the world. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. After the Chaos human bloodline level increased to Diamond tier advance grade, it finally began to involve enlightenment. This was gradually compatible with the supreme comprehension described in the Chaos Sacred Bodies ability. He looked at the next ability. Chapter 545, Improving the Bloodline, 2. Race talent name, Destruction Dragon Breath. Talent level, True God tier advance grade. Talent description, you can release dragon breath with the aura of the law of destruction. Any substance that is attacked by the dragon breath of destruction will suffer irreversible damage. Prompt 1, as the Lord of the End, the power of the end that can end all things is surging in your body, so the power of the law of destruction contained in your destruction dragon breath has been greatly enhanced. Prompt 2, you have grasped the power of the weak law of destruction. Your crown of the finals ability has been slightly enhanced. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he raised his eyebrows and opened the information about the crown of the finals ability. Then, he realized that the crown of the finals first ability had been strengthened. Divine Artifact Ability 1 Power of the End, as the Lord of the End, the power of the end that can end all things surges in your body. When you attack any matter, you have a 10% chance of shattering it. When attacking any life form, you have a 1% chance of directly killing it. The probability of shattering has increased from 10% to 20%. It's doubled. Zhou Zhou was surprised. It seemed that the law of destruction and the law of the end were quite compatible. He looked at the next ability. Race talent name, Fire Elemental Control. Talent level, True God tier advance grade enhanceable. Talent description, your cultivation talent for fire elements is like the reincarnation of a fire god. There are very few life forms in the myriad worlds that can compare to you. You can easily comprehend fire elemental skill abilities and even have a certain chance of comprehending fire elemental nomological abilities. When you cultivate to the legendary tier advance grade, you can easily condense a top-notch fire elemental godhood. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had found yet another way to become a god in the future. Then, he looked at the next race ability. Racial skill name, All Things Burn. Skill quality, Low-level deity advance grade. Racial skill description, you are the monarch of the fire elemental. Under your command, everything in the world can be burned. Skill quality, Low-level deity advance grade. Racial skill description, you can summon a volcano out of thin air and cause it to erupt violently, destroying all the life forms in a zone. Law skill name, Law of Destruction. Law skill quality, True God tier advance grade. Introduction to Law skill power, you have stepped into the threshold of the law of destruction and have grasped a trace of weak destructive power. When you use this destructive power to invade any substance, you can cause varying degrees of irreversible destruction to that substance. After Zhou Zhou saw the ability of the awakening of the Nazario bloodline, he looked at the other abilities of the Extreme Dragon bloodline. Race talent name, Extreme Dragon body. Talent level, low-level deity advance grade. Talent description 1, your physical strength and soul strength have greatly increased. You can also be immune to any negative statuses below your own strength level. It also has a certain resistance and weakening effect on debuffs that are higher than one's strength level. Talent description 2, you are immune to all instant death abilities. Race talent name, Power of the Extreme Dragon. Talent level, low-level deity advance grade. Talent description, you have terrifying physical strength that is invincible among your peers. No living being of any race can compete with you in terms of strength among the myriad races in the myriad worlds. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It had to be said. Even though the Extreme Dragon race only had 2 awakened racial talents, the talents of these 2 races could be said to be top grade. The former greatly increased the strength of his physical body and soul and also gave him immunity to instant death type damage. The void mask that Zhou Zhou had obtained in the past, Chapter 67, had a similar ability. However, that was still an external object. In the end, it was not as reliable as his own ability. As for the Extreme Dragon power, it also gave him terrifying power that was invincible among his peers. The Supreme Will said that no life form of the same level as him could compare to him in terms of strength after obtaining the power of the Extreme Dragon. This showed how terrifying this power was. After fusing the 3 items, Zhou Zhou did not waste any time and immediately arrived at the drill ground. Then, he saw the Blazing Sun Kingdom's army and the Star Alliance's lords and soldiers who were already prepared. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face seeing these 11 million people. With this power, he did not believe that the Nether Bark Kingdom could withstand it. Today, our goal is still a kingdom. I won't waste my breath. Get on the spaceship. Let's go. After saying a few simple words, Zhou Zhou followed the soldiers onto Starry Night and flew in the direction of the underworld Bark Kingdom. On the spaceship, Zhou Zhou was looking at the map of the underworld Bark Kingdom. As the strongest kingdom among the 4 kingdoms, the Nether Bark Kingdom had a huge territory. It had a total of 88 regional territories. Among them, there were 2 extraordinary tier regional territories, 8 diamond tier regional territories, 25 white platinum tier regional territories, and 51 yellow gold tier regional territories. There were not even any regional territories below the white silver tier. This was naturally fused by the Nether Bark Kingdom with the territory fusion certificate. However, it could be seen how rich the other party was to be able to fuse to such an extent. If we follow our route, the first place we reach will be a diamond tier territory called Nether River City. Zhou Zhou looked at the map and subconsciously began to think about how to fight later. However, he quickly reacted. How else could they fight? With his overwhelming number of troops, he could just crush them. Reporting to Your Majesty. Wu Tu requests an audience. At this moment, Wu Tu's voice came from outside the door. Enter. Zhou Zhou said. As the door creaked open, Wu Tu came in front of Zhou Zhou. His expression was solemn, causing Zhou Zhou to be taken aback. Without waiting for him to ask, Wu Tu directly explained the reason for his solemn expression. Your Majesty, my heavenly map army has just sent a secret report. The Pope of the Nether Bark Kingdom, Floyd, feared our strength. Yesterday night, he secretly joined forces with 16 people of foreign races, including the Titan Kingdom, to deal with His Majesty together. 16 kingdoms. Zhou Zhou was also a little surprised. This number was indeed a little ridiculous. Was this guy that influential? Zhou Zhou raised his doubts. He naturally doesn't have that much appeal. However, he used the excuse that you rose too quickly and threw out the killing weapon of the race, the divine artifact. That's why these 16 people of foreign races decided to join forces to deal with us. Wu Tu said with a solemn expression. Are they all beginner kingdoms? Are there intermediate kingdoms or advanced kingdoms? How many troops have they gathered? Zhou Zhou quickly asked the question he wanted to know. All 16 kingdoms are beginner kingdoms. As for their military strength, according to my intelligence report, they gathered more than 15 million troops last night. Today, I'm afraid there will be more. Wu Tu said. Any other information? Not for a while. Explore and report. Yes. Wu Tu left. Zhou Zhou sat on the spot, deep in thought. In the end, he decided that even if the other party had a lot of troops, he had to bring all his subordinates to meet it. Firstly, since the other party had already joined forces, they would attack sooner or later. Since that was the case, there was actually no point in retreating now. Instead, it would expose his guilty attitude and make the other party even more arrogant. Secondly, even if he could not defeat the other party in the following battle, he had the means to retreat unscathed. Since that was the case, then he would test the other party's methods first. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou stopped thinking and continued to order Wenya to advance towards the Nether Bark Kingdom. A moment later, at the border of the Nether Bark Kingdom, Diamond Tier Territory, Nether River City, Zhou Zhou and company arrived on a spaceship. Chapter 546, 10 million level battle map. Looks like these people of foreign races are already prepared. Zhou Zhou looked at Nether River City and said faintly. In his perception, there were at least 5 million people of foreign races in Nether River City. In the past, such a military force was considered the entire Nether Bark Kingdom's military force. Under such circumstances, either the other party knew that he was coming here, so they had gathered here early. But that was obviously unlikely. This was because Zhou Zhou had also decided to start a war here at the last minute. That left only one possibility. Floyd of the Underworld Bark Kingdom had long expected that he would bring his troops to attack, so he had long arranged for the huge troops under his command to be arranged in the border cities with the other people of foreign races. Just Nether River City alone had 5 million people of foreign races stationed there. At the same time, Nether River City also seemed to have discovered the Blazing Sun Kingdom's spaceship hidden in space. A large number of soldiers from the people of foreign races either rushed out of the city gate, flew out of the city, or burrow underground. In the blink of an eye, the sky and ground of Nether River City were filled with dense soldiers of the people of foreign races. They looked warily in the direction of Zhou Zhou and the others, as if they were ready to fight at any time. This was not the end. Zhou Zhou noticed that the light of the teleportation array in Nether River City was constantly lighting up. A vast number of soldiers of the people of foreign races were walking out of the teleportation array in an endless stream. Then, they quickly replenished the troops here, causing the number of troops gathered in Nether River City to increase. 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 9 million. In less than a moment, a total of 10 million soldiers of the people of foreign races were gathered in Nether River City. This was not the end. An endless stream of people of foreign race soldiers were still walking out of the teleportation array. Zhou Zhou was not afraid. Instead, he smiled faintly. He asked Wenya to get the Starry Night to leave the spatial concealment state and appear in front of these people of foreign race soldiers openly. Then, he called Suan, Guoqiao, and Qi Xiantian out of the spaceship and floated in the sky, looking down at the soldiers of the people of foreign races. "You're the king of the blazing sun," he said calmly. His voice was filled with arrogance. "Floyd." Zhou Zhou looked at it. Then, his gaze landed on the more than 10 million people of foreign race soldiers around him. "You're making a big scene," he said. "It's all because of you. We can spare your life if you hand over the race's divine artifact Lucky Star and give up your status as a lord. Otherwise, this will become the place where you and your soldiers die." Floyd stared at Zhou Zhou and said. After saying that, he waved his right hand. A total of 23 existences emitting the aura of heroes flew out of the people of foreign race alliance and came behind Floyd. They looked at Zhou Zhou with different expressions. They were either impatient, cold, strange, or greedy. "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him?" Just kill him and take the race divine artifact from him. The robe he's wearing that exudes the aura of an emperor is not bad. I'll take it later. That sword seems to be a divine artifact of the race, but it seems to be a divine artifact of the human race. Even though it's useless to our race, it's not bad to collect it. Such a perfect human body. I want his corpse. He should have a celestial appearance. Such a top-grade body is worth a lot of mist cores. They discussed animatedly. Judging from their attitudes, they had already treated Zhou Zhou as theirs. Do you see it? They're all heroes. Every one of them is an existence that can leave their name in the history of the race. You can't win. Surrender early so you don't have to suffer too much. Floyd said calmly. It knew that the King of the Blazing Sun had tens of millions of soldiers. If they fought, even if it was 100% confident that it could win, it would probably lose a lot. Therefore, it wanted to use this method to minimize its losses. Zhou Zhou looked at it calmly. Are they taking him for a fool? If he dared to do that, he would definitely die faster than anyone else. Moreover, it was not certain who would win. He did not say anything and let all the soldiers fly out of the spaceship through the army interface. Seeing this scene, Floyd's expression darkened. And then, it waved its right hand. The next second, countless bows, arrows, cannonballs, long-range elemental spells, and all kinds of long-range attacks shot towards the spaceship. It actually wanted to use this period of time to attack Zhou Zhou's soldiers. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he flipped his right hand, and a circular light barrier that emitted a black and white light appeared in his hand. It was the treasure he had obtained from the Taiyan Kingdom Sun and Moon Heavenly Barrier. The next second, Zhou Zhou threw the Sun and Moon Sky Barrier into the sky. Right on the heels of that, the Sun and Moon Sky Barrier suddenly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky and covered a radius of 10 kilometers, enveloping Zhou Zhou, the spaceship, and the soldiers. The tens of millions of long-range attacks released by Floyd's side landed on the Sun and Moon Heavenly Barrier. In the end, they were stunned. After these tens of millions of attacks landed on the Sun and Moon Heavenly Barrier, they only caused layers of weak ripples on its surface. It could not even break a small hole. When the 23 heroes of the people of foreign race saw this, they also frowned. They also attacked, but the strongest among them was only an epic tier elementary grade hero. Even though their attacks were also useful, they were not very effective against the Sun and Moon Sky Barrier that could resist the attacks of legendary tier elementary grade. This is the Taiyan Kingdom's national treasure, Sun and Moon Heavenly Barrier. Floyd, who was watching the battle at the side, quickly recognized what this light barrier was. His expression immediately darkened. It had been enemies with the Taiyan Kingdom for hundreds of years, so it knew this information. It just did not expect that the King of the Blazing Sun did not keep such a treasure to protect his territory. He actually used it as a battlefield. It waved its hand to stop the soldiers' useless attacks. At the same time, Zhou Zhou looked at the people of Foreign Race Alliance army below who had stopped attacking and sneered. You're done. My turn. He called Linger, Nongqinglin, and the other 15 lords who were before the contribution ranking test in the Star Alliance over. Then, they used incite defection on the people of Foreign Race Alliance army below. A text notification appeared. Please choose the enemy lord faction you want to incite defection. 1. Taiyan Kingdom. 2. Titan Kingdom. 3. Ghost Lair Kingdom. 4. Rhoda Kingdom. 5. Flame Spirit Kingdom. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and chose the Taiyan Kingdom, which was ranked first. Chapter 547, God's Curse. The next second. Boom! An invisible fluctuation instantly emitted from the hands of Zhou Zhou and the other 17 lords. In the blink of an eye, it covered all the people of foreign races on the ground. At this moment, the expression in the eyes of the people of Foreign Race Alliance army, which had already reached more than 22 million, instantly changed under the effect of incite defection. roar, howl, ha ha ha, kill. For His Majesty the blazing sun. In an instant, more than 2 million soldiers of the people of foreign race suddenly began to kill wantonly in the people of foreign race alliance army. The originally imposing people of foreign race alliance army instantly fell into chaos. What happened? Why are our soldiers fighting among themselves? What happened? The heroes of the people of foreign races were stunned. Floyd suddenly remembered. In the information it had read previously, it had indeed seen that the King of the Blazing Sun seemed to have some bewitching methods. However, it did not expect that this bewitching method was actually so powerful. Its alliance of more than 20 million people of foreign races was actually affected. D***it. All soldiers, listen up. At this moment, those who are fighting among themselves are treated as enemies. Kill them all and protect my soldier aura. However, it also knew that for such a thing to happen, it was definitely impossible for them to maintain their previous morale. Ned King of the Blazing Sun. It gritted its teeth and looked at the King of the Blazing Sun in the sky. In the sky. Zhou Zhou looked at the Insight defection notification in front of him. Lord Talent notification, a total of 204,561 black iron tier kobold soldiers, 155,415 green bronze tier kobold elite, 115,410 white silver tier kobold centurions, 79,960 yellow gold tier kobold millennium, 51,650 white platinum tier kobold bosses, 12,220 diamond tier kobold deputy generals, and 207 extraordinary tier kobold generals have betrayed their lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Insight defection had 617,423 kobold soldiers. Not bad. Linger and the others' gains should be quite huge. After all, this was an alliance of more than 22 million people of foreign races. With their 8% insight defection rate, they could instigate at least 1.4 million people of foreign race soldiers. Soon, the soldiers on their side flew out of the spaceship. Some landed on the ground, while some soldiers, such as the violent storm spirit, Machina race soldiers, dragons, and other soldiers who could fly, flew in the sky and looked coldly at the people of Foreign Race Alliance army. The number of soldiers in the people of Foreign Race Alliance was twice that of Zhou Zhou's side, however, from the aura alone, they were slightly superior to Zhou Zhou's. Firstly, even though Zhou Zhou had very few soldiers under his command, the average strength of the soldiers was much higher than the other party with the help of the blessing of the war god. Secondly, Zhou Zhou had a terrifying creature like the dragon race to hold the line. As a mythical tier legendary dragon, just flying in the sky gave the other party immense pressure. At the same time, Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw his soldiers come out. The next second, the sun and moon heavenly barrier that had protected them previously expanded further, encompassing a vast range of 50 kilometers. Then, Zhou Zhou directly activated the Sun and Moon Heavenly Barrier, allowing his soldiers to receive an additional 30% increase in strength and 30% damage reduction. At the same time, he willed again. Two grayish-white auras surged out of his glabella and formed two more than 2 meters tall final guard members in front of him. One of them was holding a gun. It was the final guard member Zhang Yuan. The other person carried a set of grayish-white bows and arrows on his back. His name was Lian. After awakening in the Aurora Kingdom, he was Zhou Zhou's second final guard member. He was good at using bows and arrows, and his soldier type was the arrow of destruction. The two of them, one close combat and the other long range, could complement each other. "Greetings, Your Majesty," the two of them said respectfully. "In a while, protect me by my side and attack on my orders," Zhou Zhou said. "Yes, Your Majesty," the two of them said calmly and came behind Zhou Zhou. At the same time, Floyd's side had also resolved the civil war problem. Nearly 2 million soldiers who were fighting among themselves were all killed. However, the price also made their hearts ache. As it happened so suddenly and they were not prepared, they lost more than 5 million companions because of the killing desire of more than 2 million traitors. Originally, they had more than 22 million alliance soldiers. In the end, after this internal strife, it directly reduced the number of these 22 million soldiers to more than 15 million. Every hero of the people of foreign race had an obvious pained expression on their faces. They did not expect this either. The war had yet to begin. They had lost a third of their troops. At the same time, they were terrified. Such an unreasonable method of bewitching the morale of the army was really too terrifying. The king of the blazing sun was indeed not lucky to be able to obtain the title of the strongest lord of all races from the lords of all races in the previous event. At this moment, they saw Zhou Zhou envelop them with the sun and moon heavenly barrier. They were delighted. Does this guy have a death wish? Even if their soldiers suffered heavy losses, the remaining soldiers far exceeded them. With more than 20 heroes, wouldn't it be easy to defeat them? At the thought of this, Floyd no longer hesitated and directly ordered the army to attack Zhou Zhou and the others. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath and gave the order to start attacking. Kill! Kill these people of foreign races! For the king of the blazing sun! Long live the fire spirit! The Kanghan kingdom will definitely win. The god of death protects me. Nearly 27 million life forms shouted crazily and rushed towards each other. All 23 heroes of the people of foreign races all participated in the battle. The 10 heroes on Zhou Zhou's side also participated in the battle. The battle became white hot as soon as the two sides came into contact. As soon as they came into contact, the expressions of Zhou Zhou's soldiers changed slightly. Fear that had never appeared on the faces of many soldiers. Fortunately, there were heroes who were confident in controlling the morale of the crowd control. Nothing happened to Zhou Zhou's soldiers. They could still maintain their combat strength and continue fighting with all their might. In the sky, Zhou Zhou frowned as he looked at the notification in front of him. An official battle has been discovered. Battle mode has been activated. Virtual battlefield has been established. Battle points are being calculated. Prompt: after the battle ends, the Army's battle point function will be calculated and obtained a corresponding number of battle points according to the performance of the Blazing Sun Army, the Monster Army, the Dragon God Army, and the Heavenly Two Army. When there are enough battle points, you can increase the level of the army and unlock the upgrade of more army functions. What made Zhou Zhou frown was not this text notification, but the next text notification. You have launched an offensive on the beginner kingdom Netherbark Kingdom, which is under the protection of the god of death Thanatos. The god of death Thanatos has lowered his gaze. You and your soldiers have been cursed by the god of death. Death curse: when you and your soldiers fight, your fear of death will uncontrollably increase. The longer you fight, the more afraid you will be of death. Is this why the other kingdoms didn't dare to attack the Netherbark Kingdom all these years? Zhou Zhou frowned and muttered. Chapter 548, Great Battle. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly as he looked at the curse of the god of death. Actually, it was very simple to resolve the curse of the god of death. That was to let his soldiers use the Dragon Slayer ability. The Dragon Slayer was the enemy of a noble bloodline. They were extremely immune to any ability of a noble bloodline. God spirits were undoubtedly a type of noble bloodline. This way, his soldiers were naturally immune to the fear of death. However, the price he had to pay was that his territory was the dragon-slaying hometown. It was very likely to be exposed. If he didn't expose himself, he was only going against these kingdom-level lord factions of the people of foreign races in front of him. Once he was exposed, he would probably immediately become enemies with all the noble bloodline races in the myriad worlds. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou suppressed the urge to unleash his Dragon Slayer ability. Let's try. Perhaps I can get my soldiers to resist this curse even without the ability of the Dragon Slayer. Zhou Zhou thought. He quickly thought about it. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Then, he immediately contacted an existence. At the same time, in the People of Foreign Race Alliance Army. When Floyd saw fear appear on the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom from time to time, a smile immediately appeared on his face. All heroes and soldiers of the Allied Army. The enemy has officially fought us and is affected by my Lord's God's curse. Next. They will suffer the fear of death at all times, and less than 10% of their combat strength will survive. Victory is in front of us. Kill these detestable humans! It shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers of the People of Foreign Race Alliance Army suddenly became excited, and their morale clearly soared. Seeing this scene, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and Luo Sheng had ugly expressions. The three of them had mastered the two hero skills, Desired Military Morale and Ghost God Military Morale, which controlled the morale of the army. Originally, these two hero skills were very suitable for the current situation. Unfortunately, they encountered the curse of the God of Death. Facing a Master God tier curse, even if it was casually given by that Master God tier and its strength was not even 1/1000th of his peak, it was not something the three of them, who were not even at the legendary tier, could eliminate. At most, they could barely suppress it, allowing the soldiers to barely unleash their usual combat strength. However, he could not avoid being in a daze from time to time because of his fear of death. On the battlefield, this trance was fatal. However, just as everyone was worried, an accident happened. Immeasurable light appeared behind them and quickly expanded, covering all the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom in the blink of an eye. Originally, the soldiers were still barely enduring the fear of death. However, when this light illuminated them, they immediately felt the fear in their hearts sweep away, and they no longer felt any fear. They, who were not afraid, recovered their peak combat strength and fighting spirit again. In less than a moment, they snatched back the victory on the battlefield and began to gradually devour the People of Foreign Race Alliance Army. Seeing this scene, Floyd and the 23 heroes were shocked. Why did this group of Blazing Sun soldiers' combat strength suddenly increase by a level? Floyd, where's the curse of the God of Death of your Nether Bark Kingdom? Why isn't it working? This is going to be difficult. The heroes who were fighting fiercely realized that the situation was wrong. They sent a voice transmission to Floyd while diverting their attention to deal with the soldiers and heroes of the Blazing Sun Kingdom in front of them. If you don't know, do I know? Floyd cursed in his heart when he heard their doubtful questions. Then, it narrowed its eyes and looked at the source of the endless light. Soon, it saw the figures of a human and a dragon standing at the source of the light. Among them, the human figure was the king of the Blazing Sun that it was very afraid of. As for the dragon figure, Floyd frowned. Light Spirit Dragon? I think so. However, why was it different from the Light Spirit Dragon it had seen in books? It did not think too much about it and only thought that the other party was a variant of the Light Spirit Dragon. In addition, it also knew why the other party could break the curse of the God of Death of their Nether Bark Kingdom. Law skill. Moreover, it's a light element law skill that dispels. Floyd gritted his teeth. No wonder the God of Death's curse was useless against them. The soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom had an increasing advantage on the battlefield. Floyd's originally calm heart gradually could not calm down. Kill. Kill the King of the Blazing Sun. As long as the King of the Blazing Sun dies, victory will still be ours. Floyd thought for a moment and suddenly shouted. A murderous glint flashed across the eyes of the 23 heroes of the Allied forces. They did not say anything else. 13 of the heroes directly repelled the enemy in front of them. Then, they turned into 13 streams of light of different colors and shot towards Zhou Zhou. As for the remaining 10 heroes, they were stopped by Zhou Zhou's 10 heroes. My lord, be careful. When Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others saw this scene, they wanted to give up on the hero opponent of the People of Foreign Race in front of them and support Zhou Zhou. However, these heroes of the people of foreign race naturally would not agree and tried their best to stop them from protecting their lord. They also knew that if they let Bai Yun and the others go over and protect their king, they would probably lose this battle. If the king of the blazing sun was killed by them, then even if they could not say that they would definitely win this battlefield, their chances of winning would definitely increase greatly. Bai Yun and the others could not help but feel anxious when they saw that they were stopped. At this moment, focus on the enemy in front of you. Don't worry about me. Zhou Zhou's calm voice sounded in the hearts of the generals. Even though the heroes were a little worried, they calmed down a lot after hearing their emperor's calm voice. Since His Majesty said so, he must have the confidence to protect him. Then he would listen to His Majesty. At the thought of this, even though everyone was still a little worried, they began to focus on dealing with the enemy in front of them. In the sky, the 13 heroes of the people of foreign race charged at Zhou Zhou with ferocious and arrogant expressions. This human king must die. Without your tens of millions of soldiers and the protection of your heroes, who will die if you don't die? Haha, this human king is actually standing in the air in a daze. Could it be that he's scared silly? The heroes of the people of foreign races were extremely confident. They did not believe that this human lord could escape from them at all. At this moment, they seemed to see victory in their hands. The spear of destruction Zhang Yuan, who had been silently staying behind Zhou Zhou, flew out and blocked in front of them. The 13 heroes of the people of foreign races chuckled when they saw this. A human who was only an extraordinary tier elementary grade actually dared to stop them? They ignored him. However, just as they were about to fly past Zhang Yuan, whoosh! 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 4 cold lights streaked across the faces of the 4 heroes of the people of foreign race, leaving 4 deep wounds on their faces. The 4 injured heroes touched the wounds on their faces and were furious. Tiny ants actually dared to hurt them? Chapter 549, Myriad Sword Immortal Formation. Chaos Spear Technique. Maybe the human king might have been killed long ago by the time they finished dealing with this human soldier. They did not waste any time and fought Zhang Yuan immediately. However, as soon as they fought, they knew that they were wrong. This human soldier was definitely not an ordinary extraordinary tier soldier. His unparalleled spearmanship, dazzling movement techniques, subtleties, meticulous observation. They had all forcefully stopped the 4 extraordinary tier heroes of the people of foreign race with their strength. In addition, there was a soldier emitting the same aura behind him. From time to time, he would shoot arrows to assist, making it difficult for them to advance further. What surprised the 4 of them the most was that they actually felt the power of laws on the marksmanship and arrows of these 2 strange human soldiers. Moreover, it was an extremely dangerous and strange power of laws. It was as if once it was triggered, they would either be injured or die. This made them both shocked and afraid, and they could only unleash most of their strength. Who would have thought that these 2 ordinary-looking human soldiers actually grasped a law ability that even they could not master? In addition, was this human lord the son of destiny? There were not only so many heroes and soldiers loyal to him at this stage. Even genius soldiers who had mastered the laws were willing to be his guards? One had to know that such talented soldiers could be nurtured as future heroes in their country. Their expressions were ugly. However, they had to accept the fact that the 4 extraordinary tier heroes were stopped by 2 soldiers. Now, they could only hope that the other 9 heroes of the people of foreign race could kill that detestable human king. At the thought of this, they could not help but look up in the direction of the human king. And then, in front of the human king, a young and handsome human man in ancient clothes stood in the air, carrying an immortal sword that emitted a faint 5-colored light on his back, blocking the path of the 9 heroes of the people of foreign race. These 9 heroes of the people of foreign races actually seemed to feel some great terror when facing this human who was clearly not a hero in front of them. They did not dare to take a step forward. I'm from the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect Qi Xian Tian. You. Are you here to die? Qi Xiantian was not afraid at all when facing the 9 heroes of the people of foreign race. Instead, he said coldly. This behavior of completely disregarding the heroes of the people of foreign races immediately angered them. You're not even a hero. How dare you be arrogant here? Your flesh must taste delicious. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill this guy. He really makes me unhappy. The 9 heroes of the people of foreign race said angrily. Don't be confused by him. He's here to stall for time. Don't forget the business. We have to deal with that human king first. Otherwise, we won't get much rewards even if we win this battle once the army we brought suffers heavy losses. A hero of the people of foreign race said calmly. The other 8 heroes also calmed down and nodded. I'll go deal with that human lord. At this moment, a Titan clan hero more than 100 meters tall with a bloody mouth said. It was the gold-smashing demon Mace Otis, one of the heroes from the Titan kingdom. At this moment, it looked at Zhou Zhou in the sky with a look of aggro in its eyes. My brother, the Iron Fang King, Siphon, was killed by the subordinate of this human king. I want to kill that human lord with my own hands and avenge my brother. Otis said with aggro. The other 8 heroes of the people of foreign race did not stop him. Similarly, they did not mention the idea of adding another person to kill the king of the blazing Sunday. The human in front of them gave them a very strange feeling. He was clearly not a hero. However, it gave them a pressure that was even more terrifying than heroes. It was as if they were not facing an ordinary human but a god spirit. Facing such a strange human, they did not dare to disperse too much strength to do anything else. Seeing this, Otis did not say anything else and flew towards Zhou Zhou. Qi Xiantian was about to stop it. But at this moment, his expression changed and he stopped stopping it, letting it leave. Then, he looked at the 8 heroes of the people of foreign race in front of him calmly. Qi Xiantian willed. A divine sword as red as jade gradually appeared above his head. This was a divine sword that had accompanied him since he was born, the Scarlet Mystic Immortal Sword. This immortal sword had accompanied him since he was born. Now, it has already grown into a true immortal tier immortal sword, low tier deity level. With the thought, the Scarlet Mystic Immortal Sword heart transformed into 100,000. It gathered behind him into a huge blood-red immortal sword that was 5 kilometers long. There were countless mysterious blood-red immortal seals on the immortal sword. Tiny blood-red sword chi that seemed to be alive were born and destroyed on the sword, proving its vast power. It was Chi Suanation's strongest sword formation, the Myriad Sword Immortal Formation. Back then, he had relied on this Myriad Sword Immortal Formation to kill a low-level deity elementary grade expert head-on. Today, this is where you will die. Qi Xiantian looked at the 8 heroes of the people of foreign race. His voice was like a sword immortal in the sky, and his divine might was like a prison. On the other side, Zhou Zhou was looking calmly at the gold-smashing demon Mace Otis which was rushing towards him. A text notification appeared. Name, Otis. Hero title, Gold-smashing demon Mace. Position, Epic tier heroes fate level. Territory, Titan Kingdom. Strength level, Epic tier elementary grade. Introduction, one of the 5 heroes of the Titan Kingdom. His elder brother was the Iron Fang King, Siphon. The 2 brothers had a deep relationship. However, with Siphon's death, Otis only had the desire for revenge in his heart. It was born with divine strength and was good at using a pair of gold-smashing demon mace. With the enhancement of its divine power, its power was extremely terrifying. It had once relied on its twin maces to hammer an epic tier advance grade Scarlet Lord to death. The Titans in the country regarded it as a symbol of strength. Loot's drop rate, 20 epic tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1000 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 epic tier elementary grade hero skill, divine power giant, drop rate, 8%, 1 epic tier elementary grade heroic skill, spirit roar soul shattering, drop rate, 8%, 1 epic tier elementary grade equipment, gold smashing demon mace, drop rate, 12%, 1 epic tier elementary grade, black elemental demon armor, drop rate, 8%, 1 epic tier elementary grade skill book fight to the death, drop rate, 8%, 1 believer scarlet crystals, drop rate, 3%, 1 epic tier elementary grade hero inheritance secret manual, drop rate, 0.001%, 3 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments, drop rate, 0%. He had just finished reading when Otis had already arrived more than 10 meters in front of him. Die! A furious roar. At the same time, Otis used its hero skill Spirit Roar Soul Shattering. This move was specially targeted at the soul. Those who came into contact with this move head-on would either lose their consciousness or their souls would die. However, Zhou Zhou's expression was calm when facing this hero skill, as if he was not affected at all. His mental potential had long reached the special mental potential of an epic tier advanced grade. He was also proficient in many soul attacks and defense methods. Previously, he had even absorbed the Titan race's bloodline and obtained the Titan race's race talent Roar Spirit Devour. He understood its attack method and solution. Most importantly, as a Chaos human, his soul will had long been converted into Chaos will. He had a higher chance of being immune to such attacks like illusion confusion, mental manipulation, and soul attacks. Therefore, this aggressive hero skill. He did not even defend much and passed it. And this scene shocked Otis. His hero skills were actually useless against this human king. How was this possible? It could not accept this result. Therefore, it prepared to release its second hero skill. However, at this moment, it suddenly saw the human raise his right hand. Chaotic aura spread from his palm and gradually condensed into a chaotic spear. Chaos Deo Technique, Chaos Flying Spear Technique. Zhou Zhou threw a toss gently and saw the chaos spear suddenly disappear as if it had transmigrated. The next second, it was already floating behind Otis with drops of blood. Otis looked at the huge hole in its chest in disbelief. Then, its aura quickly disappeared and finally returned to nothingness. Gold Smashing Demon Mace Otis. Dead. Chapter 550, Zhou Zhou's First Hero Biography. A text notification appeared. You have killed Epic Tier Elementary Grade Gold Smashing Demon Mace Otis. You have obtained plus 400 million promotion energy. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, you have obtained an additional 32 billion promotion energy points. You have obtained your first hero biography. Please work hard to obtain more hero biographies and forge your own hero fate level slot. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Good God! A total of 32.4 billion promotion energy points. As expected of the Epic Tier Lord Talent Blessing of the War God. Killing an Epic Tier Elementary Grade was comparable to killing 81 Epic Tier Elementary Grade experts. He was stunned when he saw the next text notification. This shock quickly turned into joy. I've obtained a hero biography. He immediately opened his personal information and looked at the bottom. There it was. Hero Biography, 1. When facing the siege of the people of foreign race alliance formed by 18 people of foreign race kingdoms, the King of the Blazing Sun killed a hero of the people of foreign race kingdom who launched a sneak attack with just one strike. Hero's personal reputation rating plus 20, human race reputation plus 100,000. High continent reputation plus 5. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This gave him a lot of reputation and fame. However, it turned out that even ordinary people who were not heroes could obtain a hero biography after killing heroes of the people of foreign races. In that case, he could completely take this opportunity to kill wantonly. There were so many heroes of the people of foreign races. He should be able to achieve his hero fate level slot as long as he killed 4 to 5 of them, right? Zhou Zhou had never thought of not being able to kill them. After the experiment just now, he completely understood one thing. They were the Chaos Flying Spear technique from the Chaos Origin Manual and the other 5 Chaos Deo techniques. Actually, it was essentially a law skill. Or rather, it was a law skill and also a chaotic Deo technique. That made sense. The Chaos humans born in the beginning of the world were originally born in the Chaos. The enemy they were facing might be called a Chaos Beast, but they were actually special god spirits who had grasped the laws. Under such circumstances, only law skills, or chaotic Deo techniques, could deal with the Chaos Beasts. At that time, the Chaos humans had probably never thought that their every move at that time was already filled with the profundities of the laws. It had been circulating until now and had already become a law skill that countless life forms had tried their best to comprehend. He retracted his wandering thoughts. Zhou Zhou condensed another chaos spear in his hand. Then, his gaze landed on the hero of the people of foreign race who was fighting his subordinates below. With his current extraordinary tier elementary grade strength and the Chaos Deo technique, it was not a problem for him to kill an epic tier elementary grade hero. Which meant, none of the heroes of the people of foreign races present could withstand a single strike from him. However, looking at the battlefield in front of him, his expression gradually became surprised. This was because at this moment, in his eyes, his 11 heroes were actually fighting back and forth with the 23 heroes of the people of foreign races. Especially Qi Xiantian, a sword cultivator. This sword Deo expert with the heavenly sword immortal body was actually suppressing 8 heroes of the people of foreign race with the help of the 10,000 km long myriad sword immortal formation. This person had yet to become a hero. If he became a hero, wouldn't his combat strength increase several times? Seeing that there was no problem with Qi Xiantian, Zhou Zhou looked at the other heroes. Finally, his gaze landed on someone. It was his Machina race clone Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou. At this moment, this guy was being beaten back by a monster hero with 6 eyes and 4 arms and a blue body using 4 different arms. If not for the mechanical army and the dragons supporting him, he would probably have long been blown up and returned to his soul space, waiting to condense his mechanical body again. It's still too difficult for a yellow gold tier elementary grade to face an extraordinary tier intermediate grade hero of the people of foreign race. Zhou Zhou shook his head. The energy required for the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou to advance was not much less than his. Therefore, it was quite difficult to advance. Fortunately, with the blessing of the epic tier master god tier, his strength should increase greatly in the future. There was no hesitation. Zhou Zhou waved his right hand and the chaos spear in his hand instantly disappeared. The next second, it had already passed through the head of the hero of the people of foreign race and forcefully crushed it into dust, appearing behind it. You have killed the extraordinary tier intermediate grade king of berserkers Lozant. You have received plus 80 million promotion energy. Loots condensed. Blessing of the war god. You have obtained an additional 6.4 billion promotion energy points. You have obtained a hero biography. Please work hard to obtain more hero biographies and forge your own hero fate level slot. Zhou Zhou opened his hero biography and realized that there was indeed an additional hero biography that killed a hero from the people of foreign race. He could not help but smile. Perhaps he could obtain his own hero fate level slot today. Thinking about it, he was really looking forward to it. On the other side, the ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, was not surprised to see the hero of the people of foreign race who had beaten him until he could not counterattack. He called for 20 Machina race soldiers and carried the corpse of the hero of the people of foreign race to Zhou Zhou's side. He threw the corpse to Zhou Zhou and he put it away with the king's treasure box. With the technology and Machina race soldiers I have now, I can't face a battlefield of this level. After today, I plan to make a trip to the Divine Arms Lord through the Alliance Master's spatial teleportation array. His territory is close to a Machina race kingdom. That place is filled with a large number of Machina life forms, mechanical materials, and technological knowledge inheritances. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said. Sure. How many people do you plan to bring? Zhou Zhou had long had this thought. I'll just bring more than 30,000 Machina race soldiers with me. The others are not soldiers of the Machina race. It's too much of an eyesore to go to the Machina kingdom. Oh yes. I have to bring an original Starry Night spaceship with me when I go. The original Starry Night carries the weight of my friendship with the Machina race. It will be very useful to my development if I bring it to the Machina race. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said. Zhou Zhou nodded and agreed. It was also time for the Lord Talent, gift of the Machina, to unleash its obscure effect. In the past, it was more or less overkill to use its spaceship as a troop transportation tool because of its strength. Now, he would use it to communicate with the Machina race's diplomacy. Only then could they unleash their true meaning. Then, the ultimate lord did not give up on the battle. Instead, he did not face the heroes of the people of foreign races. He led his soldiers and began to wander around the edge of the battlefield, killing the soldiers of the people of foreign races below him. With his yellow gold tier elementary grade strength and the Machina race soldiers, it was naturally easy for him to do such a thing. Zhou Zhou condensed another chaos flying spear and swept his gaze across the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Even though the chaotic spear needed to consume a lot of chaotic origin energy in his body, the foundation of the chaos human was too strong. With the remaining chaotic origin energy in his body, it was not a problem to use another 5 to 6 chaotic spear techniques. Chapter 551, You're strong, but this king is stronger. A moment later, after using 2 more chaotic flying spear techniques to kill the 2 extraordinary tier people of foreign races surrounding Wu Tu, both sides on the battlefield finally noticed Zhou Zhou's existence. Everyone on Zhou Zhou's side was quite surprised. They never expected that the king, who had never attacked much, would be so earth-shattering. He instantly killed 4 heroes of the people of foreign race as an ordinary hero who had yet to have any achievement. Such a terrifying battle record could be said to be unheard of in the entire history of the human race. It was extremely rare in the history of all races. Thinking about how fierce the lord he followed was, a smile appeared on everyone's faces, feeling that their future was even brighter. If Zhou Zhou was happy, the morale of the people of foreign races' allied army had completely plummeted. Heroes were the treasures of the race and the pillar of the country. How precious were their existence! Losing 4 heroes at once was definitely an unacceptable fact for the country behind the people of foreign race alliance. When they saw that this human monarch who had killed 4 heroes actually had the strength to start hunting again, shock and anger appeared on their faces. We have to kill the king of the blazing sun first. Otherwise, none of us can escape today. He used a law skill. No wonder he could kill our heroes so easily. This king of the blazing sun is too terrifying. He used the law skill 4 times and still looks so relaxed. What kind of constitution does he have? Is he a natural god spirit? The heroes of the people of foreign races discussed urgently and felt that it was a little tricky. Previously, they hadn't been able to injure the Lord of the Blazing Sun even after charging like that. Now that there were even fewer of them, the difficulty increased again. At this moment, an old woman in a flowery green robe with dense colorful patterns drawn on her face and holding an insect-shaped staff stood up. She was the chief high priest of the spiritual Gu kingdom, one of the people of foreign races allied forces MOA. I have a law skill that I haven't completely comprehended. It's called Insect Demon Gu Curse. Even though I haven't completely comprehended this law skill and there's only one Insect Demon Gu Curse, it's enough to curse existences below the legendary tier. Next, I'll use the Insect Demon Gu Curse to curse the King of the Blazing Sun to death. So I'll pull out then. Do you have a problem with that? Moya looked at the heroes around him and sent a mental message. No objections. If we can really curse him to death, your spiritual Gu kingdom will have made a great contribution. At that time, other than the legendary sword cultivator, no one else on the battlefield will be a threat to us. Just leave. It's fine. However, that human lord is the strongest lord of all races from the previous event. He might not have many special methods. Are you sure you can really curse him to death? A hero of the people of foreign race hesitated. Does that mean? Emoya also fell silent, but then she became determined. I don't believe that this human lord is so strong. Not only can he master attack-type law skills, but he can also master defense-type law skills. My insect demon goo curse contains an incomplete curse law in the law of insects. There are very few living beings in the world who have mastered restraining methods. He must die. The more the old woman spoke, the more confident she became. The other heroes of the people of foreign race seemed to be convinced by her and nodded. Before I came, my king gave me a legendary tier elementary grade thunder scroll. I can summon a thunderbolt that can lock onto the power of the enemy's legendary elementary grade. When the time comes, I'll attack the king of the blazing sun with you. At this moment, a lightning elemental life form flickering with dark blue lightning said telepathically. Your demon thunder kingdom has really invested a lot. You actually took out such a national treasure. You're really willing to use it. When the other heroes of the people of foreign race heard its words, they were immediately surprised. Just in case. Who knows what other methods that human lord has? The hero of the demon thunder kingdom said calmly. Actually, there was another reason. Their kingdom only had 3 heroes since it was established. One of them was already old and did not have much combat strength. Only it and another hero of the demon thunder kingdom were left with combat strength. Their monarch was also worried that it would accidentally die in battle this time and affect the foundation of the country. That was why he was willing to hand such a treasure to it to protect itself. It had already made up its mind. If the methods of the 2 heroes were useless against the king of the blazing sun next, it would immediately leave without hesitation. It had the entire demon thunder kingdom behind it. It could not suppress everything here. As for race divine artifacts, it was good. However, it was not as important as the death of a country. There's no time to lose. Let's do it now. Emoya said solemnly. The hero of the demon thunder kingdom nodded. Then, they each took out a blood-colored goo plate. Inside was a worm with strange blood-colored patterns. It was the insect demon goo curse. The other took out a dark blue scroll. The surface of the scroll contained blood-colored demonic lightning, and there was a faint depiction of a blood-colored demon ape creature living in the thundercloud. The 2 heroes of the people of foreign race cast their spells at the same time. Soon, the goo in Emoya's hand suddenly flew up from the goo plate and flew towards Zhou Zhou at an extremely fast speed. During the flight, this blood-colored goo did not make a sound. The tens of millions of life forms on the battlefield, even Qi Xiantian, did not notice the existence of this goo. Emoya felt proud when she saw this. The second characteristic of her insect demon goo curse was that it had an extremely low presence. This was also one of the reasons why she was confident that she could curse Zhou Zhou. On the other side, the scroll in the hands of the demon thunder kingdom hero also turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the sky. Countless dark clouds and lightning instantly appeared in the sky, and their center was where Zhou Zhou was. Zhou Zhou also looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky. He vaguely saw a blood-colored demon ape open its bloody mouth and condense a blood-colored lightning that was 10 feet wide. The next second, rumble! The blood-colored demon thunder descended from the sky and instantly struck Zhou Zhou, accompanied by an earth-shattering thunderclap. At the same time, the insect demon goo curse also rushed into the blood-colored lightning around Zhou Zhou immediately. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! My lord! Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed, and many soldiers looked almost crazy. Their Majesty was being assassinated. At the same time, the scene of Zhou Zhou being successfully struck by lightning and being approached by a goo worm. A smile also appeared on the faces of the heroes of the people of foreign races. This king of the blazing sun will definitely die. I have to say that this demon thunder kingdom's national treasure is really powerful. It makes my heart tremble from afar. Haha, with the death of the king of the blazing sun, we will definitely win the current battlefield. The heroes of the people of foreign races relaxed and smiled happily. Moya and the hero of the Demon Thunder Kingdom also heaved a sigh of relief. But what they didn't notice was that among the people on the battlefield, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Suan, Guo Jiao, and Qi Xiantian, who were Zhou Zhou's closest subjects, did not look flustered. At this moment, whoosh! Whoosh! Two chaotic lights flashed in the blood-colored lightning. The next second, Moya and the hero of the Demon Thunder Kingdom felt a chill in their chests. They lowered their heads in disbelief and realized that their hearts had already become two huge holes. Their pupils constricted when they looked up again. The lightning gradually dissipated. Zhou Zhou floated in the sky unharmed and looked at them calmly. It was as if he had never experienced anything just now. If it had to be said that it was different, that could only be said. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was wearing a dark black cloak. Your attacks are not bad. They even surprised me. But I have a talent intuition and can sense your attack. Most importantly, I have the mid-level God-tier advanced grade divine artifact shadow cloak. Attacks below the low-tier deity level can't hurt me at all. Zhou Zhou shook his head secretly. I'm sorry. You guys are very strong. But this king is even stronger. Chapter 552, Forging a Hero's Fate Level Slot. The War God Lord? On the battlefield. The battlefield fell silent when Zhou Zhou appeared in front of the soldiers of both sides unharmed. The morale of Zhou Zhou's soldiers soared. All of them roared and fought the soldiers of the People of Foreign Race Alliance Army. The morale of the soldiers of the People of Foreign Races on the other hand instantly fell to rock bottom. Their hero had used such a terrifying method, but it actually didn't injure the King of the Blazing Sun at all. How could they fight this battle with this terrifying king who could kill their heroes wantonly? At the thought of this, the morale of the soldiers of the People of Foreign Races allied army immediately disappeared. The heroes of the People of Foreign Races also noticed this, but at this moment, they could no longer care about the feelings of the normal soldiers. They looked at Zhou Zhou as if they were looking at a sword of Damocles floating around their necks, able to take their lives at will. There was indeed no way to fight this battle. At this moment, many heroes of the People of Foreign Races already had the thought of escaping. A tall and thin hero with two antennae on his head, who was completely green, looked at the mage solemnly after barely shattering the extraordinary tier advanced grade spell, Extreme Tornado, released by the King of Wind, Mai Lun. He realized something. That was, as a hero with extraordinary tier advanced grade immunity to diamond tier elemental, it actually could not defeat this extraordinary tier advanced grade wind element archmage in a 1v1. This wind element archmage called Mai Lun's attainments in wind magic could be said to be terrifying. With his strength, he might even be able to fight some epic tier elementary grade hero experts. At the very least, it was easy to protect himself. Wind magic was second only to life magic and space magic in terms of self-protection after all. It looked at the situation on the battlefield again, and its heart sank. The situation on the battlefield in front of him was simply too terrible. Especially for the heroes of the People of Foreign Races like them. They had to deal with the enemy in front of them while guarding against the fatal spears of the terrifying monarch in the sky. It would be good enough if they could unleash 70 to 80% of their strength under such circumstances. Finally, it made up its mind after seeing another hero of the People of Foreign Race killed by the King of the Blazing Sunday. After opening the scroll, thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. Many heroes of the People of Foreign Races were stunned for a moment before their eyes flickered. The heroes of the People of Foreign Races took out their escape methods and left the battlefield one after another. In less than a while, 7 to 8 heroes of the People of Foreign Race escaped. Chase if you can. But don't chase too far. If we really can't catch them, let them leave. Just as the heroes of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were hesitating about chasing, Zhou Zhou sent a voice transmission. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun and the others accepted the order. High up in the sky, Zhou Zhou looked at the fleeing heroes with a cold expression. They come and go as they pleased, what did they take him for? You can run but you can't hide. For these heroes of the people of foreign race to rush over so quickly to form an alliance, the kingdom behind them must not be far from my territory. I'll deal with you guys when I'm free after dealing with the Nether Bark Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou thought coldly. In the following period of time, the morale of the soldiers of the people of foreign races had completely fallen to rock bottom because of the escape of the heroes of the people of foreign races. The morale of the Blazing Sun Kingdom increased greatly, and they completely occupied the advantage on the battlefield. Under the continuous attacks of Zhou Zhou and the experts of the territory and the encroachment of the soldiers of the people of foreign races began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heroes of the people of foreign races also began to die one after another. Finally, as the first hero of the people of foreign race began to lose his fighting spirit and collapsed, there seemed to be a domino effect. A vast number of people of foreign races began to surrender. Half an hour later, the battle on the battlefield completely calmed down. This battle involving more than 20 million soldiers completely ended. The Blazing Sun Kingdom won at the price of the deaths of more than 4 million soldiers, including the 2 million soldiers from incite defection, and the injuries of more than 5 million soldiers. Doctors and clergymen, begin the treatment. Don't be stingy with the faith divine crystal. Take them all out and use the small resurrection spell to revive our soldiers. Zhou Zhou ordered. These soldiers had died in battle less than an hour ago. Their souls had yet to go to the netherworld. In theory, they were not really dead. They were just physically dead. They could be revived with the small resurrection spell. The small resurrection spell only required 10 pious tier faith divine crystals. There was no need for the extremely precious Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals. Yes, Your Majesty. 3,000 clergymen, 3,000 priests, 3,000 nuns, 10,000 life paladins, and more than 50,000 doctors stepped onto the battlefield and began to treat and revive the injured soldiers. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this scene. He had too many low-level faith divine crystals in his hands now. It was not a problem to revive millions of people. Moreover, he had killed nearly 20 million fog monsters now, so the scarlet crystals dropped would definitely be more than the consumption. With this constant resurrection, one day, my soldiers will become elite soldiers in 100 battles or even 1,000 battles. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Until now, not a single one of his soldiers had really died under the small resurrection spell. Perhaps only he, who had mastered a large number of Lord talents, could do such a shocking thing. Still, he also realized a problem. Only 19,000 clergy. Compared to my 10 million strong army, there are still too few of them. Zhou Zhou pondered. When he had enough diamond tier Lord talent crystal fragments in the future, he would upgrade the shelter of the Goddess of Life's white platinum tier Lord talent. Otherwise, such a small number of clergymen would greatly limit the resurrection of his soldiers in the future. He might be able to resolve this problem if he upgraded this Lord talent. Then, he ignored the battlefield and looked at his information notification panel. A new text notification appeared after he killed the 6th hero of the people of foreign race. At that time, he was verifying his various abilities, so he did not look at them much. Now that he was free, he could take a look. Congratulations, you have obtained enough hero biographies in the current battle. You can use this opportunity to leave your mark of fate in the river of time and form your own most basic epic tier hero fate level slot, the War God Lord. Do you want to officially forge your own epic tier hero fate level slot, the War God Lord? Epic tier hero fate level, the War God Lord. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 553, The Path to the Future. Zhou Zhou's confusion. Was this related to his green bronze tier Lord talent, Fighting God Full 2? Yes. The chaos flying spear technique came from the special profession of the Qi practitioner. The part-time job of a Qi practitioner came from the Lord Talent, fighting God full-time master too, allowing him to have two additional combat professions at the same time. Coupled with his glorious battle results on the battlefield just now, it was completely reasonable for him to obtain a hero fate level slot of a war god lord. Still, Zhou Zhou felt that something was wrong. He was not a lord like the Green Phoenix Lord or the Overlord Lord who specialized in combat. The lord he hoped to become the most was a lord who could stand at the back of the battlefield and lead his soldiers to victory. The war god lord did not match his needs. Zhou Zhou hesitated. To be honest, the epic tier hero fate level slot was already very good. Moreover, there was a high chance that he could increase its level by killing enemies in the future. If he did not condense it, would he miss a huge opportunity? While he was thinking, a faint feeling suddenly surged into his heart, as if a light had illuminated his heart and sorted out his thoughts. I can't use this hero biography for my hero fate level slot. This is not my path as a hero. Zhou Zhou woke up. How could he change his style for the sake of a hero's identity? Go to the battlefield to fight and kill the enemy? Would that still be me? If he really became a hero like this, he would have walked on the wrong path. Zhou Zhou reflected on himself. He was a little anxious seeing that his subordinates and even his clones had become heroes while he had yet to become a hero. Otherwise, he would definitely not be so conflicted. That was. Lord Talent intuition is working again. Then, he nodded slightly. Even though this epic tier Lord Talent looked useless usually, it was still quite awesome and exciting at critical moments. Then what's my future path as a hero? What's my future path to becoming a god? Zhou Zhou thought of these two questions again and suddenly felt a little confused. He sighed in his heart after thinking for a long time. He had only been in the High Continent for a short period of time. If it had been a little longer, he would definitely be able to understand what kind of hero he should be in the future, or even a god spirit who walks some laws. He didn't think too much about it. He was only at the extraordinary tier elementary grade and was still a long way from the legendary tier advanced grade. He would take a look as he walked. At this moment, Bai Yun flew over. Your Majesty! 8 of the 23 heroes of the people of foreign races escaped from here. 4 of the remaining 15 people of foreign race surrendered, and the remaining 11 people of foreign race have all been killed. These are their corpses. Bai Yun waved her right hand and saw the corpses of 9 people of foreign races floating in the air. As for the remaining 2 corpses of the people of foreign races, they were currently lying in Zhou Zhou's king's treasure box. Zhou Zhou nodded and put away the corpses of the 9 heroes of the people of foreign race. Your Majesty! I just captured a prisoner of the Nether Bark Kingdom. The kobold said that it saw Pope Floyd escape back to the capital. Bai Yun reported again. After all the soldiers are revived and healed, and all the loots are extracted, rest for an hour. Then, go straight to the capital of the Nether Bark Kingdom and take down this kingdom. Then, turn around and go to the Titan Kingdom. Go straight to the capital and take down the Titan Kingdom. As for the remaining regional territories, we'll slowly conquer them in the future. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and ordered decisively. In this battle alone, the vital strength of the Nether Bark Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom had almost been exhausted, and there were not many heroes left. It could be said that these 2 people of foreign races were at their weakest. At this moment, he naturally had to take advantage of the victory and pursue, not giving the other party a chance to catch his breath. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully, her shocked expression revealing some excitement. She was clearly also surprised by Zhou Zhou's decisiveness. Their kingdom had only been established for a day, but they were already going to subdue 4 veteran beginner kingdoms in a row? It was unbelievable just thinking about it. However, when she thought about it, she felt that the success rate of this matter was very high with the troops and experts the Blazing Sun Kingdom currently controlled. She stopped hesitating. She turned around to pass on the order. At the same time, in the capital of the Netherbark Kingdom, in the Pope's palace, Floyd, who was in tatters and looked miserable, scrambled in. Then, he saw an old kobold with white hair in a black gold robe praying quietly in front of the god of death statue. It was the old Pope, Cronin. "You're in such a sorry state," Cronin said calmly. "A sorry state? Do you still care if I am in a sorry state at a time like this? Do you know that the Alliance army has lost?" Floyd seemed to have gone crazy, and there was deep fear hidden in his eyes. A total of 22 million soldiers from the allied army of 18 kingdoms died there. The remaining 3 heroes of our Netherbark Kingdom also died there. Not many heroes survived in the other kingdoms. You should know what this means, right? Our Netherbark Kingdom is finished. That King of the Blazing Sun is simply unbelievably strong. I've never seen an extraordinary tier life form that hasn't become a hero, killing an epic tier hero like killing a chicken. He killed a quarter of our 23 heroes alone. If not for that Lord of the Blazing Sun, we would definitely not have lost today's battle. It said fearfully. What happened today was simply an eye-opener. It had never seen an extraordinary tier normal god spirit so strong. No wonder he could become the strongest lord of all races during the Supreme Will event last time. His reputation was indeed not in vain. When Cronin heard this, his eyes flashed. He had indeed received the news of the defeat at the front line, but he did not know the exact situation. He didn't expect the King of the Blazing Sun, who had almost never made a move, to be the one to determine the victory. It was hard to imagine that the other party had only been in the High Continent for less than half a month. Then the King of the Blazing Sun will probably arrive soon. Cronin, you're the old Pope. You must have a trump card to deal with them, right? Floyd looked at Cronin longingly. Cronin shook his head. If what you say is true, then my trump card can't stop the other party. The Netherbark Kingdom will probably be destroyed today. Then what should we do? Floyd was a little confused. Escape. Leave this place. The light of my Lord illuminates the myriad worlds. As long as there is the faith of death, there will definitely be a place for us to live. Cronin said this calmly under Floyd's shocked gaze. They were silent for a long time. Then, Floyd stood up and said hatefully, "I'll go get the kingdom token first. Even if I escape, I won't leave the kingdom token to the King of the Blazing Sun." "Don't." Cronin immediately stopped him. "The King of the Blazing Sun is powerful. If you don't want to be hunted down by him, it's best if you leave behind the kingdom token and some important treasures so that the King of the Blazing Sun can stay here. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape once you take them all." Floyd was stunned for a moment before nodding dejectedly. At this moment, he was no longer as imposing as when he faced off with the old Pope. He would listen to whatever the old Pope said. However, just as the two of them walked out of the Pope Hall, they saw a human holding a blood-colored divine sword floating at the door and waiting for them quietly. "Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan. I'm here on the orders of my king to take your lives," Suan said calmly. A blood-colored sword light flashed and their heads were cut off and their bodies fell to the ground weakly. Chapter 554, The Ambition of the Lords of the Cerulean Planet. At noon, when Zhou Zhou led the soldiers who had rested and arrived at the capital of the Netherbark Kingdom, he saw that the entire palace was silent. Only Suan stood tall and straight in front of the palace door. "Greetings, Your Majesty. I didn't disappoint the king. I've already killed these 2 popes. The others who wanted to resist were also killed," Suan said calmly. Then, he waved his right hand and saw the headless corpse of the new and old pope appear at the side. One of them had the strength of an extraordinary tier advance grade, and the other had the strength of an epic tier elementary grade. They were naturally helpless against Suan, who was already at the epic tier intermediate grade. "Well done." Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Suan did not disappoint him. Then, he waved his right hand and controlled the two corpses to fly over and extracted their loots. Then, Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised to discover that among the loots of these two people, there were 2 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals. Not bad, not bad. I'll have 5 more Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals now. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. As for the other loot, they were nothing more than skill books and equipment. Zhou Zhou was not interested, so there was no need to mention them. After that, he sent troops to search the entire Nether Bark Palace and quickly found the location of the kingdom's golden tablet and the kingdom's treasure vault. There was no hurry to take a look at the kingdom's treasure vault. Zhou Zhou went straight to the kingdom's golden tablet and asked Suan to shatter it. A durability of 10 billion was only able to last for 15 minutes before it was shattered by a great expert like Suan. After the kingdom's golden tablet shattered, the 3 tokens floated in the original position of the golden tablet. They were the Extraordinary Tier Regional Token, the Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade Territory Token, and the Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade Kingdom Token. A text notification appeared. Do you want to collect the Kingdom Token? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, the floating Kingdom Token seemed to have lost its power and landed in his hand. Then, lines of familiar golden text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It also appeared in front of billions of Cerulean Planet Lords. Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord Announcement: Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun for successfully breaking through a beginner Kingdom Lord faction. Reward: Reputation Rating +3. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement: Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement: Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord Talent Notification: Congratulations, you have conquered a beginner kingdom and triggered the White Silver Tier Lord Talent Embrace of the Conqueror. You have obtained the loyalty of a hero with an Extraordinary Tier Hero Fate level slot. Note: this hero is rushing to your territory. Please note the latest new subject list. The Lord of the End Class Hint: you have destroyed a beginner kingdom level Lord faction and collected 20% of the power of the Law of the End. The grade of the Crown of the Final has increased by another step. Current collection progress of the power of the Final Law, 60%. The Lord of the End Class Hint: you have destroyed a beginner kingdom level Lord faction and collected 100 points of Final Nirvana power progress. You can use 100 points of Final Nirvana power to exchange for a chance to revive after death and increase your strength greatly after revival. Current power of Final Nirvana, 100 points. Current number of resurrections, 2. The Lord of the End Class Hint: you have conquered a beginner kingdom Lord faction. A member of the Final Guard has received your summon. You can summon him. Current number of members of the Final Guard, 3. Summonable. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Conquering the kingdom was indeed the most beneficial way for him to increase his strength. Not only did he appear on the announcement of the Lord of Cerulean Planet once, but he also obtained the entire Nether Bark Kingdom. Moreover, the collection progress of the power of the Final Guard had reached 60%, the number of resurrections had reached 3, and the number of Final Guard members had reached 3. How comfortable! He opened the World Channel. At this moment, the Lords of Cerulean Planet on the World Channel were indeed surprised and hotly discussing his capture of a kingdom again. The Lord of the Cerulean Planet did not expect the King of the Blazing Sun from among them to be so fierce. He had conquered 3 kingdoms in a row and triggered the Lord announcement of the Cerulean Planet 3 times in less than a day. At the same time, many lords sensed something. That was, the announcement of conquering the kingdom seemed to be able to be triggered many times. They asked Zhou Zhou for guidance on this matter. This was not a secret. Zhou Zhou replied unanimously on the World Channel. Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun: yes, any Lord faction can trigger a Lord announcement on the Cerulean Planet as long as they conquer a kingdom. As soon as these words were spoken, normal lords did not feel anything. However, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Overlord Lord, the Undead Lord, and the other top lords of the Cerulean planet were all excited. As expected. In that case, in the future, they would have a chance to be on the reputation ranking. At the thought of this, they suddenly felt inexplicably touched. The Lord of the Blazing Sun had been on the reputation ranking for a long time. In the future, Zhou Zhou would finally not be the only one on the rankings. They could finally be on it as well. At the thought of this, they immediately prepared to discuss conquering a kingdom in their Lord Alliance. They now had hundreds or even tens of millions of lords under the Lord Alliance. Even though 99.9% of the lords were only alliance members equivalent to netizens and could not provide much help at all, but as long as the remaining 0.01% of the lords could send troops over, they could gather millions of troops no matter what. In their eyes, the military strength of an ordinary beginner kingdom was only about a few million. Even if they had more experts on their side and at least 3 extraordinary tier heroes. However, he could at least crush them with his military strength, right? With this thought in mind, some of the lords had already begun to fantasize about appearing on the Cerulean planet's lord announcement. Zhou Zhou naturally did not know what the other Cerulean planet lords were thinking after finding out about this. If he knew, he would probably not think highly of their actions. Putting aside the question of whether they could successfully command the entire Lord Alliance army. The key was, they had underestimated the terrifying role of extraordinary tier heroes in war. Using numbers to kill extraordinary tier heroes might be useful in an extraordinary tier world like the Cerulean planet. However, in this world where the power was greater than the sky, such tactics would not work. Not to mention the foundation of the kingdom-level lord faction behind them. The reason why these old kingdoms could survive in the high continent for so long was not because they had a large number of troops. Combat literacy, equipment, ordnance, supplies, military strategy. They were all omnipotent in these aspects. Zhou Zhou could only do such a deed today with the enhancement of his 22 lord talents. They wanted to replicate what he had done. It was not impossible, but the probability of success was extremely low. Unless they could gather an army of hundreds of millions of Cerulean planet lords at once. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to succeed. A moment later, in the Pope's palace. Zhou Zhou sat on the former Pope's throne and looked at the kobolds below. Chapter 555, God-given building God of Death statue. Guardian of Death. There were about 100 of these kobolds. They were all kobold ministers who had surrendered to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The lowest level amongst them was of extraordinary tier elementary grade. There were even 24 epic tier lifestyle professionals. Among them were 8 epic tier elementary grade, 5 epic tier intermediate grade, and 1 epic tier advanced grade. 5 epic tier elementary grade religious engraving masters. 3 epic tier intermediate grade tailor masters and 2 epic tier advanced grade tailor masters. Zhou Zhou looked at the 24 epic tier lifestyle professionals and was very satisfied. This Netherbark kingdom was indeed the strongest among the 4 kingdoms. There were actually so many epic tier lifestyle professionals. As for why there were no epic tier combat professionals, they should have been involved in the battle just now and were killed by his army. Then, he left and headed for the treasure vault of the Netherbark Kingdom. Netherbark Treasure Vault. When Zhou Zhou and the others arrived, the door of the Netherbark Treasure Vault had already been opened. 100 extraordinary tier soldiers were guarding it. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the 100 extraordinary tier soldiers saw Zhou Zhou, they immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Get up. Everyone, you've worked hard." Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he walked into the Netherbark Treasure Vault alone. A moment later, he walked out of the Netherbark Treasure Vault. He looked at the mountains of treasures in his king's treasure box and smiled. This Netherbark Treasure Vault did not disappoint him. There were more than 100,000 treasures inside. It was more than 3 times that of Taeyan's treasure vault. Most of the other treasures were high-level equipment, high-level skill books, rare medicinal herbs, rare ores materials, rare building blueprints, and other treasures. What Zhou Zhou cared about the most was the number of high-level elemental gems. In the treasure vault, he had obtained a total of more than 46,000 life elemental gems and more than 54,000 death elemental gems. There are so many high-level gem resources. I can upgrade my territory again when I get back. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Yesterday, he had upgraded his territory to White Platinum Tier Advance grade after slaughtering the Taiyan Kingdom. Today, he had conquered the Nether Bark Kingdom and gathered the resources to upgrade his territory again. Conquering would bring about wealth. My ancestors did not lie to me. Zhou Zhou could not help but feel excited when he thought about conquering the Titan Kingdom, which had richer gem resources. One of the requirements for the beginner kingdom to advance to an intermediate kingdom was to advance the territory level to extraordinary tier elementary grade. At this speed, perhaps it would not be long before he could satisfy this request. Then, he flipped his right hand, and a black building blueprint appeared in his hand. This was another important gain he had made in the treasure vault. A God-given building blueprint. This building blueprint depicted a kobold wearing a black cloak and holding a black staff. It looked dignified and solemn, and at the same time, it had a very mysterious aura. It made people revere it and not dare to look at this kobold. It was as if he would feel the fear of death like an abyss once he looked at it directly. A text notification appeared. Building name, God of Death Statue, God-given building. Building level, special tier. Building function 1 Curse of the God of Death. When an enemy invades your territory and fights you or your subjects, the enemy's fear of death will uncontrollably increase indefinitely. The longer the battle goes on, the more afraid they will be of death. Building function 2 Death Faith. Place the God of Death statue in the territory. It can slowly increase the loyalty of the subjects in the territory. At the same time, the territory's subjects will have an increasing understanding of death. Those with outstanding talent have a small chance of automatically changing their profession to an extraordinary tier class guardian of death. Materials required to build: 1 billion units of wood, 1 billion units of fine sand, 1 billion units of metal, 1 billion units of stone, 1000 legendary tier mist core, 1 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystal. Construction description: a God-given building given to a believer's country by the God of Death, Thanatos. It has unbelievable power. It can gather the hearts of the people and make the enemy feel the fear of death. Zhou Zhou looked at the building blueprint and could not help but think. A God-given building. As the name suggests, it was a building given to him by the God spirits. The greatest difference between such buildings and normal buildings was that their building effect was related to the God spirit behind them. The God spirits would give them the power of laws they grasped on such God-given buildings, allowing them to possess all kinds of unbelievable abilities. For example, this God of Death statue. There were 3 abilities. The Curse of Death, increase loyalty, and Special Class Change Guardian of Death. Zhou Zhou had already experienced the Curse of Death. This was a law skill that covered the entire country. The effect was quite powerful. If not for the fact that he and the light sacred dragon Inj-Sol had coincidentally mastered the law skill to restrain the death curse absolute light, his conquest journey today would definitely not be as easy as before. There was no need to mention the ability to increase loyalty. It was an ability that every lord yearned for. Zhou Zhou naturally did not forget that his peace and prosperity needed a large number of loyal subjects to advance to the extraordinary tier lord talent peaceful times. Therefore, he needed this ability very much. However, what made Zhou Zhou hesitate was its last building effect. The Guardian of Death. What profession is this? Could it be a trump card left behind by the God of Death? Zhou Zhou thought hesitantly. He had always been very cautious about things like God Spirit faith. This was because as the owner of the Insight Defection Lord talent, he knew very well how terrifying loyalty and faith would be once they were changed. He thought about it. Zhou Zhou decided to ask the Supreme Will. In the end, he really received a reply. Supreme Will notification. Combat Class, Guardian of Death. Class Abilities, Soul Resting Technique, Soul Righteousness Technique, Corpse Restoration, Spirit Summoning, Peaceful Technique, Summoning Undead. Class Description: the Guardian of Death is a group of living beings who respect and believe in death. They aspire to protect death and let the dead rest in peace by restoring the corpse to its complete state and calming the soul. When the relatives of the deceased yearn to see the deceased again, the merciful Guardian of Death would make a request to the law of death to let the souls of the deceased return to the world for a short period of time to bid farewell to their relatives. It was precisely because the Guardian of Death understood death that they loved life and were very angry at life forms who looked down on life and even gave up on it. The God of Death, Thanatos, spread the God of Death statue only to expand the range of the law of death. He did not leave any trump cards. I understand death, so I love life. So the Guardian of Death is such a profession. It doesn't look bad. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Most importantly, there was no trump card left behind by the God of Death, Thanatos, in this God-given building. This way, Zhou Zhou could use it without worry. Zhou Zhou put away the building blueprint. A moment later, Zhou Zhou, who had plundered the entire Netherbark Kingdom, led the army and set sail again, flying towards the capital of the Titan Kingdom. Chapter 556, The King of the Titans Who Beheaded Himself. Resurrection. The path to the Titan Kingdom was not peaceful. The Titans, who lived in the Titan Kingdom, seemed to know what they were here for. They had long set up all kinds of ambushes along the way and waited for them. However, their main army had long died on the battlefield of the people of Foreign Race Alliance. These subjects of the Titan Kingdom who had set up traps were just people who were unwilling to see the Titan Kingdom destroyed. They did not pose much of a threat to Zhou Zhou's side. Zhou Zhou only sent 10 extreme dragon race to guard the spaceship before clearing out these subjects of the Titan Kingdom who were trying to resist. The traps are too rough. It doesn't seem like someone from Titan's official side. It's like a trap set up by ordinary people. On the spaceship, Bai Yun looked at another trap and the subjects being easily destroyed by the dragon race and said, "That's true." Wu Xin nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhou stood at the side and looked at the scenery outside the window, thinking about his future development. A moment later, at Titan Kingdom's capital. When Zhou Zhou first arrived, he was surprised to discover that a Titan who was more than 500 meters tall and wearing a luxurious royal robe and a noble golden crown was leading more than 300 Titan ministers to gather in front of the palace door. When they saw Zhou Zhou and the other's spaceship, the Titan in the lead immediately raised its right hand. Then, Zhou Zhou saw them kneel on one knee, as if they were taking the initiative to welcome them. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene enviously. "Let's stop here," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, all the spaceships carrying the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom stopped. Then, Zhou Zhou was the first to fly towards the door of the spaceship. Suan and Guo Jiao followed closely behind, and the army followed at the back. Soon, Zhou Zhou and the others flew in front of the Titans. "You're the Titan King?" Zhou Zhou looked at the Titan leader and asked. "Greetings, King of the Blazing Sun, Fens, the 46th Titan King of the Titan Kingdom. Extraordinary tier hero of the Titan Kingdom, Giant Axe Ripper Phil, greets the King of the Blazing Sun. Titan Kingdom's High Priest Temple greets the King of the Blazing Sun." The two Titans behind it, who looked to be second only to it, also lowered their heads. The 300-odd Titan King subjects behind him also said the same. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the injured hero of the Titan Kingdom behind the Titan King, Fens. This should be the hero of the Titan Kingdom who had luckily escaped from the battlefield previously. Zhou Zhou ignored it and his gaze landed on the Titan King, Fens, again. "Didn't you organize the people of Foreign Race Alliance to deal with me previously? Why are you acting like this now?" Zhou Zhou looked at it calmly. "The winner takes all. That's the rule of the High Continent." The Titan King took off the crown and placed it on the ground. Then, it looked at Zhou Zhou and said with a normal expression. The power of your blazing sun kingdom far exceeds that of my Titan kingdom. If we insist on resisting, we will only be burying the subjects of my Titan kingdom for nothing. Therefore, I brought all my subjects to surrender to you. From now on, we're willing to be loyal to your blazing sun kingdom. I only hope that the esteemed king of the blazing sun can let bygones be bygones and spare the lives of the Titan kingdom's ministers and subjects. I was the one who told Floyd about the idea of organizing the People of Foreign Race Alliance. I've also participated in a lot of its implementations. All the sins are because of me and I'm willing to pay the price. At this point, the Titan King, Fens, immediately stood up. Then, an epic tear sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then, he stretched out his neck without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the Titan King forcefully cut off his own head before everyone and the Titan ministers could react. What surprised Zhou Zhou and everyone the most was that the King of Titan, who had his head cut off, still had life in his body. Its headless corpse shakily picked up the head that had fallen to the ground. Then, it walked in front of Zhou Zhou and placed its head on the ground. Finally, it knelt down and stopped breathing. Zhou Zhou said nothing. The surroundings were also silent. Everyone and the subjects of the Titan Kingdom watched this scene with wide eyes, shocked by the Titan King's actions. Even the experienced and knowledgeable people were speechless for a moment. After a while, the ministers of the Titan Kingdom came back to their senses and wailed. On the other side, Zhou Zhou looked at the Titan King's human-sized head in front of him. Its eyes were open, and its gaze was determined. Carol Molly, Zhou Zhou suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Carol Molly flew over from behind and bowed to Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty, Carol Molly said. Revive it. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Yes. Carol Molly walked straight to the Titan King's corpse. She first controlled its corpse to be placed together with its head. Then, she took out 10 pious tear faith nerves and cast the small resurrection spell. A green light filled with vitality landed on Fen's corpse. After the light dissipated, the corpse of the Titan King, Fens, had already been connected, and his body had regained its vitality. The subjects of the Titan Kingdom looked at this scene in disbelief. A Titan minister boldly called out, Your Majesty. The eyelids of the Titan King, Fens, trembled slightly before he opened his eyes. It looked at the sky blankly, then got up and looked at the people around it and the Titans. What? What's going on? Am I not dead? The Titan King, Fens, was stunned. Zhou Zhou looked at him and suddenly drew the sword of Xian Yuan from his waist. He walked in front of the Titan King, Fens, and pointed the sword at its glabella. The Titan King was stunned. I'll answer your question first. You were revived by this king's subordinates. Also, you just said that you are willing to bear your crimes alone. Your life belongs to me now since you've already given your life. Join the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become this king's subordinate and I can agree to your request just now. Zhou Zhou said. His reason for doing so was very simple. Zhou Zhou felt that it would be a pity if the other party really died this way because of his actions just now. It would not harm anything if he brought him under his command, so Zhou Zhou did so. On the other side, the Titan King, Fens, looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze. Then, his expression turned serious. He knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Fens greets your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 lines of text appeared. Prompt: Fens has joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become an official subject of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Your subject Fen's loyalty has increased to 100. He has become your dead loyal subject. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, his expression became strange. What is going on? He actually became a dead loyal subject the moment he arrived? Could it be that my actions just now were too domineering and caused the other party to give up? Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. The Titan race was a race that revered the strong to begin with. It was not impossible for him to defeat them with such a shocking advantage and use an astonishing method like resurrection. Coupled with the various title effects he had obtained, it was not impossible for the other party to become dead loyal. Rise! Zhou Zhou said. The Titan King, Fens, stood up. Your Majesty! Follow me into the palace first. Fens said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Seeing this, Fens turned to look at the group of Titans ministers behind him who had yet to react. Welcome my king back to the palace! He roared. The Titan ministers were stunned for a moment before reacting. They hurriedly led Zhou Zhou and the others into the palace. Chapter 557, Vast Sea of Advanced Grade Gem Resources. Giant God Potion. At the core of the Titan Palace, Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and looked at the extremely respectful Titan King below and the 300-odd Titan Kingdom ministers behind it. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised after seeing their specific stats information. Among the 300-odd Titan ministers, there were actually more than 100 Diamond Tier lifestyle professionals, more than 200 Extraordinary Tier lifestyle professionals, and 3 Epic Tier combat professionals. Even though they were much weaker than the Nether Bark Kingdom in terms of Epic Tier professionals, there were many more Extraordinary Tier professionals than the Extraordinary Tier ministers left behind by the Nether Bark Kingdom. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied. Fens. This king will give you 3 orders. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and looked at Fens. Your Majesty, please speak. Fens said respectfully. First, integrate all the territories, subjects, high-level elemental gem resources, and other valuable resources of your Titan Kingdom. Do this as quickly as possible and hand it all over to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Tomorrow at the latest. I want to see that all the territories of the Titan Kingdom become the territory of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. All the subjects of the Titan Kingdom become the subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. As for the development resources you need in the future, the capital will provide them. Secondly, gather all the lords in your kingdom. I want to see them and see their aptitude. If there's someone with good aptitude, I won't be stingy with the rewards. Thirdly, record all the people of foreign race kingdoms and related information of the people of foreign race alliance this time and hand them to me. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Fens agreed without hesitation. Take me to the storage place of your kingdom's golden tablet. Zhou Zhou nodded and said. Your Majesty, please follow me. Fens said. Then, he led Zhou Zhou towards the kingdom's golden token. A moment later, they arrived at the location of the kingdom's golden token. Just like the Taiyan Kingdom, the golden tablet of the Titan Kingdom was placed in the Titan treasure vault. After Zhou Zhou asked Suan and the others to shatter the kingdom golden token, he successfully obtained the 3 tokens, including the kingdom token. Then, the familiar text notification appeared again. Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord Announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun for successfully breaking through a beginner kingdom lord faction. Reward, Reputation Rating +3. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord Talent Notification. Congratulations, you have conquered a beginner kingdom and triggered the White Silver Tier Lord Talent Embrace of the Conqueror. You have obtained the loyalty of a hero with an Extraordinary Tier Hero Fate level slot. Note, this hero is rushing to your territory. Please note the latest new subject list. The Lord of the End Class Hint, you have destroyed a beginner kingdom level lord faction and collected 20% of the power of the Law of the End. The grade of the Crown of the Final has increased by another step. Current collection progress of the power of the Final Law, 80%. The Lord of the End Class Hint, you have destroyed a beginner kingdom level lord faction and collected 100 points of Final Nirvana power progress. You can use 100 points of Final Nirvana power to exchange for a chance to revive after death and increase your strength greatly after revival. Current power of Final Nirvana, 100 points. Current number of resurrections, 3. The Lord of the End class. Hint: you have conquered a beginner Kingdom Lord faction. A member of the Final Guard has received your summon. You can summon him. Current number of Final Guard members, 4, summonable. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Tomorrow, there will be 3 more reputation rating talents and an extraordinary tier hero. The crown of the final was only 20% away from increasing its grade. He had 4 resurrection slots. There were also 4 members of the Final Guard. These rewards came so easily. Zhou Zhou thought happily. Then, he began to happily collect the treasures in Titan's treasure vault. A moment later, he used the king's treasure box to put away the entire treasure vault in Titan's treasure vault. There were more than 80,000 treasures among them. The total value of the mist cores was about 1,200 legendary tier mist cores. The number of high-level elemental gems was the most shocking. There were a total of 210,000 life elemental gems alone. There were also 180,000 death elemental gems. This was not all the high-level elemental gem resources of the Titan Kingdom. According to Fens, most of the high-level elemental gem resources of their Titan Kingdom were buried in the territory of the Titan Kingdom and had yet to be developed. If he developed them all, there would probably be more than 1 million high-level elemental gem resources. This time, my kingdom shouldn't be short of high-level elemental gem resources for the time being, right? Zhou Zhou was delighted. Other than the above resources and treasures, Zhou Zhou also saw another item that interested him. He flipped his right hand and a formula appeared in his hand. This was a high-level potion formula called the Giant Spirit God. Potion recipe name: Giant God. Recipe quality: Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Recipe effect: after consumption, it can greatly increase the size of a life form. It can be increased to a height of up to 2,000 meters. At the same time, it can greatly increase the physical fitness of life forms in all aspects. Duration: 1 hour. Recipe materials: Cloud Piercing Divine Fruit, Epic Tier Advanced Grade Materials, Blood King Flower, Epic Tier Advanced Grade Materials, Sky Piercing Wood Root, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Formula description: a special potion that can greatly increase the size of life forms. It can greatly increase the combat strength of life forms. Learning requirement: can only be learned by pharmacists, alchemy pharmacists, doctors, and other herb-related lifestyle professionals. This potion is interesting. Zhou Zhou rubbed his chin and thought to himself. There were many races on the high continent with very huge bodies. Due to their size, even if they did not know any skills, the huge power brought about by their size was enough to crush many high-level life forms. The most famous representative among them was the Behemoth race. Even though Zhou Zhou had once defeated many Behemoth lords on the Myriad race battlefield, their astonishing performance was still fresh in his mind. I can try to make a batch of this giant god potion. This way, my soldiers will have the confidence to fight head-on against supersized enemies like the Dragon race and the Behemoth race in the future. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he put away the blueprint. Your Majesty, are you satisfied? Fens asked respectfully. Not bad. Zhou Zhou looked at Fens and patted its shoulder. From now on, the title of the Titan Kingdom is gone and will be changed to Titan State. You will be the future governor of Titan State and be in charge of the matters of Titan State. Don't let me down. I won't let you down, my lord. Fen's body trembled as he looked at Zhou Zhou in disbelief, as if he could not believe that Zhou Zhou had given him this position. Then, he immediately knelt on the ground and said excitedly. Zhou Zhou nodded. He had always been tolerant of subordinates loyal to him. Moreover, most of the subjects in the Titan state were from the Titan race. It was the most convenient for the former Titan king to manage them. In addition, this Titan king was also a talent with the potential of a high-level god tier. Handing it over to it would not be a waste of its abilities and potential. Then, Zhou Zhou did not stay any longer and returned to back Blazing Sun City with the soldiers. There were many gains today that he had yet to see, and he had to organize today's total profits at night. Chapter 558, 2 New Lord Talents. 1. Just as Zhou Zhou and the others returned to the back Blazing Sun Kingdom. In the imperial study of the royal palace of the original Aurora Kingdom, Li Yuangan was sitting at a wooden table dealing with political documents. Even though Zhou Zhou had already removed the Aurora Kingdom's name and integrated it into the territory of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Zhou Zhou had yet to determine a suitable candidate to deal with the Aurora Kingdom's matters. Therefore, the current administrative matters of the Aurora Kingdom were still temporarily handled by Li Yuangan. The Aurora Kingdom had just ended the war and everything was at a stage where there were many things to do. Therefore, there were many administrative matters. There were memorials piled up like a mountain in front of him. Just looking at them was enough to make the person handling them feel numb. However, Li Yuangan did not seem to have such a feeling. There was a faint smile on his lips as he handled the administrative matters expertly and approved the matters on the memorial. Even though he had lost his throne, he knew that the Aurora Kingdom had a stronger king ruling them now. Therefore, he was quite relaxed. Even when he was reviewing the memorials, he could not help but daydream about his leisure time in the future. I wonder when that kid will send someone to take over the matters here. Zheng Yuankai said that he wants to play chess with me in 2 days. I wonder if there's enough time for me to hand it over. Li Yuangan thought to himself. At this moment, a beautiful figure quickly walked in with a letter in her hand. Dad! Li said happily. Isn't this my good daughter? Why are you here instead of staying with your lover? Li Yuangan put down his pen and teased with a smile. Dad! Li blushed. How's Zhou Zhou doing? Li Yuangan smiled and asked. That's why I'm here. Father, look. The Aurora Kingdom guards just sent over the latest information. Li handed the envelope to Li Yuangan. Li Yuangan took it and looked at it solemnly. He had already heard that the Nether Bark Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom had organized 16 people of foreign races to deal with the Blazing Sun Kingdom together. Even though he was very confident in his son-in-law, he could not help but feel a little worried when he thought about how a total of 18 people of foreign races were going to deal with Zhou Zhou together. However, his expression gradually changed when he saw the content of the letter. From surprise to disbelief and finally, a smile appeared on his face. The smile grew wider. In the end Li Yuangan laughed heartily. Father, what are you laughing at? What did the letter say? How's Zhou Zhou? Li asked anxiously. This husband of yours is amazing. Li Yuangan put down the letter and sighed. Li did not know what Li Yuangan meant. She hurriedly picked up the letter and read it. At the end, her expression was a little stunned. The allied forces of the 18 people of foreign races have all been destroyed. The Nether Bark Kingdom has been completely destroyed. The Titan Kingdom took the initiative to surrender to the King of the Blazing Sun. The King of the Blazing Sun killed 7 heroes of the people of foreign race with his peerless talent. This. She was completely stunned. She had thought that Zhou Zhou might win this battle. However, she never expected the victory to be so beautiful. In particular, the news of the King of the Blazing Sun killing 7 heroes of the people of foreign race with his spear made her feel even more incredulous. Li had rarely seen Zhou Zhou fight. She had thought that he was not good at fighting. She did not expect his combat strength to be so powerful. Li Yuangan could not help but smile even more happily when he saw his daughter's silly expression. Blazing Sun Kingdom. After Zhou Zhou and the others returned, Bai Yun brought the soldiers to the triumphal arch to increase their realm. Zhou Zhou followed. Today, he had killed 7 heroes of the people of foreign race alone and obtained more than 140 billion promotion energy points. Not to mention that his soldiers had killed nearly 20 million people of foreign races and shared a huge amount of promotional energy with him. Therefore, he directly broke through from extraordinary tier elementary grade to extraordinary tier intermediate grade on the battlefield. Moreover, the promotion energy of the extraordinary tier intermediate grade had also accumulated to more than 90%. If he went to the triumphal arch now, he could use this opportunity to break through to the extraordinary tier advance grade. A moment later, Zhou Zhou returned to the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. A smile appeared on his face as he sensed the level of energy in his body. Extraordinary tier advance grade. His strength increased so quickly even without the help of the calamity crossing spirit pill and other external forces. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had such an experience. The other epic tier blessing of the war god is awesome, exciting. He sighed for the umpteenth time. A moment later. Your Majesty. Bai Yun, Legion Commander of the Blazing Sun Army, requests an audience. Aliyah walked over and said respectfully. Let her in. Zhou Zhou nodded and said. Yes, Your Majesty. Aliyah nodded, then turned and left. A moment later, Bai Yun walked in. Your Majesty. This is the list of loot today and the upgrade status of the soldiers. The Lords of the Star Alliance have also handed over 20% of their inside defections military strength to us. It's all recorded. Also, the original Great General of the Aurora Kingdom, Han Yuan, has already sent the list of Aurora Kingdom soldiers over. He said that if we need it, he will immediately send all the soldiers of the Aurora Kingdom over. She handed a thick list to Zhou Zhou as she said respectfully. Chapter 559, 2 New Lord Talents. 2. Zhou Zhou took it and read it. They had eliminated a total of more than 20 million people of foreign races in just one day. Among them, there were 32 non-hero level epic tier enemies and more than 3,000 extraordinary tier enemies. There was no need to elaborate on enemies below the diamond tier. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and the title of the strongest lord, he obtained a total of loots. 560 legendary tier mist cores, 52,500 epic tier mist cores, 1,842,050 extraordinary tier mist cores, 8,903,125 diamond tier mist cores, 26,329,800 white platinum tier mist cores, 59,612,875 yellow gold tier mist cores, 16,948,875 white silver tier mist cores, 213,910 green bronze tier mist cores. There were 221,649,632 skill books and 374,550 equipment, 300 billion units of basic materials, 15,023 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 2 green bronze tier Scarlet Lord Talent spheres and 12 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine crystals. This was the list of loots. Among the loots, Zhou Zhou naturally liked the 2 green bronze tier Scarlet Lord Talent spheres and the 12 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine crystals the most. The former was dropped from the corpses of the soldiers of the people of foreign race. The latter was completely extracted from the corpses of the soldiers of the Nether Bark Kingdom, causing his reserves of Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine crystals to increase to 17. As for the soldiers of the people of foreign race kingdoms which numbered nearly 20 million, not a single one of them could extract the Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine crystal. This made Zhou Zhou sigh. It was indeed very easy for a religious country like the Nether Bark Kingdom to drop high-quality Faith Divine crystals. In the future, if he lacked Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine crystals, he could specially seek out religious enemy kingdoms to fight. These crystals should be very easy to drop then. In addition, they had also obtained the loyalty of a total of 5 heroes of the people of foreign race in the battles today, which brought the number of heroes under Zhou Zhou's command to 16. Other than that, after extracting the corpses of the 11 people of foreign races he had killed today, he also obtained 11 extraordinary tier and epic tier hero inheritance manuals. Including the 3 secret manuals of the hero inheritance that he had obtained previously, Zhou Zhou already had 14 of them. After they were completely used, these were the other 14 heroes. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and decided to reward these 11 hero inheritance manuals to the generals and soldiers who performed well in today's battlefield, giving them a chance to be promoted to heroes. In this way, he could also quickly cash out these 11 hero inheritance manuals as quickly as possible. As for the remaining 3 hero inheritance secret manuals, he would leave them in the military merit system and use them as tools to stimulate the morale of the army. In addition to the 617,423 kobold soldiers from his inside defection, the Lords of the Star Alliance had also transferred 20% of their troops to him. There were a total of 413,150 kobold soldiers. Together, there were another 1,000,000 soldiers. 1,000,000 troops of inside defection in a day. If this matter reached the World Channel, the Lords of the Cerulean planet would probably be jealous. However, this was just a daily operation for the members of the Star Alliance who had mastered inside defection. And now, Zhou Zhou's total military strength has reached 5,383,863. Among them were 291,720 black iron tier soldiers, 841,512 green bronze tier soldiers, 1,201,572 white silver tier soldiers, 1,483,816 yellow gold tier soldiers, 1,001,960 white platinum tier soldiers, 544,811 diamond tier soldiers, 18,460 extraordinary tier soldiers and 12 soldiers in the epic tier. In addition, Mechanical Father Zhou Zhou had broken through to white platinum tier elementary grade. The original spirit race Ansel had broken through to white platinum tier intermediate grade. The Dragon King of War and Strength Harris, former extreme dragon race lord, had broken through to the diamond tier intermediate grade. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario and Soul Arrow Wu Tu had broken through to the diamond tier advance grade. Ghost God General Luo Sheng had broken through to extraordinary tier advance grade. Blood Fire Arrow Elf Bai Yun, Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin, 10-directional Martial Emperor Feng Luo, King of Wind Myron had broken through to the epic tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou looked at the list and smiled. Through this list, he could tell how powerful the epic tier blessing of the war god was. At least 2,000,000 soldiers had advanced by a major level because of the blessing of the war god. Especially the number of extraordinary tier soldiers. Yesterday, there were only more than 4,000 of such soldiers under his command. Today, it had jumped to more than 18,000 people, an increase of more than 14,000 people. Moreover, 9 epic tier soldiers had finally appeared among them. As for the other 3, they were 3 epic tier Titan combat professionals that he had brought over from the Titan Kingdom. In the end, the strength of his generals and avatars had increased greatly after this battle. Especially generals like Bai Yun and Wu Xin, who had accompanied him for a long time. Their strength had finally exceeded the extraordinary tier and reached the epic tier. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied with this. Then, he took out the 2 green bronze tier Lord Talent Spheres. He looked over. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Peach Luck. Treasure grade, green bronze tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the green bronze tier Lord Talent Beauty. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a green bronze tier Lord Talent. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Beauty. Treasure grade, green bronze tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the green bronze tier Lord Talent Beauty. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a green bronze tier Lord Talent. They don't seem to be very good Lord Talents. Zhou Zhou's eyebrows twitched. Especially the second Lord Talent. What the hell was this beauty Lord Talent? He did not think too much about it and chose to absorb it. The next second, the 2 green bronze tier Lord Talent spheres immediately turned into countless bronze-colored light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and reopened them again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. 2 more Lord talents appeared in his Lord talent column. I have a total of 24 Lord talents now. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Then, he opened the details of these 2 talents. Lord talent, Peach Luck, Green Bronze tier. Peach Luck, Territory Folk Customs type Lord talent. It's very easy for you and your subjects to make connections with Peach Luck. The people you meet are all people worthy of your love. Specific talent effect 1. Green Bronze tier crops peach blossom fruit trees grow in random areas in the territory. They can be picked and transplanted. Specific talent effect 2. Favorability increases by 100% when the subjects of the territory communicate with the opposite sex. Specific talent effect 3. The reproduction efficiency of the territory's subjects increases by 100%. Specific talent effect 4. When a territory subject chooses a spouse, it is easier to tell from the other party's words and actions if the other party is really worthy of love. This talent looks like a good talent for a long time. It can increase the natural growth efficiency of the subjects in the territory, but I feel that it's useless in a short period of time. Disappointment flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. However, he did not pay much attention to it. It was just a green bronze tier Lord talent. He did not expect it to have such an astonishing ability. He looked at the other green bronze tier Lord talent. Lord talent, Beauty, green bronze tier. Beauty face, the looks of you, your territory subjects, and your descendants have been permanently improved. When you encounter other life forms, it's easier to obtain their favorability immediately through your looks. Note, as you have the celestial appearance and your appearance has already reached the limit of the world, you can't be upgraded again through beauty. Zhou Zhou. Could these 2 Lord talents be compatible? My subject has the enhancement of peach luck to begin with. Now, with this beauty. Zhou Zhou could not help but fall into deep thought. Why did he feel that it would be very easy for scumbags to appear among his subjects in the future? Chapter 560, The Tragic Aurora Kingdom. Pass on the message. Zhou Zhou shook his head and did not think too much about it. These 2 Lord talents were generally positive enhancements. He could not use them just because of this small guess. Then, he took out a mirror from his king's treasure box and looked at himself in it. Not surprising to him, his appearance had not changed. Sometimes it's not good to be too handsome. There's no room to improve. Zhou Zhou said regretfully. Then, he opened the kingdom channel and took a look. In the end, he realized that while he had just obtained these 2 Lord talents, some subjects had already acutely discovered the buff changes that the beauty had given them. I just looked in the mirror and realized that I suddenly seem to have become better looking. Ah? You've changed too? I thought I was the only one who became handsome. I thought this was my golden finger. Did you just realize? I was eating with my friends in a restaurant just now. As we ate, we suddenly felt a warm current flow through our bodies. Then, we realized that our looks seemed to have been optimized. Yes, yes, yes. It's optimization. I can tell that I didn't turn into anyone else. It seems that I only improved on my appearance. I like this improvement. +1. I just confirmed one thing. The appearance of all the subjects in our Blazing Sun Kingdom has improved, including the Lords of the Star Alliance and their subjects. They and their subjects can be considered subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom as a subordinate territory after all. F***ck. My kingdom is awesome. My kingdom is awesome. I'm so curious. What's going on? Zhou Zhou smiled and typed. Blazing Sun Kingdom, Lord of the Blazing Sun, everyone's appearance has improved. Consider it a gift from me to everyone. I hope everyone will like it. If you want to maintain your original appearance, you can private message the channel administrator. I can take back this upgrade, but there's only one chance. Everyone, if you want to undergo this change, please look for me again. As the owner of a lord, he could still do such a small thing. However, as soon as he sent it, the subjects below immediately replied. I'm shocked. It's actually a gift from His Majesty. Your Majesty, you can actually do such a thing. Long live His Majesty. From now on, His Majesty is my loyal faith. Long live Your Majesty. Don't take it back. I like this improvement. I like it too. Who doesn't like their handsome self? Yes, yes, I like this improvement. Hehe, there won't be a problem finding a wife in the future. I think there's still a problem. After all, you've become more handsome and the female subjects have become prettier. Perhaps your standards have also increased. I vomit. How can this still be rolled up internally? Then I'll go out and find a wife. That's true. Then I'll go out and find a wife too. Recently, there has been a new airport in the city. 3 idle black ghosts have been changed from military use to civilian use. It's said that I can take them to other places, including the locations of the other lords of the Star Alliance, and even foreign countries. I've decided. I want to go overseas to find a wife with my current looks. I want to go overseas too and bring glory to the country. Bring glory to the country +1. Bring glory to the country +2. Bring glory to the country +10,000. Zhou Zhou. What happened? Why does everyone suddenly want to bring glory to the country? Moreover, is this how people bring glory to the country? Zhou Zhou was speechless. However, he did not intend to interfere. Subjects had the freedom to do whatever they wanted. Moreover, it was a good thing to see more of the world. With the enhancement of the 2 new Lord talents, they might give him a surprise. He did not interfere, nor did he want to keep this matter a secret. The upgrade of his appearance was national after all. It was impossible to keep it a secret. However, Zhou Zhou did not expect that at this moment, these 2 Lord talents that were not of much use to him would give him a huge surprise in the future. After Zhou Zhou closed the World Channel, he looked at the last page of the loot's list in his hand. That was the list of soldiers recorded by the original Aurora Kingdom's great general. Zhou Zhou looked over and could not help but be shocked. This was because it was written on the soldier list that there were only about 200,000 soldiers left in the Aurora Kingdom who maintained their combat strength. The other about 1.3 million soldiers of the Aurora Kingdom either died in battle or were seriously injured and could not continue with their military service. The original 3 heroes of the Aurora Kingdom suffered huge losses as well. The Dark Spirit Mage had died on the battlefield against the Taiyan Kingdom, while one of the other 2 heroes was also seriously injured and was still bedridden. As for the other hero, he had suffered minor injuries and had recovered. So tragic. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. He thought for a moment and looked up at Bai Yun. Go to the Aurora Kingdom tomorrow and find my father-in-law. Then send some messages for me. First, if the soldiers who were injured in the war with the Taiyan Kingdom are willing to join the Blazing Sun Army and continue to be soldiers, we can give them completely free treatment and let them have a healthy and complete body again. We can treat them even if they are missing an arm or a leg. And their treatment after joining the army will definitely not be bad. Secondly, get my father-in-law to send over a relic of the Dark Spirit Mage. I can revive him. In addition, send a few brilliant doctors to look for the 2 heroes from the original Aurora Kingdom. Check their bodies and treat them so that they can recover. In addition, invite the 2 heroes to work for me. If they're unwilling, don't force them. Thirdly, tell my father-in-law that the original Aurora Kingdom has been changed to the Aurora Kingdom State. If he's willing, he can be the governor of the Aurora Kingdom State and take on all major and minor matters. If he's unwilling, we can let him recommend suitable talents. If that doesn't work, we can get Zhang Yuankai to send an official who's proficient in handling government affairs to take over the Aurora Kingdom. Also, tell Zhang Yuankai to set up the Nether Bark Kingdom and the Taiyan Kingdom as the Nether Bark State and the Taiyan State after occupying all the areas of the Nether Bark Kingdom. And the original area of our Blazing Sun Kingdom will be called the Central Continent. After these 5 new states are established, we must replenish the positions of the corresponding local officials in the shortest time possible and restore good social order before the war as soon as possible so that the subjects can live in safety and peace. There's more. We have to develop the high-level elemental gem resources and other resources in the Titan state as soon as possible. Zhou Zhou spoke for a long time before stopping. The war ended and the new country had begun. There were too many things to do and prepare. What he was instructing now was only a portion. He could only leave the other matters to officials like Zhang Yuankai and take it slow in the future. Chapter 561, The Development of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Wu Tu's map. Yes. I'll remember. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. The soldiers of the Aurora Kingdom were all veterans who had experienced a huge battle. Such veterans were experienced. Not only could they play a greater role on the battlefield, they could also familiarize the recruits with the battlefield and nurture them into veterans. Zhou Zhou had only been in the High Continent for a short period of time. Therefore, he yearned for these veterans to join him, even if he had to pay a price. As for reviving and healing the 3 heroes of the original Aurora Kingdom, it was just a convenient thing for him. In any case, he did not lack faith divine crystals now. It would naturally be best if those 3 heroes could join him because of this. If that didn't work, he would not lose much. Let them stay in the territory of the kingdom. This way, Zhou Zhou did not believe that they would watch coldly if an enemy pounced on him when he went out to fight in the future. However, the possibility of such an accident was very small. Firstly, as he occupied the 4 kingdoms, the city walls of the Supreme Defense would be raised in all the regional territories. With the Supreme Defense in place, he could completely bring his soldiers back to the territory to provide support immediately after he received the news of attacks. Secondly, after the God of Death statue was built, the enemy would be affected by the fear of death once they entered the kingdom area and started fighting. Their combat strength would decrease greatly. Unless the other party was too strong, it would not cause much harm. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun again. After you go out, get Zhao Chongshao and Ashburn Hall to come over. He said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun nodded and turned to leave. Zhao Chongshao and Ashburn Hall came over. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 2 of them said respectfully and led the way. Zhou Zhou nodded. After the 2 of them sat down, he looked at Ashburn Hall and smiled ruefully. Long time no see, right? Your Majesty is busy every day. I understand Your Majesty. Moreover, ain't I seeing you now? Ashburn Hall smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at his attribute information. In the end, he realized that the current Ashburn Hall was already a white platinum tier advanced grade alchemy technician and a diamond tier elementary grade alchemy pharmacist. You've improved significantly recently. Zhou Zhou was surprised. If not for His Majesty investing a large amount of resources in our alchemy technology and potion manufacturing department and giving me sufficient resources and conditions, I wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. Ashburn Hall said even more respectfully. The current Gnome Alchemy Workshop was no longer the small workshop that could only produce life potions, energy potions, and mechanostriders. With Zhou Zhou's vast amount of mist cores, potion formulas, alchemy technology formulas, corresponding medicinal herbs, and alchemy materials. The current Gnome Alchemy Workshop had already become the official Alchemy Technology Research Department and Potion Manufacturing Department of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Not only was it in charge of the alchemy technology production and potion manufacturing in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom, the potions needed for Zhou Zhou's army's daily battles were provided by them. Moreover, he had also dabbled in medicinal herb nurturing, formula research, alchemy technician, alchemy pharmacist talent nurturing, and many other fields. Linger's Divine Herb Garden also had a close cooperation with them. Even the newly established spaceship flying business in the territory was developed by Ashburn Hall and Wenyi. The Black Ghost was only the beginning. According to Ashburn Hall's thoughts, since low-level land and air transportation like the Mechanostrider had gradually faded from the vision of the Army with the establishment of the spaceship factory and the popularization of spaceships like the Starry Night, it was better to gradually convert it into civilian transportation. It allowed the subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom to live a life of going out and taking a car or even a personal aircraft. Zhou Zhou naturally agreed with this idea. The development and popularity of transportation was one of the important factors that determined the strength of the country. It could also increase the subjects' personal wealth and national taxes. He had no reason to refuse. This is for you. Get the potion manufacturing department to create a batch of such potions as backup. Zhou Zhou stopped chatting and took out the giant god potion and handed it to Ashburn Hall. Ashburn Hall took it and looked at the formula for the giant god potion. Surprise flashed across his eyes before he said respectfully, "I'll do it immediately." "Go on." "Yes, I'll take my leave." Ashburn Hall left. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou took out the building blueprint of the God of Death statue and handed it to Zhao Chongshao. "Uncle Zhao, build this God of Death statue as soon as possible." Zhou Zhou said. The day after tomorrow, the Supreme Will would activate the King of 10,000 Kings event. He did not know what the specific content of the event was. However, danger was certain according to history. It was better to build this God of Death statue as soon as possible. Zhao Chongshao took the blueprint and looked at it. His expression immediately became serious. It could make the invading enemy fear death. The effect of this God of Death statue could almost be said to be a treasure to protect the country. "I will definitely do it immediately," Zhao Chongshao said solemnly. Zhou Zhou nodded. Zhao Chongshao had built most of the buildings in the Blazing Sun Kingdom for him. He was at ease with him. Then, the two of them chatted for a while. Zhao Chongshao smiled and said, "Your Majesty, tomorrow is the founding ceremony and your ascension ceremony. Is your Majesty prepared?" Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. He was quite looking forward to the founding ceremony and his ascension ceremony. At this moment, Aliyah knocked on the door and walked in after getting permission. "Your Majesty, Heavenly Map Army Legion Commander Wu Tu requests an audience," Aliyah said respectfully. "Let him in." "Yes." Aliyah left. "If your Majesty is busy, I'll also start preparing to build the statue of the God of Death." Zhao Chongshao also stood up. "Go on." Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Zhao Chongshao took his leave. Soon, Wu Tu walked in. "Greetings, Your Majesty," he said respectfully. "What happened?" Zhou Zhou asked curiously. "Your Majesty, this is the map I just gathered. This map includes the distribution of the 16 kingdoms of the people of foreign races in the Alliance Army today. Moreover, there are also 6 other unfamiliar people of foreign race kingdoms and 3 unfamiliar human kingdoms. They're all beginner kingdoms without exception. Lastly, there's an intermediate kingdom called the Ice Demon Kingdom in the north of these beginner kingdoms. This Ice Demon Kingdom is very close to the people of Foreign Race Alliance. I have a bold guess. I'm afraid the Ice Demon Kingdom has also secretly interfered in today's battle. However, we didn't obtain much map information about this unfamiliar intermediate kingdom. Your Majesty, please give us more time. I will definitely be able to lead the Heavenly Map Army and obtain all the map information of this intermediate grade kingdom," Wu Tu said in a low voice as he handed the thick map booklet to Zhou Zhou. Chapter 562, Intermediate Kingdom Ice Demon Kingdom. Zhou Zhou was shocked at the extent of the large map that included 25 beginner kingdoms and an intermediate grade kingdom called the Ice Demon Kingdom. He immediately took the map from Wu Tu and began to flip through it page by page. Towards the end, he saw the map symbol of an intermediate grade kingdom that was larger than the territory of the 16 people of foreign races combined. It was marked Intermediate Kingdom Ice Demon Kingdom. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Where did this map come from? Zhou Zhou looked at Wu Tu and asked. For the past 2 days, Wu Tu had been leading the heavenly army to constantly fight with him. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have had time to bring people to gather so much map information. Your Majesty, there are some map-type resources among the many treasures and resources brought back by the army today. These map-type resources should be the accumulation of the Nether Bark Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom over the past hundreds or thousands of years. I led more than 100 trusted high-level cartographers to classify and integrate these map-type resources before finally obtaining such a map. Wu Tu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. No wonder. It turned out to be the map information accumulated by the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom over the past hundreds of years. Not bad. You did a good job. With this map, it will be easier for us to take revenge on them in the future. I'll remember your contribution. Go get the military merit reward from the military officials later. Remember to get a portion for the cartographers who organized this map. Zhou Zhou smiled and commended. Thank you, Your Majesty. Actually, this is our job. Wu Tu said excitedly and embarrassedly. Zhou Zhou smiled. The two of them chatted for a while before Wu Tu left. Zhou Zhou looked at the thick map booklet for a while. Finally, his gaze landed on the map of the Ice Demon Kingdom. He thought about it and called over the 5 heroes of the people of foreign race who had surrendered today and began to ask some questions. Zhou Zhou was left alone in the room after they left. At this moment, he already knew what he wanted to know. Wu Tu was right. This Ice Demon Kingdom is indeed related to today's battle. So the Ice Demon Kingdom also knew about the divine artifact of the race in my hands and was afraid of my identity as the strongest lord of all races, so they secretly commanded some beginner kingdoms of the people of foreign races to cooperate with the Nether Bark Kingdom, wanting to test my methods. Tisk tisk. A dignified veteran intermediate kingdom is actually so cautious. But then again, even though this Ice Demon Kingdom is a little far from my territory, they can reach me if they spend some time and build more spatial teleportation arrays. I have to let it go for now. Let's start with destroying these dogs. Zhou Zhou looked at the territories of these people of foreign races and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He would not show any mercy to enemies who had attacked him. When his wings grew stronger and he was confident in dealing with the Ice Demon Kingdom, he would attack them. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Zhou Zhou said without looking up, his gaze fixed on the map in his hand. The door was gently opened and a beautiful figure walked in. Zhou Zhou looked up and saw Li Yi coming over. Didn't you go back to accompany father-in-law? Zhou Zhou asked in surprise. I'm done. So I came back. Li Yi giggled and then became serious. Of course. I'm here to look for you for something serious. I'm not here to disturb you. Li Yi did not want her relationship with Zhou Zhou to affect Zhou Zhou's national matters. In the High Continent, a world filled with lord wars. Obsession with romance every day was harmful to both individuals and the country. As a former princess of a country, she understood all these. Doing this would be a huge disregard to the people. Only women who did not do any chores all day long and only liked to read romance books would feel that monarchs were very carefree. Li Yi would only feel that such a monarch was irresponsible. Are the original lords of the Aurora Kingdom here? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and remembered. It's not just the lords of the Aurora Kingdom. The Titan Kingdom has also brought over all the lords in their country. They're waiting at the administrative hall now. Li Yi said. Already? Aren't they quite efficient? Zhou Zhou asked in surprise. It was fine with the Aurora Kingdom. He went this morning after all. It was not surprising to send the lords over through teleportation arrays and other means of transportation for the entire day. However, he had just returned to the Titan Kingdom not long ago. Fens had actually gathered all the lords of their original kingdom so quickly. This efficiency was indeed very high. It seemed that it valued what he had ordered very much. This attitude made Zhou Zhou very comfortable. It seemed that the other party was indeed sincere in submitting. Let's go. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhou stood up and went to the administrative hall with Li Yi. Soon, the two of them arrived at the administrative hall. In the huge administrative hall sat more than 10,000 Aurora Kingdom humans and titans. If not for the fact that the current administrative hall had already reached 20 hectares after being promoted to White Platinum Tier Advance Grade, it would not have been able to accommodate these 10,000 lords. Greetings, Your Majesty. When Zhou Zhou arrived, the other lords stood up and bowed respectfully as a human lord led the way. Even though the voice of a lord was not loud, the sound of more than 10,000 lords converging echoed in the entire administrative hall. Everyone, take a seat. Zhou Zhou said. Only then did the lords sit down. Your Majesty. This is the specific list of all the lords. Their abilities, strength, and previous lord experiences are also recorded at the back. Zhang Yuankai, who had been waiting here, took out a stack of lists and handed them to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. He nodded slightly. On this list of lords, there were a total of 5,461 former Aurora Kingdom lords and 10,631 former Titan Kingdom lords. There were a total of 16,092 lords. How many Lord Talent Crystal fragments would he obtain with so many lords? He was looking forward to it. Then, Zhou Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the 10,000 lords in front of him as usual. I summoned you here today to see your aptitudes. If your potential is outstanding, this king will not be stingy with the rewards. Chapter 563, Master Thief's Robbery Gloves that can be used from afar. The Blazing Sun Kingdom has just been built, and the system of transforming the 5 kingdoms into 5 states has just been established. Currently, the cities in various regional territories in the 5 states are seriously lacking capable officials. After I check your aptitudes, you can take over according to the arrangements. There will not be any difference in treatment. If you do well in government affairs, it won't be a problem for you to be promoted and get rich in the future. Especially when it comes to the Mist Corps. As long as everyone does well, I won't disappoint you, at least in terms of the Mist Corps reward. I just hope that you won't think that the reward for the Mist Corps is too much. Of course, if someone breaks the law knowingly and treats the laws of the Blazing Sun Kingdom as nothing, don't blame our retaliation for being too harsh. Zhou Zhou's words were very straightforward. However, there was no choice. He really had a lot of Mist Cores. The 2.5 times enhancement with the King of Loot's title was no joke. The lords were stunned by Zhou Zhou's wealth. His Majesty seemed a little different from the king they had followed in the past. He was a little too bold. Then, they became excited. Who didn't love money? It's still better to follow His Majesty. At this moment, Zhang Yuankai was also prepared. He sent someone to distribute more than 10,000 books recording the reward and punishment system to each lord. When the lords saw the specific reward and punishment system, they immediately understood Zhou Zhou's generosity even more. The minimum monthly fixed salary of a regional lord of a yellow gold tier regional territory is 500 yellow gold tier Mist Cores. That high. If you make outstanding political achievements, there will be a political achievement reward of at least 100 white silver tier Mist Cores and no upper limit. For every increase in the average loyalty of the subjects in the territory, I'll be rewarded with 10,000 diamond tier Mist Cores? Hiss. Is that true? Those who wantonly harm innocent civilians, regardless of their status and strength, have to be punished severely. But I'm a powerhouse. The lords discussed animatedly. There were also lords who hesitated and did not like the discipline matters. Zhou Zhou looked at this side calmly. He had also seen this reward and punishment system and felt that there was no problem. After consideration by other officials, they also agreed that it was very suitable for the current governance system. If they were unwilling to accept it, then don't be an official of his Blazing Sun Kingdom. He was not here to bargain with them. At Zhou Zhou's signal, Zheng Yuankai walked in front of the lords. Can everyone accept this temporary reward and punishment system? If you're willing, you can come over and get your duties later. If you're unwilling, we'll also provide free teleportation to send you home. Raise your hands if you're unwilling right now. Zhou Zhou and Zheng Yuankai looked at the 10,000 lords. There was silence. No one raised their hands. A smile finally appeared on Zheng Yuankai's face. Since everyone agrees, come over in a while and receive your position transfer order. We will determine your positions and place of employment according to your ability, proximity principle, and personal will. If anyone is still unwilling, you can apply for adjustments from the corresponding department. Do you have any more questions? As soon as these words were spoken, many people and the Titans heaved a sigh of relief. This last worry immediately disappeared. At this moment, a weak voice sounded. I have a question. Zhou Zhou and the others looked over. He realized that the person who spoke was a burly man. However, what was strange was that even though this person had a strong figure, his words and actions emitted a soft and weak feeling. What's your question? Tell me. Zheng Yuankai smiled gently. He did not discriminate against the other party because of the strangeness in his body. I heard that your lord talent will disappear if you are a lord with a lord talent who becomes a subordinate of a lord under a lord of all races. This lord talent won't awaken again until you leave the lord of all races, is that true? He asked nervously. All the lords looked at Zhou Zhou as soon as these words were spoken. Yes. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. That was indeed the case. The Supreme will seem to want the lords of all races and their territories to only have the lord talent themselves. Once other lords with lord talents joined the lords of all races, their lord talents would be gone and would only awaken their lord talents again after leaving the lord of all races. The local forces did not have this restriction. The local forces could normally rule over lords with lord talents. They would even take the initiative to distribute territory tokens to subjects with high potential so that the subjects could try to awaken their lord talents. If the lords of all races wanted to do the same thing, they could only use the master-servant territory contract to turn lords with lord talents into lords of their subordinate territory. Only then could they retain the lord talents on them. For example, this was how Linger and the Green Phoenix Lord preserved their lord talents. Unfortunately, as the Myriad Races Lord battlefield event ended, there was no longer any way to exchange for a treasure like the master-servant territory contract. After hearing his words, the lords hesitated again. A very small number of them had their own lord talents. They were naturally a little unwilling if their lord talent was temporarily hidden and disappeared. Those who can't bear to part with your lord talent, you can leave this place. We won't force you. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly said. Those who are unwilling to stay in the Blazing Sun Kingdom as officials, please raise your hand. Zheng Yuankai repeated. No one raised their hands. Even the lords with lord talents did not raise their hands. What to do? The King of the Blazing Sun had offered them too much. There were so many that they felt that they would not lose out even if they could not use their lord talent for the time being. Instead, they would make a killing. Moreover, it was only temporary, not like it would completely disappear. The lords could reluctantly accept this. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. With the lord talent, peace and prosperity, as long as they were subjects in his territory for a month, with their loyalty, they would basically not want to leave. Zhou Zhou stood up. Next, I'll do something to verify your loyalty. Please don't resist. Don't worry, it won't harm you. After this, we're all on the same side. I'll distribute some rewards to everyone. He said. The lords were stunned. Zhou Zhou did not explain further. He extended his right hand, which was wearing the Master Thief's robbery gloves, and pointed at these lords from afar. The next second, the chaotic origin energy in his body activated and surged into his robbery gloves. At this moment, Zhou Zhou had a feeling. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly steal anything from these 10,000 lords. This included assets, external items, talents, bloodlines, and other items that were not life-threatening. The Lord Talent crystal fragments were naturally among them. He smiled to himself. The Master Thief's robbery gloves, a special high god-tier divine artifact, could finally be used more conveniently after the chaotic origin energy in his body could drive the divine artifact. Chapter 564, Upgrading the Territory, 1. In the past, he still needed to touch the other party with his own hands to steal the other party's items. Now, he could steal them directly from afar. The efficiency of this theft had increased by more than 100 times. He stopped thinking about it. With a thought. The next second, he had used the Master Thief's robbery gloves to steal the Lord Talent crystal fragments of the 10,000 lords in front of him into his king's treasure box. He took a look and was pleasantly surprised to discover that these 16,092 lords had actually provided him with 54,730 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 615 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 256 white silver tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 154 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 51 white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, and 12 diamond tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. There was not a single Lord Talent crystal fragment above the extraordinary tier. But even so, Zhou Zhou was also quite satisfied. Not to mention anything else. This Lord Talent could finally be upgraded from white platinum tier to diamond tier from the shelter of the goddess of life that Zhou Zhou had been thinking about. In a good mood, he turned to look at Zheng Yuankai. Uncle Zheng, distribute 1,000 special soldier types, King of Yellow Gold class change certificate, to each of these lords. If you have a Lord Talent, you can distribute more class change certificates according to the grade of your Lord Talent. Consider this a reward for your own people. Zhou Zhou said. This is considered compensation for taking their Lord Talent crystal fragments. Yes, Your Majesty. Zheng Yuankai said respectfully. The lords also heard Zhou Zhou's words. Excitement appeared on their faces. Advance grade special grade soldiers were kingdom level soldiers. His Majesty was actually so generous as to directly give him 1,000 special soldier type class change certificates. The lords increasingly felt that joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom was the right choice. Even the lord who was conflicted about his Lord Talent now approved of Zhou Zhou even more. After that, Zheng Yuankai sent people to arrange the mobilization of these tens of thousands of lords. Zhou Zhou watched for a while before leaving and returning to his beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. He arrived at the entrance of the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. Zhou Zhou did not enter. Instead, he stood at the door, preparing to upgrade his territory. The resources for his upgraded territory were already extremely sufficient after plundering the treasure vaults of the 3 beginner kingdoms today. He was only short of upgrading his territory. He willed. The next second. 4 billion units of basic materials, 1,000 white platinum tier mist cores, 5,000 origin crystals, 100,000 units of basic elemental gems, 30,000 units of high-level elemental gems, and 3 white platinum tier territory tokens disappeared. Boom! A golden light immediately covered the entire beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. The golden light dissipated. The clearly expanded beginner-grade Lord's Paradise appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Congratulations, your beginner-grade Lord's Paradise has been upgraded to a diamond-tier elementary-grade building and advanced to an intermediate-grade Lord's Paradise. Your white platinum tier advanced grade essence spirit array has been upgraded to diamond tier elementary grade. Your territory has been upgraded to diamond tier elementary grade. Territory token endurance increased to 100 million/100 million. Your territory has expanded to 10,000 km times 10,000 km times 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Lord Talent Notification: the upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can instigate by incite defection has been increased to Legendary Tier Advance Grade. Lord Talent Hint: your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint: your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Hint: the strength of the clergy in your Goddess of Life's shelter has increased. The next second, Zhou Zhou's expectant notification sounded. Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord Announcement: congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to Diamond Tier. Reward: Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +1, Unique Title of the Race, Glory of the Pioneer 4 has advanced to Glory of the Pioneer V. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement: congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement: congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He had finally obtained this title. Moreover, his territory had finally advanced from a beginner Lord's Paradise to an intermediate grade Lord's Paradise. Zhou Zhou opened the World Channel in a good mood, wanting to see the reaction of the Lord of the Cerulean Planet. In the end, he was stunned to realize that even though the Lords of the Cerulean Planet were all discussing the upgrade of his territory to Diamond Tier, they did not show much surprise. It was as if it was natural for him to do this. Some lords even said that they would only be shocked when there was another announcement on the entire channel by the lords of all races. Zhou Zhou could not help but be speechless. These guys' appetites had even been spoiled by him. He didn't even care about normal announcements, but he cared about the announcements of all races, right? He shook his head and looked at the title effect he had just obtained. Title name: Glory of the Pioneer V. Title quality: Unique Title of the Race. Title effect 1: you are famous among the lords of the Cerulean Planet. More people admire your reputation and yearn to join your territory. The number of subjects you can summon through the gate of summoning every day plus 500%. Among the subjects summoned, there will be a talent of the same level as the territory plus 6. Title effect 2: your unique title suffix will be added behind your lord title when you speak in any channel. You can take the initiative to turn it off or activate it. Title effect 3: when you become the first Cerulean Planet Lord to have an extraordinary tier elementary grade territory, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer 6 and unlock more title effects. Title description: the Supreme Will is the exclusive title given to the Pioneer among the Lords. Every Pioneer of every race has a higher chance of achieving extraordinary achievements. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The number of basic subjects that would appear in his gate of summoning would double again tomorrow. Most importantly, the number of professional talents summoned at the same level as the territory would also increase to 6. Starting tomorrow, I will summon at least 6 Diamond Tier elementary grade talents every day. Zhou Zhou's lips curled up slightly. 6 Diamond Tier elementary grade talents. It was already comparable to 6 talents with reputation rating. Not bad, not bad. Then, he opened the Supreme Treasure Chest and realized that there was actually 1 Diamond Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragment in it. I obtained this. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. However, he really needed Diamond Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, so he put them away. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the requirements for the next level. Construction upgrade: 10 billion units of wood, 10 billion units of fine sand, 10 billion units of metal, 10 billion units of stone, 1000 diamond tier mist core, 10,000 origin crystals, 500,000 units of basic elemental gems, 100,000 units of thunder elemental gems, 100,000 units of life elemental gems, 100,000 units of death elemental gems, 1 diamond tier city, 10 diamond tier lifestyle professionals, 100 diamond tier military professionals, 3 diamond tier territory tokens. There are enough resources. I can continue to upgrade my territory. The smile on Zhou Zhou's face deepened. Chapter 565, Diamond Tier Lord Talent: The Shelter of the Goddess of Life. The advanced elemental gems he took out from the three kingdoms today were not in vain. It could actually allow him to upgrade his territory twice in a row. He wasted no time. Zhou Zhou chose to level up. Congratulations, your beginner grade Lord's Paradise has successfully been upgraded to a white platinum tier intermediate grade building. Your white platinum tier advanced grade essence spirit array has been upgraded to diamond tier intermediate grade. Your territory has been upgraded to diamond tier elementary grade. Territory token endurance increased to 500 million/500 million. Your territory has expanded to 20,000 km times 20,000 km times 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, diamond tier intermediate grade. Lord talent notification, the upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can induce inside defection has been increased to low tier deity elementary grade. Lord talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your goddess of life's shelter has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and could not wait to see its upgrade conditions. Construction upgrade, 50 billion units of wood, 50 billion units of fine sand, 50 billion units of metal, 50 billion units of stone, 50,000 diamond tier mist core, 50,000 origin crystals, 1 million units of basic elemental gems, 300,000 units of thunder elemental gems, 300,000 units of life elemental gems, 300,000 units of death elemental gems, 2 diamond tier cities, 50 diamond tier lifestyle professionals, 500 diamond tier military professionals, 10 diamond tier territory tokens. I've satisfied all the other upgrade conditions. I only have 300,000 units of life elemental gems and 300,000 units of death elemental gems. I don't have enough. I'll instruct Zheng Yuankai tomorrow to speed up the development of the gem resources in Titan State. Zhou Zhou thought. They did not expect. However, even though he could not continue to upgrade his territory, he was already quite satisfied after upgrading his territory by 2 levels in a row. He walked into the intermediate grade Lord's Paradise and realized that the building facilities and interior decoration inside were much better than before. While it occupied a larger area, the building functions were also more complete than before. The more Zhou Zhou looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Then, he walked out of the intermediate grade Lord's Paradise and came to the Gate of Summoning. He spent resources to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to Diamond Tier Intermediate grade. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to a Diamond Tier Intermediate grade building. You can summon plus 200 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 200 professionals every day among the subjects. Prompt, under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer V, you can summon 4,000 subjects a day. You will definitely summon 206 professionals every day among the subjects. And the professional levels of 6 of the professionals will be the same as your territory level. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. After the Gate of Summoning was upgraded to Diamond Tier Intermediate grade, the number of basic summoning subjects had reached a total of 800. After being enhanced by the Glory of the Pioneer V, it directly doubled to 4,000 people. A total of 4,000 people. Fortunately, I can summon the promised people through the Gate of Summoning all at once now. Otherwise, it would take a while to see them walk out of the Gate of Summoning. Zhou Zhou lamented. He was very satisfied with this upgrade. Then, he looked at the requirements for the next level of the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade, 200 million units of wood, 200 million units of fine sand, 200 million units of metal, 200 million units of stone, 1000 diamond tier mist core, territory level upgraded to diamond tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou shook his head. The upgrade conditions of the Gate of Summoning really looked like a gift for upgrading the territory. It was not difficult at all. He did not stay here. He left the gate of summoning and returned to his intermediate grade Lord's paradise again. Then, he went all the way to his study. The upgraded study was simply like a small library, filled with all kinds of books. It included astronomy, geography, daily life, information about the races of the myriad worlds, skill books of various life professions, and even novels written by the dragon race. Zhou Zhou walked around for a while before returning to his desk. He took out 10 Diamond Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments and prepared to upgrade the shelter of the Goddess of Life. He first fused 10 Diamond Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments into a Diamond Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. Then, he summoned the Lord Talent panel and began to upgrade. A text notification appeared. As you have 2 White Platinum Tier Lord Talents, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life and Dragon Slaying Hometown, please choose one to advance. I choose to advance the Shelter of the Goddess of Life. Zhou Zhou said. The Dragon Slaying Hometown was not bad, but he needed the Shelter of the Goddess of Life more now. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, he felt a familiar warm feeling between his eyebrows. A moment later, the warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your White Platinum Tier Lord Talent, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life, has been upgraded to Diamond Tier Lord Talent, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life. You have leveled up to Diamond Tier Lord Talent effect. Lord Talent, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life, Diamond Tier. The Shelter of the Goddess of Life, your territory will have a special building, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life. This talent information hasn't changed, but the level of his talent has changed. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he had to go take a look on the ground. He stood up and walked towards the Shelter of the Goddess of Life without hesitation. The Shelter of the Goddess of Life. Zhou Zhou stood there and looked at the huge building in front of him in surprise. It was different from the sand buildings made of grey sand and gravel. The upgraded Shelter of the Goddess of Life was more than 30 meters tall and was made of silver bricks. Moreover, there were many green plants that emitted vigorous vitality growing at the edge of the building wall. Cute animals were also moving freely inside, as if they were not worried that the people in the building would hurt them at all. At this moment, its architectural style could be described as solemn and natural. Other than that, directly in front of the shelter a statue of the Goddess of Life stood here. She had a beautiful face and was wearing emerald green clothes. A pair of emerald green eyes looked ahead with a smile on her lips, as if she was looking at something. Chapter 566, Enhancement of the Lord Talent. Original Spirit Race Bloodline Commodity. My good lord! It's a huge change. Zhou Zhou was surprised. He had been here dozens of times and was extremely familiar with this place. The Shelter of the Goddess of Life in front of him was 100 times better than before. The previous place was simply like a dilapidated shelter. It clearly had the aura of a god spirit's territory now. He focused on the building. Soon, the building information appeared. Building name, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life. Building level, special grade. Building function 1, Archbishop Carol Moley of the shelter and her clergymen, priests, nuns, and other clergymen can each provide the lord and subject of the territory with basic protection services 3 times a day for free. However, if you need more protection in the future, you will need to spend mist cores or faith divine crystals to buy them. Currently providing shelter types: basic shelter service, life holy water, 1 green bronze tier mist core, basic shelter service, life healing technique, 2 green bronze tier mist cores, basic shelter service, appeasement, 2 green bronze tier mist cores, basic shelter service, mental communication, 2 green bronze tier mist cores, advanced protection, hire a life priest, 1 faith divine crystals per day, advanced protection, hire a life paladin, 3 faith divine crystals per day. Advanced protection, divine art soul restoration, 1 faith divine crystal, advanced protection, divine art limb restoration, 5 faith divine crystals, Advanced Protection, Divine Art Holy Protection, 5 Faith Divine Crystals, Advanced Protection, Divine Art Small Resurrection, 5 Faith Divine Crystals, Advanced Protection, Divine Art Great Resurrection, 1 Faith Divine Crystals. Building Function 2, when the Lord and his forces go out to hunt fog monsters, they will encounter fog monsters with a small chance of dropping scarlet crystals. After handing the scarlet crystals to the shelter of the Goddess of Life, they can be converted into Faith Divine Crystals and exchanged for the protection they want. Construction Upgrade, this building originates from the Lord Talent and cannot be upgraded. Prompt 1, the above level of the shelter service will increase as the territory level increases. Prompt 2, Building Effect 2 is the exclusive building effect of this special building. The shelter of the Goddess of Life doesn't have this ability. Building Description, the Goddess of Life saw that all life forms in the world were suffering from war, so she built the shelter of the Goddess of Life everywhere in the high continent to reduce the death of life forms. All life forms who enter the shelter of the Goddess of Life are protected by the Goddess of Life. Zhou Zhou looked at the information about the shelter of the Goddess of Life and was pleasantly surprised. Firstly, Carol Moley's clergy position had changed from cardinal to archbishop. According to what Zhou Zhou knew from her, the clergy under the Goddess of Life had a total of 9 levels. From bottom to top, they were Cardinal, First Cardinal, Archbishop, Metropolitan Cardinal, Sect Master, Cardinal, Pope, God's Servant, and Elven. Carol Moley was only a cardinal in the past and was an ordinary supervisor, but she had actually advanced by 2 levels and become an archbishop. Moreover, the big city here referred to the myriad worlds in the eyes of the god spirits. To the high continent, the level of a big city was almost equivalent to an ordinary kingdom. Her status could be said to have increased greatly compared to before. However, this was not what surprised Zhou Zhou. Instead, its building effect had been greatly strengthened. The first was that the number of free basic shelter service each clergyman provided to the lords and subjects had increased from 1 to 3 times a day. The second point was, among the many shelter services provided by the shelter, other than the price of the Great Resurrection spell remaining unchanged, the price of other protection services had been reduced by half. Moreover, its basic protection services could be paid for with mist cores now, and the amount of mist cores needed was very small. What was the difference between this and giving it to the rich and imposing Zhou Zhou for free? I wonder how many clergy there are in the shelter now. Zhou Zhou thought expectantly. At this moment, it was as if it had heard what he was thinking. The door of the shelter slowly opened. Then, Carol Moley, who was wearing the clothes of an archbishop with a red background and silver trim, walked out of the shelter with 7 clergymen in the clothes of low-level cardinals. Archbishop Carol Moley greets Your Majesty. First Cardinal, Juliet Stella/Kelly Usen, greets Your Majesty. Cardinal Sam M/Coverdale Anastasia/Yao Chin/Malachi/Rossetti June greets Your Majesty. The 8 of them came in front of Zhou Zhou and bowed respectfully. They're all your subordinates. Zhou Zhou looked at Carol Moley in surprise. It was Her Excellency, the Goddess of Life, who sent the 7 of them to me to help me share the matters in the shelter. They all have outstanding aptitudes and have mastered the Great Resurrection spell. In the future, if Your Majesty needs to revive many people, I can revive them all in a short period of time even if I'm exhausted and can't carry it out. This way, I won't delay Your Majesty's matters. Carol Moley smiled. Zhou Zhou was even more satisfied. Just as Carol Moley mentioned, he did not have to worry about her being overwhelmed by the workload anymore. Chapter 567, Enhancement of the Lord Talent. Original Spirit Race Bloodline Commodity. 2. However, he did not forget to ask the most important thing. How many clergymen are in the shelter now? How strong are they? Zhou Zhou asked. Are the shelter of the Goddess of Life also increased to the Diamond Tier Intermediate grade after our territory was upgraded to the Diamond Tier Intermediate grade? At that time, there were already 20,000 clergymen, 20,000 priests, 20,000 nuns, and 200,000 life paladins in our shelter. In addition, the strength of all the clergy has also increased to diamond tier. And my strength has also increased from extraordinary tier elementary grade to epic tier intermediate grade. Since your majesty upgraded our shelter, the number of clergymen in our shelter has increased by 10 times. Currently, there are 200,000 clergymen, 200,000 priests, 200,000 nuns, and 2 million life paladins in our shelter. And my strength has also jumped to the legendary tier elementary grade. Carol Molly replied. Okay. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. There were a total of 2.6 million clergymen and 7 new cardinals. Even though he had to pay mist cores or faith divine crystals to drive them. However, Zhou Zhou really did not lack this thing. In addition, Carol Molly's strength had increased to the legendary tier elementary grade. Even though she was limited by her talent and could not participate in the battle, she could only provide services such as the Great Resurrection spell read.o. However, the ability to revive legendary tier elementary grade life forms was enough to become an important bargaining chip in his hands. The upgrade of his Lord talent this time did not disappoint him. After that, he chatted with Carol Molly for a while more before walking to the Monster Ranch. Then, he asked Mugu about the upgrade of the Monster Ranch. Firstly, Mugu's strength had also increased to the Diamond Tier Intermediate grade, becoming the Diamond Tier Intermediate grade Monster Rancher and Monster Patriarch. And now, the number of Monster Ranches under Mugu had increased from 36 to 50 today. With the enhancement of the King of Loots. From now on, Zhou Zhou could obtain a large number of extraordinary tier resources every day with just these 50 monster ranches. As for the 14 new monster ranches, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and decided to let 4 of them nurture special soldier types King of Yellow Gold. The other 10 monster ranches would be used to nurture the kingdom level combat class Violent Storm Spirit. Actually, he also had the idea of using it to nurture the Violent Storm Spirit. The Violent Storm Spirit was a kingdom-level combat class after all, 1 level stronger than the King of Yellow Gold. However, this was like a team fight in a game. No matter how fierce the mage's damage output was at the back, if there was no meat shield in front, the mage would still be attacked by the assassin and be killed. And the King of Yellow Gold, this special soldier type, was the most suitable meat shield in the current situation. At the beginning of the war, the Violent Storm Spirit could attack from the back without worry with the King of Yellow Gold in front. After that, Zhou Zhou left the Monster Ranch and went to Zhang Fugui's place to ask about the upgrade of the mysterious caravan. The number of mysterious merchant alone had increased from 1,500 to 3,000 and the number of carriages transporting goods had also increased to 3,000. At the same time, the strength of all the mysterious merchant had increased to Diamond Tier Intermediate grade. The internal space of each mysterious merchant's mysterious ring had also increased from 80,000 cubic meters to 500,000 cubic meters. After checking the upgrade of all the Lord talents, Zhou Zhou walked towards the intermediate grade Lord's Paradise. When he was halfway there, he suddenly felt something move between his eyebrows. With a thought, a silver light flew out of his glabella and landed on the ground, turning into the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou. It's getting late. I'm going to the mechanical kingdom of the Lord of the Divine Arms. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said. Be careful. Zhou Zhou did not stop him. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou nodded and flew in the direction of the Starry Night. He wanted to bring a Starry Night that represented his friendship with the Machina race to the Machina kingdom. This would be convenient. Zhou Zhou watched him leave. He was actually not too worried. He could condense it again if it died anyway. The words "be careful" were just a slip of the tongue. In the bedroom of the intermediate grade Lord's Paradise. I won't rest with you today as I have something to do. I shouldn't be back tonight. Zhou Zhou said to Li Yi. Li Yi was stunned. Then, she smiled gently and smoothed out the casual clothes on his chest. Go on. Business is more important. She said. Zhou Zhou left. In front of the Lord's shop. What games are you playing tonight? Zhou Zhou asked Zhou Jinmin excitedly. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before he reacted and chuckled. Your Majesty, come, sit. Zhou Ying took out a small stool and pointed at it. Zhou Zhou walked into the lord's shop and sat beside Zhou Zhou without hesitation. Let's fight the Ziggs first. Then, we can play with the Spirit Doluo and the Twin Dragons. Zhou Zhou excitedly took out a pile of game discs and began to choose. Zhou Zhou said nothing. He was here to play with him today. He could do whatever he wanted. Chapter 568, Enhancement of the Lord Talent. Original Spirit Race Bloodline Commodity. 3. F***ck, why did you blow me up? Eat, eat, eat. I'll eat this bomb. You're about to die. Lend me your life. How embarrassing. Can you lend your life to me at once? Don't look at me like that. I'll spare your life. Your Majesty. Be a human. The next morning, Zhou Zhou put down the controller and stood up to stretch. I haven't played so happily in a long time. Zhou Zhou also had a comfortable expression. What are you selling today? Zhou Zhou asked directly. Aren't you going to reminisce about last night? You seem to be having fun. Why don't we continue tonight? Zhou Zhou said reluctantly. Let me see the goods first. Zhou Zhou said. Who would be willing to play games with a fat otaku all night if not for the goods in the lord's shop? However, he did have a good time yesterday. It had been a long time since he felt so relaxed. Zhou Zhou pursed his lips when he saw this. He went to the counter and took out the 3 golden boxes. Then, he opened them one by one. The first box contained a transparent heart. There was a faint vast power of law circulating around it, as if it was nurturing a small world. There was a card in the second box and a skill book in the third box. Zhou Zhou's gaze immediately landed on the first item. His eyes widened slightly. At this moment, a text notification appeared. Bloodline name, Original Spirit Race Bloodline. Bloodline level, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain the bloodline of the original spirit race. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the bloodline ability of the original spirit race during their growth. It really is the bloodline of the original spirit race. This should be provided by Ansel's original spirit race. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Ansel was the only member of the original spirit race in his territory, so he was naturally the goods provided by him. However, he never expected old Zhou to really keep his word. Awesome goods would appear in the lord's shop after playing games with him for an entire night. Moreover, it was the goods he wanted the most. Old Zhou. I'll play games with you again tonight. Zhou Zhou immediately looked up and said to Zhou Zhou, who was packing up the game console. Are we that close? Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before laughing. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at another product. In the end, he realized that it was a designated subject commodity card. After using it, he could specify an ability, talent, bloodline, equipment, and other things owned by the subject to appear in the lord's shop the next day. Zhou Zhou naturally remembered this. After he obtained this card previously, he used it to obtain Xiao Xian's danger prediction talent. During this period of time, he felt that it was quite useful. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou laughed. He was also quite satisfied with the second item. Then, he looked at the third item and realized that it was also a duplicate. It was the Ghost God General Luo Sheng's Hero Ghost God Military Morale. This thing is not bad either. Zhou Zhou nodded. Now that there were more and more soldiers in his territory, the requirements for the generals who led the soldiers were getting higher and higher. With the skill book Hero Skill Ghost God Military Morale, he could quickly create a general who could easily command an army. How much are these 3 goods worth? Zhou Zhou asked. Chapter 569, Absorbing the Original Spirit Race Bloodline. Epic Tier Advanced Grade Chaos Human Bloodline. 1. The original spirit race bloodline is worth 10,000 legendary tier mist cores and 10,000 legendary tier territory tokens. The designated subject commodity card will still be at the same price. 10 legendary tier mist cores and 1 legendary tier territory token will do. Hero skill Ghost God military morale is the same, 50 epic tier mist cores and 5 epic tier territory tokens. Old Joe said leisurely. What the hell is this? Zhou Zhou exclaimed, his voice almost distorting. 10,000 legendary tier mist cores and 10,000 legendary tier territory tokens? That was 20,000 legendary tier mist cores. It was not that he could not afford this amount of mist cores. He had obtained more than 36,000 legendary tier mist cores yesterday after all. However, no matter how rich he was, he could not spend it like this. He had never bought such an expensive thing. This is really not expensive. The bloodline of this original spirit race is one of the top bloodlines in the endless heavens. Its grade has even reached the true god tier advance grade. Logically speaking, it should require 100 true god tier divine crystals to buy. I only asked for 10,000 legendary tier mist cores and 10,000 legendary tier territory tokens because I don't think His Majesty can obtain true god tier divine crystals at this time. Your Majesty, don't be too greedy. When Zhou Zhou heard Zhou Zhou's words, he shook his head and said. Zhou Zhou was speechless. He actually said that I'm too greedy? However, according to the true value of the original spirit race, it was indeed worth this price. It was even very likely to far exceed this price. He was indeed in an advantageous position. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou looked at the mist core reserves in his heavenly mist treasure bag. After converting them into legendary tier mist cores, he now had a total of 44,647 legendary tier mist cores. I'm going to bleed out. Zhou Zhou thought with a pained heart. However, even though it was very expensive, as the top bloodline in the myriad worlds, the bloodline of the original spirit race would definitely allow his chaos human bloodline to increase greatly. Therefore, he had to buy it. He was about to take out the mist cores. Suddenly, a light flashed in his heart. Then, he hurriedly began to search in his king's treasure box. Soon, he found a golden card. Card name, Beginner Shop Discount Card. Card level, Special. Card effect, the Lord has this card. When shopping in the Lord shop, you can buy the designated goods at a 30% reduction in price. Card description, an exclusive card from the Lord shop. It can be used to lower the price for shopping. I almost forgot about this. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. This card was a good that had been farmed from the Lord shop previously. After Zhou Zhou bought it, it had been useless. The true god tier advance grade original spirit race bloodline in front of him would probably only appear a few times in the Lord shop in the future. Since that was the case, he would use this beginner shop discount card on it. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou handed the beginner shop discount card to Zhou Zhou and said, I want all three of them. However, I want to use the beginner shop discount card on this original spirit race bloodline. Sure. Zhou Zhou took it. Then Your Majesty only needs 7,000 legendary tier mist cores and 7,000 legendary tier territory tokens to buy it. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. A beginner shop discount card directly saved him 6,000 legendary tier mist cores. This deal was too profitable. He took out 14,011 legendary tier mist cores and 55 epic tier mist cores and handed them to Zhou Zhou. After bidding him farewell, he took these three goods and prepared to return to the intermediate grade Lord's Paradise. However, as soon as he left the Lord shop, he happened to encounter Liya and her maid, Yu Jiao, who walked out of the Lord's Paradise. Their eyes met. Your Majesty, have you been staying here last night? Liya asked doubtfully. The two of them called each other by their real names in private. However, Liya would naturally still call Zhou Zhou His Majesty in public. Zhou Zhou was about to speak when he saw Zhou Zhenmin's greasy middle-aged man's face stick out of the room and chuckle. That's right. His Majesty played games with me all night last night. Oh yes, we agreed to play games together tonight again. There's a high chance that we'll stay up all night. Zhou Zhou. Li Yi was speechless. Your Majesty. So what you said you were going to do last night was to play games. Li Yi came to a realization. No, it's not like that. Let me explain, Zhou Zhou hurriedly explained. What a joke. Am I the kind of person who delays official business because of the games? You don't have to explain. Li Yi walked over and smiled. I've always felt that Your Majesty's life is too tense and that Your Majesty almost doesn't have a hobby to relax with other than developing your territory. I'm also very happy to see Your Majesty have another hobby outside of developing your territory. Then I'll take my leave first. I won't come over tonight. I wish Your Majesty a good time. Li Yi and Yu Jiao left. Before Yu Jiao left, she looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise, as if she could not believe that this man who had conquered 4 beginner kingdoms would accompany a middle-aged greasy uncle instead of his wife just to play games. You definitely did it on purpose, right? After the 2 women left, Zhou Zhou looked at Zhou Zhenmin resentfully. Absolutely not. Chapter 570, Absorbing the Original Spirit Race Bloodline. Epic Tier Advance Grade Chaos Human Bloodline. 2. Zhou Zhenmin immediately denied it. Then, he said seriously, Your Majesty's wife is indeed a virtuous empress. Your Majesty, you have to cherish her. Of course. Zhou Zhou nodded. No matter how slow he was, he knew that Li Yi was a good girl worth cherishing. Moreover, from her past deeds of working for the Aurora Kingdom, this girl was also qualified to be the mother of a country. Zhou Zhou had long treated her as his real wife, that was also why he directly called Li Yuangan his father-in-law. The 2 of them did not talk much. After Zhou Zhou returned to the intermediate grade Lord's Paradise, he immediately used the bloodline of the original spirit race. Soon, he felt his heart heat up, as if it was starting to nurture something. At the same time, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. You have absorbed 1 portion of the original spirit race, True God Tier Advance Grade. Your Chaos Human Bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the Epic Tier Advance Grade Bloodline. Your 6 senses powers have been greatly enhanced. You have awakened the Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade Enhanceable Chaos Human Race Talent. The original Elementary Chaos Heart has advanced to the Intermediate Grade Chaos Core. You have awakened the Epic Tier Advance Grade Enhanceable Chaos Human Race Talent. The original Intermediate Grade Chaos Core has been upgraded to a high-level Chaos Core. You have awakened the True God Tier Advance Grade Original Spirit Race Talent World Lord. You have awakened the True God Tier Advance Grade Original Spirit Race Talent Original Spirit. You have awakened the True God Tier Advance Grade Original Spirit Race Talent World Fisher. You have awakened the True God Tier Advance Grade Original Spirit Race Talent God of Thunder. You have awakened the True God Tier Advance Grade Original Spirit Race Talent God of Dark Clouds. You have awakened the True God Tier Advance Grade Original Spirit Race Talent Divine Power Control. You have grasped the original spirit race's common sense inheritance. You have grasped the secret inheritance of the original spirit race. Your talent Thunder immunity has been greatly enhanced. You have mastered the True God Tier Advance Grade Law Skill Thunder God Spear. You have mastered the True God Tier Advance Grade Law Skill Thunder God Body. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised when he saw the notification. The original spirit race did not disappoint him. It actually caused his extraordinary tier intermediate grade chaos human bloodline to increase by more than a major level and directly jump to the epic tier advance grade. He immediately looked at the awakened abilities. Race talent name, Advance Grade Chaos Core. Talent level, Epic Tier Advance Grade Enhanceable. Talent description, your comprehension, thinking ability, and law affinity are already close to the limit of life forms. You can easily comprehend professional abilities or even law abilities in various fields. You can even comprehend a brand new law ability from nothing. Zhou Zhou could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this innate ability. So strong. Previously, the elementary chaos heart only said that his comprehension and thinking reaction ability had been greatly enhanced. Now, it had already told him that it was close to the limit of a life form. The subsequent description was even more shocking. His current comprehension could actually comprehend a brand new law ability from nothing. Which meant, even if he did not rely on the divine spark fragment to comprehend law skills, he could still comprehend an exclusive law skill of his own through seclusion. The prerequisite to becoming a god spirit is to comprehend your own law. The value of this high-level chaos core is probably not inferior to the book of the god spirit I gave Suan previously. It might even exceed it. Zhou Zhou thought. That was a shocking find. Previously, he was still a little confused about how to walk on his future path as a god spirit. Now that he has this race talent, he should be able to help him a lot on the path to becoming a god spirit in the future. Then, he looked at the racial talent of the next original spirit race. Race talent name, World Lord. Talent level, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Talent description, the bloodline of the original spirit race flows in your body. This top bloodline of the myriad worlds allows your heart to nurture a small world, and you are the world lord of this small world. In this small world, your status is comparable to the creation god spirit and the ancestor of the great Dao. You can easily do things that you can't do in the real world in this small world. Moreover, as your main body's strength increases, your small world will also expand and your ability will become stronger. After you break through to the low-tier deity level, this small world can break free from the restraints of your body and enter the myriad worlds, becoming a small world that can survive independently. It's finally here. The most basic talent of the original spirit race. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw this Lord talent. He immediately looked into his heart. Previously, he felt his heart heat up slightly, as if something had changed when he absorbed this bloodline. The changes in his heart had gradually calmed down. The modification should have been completed. Zhou Zhou looked at it. In the end, he was surprised to discover that his heart had actually become a transparent heart. There were faint patterns of mysterious law circulating around his heart. It was exactly the same as the bloodline of the original spirit race he had seen previously. However, there was one difference. Surrounding his transparent heart were wisps of chaos chi which fused into his heart from time to time, gradually dyeing his transparent heart with a faint chaotic color. Chapter 571, Absorbing the Original Spirit Race Bloodline. Epic Tier Advanced Grade Chaos Human Bloodline. 3. According to the notification, my Chaos Human Bloodline should be optimizing the modified heart of this original spirit race bloodline. I wonder what will happen to my bloodline after the optimization ends. Zhou Zhou took a guess when he saw this. His Chaos Human Bloodline had the ability to optimize and increase his bloodline. He did not expect that even a top-notch bloodline like the original spirit race could be optimized and upgraded. He did not think too much about it and looked at the next race talent. Race talent name, Original Spirit. Talent level, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Talent description, the original spirit race's existence is loved by the Supreme Will as the first batch of life forms of the race when the myriad worlds were born. It is easier for them to feel the laws that are everywhere in the world, thereby promoting their growth. After the original spirit race dies, their small world will enter the myriad worlds and become one of the endless worlds. Note, this race talent is being optimized by the Chaos Human Bloodline. So the original spirit race is actually so powerful. It's actually the first batch of life forms of the race at the beginning of the myriad worlds. Moreover, after they die, their small world will actually enter the myriad worlds and become a part of them. Could it be that a portion or even all of the worlds in the myriad worlds were transformed from the fallen original spirit race? Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue and thought after reading this Lord talent. In addition, this race talent was actually also being optimized by the Chaos Human Bloodline. He wondered what it would be like after optimization. He did not think too much about it and continued to look at the next race talent. Race talent name, World Fisher. Talent level, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou Zhou nodded. This was equivalent to opening a spatial door to the real world for the inner world. It was almost useless in battle, but it was very convenient to store items and hide life forms. According to the original spirit race inheritance he had grasped, when the original spirit race grew to the God Spirit stage, they could even enter their own small world and completely disappear from the real world. At that time, it would be impossible for the enemies of the original spirit race to find them even if they wanted to. Unless the enemies tore through space and entered the interlayer of space to wander around, searching for a world that belonged to the original spirit race in the myriad worlds. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to find the original spirit race's main world. This would be a fantasy land that belonged to him, and his main body would slip away as soon as the world fissure opened. All the calamities in the real world would no longer befall him. It could be said that its life-saving ability was extremely strong. Then, he looked at the next race talent. Race talent name, God of Thunder. Talent level, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Talent description, you are a natural god of thunder in the small world in your body. You have an incomparable thunder law talent and can easily comprehend thunder type skills or even law skills. As long as you continue to grow successfully, not only will you become a world ancestral god in the future, you will even become a true god tier advanced grade thunder law god spirit. Race talent name, God of Dark Clouds. Talent level, True God tier advanced grade. Talent description, you are a natural god of dark clouds in the small world in your body. You have unparalleled talent in the dark cloud elemental law. You can easily comprehend dark cloud elemental skills or even law skills. As long as you continue to grow successfully, not only will you become a world ancestral god in the future, you will even become a true god tier advanced grade dark cloud elemental god spirit. Chapter 572, Millions of Refugees? 1. What an enviable talent! Zhou Zhou looked at the talents of these two races and sighed. A god spirit. An unattainable existence to most life forms in the myriad worlds. Countless extraordinary tier life forms had spent a long time trying to become god spirits but to no avail. On the other hand, the original spirit race could naturally become god spirits and even have an additional small world of their own compared to the god spirits. Compared to normal god spirits, a god spirit with a small world was equivalent to a dead loyal citizen who was born with an entire world. He was the world ancestral god of this world. The original spirit race would not have to worry at all if they took the path of faith becoming a god. Unlike normal god spirits, who needed to establish sects and spread their faith, this bloodline was born to become a god. How could the book of the god spirit compare to it? Comparing the two, the former was like an ancient scholar. If he wanted to become an official, he had to study hard for 10 years and familiarize himself with the 4 books and 5 classics. Then, he had to rush to the capital for the examination and take the 1 in a million chance to become a small official. The latter was like a noble. He had already been arranged to be an official from the moment he was born. After becoming an official, he would have all kinds of connections and resources to support him, and he could advance all the way. There was really nothing to say about the Supreme Will's love for the original spirit race. But it belongs to me now. From now on, I'm also a chaos human wearing the skin of the original spirit race, haha. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth curled up slightly. Then, he looked at the next talent. Race talent name, Divine Power Control. Talent level, True God tier advanced grade. Talent description, as a natural world ancestral god, your control of divine power has reached an unbelievable level. You can easily use divine power to do things that other god spirits can't. Zhou Zhou did not understand this. However, according to the description of the original spirit race inheritance seed he had grasped, this talent would be very useful after becoming a god. It was said that it could even be used to create life. This was still too far away for Zhou Zhou. He did not think too much about it and looked at the next one. There was no need to mention the original spirit race's common sense inheritance and the original spirit race's secret inheritance. It was an enhancement of knowledge, horizons, and knowledge. It was not of much use to increase his strength for the time being. Next was the thunder immunity that Zhou Zhou had long obtained. This time, he had obtained the bloodline of the original spirit race, directly strengthening this talent. Race talent name, Thunder Immunity. Talent level, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Talent description: when lightning elemental attacks below the mid-level deity tier land on you, you will not suffer any damage. Zhou Zhou was satisfied. He remembered that originally, this talent could only be immune to lightning elemental attacks below the low-tier deity level. Now, the upper limit of immunity to damage has been increased to the level of a mid-level deity tier. Sure, it was also a very strong improvement. Then, he looked at the two law skills that had been awakened. Law skill name, Thunder God Spear. Law skill quality, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Law skill power description: control the power of the Thunder Law and condense an extremely lethal Thunder God Spear. The Thunder God Spear has an extremely high offensive and destructive ability, especially against chaotic unholy elementals such as death, shadow rays, and corrosion. It also has an additional damage bonus to fog monsters. Law skill name, Thunder God Body. Law skill quality, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Law skill power description: your body is filled with the divine power of the Thunder Law. You have the ability to resist all evil. Attacks low-level deity and below will not be able to hurt your body. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. There were only two words in his mind. How powerful! The Thunder God Spear was similar to the Holy Light Sword, a law skill. They both had extremely high attack abilities. Moreover, they had an extremely high restraining and damage enhancement effect on existences like Chaos Unholy. However, it was clearly different from the Holy Light Sword. The attack characteristic of the Holy Light Sword was biased towards purification and incineration. The Thunder Divine Spear pursued extreme destruction and elimination. Comparing the two, the Thunder God Spear was even more violent. Moreover, there was almost no one in the world who could restrain the Thunder Law. This was almost an invincible offensive method. In a battle of the same level, he was almost invincible. Only the suppression of a large realm could suppress the power of this Thunder God Spear. As for the Thunder God Body, there was no need to mention it. Evil immunity sounded very powerful. In the future, Zhou Zhou would not be afraid of negative buffs such as curses. As for the later description of being immune to attacks below the low-tier deity, it surprised Zhou Zhou even more. This was a top-grade life-saving ability. In the future, he basically did not have to worry about getting injured or even dying when facing existences below the God Spirit realm. Fortunately, I used Insight Defection back then to directly instigate Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds. Otherwise, even if all of us attack, we probably won't be able to do anything about it. Zhou Zhou sighed. In retrospect, the two original spirit races he had faced back then were really heaven-defying. There was no need to mention Ansel. The two law skills, Exile the World and Time Reversal, displayed by Adam, the natural god of space and time, were also extremely heaven-defying. If not for the fact that the other party did not want to fight to the death and looked down on the event rewards in the myriad races Lord battlefield, it was really not certain who the strongest lord of all races would end up with. He shook his head and didn't think too much about it. He actually did not care about reputation. Who cared about who was the strongest? It was fine as long as he obtained the reward from the strongest lord of all races. Then, he opened the world channel as he felt the changes in his body. Chapter 573, Millions of Refugees? 2. Today is the third day. This rest period passed so quickly. It will be fine in another 7 days. Previous poster, I suggest that you give the Lord a winter break. Tomorrow is the King of 10,000 Kings event. I'm starting to feel nervous again. Every time the Supreme will appears, a large number of cerulean planet lords will definitely die. I hope fewer lords die this time. It's best if I'm not the one who dies. I have 1,000 soldiers under my command now. I wonder if I can survive this King of 10,000 Kings event. 1,000 soldiers are all right. I suggest that they be mercenaries for the indigenous countries. This way, they can also freeload their training resources. Haha, that's what I did. I only have a little more than 1,000 soldiers under my command, and most of them are new recruits. They almost don't have any battlefield combat experience. Later, I sent 500 new recruits over to be mercenaries for the native kingdom. When they returned, I felt like all of them had become elite soldiers. I'm short of soldiers now. Most importantly, I'm short of weapons and skill books. F***ck. The drop rate of this high continent is really a scam. I've tried it. On average, 100 monsters can only drop one equipment or skill book. What kind of trash drop rate is this? Indeed, this drop rate is even crazier than anything I've ever played. I want skill books, equipment, cozy up to someone powerful, all kinds of things. Zhou Zhou looked at the chat content on the World Channel. His originally happy mood from obtaining the bloodline of the original spirit race calmed down a little. Tomorrow is the King of 10,000 Kings event. Fortunately, the enemy kingdoms around me have been cleaned up. Otherwise, I would have to guard against their sneak attacks while I carry out my activities. As for the Ice Demon Kingdom and those people of foreign races, I only defeated them once yesterday. For the time being, they shouldn't rashly send troops to start a war with me unless they know my background. Zhou Zhou thought. Today was his founding ceremony, so he did not plan to send troops out to fight again. As the protagonist, he was destined to be very busy and would definitely not have time to go out. Moreover, it would not be good to send troops on a day like the founding ceremony. In any case, one day was not a problem. He would treat it as a vacation for himself, the soldiers, and the subjects. Let everyone relax for a day. It would not be too late to continue developing tomorrow. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou felt much more relaxed. Then, he thought of the lords on the World Channel regarding the need for skill books and equipment. I hope selling these skill books and equipment this time can earn back all the money I just spent on buying the original spirit race bloodline. Even half is good enough. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he immediately opened the marketplace and placed 100 million skill books and 200 million equipment on it. As soon as such a large number of skill books and equipment entered the marketplace, they instantly attracted the attention of a large number of lords and quickly rose to the first place on the browsing list. The lords on the World Channel were once again amazed by the generosity of the King of the Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou did not care about this. Even though it's the holidays. But we still have to do what needs to be done. After closing the marketplace interface, he stood up and walked towards the gate of summoning. In front of the gate of summoning, Zhou Zhou looked at the scene in front of him. A text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. Soon, the 4,000 new subjects walked out of the gate of summoning. Greetings, my lord, X4,000. All the new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned 235 professionals this time. There were 29 more professionals than usual. Then, he began to check the information of these professional subjects. Among the 206 professional subjects were 1 Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Martial Master, 1 Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Pudeo Soldiers, 1 Diamond Tier Intermediate Demon Warlock, 1 Diamond Tier Intermediate Blacksmith, and 2 Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Architects. The rest were diamond tier elementary grade and below life professionals and combat professionals. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It felt good to summon 6 talents attracted by his reputation rating a day. Back then, when Zhao Chongshao first arrived, he was only a white platinum tier advanced grade architect as a talent attracted by his reputation rating. Among the subjects he summoned normally, there were 2 diamond tier intermediate grade architects, not to mention the other 4 diamond tier intermediate grade professionals. Looking at it this way, he has really improved a lot recently. Zhou Zhou smiled, but there was no pride. He knew that he still had a long way to go. The achievement he had now was nothing compared to his goal. Then, he asked the staff beside him to arrange the work of these new subjects. Just as he was about to bring the soldiers to clean up the time ruins, a soldier suddenly rushed over from afar and came in front of him. Your Majesty, many refugees came from afar and said that they want to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom and become subjects of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. He panted and his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen an extremely shocking scene. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He had the white silver tier lord talent, Embrace of the Conqueror. Due to his reputation, hundreds or even thousands of refugees would come from afar to join his territory every day. Wasn't this very normal? Why was he so flustered? Was he a newcomer? It's okay. Just accept them as subjects of our country. Zhou Zhou replied casually, not paying much attention to this matter. Your Majesty, it's not that we don't want to accept it. The situation is really beyond our control. We don't know how to deal with it. Vice City Lord Zheng specially asked me to come over and invite Your Majesty to take a look. The soldier said. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Uncle Zheng asked for me to go over? Let's go. Zhou Zhou changed his mind and immediately said. If Zheng Yuankai really asked him to come over, something was probably wrong. What's going on? Zhou Zhou was puzzled. What sort of problems could the refugees cause? Zhou Zhou took the Starry Night spaceship and arrived at the city wall of the Supreme Defense. The reason why he took the spaceship was not because Zhou Zhou was lazy but because the current Blazing Sun King was too big. The territory that his upgraded territory increased was not the territory of the entire kingdom, but only the area of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. How big was the Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Blazing Sun Kingdom now? The answer, a total of 80 million square kilometers. In the past, the surface area of the Earth he was on was only 510 million square kilometers. The area of the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom alone had already reached 1/6 the size of Earth. It sounded exaggerated. However, in the high continent that could accommodate the lords of all races fighting each other, such a small area was probably equivalent to the surface area of a grain of sand in the desert. It was precisely because the current size of the Blazing Sun Kingdom was too exaggerated that Zhou Zhou came over on the starry night. When he climbed up the city wall and saw the refugees under the city wall, he was immediately dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. F***CK. What's going on? Your Majesty, do you know why I had no choice but to invite you over? Zheng Yuankai, who had been waiting at the side for a long time, could not help but smile bitterly when he heard Zhou Zhou's words. Zhou Zhou said nothing. His gaze landed outside the city wall on the endless tide of refugees. Among these refugees, most of them actually looked to have good living conditions. They looked like they were wearing gold and silver. Many refugees even emitted an obvious extraordinary tier aura. Why are you refugees when you're so rich and are at the extraordinary tier? Zhou Zhou was shocked. They're all refugees. Zhou Zhou could not help but ask. Yes. Zheng Yuankai answered honestly. How many are there? No statistics, but according to my estimate, there are probably 1 million refugees. Zhou Zhou. Is the world crazy or am I crazy? How could there be 1 million refugees? Is there a large-scale war nearby? Is that why a large number of subjects were displaced and looking for a new home? Zhou Zhou was filled with question marks. Chapter 574, 4 Million Recruits. 3 Extraordinary Tier Heroes. Have you sent someone to these refugees to ask them why they're here? Zhou Zhou asked. I've just sent someone to ask. They should be back soon. Zheng Yuankai said. Zhou Zhou nodded. The two of them did not say anything else. Instead, they continued to look at the million migrants in front of them. Zhou Zhou realized something strange as he looked on. That was, most of the refugees were young people, and most of them were young women, occupying more than 80% of the refugees. What's going on? Zhou Zhou became even more puzzled. In his understanding, most of the refugees were elderly or young men, and there were also women, but the ratio had never been so high. Women did not have the advantage in exploration after all. Not every woman who was an extraordinary tier professionals who could withstand the test of physical hardship from exploration. Zheng Yuankai had clearly realized this too, and the confusion in his eyes increased. He did not let them wait for long. A soldier quickly ran over and said respectfully to them. Your Majesty, Vice City Lord Zheng, I just understood why they collectively came to our Blazing Sun Kingdom to become subjects. Shoot! Zhou Zhou said. From their answers, other than a small number of refugees who came to our Blazing Sun Kingdom to settle down because of the war suffering and the reputation of our Blazing Sun Kingdom, most of the other refugees, especially those who are mainly young women, came to our Blazing Sun Kingdom to become subjects because. When the soldier said this, his expression was a little strange. He wanted to laugh, but he was also a little proud. It's because they want to look better. They seem to have heard that His Majesty made all the subjects in the country beautiful and handsome. After this matter spread to foreign countries, these foreign subjects, especially foreign women, rushed over overnight. Zhou Zhou. They came all the way to our Blazing Sun Kingdom just to look good. Young and vigorous. Zheng Yuankai felt a little emotional. Even though he was a little surprised, he felt that this matter was reasonable. Everyone loved beauty. Moreover, His Majesty's ability to make the entire country beautiful was indeed enviable. He suddenly thought of something and became excited. Your Majesty. He looked at Zhou Zhou and said excitedly, I think the arrival of these subjects is a good thing. The number of male subjects in our Blazing Sun Kingdom accounts for more than 90% of the entire country's subjects because soldiers originally occupied the democratic territories. This ratio actually hasn't improved much even with the addition of the Aurora Kingdom subjects. I've been worried about this for a long time. I've previously thought of adopting some good immigration policies to migrate female subjects from other human countries to our country. However, other than the Aurora Kingdom, the other human countries are too far from our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Without the help of the spatial teleportation array, it's very difficult to immigrate a large number of female subjects to our Blazing Sun Kingdom in a short period of time and resolve the serious imbalance in the number of subjects in our country. But now that His Majesty has the means to make the subjects beautiful, this problem has been easily resolved. The million female refugees in front of me are the best proof. And this is only the beginning. The fact that my appearance can be upgraded and optimized by becoming a subject of our Blazing Sun Kingdom has only just spread. Nearly 1 million female refugees came over in just one night. Then as time passes and the range of the news becomes wider, more and more female subjects will definitely come to our Blazing Sun Kingdom every day. Moreover, there will definitely not be a decrease in the number of refugees in the short term. In the future, there might be tens or even hundreds of millions of refugees coming to our Blazing Sun Kingdom in a day. In the future, our Blazing Sun Kingdom will no longer have to worry about the source of female subjects. The more Zheng Yuankai spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if he could already see billions of refugees crazily pouring into the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou was also attracted by Zheng Yuankai's future. Uncle Zheng is right. This is indeed very likely to happen. In that case, the problem of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's excessive male vibe could indeed be resolved. Quickly arrange for them to become subjects of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately said, "I've already arranged for more than 10,000 officials to resolve this matter before His Majesty came. It's just that there are too many refugees, so it doesn't look obvious for a while." Zhang Yuankai said with a smile. Zhou Zhou nodded. He looked at the million subjects under the city wall and sighed even more. He did not expect a mere green bronze tier lord talent, beauty, actually brought him so many benefits. Tisk tisk. It was extremely likely that he would attract 1 million subjects in a day and more than 100 million subjects would join in the future. Even diamond tier and extraordinary tier lord talents could not achieve this effect of attracting subjects. He did not expect the lord talent he did not care about to be a treasure. Moreover, with the addition of so many female subjects and the number of male soldiers in his country, the green bronze tier lord talent, peach luck, would also be of great use. Chapter 575, 4 million recruits. 3 extraordinary tier heroes. 2. My God! These 2 lord talents are really a perfect match. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou became even happier thinking of this. He looked at the million subjects below and thought of something. Yes. Only women with rich family backgrounds, or who are extraordinary tier themselves, or both have the ability to come to the Blazing Sun Kingdom overnight. Tisk. A large group of rich and beautiful women have arrived. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The single men in his territory were in luck. What a coincidence they're here. It just so happens to be in time for our Blazing Sun Kingdom's founding ceremony. Zhang Yuankai also sighed. When will the founding ceremony begin? Zhou Zhou asked. The auspicious hour is 10 a.m. Zhang Yuankai said respectfully. Let me know when the time arrives. Zhou Zhou said and turned to leave. Then, he led the soldiers to clean up the time ruins, went to the golem lair, and summoned the 126 golems today. Finally, he arrived at the monster ranches. He looked at the monster ranches in front of him. Currently, with the number of ranches reaching 50 and the monster ranches nurturing 50,000 monsters each, the total number of monsters nurtured has already reached 2.5 million. Among them, there were 2 monster ranches that nurtured the black-tailed fog scorpion and produced poison crossbow soldier recruitment books and class change certificates. There were 2 monster ranches that nurtured undead knights and produced aurora cavalry recruitment books and class change certificates. There were 3 monster ranches that nurtured withered trees and produced tree core gems and jade sun tree seeds. 4 were used to cultivate the iron-eating bear to produce its pet eggs, nurture the mechanical fear falcon, and produce 4 monster ranches each with the Fear Falcon wings and the Fear Falcon 3 radar. There were 24 monster ranches that nurtured violent storm demon spirits and produced kingdom-level soldier types violent storm spirit recruitment books and class change certificates. This was the current situation of the monster ranches. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath and began to lead his troops to clean up the monster ranch and extracted all looks. In terms of the mist cores, he had obtained a total of 17.5 million green bronze tier mist cores, 10.5 million white silver tier mist cores, 7 million yellow gold tier mist cores, 6,125,000 white platinum tier mist cores, 2,537,500 diamond tier mist cores, and 87,500 extraordinary tier mist cores. There were also more than 14 million soldier-type class change certificates, 1,375,000 King of Yellow Gold recruitment books, 155,620 Poison Crossbow Soldier recruitment books, 960 Elemental Archer recruitment books, 257,595 Aurora Cavalry recruitment books, 3 million Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, 215 Fragments of the Proof of Legion, 1,201,500 True Faith Tier Scarlet Crystals, 835,100 Pious Tier Scarlet Crystals, 463,300 Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystals, More than 1,500 white platinum tier and yellow gold tier mount contracts. 200,000 iron-eating bear pet eggs. 200,000 Fear Falcon wings and Fear Falcon 3 radar. 59.6 million units of original gold. As for the other loots, there was no need to describe them. Zhou Zhou looked at the loots and his gaze landed on the soldier types almost immediately. When he saw so many soldier type recruitment books, he could not suppress the smile on his face. Haha! He laughed out loud. A total of 4,789,175 soldier type recruitment books. When they were recruited from the Gate of Summoning later, there would be a total of 4,789,175 new subjects. Oh my god! He only had a total of 5,383,863 soldiers under his command. This was almost equivalent to the total military strength of the new Blazing Sun Kingdom. In total, there would be 10,173,038 soldiers. In the outside world, this was almost comparable to the total military strength of 5 veteran beginner kingdom. Compared to the newly established beginner kingdom, it was equivalent to the total military strength of 10 newly promoted beginner kingdoms. Including the more than 8.4 million troops of the Star Alliance, the military strength he could control was almost 20 million. Previously, the people of Foreign Race Alliance that Floyd had created only had about this number. And that was the allied army of 18 people of foreign race kingdoms. He had actually already reached it. Even Zhou Zhou was shocked by the speed at which his strength increased. Then, he was pleasantly surprised and excited. As expected of a monster ranch that had leveled up twice in a row. This improvement really did not disappoint me. He brought these 4 million recruitment books to the Gate of Summoning and spent the Mist Corps to recruit all 4 million new recruits at once without hesitation. Soon, more than 4 million recruits appeared neatly in front of Zhou Zhou. Greetings, Your Majesty! More than 4 million recruits roared in unison. It was so loud that it shook the world. When the female subject who had just joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom heard this voice, her body went limp. It was unknown if it was because she was frightened or for some other reason. Since you've come to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, you're our people from now on. As the king of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, I, Zhou Zhou, guarantee that I won't mistreat you. Zhou Zhou looked at the 4 million new recruits and was in an extremely good mood. He, who rarely spoke at this time, also said a few words to these recruits. The recruits were also very excited. Even though they had just arrived at the Blazing Sun Kingdom, they could tell from the surrounding people that they had joined a powerful kingdom. After all, that upright aura and confident and proud gaze could not be deceived. Then, these recruits were brought by Bai Yun and the others to join the Blazing Sun army. At this moment, Zheng Yuankai walked over with 12 people. Your Majesty! Zheng Yuankai said respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty! Seeing this, the 12 people behind him also said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Who are these people? He looked at the 12 people behind Zheng Yuankai. Your Majesty! They are especially outstanding subjects that I discovered during the process of accepting new subjects. 3 of them have extraordinary identities. That's why I wanted to bring them over for Your Majesty to see. Zheng Yuankai replied. Zhou Zhou looked at the 12 people seriously again. Soon, his eyes lit up. This was because he realized that 3 of them actually emitted the faint aura of heroes. Zhou Zhou immediately understood. These should be the 3 extraordinary tier heroes who had been rewarded by the Lord Talent, Embrace of the Conqueror, in his Conqueror Kingdom. As for the other 9 people, he glanced at the message. He realized that they were 9 extraordinary tier lifestyle professionals. These should be the 9 reputation rating talents rewarded by the 3 Lord announcements on the Cerulean planet. After thinking it through, a smile appeared on his face. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. This king believes that this king's country will definitely not disappoint you. Zhou Zhou said. The 12 of them hurriedly replied without any arrogance. Even though they were rare talents with 3 of them having extraordinary tier hero slots, they immediately realized that there were many capable people in the Blazing Sun Kingdom after they entered. It was not rare to see other epic tier talents or even other epic tier heroes. How could they be proud? However, this did not make them disappointed. Instead, it made them even more excited, feeling that joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom was the right choice. Everyone hoped that the country they were in was a powerful country after all. The king of the Blazing Sun in front of them made them even more shocked and impressed. They had already heard about it before they came. This king of the Blazing Sun, who owned the Blazing Sun Kingdom, not only had many capable people under his command, but he was also a super fierce person. The news of him killing 7 heroes of the people of foreign race alone with his spear had already spread. There were even legendary tier people. In the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom, the human king of the Blazing Sun was the one with the strongest combat strength. There were real battle results as evidence after all. And such a fierce person actually spoke so kindly. When communicating with them, he did not have any arrogance from above, making people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. This was simply too rare. With such a monarch around and also so many fierce people supporting this monarch, the future of the Blazing Sun Kingdom would be bright if nothing went wrong. Everyone sighed in their hearts.